Did everybody cut out? Or no?
I think everyone was just contemplating deeply in
Yeah,
the
because
silent
I
voice.
saw Hank's light on and didn't hear anything.
Yeah, Hanks is always cutting out. So next time, don't ask about Hank cutting out.
And then it went off.
Whenever I want to move away from civilization, I want to move near where Hank lives. There's no 5G there.
I know. Sometimes some of his roboting rubs off on you too, Gemsy.
Yeah, we've got a no role individual here. Maybe one of you professionals can unmute.
Seize
See
him.
what we can have. Um, I think I wait. How
I
would
unmuted
I
him.
would I just mute? There you go.
Talking about Harlem, right? Yeah, I muted
Yeah,
him.
yeah. Harlem, speak up if you wish. Well, no, you don't have a choice. Speak up.
Trying to get over my absolute pity for Matthew Learns, man. Like,
I know.
what a sad fellow, man.
I know. We weren't going to mention the name, but since you did,
I mean,
I
I
know.
like legit feel bad for him. Like, how could you do that to yourself?
And if it's made up, if it's genuine is one thing, but if it's made up, that's another whole thing, man. Like,
Even if it's
I keep
genuine,
buying it.
I know. Yeah.
Experimental vaccine. You're not even gonna read the ingredients, and then he said like he wouldn't even care what the ingredients said.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So,
fucking horse semen. I'll take it. Just inject that into me. No problem.
Yeah,
Cyanide, strychnine.
I hear what you
You know
guys
what
are
though?
saying. The worst
I
part of that is
understand.
how he like confidently. Go ahead.
Give me
No. I
drugs.
cut you off. Go.
Give me
Finish your
drugs.
thought.
I'm saying the worst part of that is how he confidently like happily volunteered. I've got 2 Moderna vaccines. Like it was a good thing, you know. Come on, man. Anyway, go ahead.
I think
Brought to you
that might
by
explain the brain damage.
Coca-Cola.
I think that had already set in long ago.
yeah, it does seem like
But
brain damage.
you know what?
It does.
I understand what you were trying to do, India, and trying to, maybe
Just like show it to him, dude.
constructively,
Just
yeah, trying to aid him.
show him the
But
mirror, dude. Like just put the mirror in
yeah,
front of his face. Like
I
this is
get
you,
that.
bro.
Did you see what we kind of gained in how I approached it? Maybe a little
Yeah.
harshly, but I did it scripturally soundly, right? Because it was ridiculous how he was claiming to be from one thing, but then not doing any due diligence, right? And this is the part
Yes.
that I think was important. Did you realize when I brought up the repentance thing, how out of his own mouth, I didn't elicit that, nor ask for that. Out of his own mouth, when we'd already moved on to another conversation, or we were kind of just talking amongst ourselves, he goes, "I will never repent for that."
Wow.
That's it. Now I
Oh
pointed
my
that out as
God.
pride, but
I was shocked.
regardless of what it is, that is his issue right there. I will not repent of that.
Yeah.
He said that of his own volition.
Exactly.
Yeah,
as
I think
planned.
so
I think the
shocking
fact
when
that
he
I
said
brought that
that.
up, I think the fact that I brought that up because I was realizing, wow, this is just so very fruitless. So I just gave him the John the Baptist one. Repent, kingdom of heaven is at hand. That's it, and that was him triggered, finished.
Look, to say you will never repent. I mean, that's just out there. Like even if he doesn't know that there's like aborted fetal embryos in there. Even if he didn't know that, if he finds out in the future, he should repent.
Right.
He can claim ignorance, right? But if you find out in the future, you got to leave that door open. You can't just say you're never going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That is pride, dude. That's mad pride.
It is. It's
That's
just
what I
like
think
his
is
belief.
the deepest issue, right?
It's just like his belief in the globe. It's the same exact way he is with the globe.
All of it's a pride issue. It's obvious.
That's what he's got trapped in. He thinks he than God. He really does.
Yeah, it's amazing because
I don't usually
Go ahead.
like to. I don't even usually like to do that, but it was just so very obvious that the tenor of how it was going, and I had to dip for like half an hour, and he was still on the same thing, doubling down, and like just double speaking. I was like, this is ridiculous. I don't know. I instigated it before I even had to deafen myself. Because this to me is a bigger issue than just him being like a an OG Glober just kind of hanging out here. It's like because there's more to it. It's not just oh I'm choosing to believe this like some of the other ones are kind of fun and they know how to play the room and whatever, right?
It would make
It's the flagrant disregard for reality and just I'm gonna hold to this thing. But my whole life is gonna be the belief, right? But my whole life is gonna demonstrate to everyone that really I don't believe what I'm saying. So I had to bring it up personally.
The
But we
crazy
got
thing
somewhere
is,
with it, I think.
yeah, I think we did too. But last week, the crazy thing is, I got into it with him a little bit, and I had told him straight up. I said, I don't think you love the truth. I really don't. I'm sorry, Matthew, but I don't think you actually love the truth like you say you do. Oh, I love the truth. I absolutely love. I said, and I don't think so. I don't think there'll ever be enough evidence for you. I don't think you'll ever have enough because you really don't love it. And he didn't. He was all upset about me saying that, but he proved it right today. And I warned him. I warned him last week. I said, I don't think you love the truth. I don't think you care about it enough.
Yeah, there's a few verses that come to mind.
Did Whitsitt ask him if God condemned abortion, and he said no, God doesn't condemn abortion?
He said yes.
He said that God does condemn it.
Yeah,
but he wasn't willing to take the line of logic down to its conclusion, which was that the abortion is directly connected to these abominations, right? These injectable.
Well, he absolutely believed it wasn't. He actually told Whitsitt he was making it up, and the rest of us saying the
he
same
did.
thing, and so he was in disbelief.
Yeah, he did first say that he doesn't believe that they're used, and he's wrong.
Well,
all vaccines have been using.
He's just lying to himself, right?
Yeah, they use fetal cells in all vaccine manufacture and testing and everything else to create it. All of these drugs, lots and lots of drugs are. It's incredible. Even some of our food flavorings. I mean, it's just nuts. So it's, he hasn't done any research. He has no idea.
No, he also claims to be all sciencey, like he believes in science so much, but when confronted with the science of anything he says, then he just deflects away from it. No, I haven't looked into that. Just like that. Disregard.
I'm not making that claim, or I don't know enough about that. And I asked him straight up last week, what evidence is going to be enough? Where is your level of evidence needing to be enough? I said, I don't think you really have one. I think you'd like to say, well, if there was enough evidence to outweigh my belief. I'm like, I don't think it'll ever be there.
He hides behind the math too.
It's very lawyerly. I'm sorry. It's very lawyerly type speaking. It's like word games.
Well, it won't work with the creator when he has to answer for this crap.
I was thinking used globe salesman.
Yep. In a post-globe era.
Well, I think his conflict is, how do you believe in God when you're actually a materialist? So, I mean, that's really his conflict. He's in he has cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
He's a materialist. And the reason he wants to be a materialist is because materialists claim a monopoly on objective truth, right? We know that that's that's laughable, because when it comes to breath, when the rubber meets the road, let's say, they don't care about objective reality, because they're like, when it comes to the goal, objective reality be damned, right?
Yep. Yeah, so it's not about proof anymore. It's about their belief only.
That's why I think there'll never be enough evidence for him ever, because I really did
No.
say, where is your level? And he couldn't give me one. It'll never outweigh what he wants to believe.
Well, I've showed him objective measurements that the Goldberg model doesn't match observation, and he just said he's still going to believe the model. He's blatantly disregard the data, and there's no reason to disregard the data because it's mainstream, credentialed authoritarian scientists that he should accept, like CERN, Lawrence Livermore Labs, McMurdo Station, all those scientists that should be good enough for him. But because the data doesn't match, his belief, he just simply rejected the data and said he's going to continue to believe that the model correctly predicts reality, even though the data that it doesn't is right in front of his face.
Yeah, that's him. He's going to do that.
Worship, vain imagination.
Vain imaginations, yeah.
I quoted Andrew Thomas Young to him earlier, and instead of addressing what Andrew Thomas Young said, he was like, Andrew Thomas Young believes in globes, therefore I believe in globes.
I asked him, about the evidence thing, and I said, so what is it that you have that's so much greater? And he said, well, I just think all my globe evidence really outweighs anything you guys say. And I was like, okay, well, I guess we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, but never provides one shred of evidence. No evidence at all. Every time, no evidence.
Yeah, I went to Matthew's channel when he made the... Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I'm lagging, so...
Yeah, you go. Talk, please.
So I went to his channel when he did the this is what most flat earthers say skit. And then I looked at some of his other stuff. And I have to say, he's the most puzzling person to me. It's like he's in a zone between having no emotion, showing no emotion, or just being so... I don't know. But then why does he return here if he does not believe if he cannot find anything to make him doubt?
Something's driving him it's got to be spiritual, because it's definitely not intellectual at this point. It really isn't. There's something else driving him to come here and keep going at it.
That's almost the oddest part. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if he needed to be told to repent and actually be called out?
Yeah. I don't know if
I don't want to make it about what I did, but maybe that's what he actually found to hear, because no one had ever called him out like that.
But I think it was also for the benefit of those listening. It wasn't just for him.
Yeah, how is he going to acknowledge something given the position that he is in? He's a teacher. He's in that place where he teaches. How is he going to acknowledge the truth and bear it? Is the question.
Yeah, it's very difficult for people in positions like that to let go, because someone's put their camera on. I think that's India, right? I guess. So what tends to happen, and for his one, it's like, well, he's just kind of floating on theories and nothingness, because ultimately the mathematics that he's clinging to, you can't bend reality with numbers. But I've seen people like that, and what ends up happening, is because they're connected with these things, because they were involved with the satellites, or because their dad worked for NASA, or because they were semi-associated with NASA, therefore they think they have something. And that's where it's like this stubborn, like prideful
materialism.
I'm involved.
Just like you said, materialism.
And it makes because you have that, so they have some level of they think of themselves a certain way, and then the heavy indoctrination. But this usually happens with people who have a high ability to a high cognitive ability, right? So it's a really strange kind of back and forth, and really internally, as much as he displays himself in the way he does, internally, there's no way he's at peace with himself. It's just not possible. There's no way it's possible. And I say that because I understand people like that, and his one is lower level, but
It's also really it's really hard for people to understand something when their salary depends on them not understanding it.
yeah, and then even if it's not the salary, right? It's the pride that, oh, what, I have to now acknowledge that my patents mean nothing. The satellites mean nothing. It was all a lie. I'll leave it there. Hopefully, what I just said wasn't completely veiled, but I didn't want to go into more detail.
This just news feed today. They've seen a black hole, and relativity is proven again. Einstein's right again, it said.
Man, that's ridiculous. You know what's funny, actually? Does anyone remember what year and what month the whole gravitational waves nonsense came out?
Yeah, I
wonder if
remember that.
anyone had.
I remember when it
Do you
came,
remember?
but I'd have to look it up, the date. I'm not sure what the date was.
Because I was already like all these guys are just nonsense. Because I was into my whole alternative research because of like Tesla technology and just realizing the mainstream narrative was just lacking. There was just no juice there. It was like, this is boring. So when that came out, I just had a knee-jerk reaction of pull the other one. This is just a story. So when someone asked me, I was like, yeah, I didn't even look into it. I just heard the title. I was like, gravitational waves, how, where, what? This is nonsense, rubbish, right? And I felt justified in my position of expressing that without looking into it, because what's there to look into? It's a myth. And the reason I asked when that happened is because I think it was not very soon after that, or around that time, that I had already started looking into this thing of the Earth. I think it was either like a few months prior, or like bang around the same time. So if anyone can remember that or figure out when that happened, I'd be curious.
I should know. I lived right across from where they have the machinery over here in Washington. I wish I could get a pass to go on the reservation where it's at. It's in a secured area, so you can't even access it. But my dad used to have clearance. I still have some military clearance, but I don't think I could even get out there still.
It's just stories, man. Big stupid stories. But there's a new guy, so I
Yeah,
guess
Saul.
that takes precedence. Huxal or however.
Huxal, yeah.
Elijah.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ariel. I unmuted Huxal, so
Sorry.
go ahead.
I'm looking at an article that says that Einstein predicted the existence of gravitational waves in 1916. The first proof of their existence didn't arrive until 1974. So it was quite a long while ago.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the more recent one because I think it happened in 2015, but I can't remember well enough because to me it wasn't important enough to make a note of.
Are you talking about the LIGO thing?
I honestly I don't know because like I said I didn't look up into it enough. I just remember one person that I knew asked me about it, and like I said I just dismissed it out of hand because it just sounded so stupid. I was like, what? And then it wasn't soon after.
I found the date.
2015.
It was September 15th, 2015. Or yeah, looks like it was the 15th.
Yeah, that must have been like a couple of months prior to me looking into it then.
Yeah, and it was in my state that it happened.
Perfect. Like my yeah, like I had already built my foundation well enough to just know that there was something wrong with that. Honestly, I think I don't not to make it about me. We can go back to whoever the new guy is, but I think the thing that kind of put me on this trajectory was not buying the lie about the speed of light. Now I understand it to a whole high degree now. Just initially, I was like, this is just nonsense. It just doesn't work. And then as I started digging into that was where like the separation from this mainstream stuff started, and I just kind of went on a big trajectory from there.
I mean, if you look at if you're on the internet and you look at any science pages, then constantly you get these, oh wow, great discovery. There's a nebula in sector 0356.4. It resembles a pink butterfly.
Yeah, rainbows and butterflies.
Yeah. And scientists predict
Your
that.
anus, his anus, everyone's anus. It's just one big practical joke. That was a bit crude, but you know what I mean.
I ask myself, who's putting this out for publication? I look at who the author is of the article, and the science section of like for instance the Daily Mail Online, right? If you go there and you see the whole science section, there's a lot going on, like new wow things that are going on out there in space. So there's somebody's feeding that narrative constantly.
According to who, right?
Well, exactly.
Can I interview the reporter who witnessed this, please? I'd love to talk to the man.
Yeah,
All you get is a. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the source is always some professor with a PhD and all these letters behind their names from Caltech University, that blah 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 department, and it's all bull. But it's an industry.
It's a story.
Do you know the British government, because I was looking at tenders that they were putting out, and they've actually put out, I must find it so that I can provide proof, but they've actually put out a tender to put money aside for a project to provide graphics. I don't know if they actually use the word graphics, but the implication is that they need to set up a department to do graphics for their space program thing. I'm going to look for that now.
It does not surprise me in the slightest. The propaganda arm has always been strong over here.
It was under £1 million, but that tender is still out there for somebody to make an offer or whatever. But it's current. It's still open. I've got a few Photoshop skills.
Imagine it, right? A flat Earth group just takes a tender and just trolls the crap out of them.
Another article, my city is the highest inflation and rent increases of the entire US. And my rent went up by $200 a month starting next month. Luckily, I'm moving to Arkansas next week. A lot cheaper, but they're about to slam us with inflation. It's looking bad.
Oh yeah, that one's getting peak. Put your faith first in the Most High, but if you can, do some due diligence because it's only gonna get more challenging. In my opinion.
I agree with you.
I'm not promoting fear. I'm just promoting, good stewardship.
Yeah, we're supposed to be good stewards, so you've got to do the best you can. The big important part is to be right with the Creator, but then also have some people around you that are good. So that's where I'm headed.
So,
right.
I was thinking, right? So if this now they can, we cannot only look behind hills and curvature. Now we can even look behind something that would eat everything, right? Is that what they're doing? Well, if you can look behind the black hole, of course you can look over the curve of the Earth.
I didn't even think about that when I posted it because it just popped up in my news feed and I thought, wow, here we go again with the stupid black holes.
But light
We're,
from behind a black hole. I mean,
we're watching the spinning globe become retarded again.
it's amazing, right? That we can see behind
Roger.
hills. We could, yeah.
One of
We
the
have
funniest,
Mr.
one
Sorry
one
to
of the funniest.
interrupt.
I'm just gonna say one real quick thing. It's one of the funniest parts about the Big Bang theory is that it doesn't have any black holes in it. That's a whole other theory that conflicts with the Big Bang. So they're mixing and matching.
Yeah, they can't get their story straight. What does it say? Well, you know what scripture says about the house set against itself cannot stand. But there's Mr. Squirrel is what I was saying, Roger. Mr. Squirrel is obviously verified if you want to engage with him.
Yeah, we talked to him yesterday, I guess. It was Mr. Squirrel, right?
Yeah, I've not spoken with him. I just thought I'd let you know because that's the main object, right?
I think we talked to him yesterday. It was quite
Yeah,
honest.
they had to add the black holes because the original heliocentric model was kind of racist, so they had to be inclusive. They added the black
Black
holes.
holes matter.
Oh,
That's good.
Got it.
But these guys just, I mean, if you look at what they modeled, the X-ray light bending, they modeled this and they modeled that, and then assumed this and that. Amazing stuff.
That would good t-shirt though. You can see the curve behind a black hole.
Supermassive black hole.
You know, so is it the witching hour at the head of the hour? Or is that later?
Yeah, 2 o'clock Central.
Yeah, I just like to refer to what you call happy hour as the witching hour. You gotta pull out the cauldron, and the mayhem will begin.
So why didn't they invent electric cars with already built-in solar panels so you don't have to plug in?
Oh, because that would be a good idea, maybe.
We
The thing is,
destroyed
right,
that
you know-
technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
yeah. Cars,
You know,
cars can be stopped if the roads become undrivable. But most of the time bicycles can continue on through.
yeah, so that's the whole thing, right? They've set up this kind of handicapped perspective and what would be the other word?
Oh,
Practicality.
to be all-terrain.
So they've handicapped the perspective and the practical approach to technology, by definition and on purpose, because when you actually look back and you study the history of automobiles and all this type of stuff, there was never a need nor a purpose to ever do anything combustible, because they were
Yes.
rocking with electric cars from the get-go.
Yep.
Tesla had system that were Tesla and other people had systems connected to the radiant energy that you get from the sun that would only drop by like 15% or something like that when the sun went down. That could run an engine or could run a car with a little box, and it was perfect. Basically, what else do you want? Clean, quiet, efficient, all the rest, right? So it was
Yeah.
an act, the same way they've done with what we're dealing with now, right? It was active propaganda to put people into a position of, oh, I'm retarded. Because
Peak
I mean, look what
oil.
they've done with
Peak
the
oil.
look what they've done with the medical system, right? They actively went, let's demonize that which is healthy, and then boom, everyone's now in this never-ending snake
Yeah.
eating its own tail system that just perpetuates death and destruction, right? Same with
Yeah.
the technology,
Think
same with
Same
the
about
thing.
monetary
that.
system, same
Yeah.
with the
Think about
educational
they
system,
they had electric
same
cars.
with the religious
Yeah,
system.
sorry.
Sorry, Sonny, that's kind of
That's
rude
okay.
of me, but I just
It's-
wanted to make the point, right? So it's the same thing time and time again. They get you into this thing, and the only way you're gonna get anywhere is if you acknowledge it for what it is and reject it wholeheartedly, and just headlong for truth. But go ahead, Sonny, you were making.
Yeah, I only wanted to mention that there were electric train companies all over. Almost every single major country had them. They were all over around this area. They were all over the place. Electric trains everywhere. And they scrapped the whole entire thing in favor of diesel buses because of Goodyear tire, Firestone, I think, and GMC. What a
Wow.
ball, man! And now they're rebuilding them all back again. Wow.
Yeah, my city had them too, and they've been fighting for 30 years to return them back to having electric train trolleys through the city. And we had them early in the city. And it's just nuts because the tracks are still there under the road, and you can find them. But it's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. And just so that there's some clarity in why I went the direction I went with my speech, is that you were talking about solar panels, and I was kind of like, well, yes, but no, with the point you were making, because the solar panels, that's what I meant by like the handicap, right? As that's kind of the impetus, because the solar panels, the way they work now, is actually retarded. Not as
Yeah,
an
I've heard
insult,
that.
but in terms of the definition of retardation, right? Going backwards, because the sun is more than just, oh, you can get this thing to excite this thing, and you can get maybe 50% efficiency if you're lucky, right? The sun is way better than that. Look what it does to plants. Look what it does to us. It
that's probably
activates
true.
vitamin
Yeah,
D in us.
Yeah.
There's serious life and power in that.
The only
So
reason
when you consider that, like what that can do in just in nature and in ourselves, and then you compare that to solar panels, you're like, well, we're missing a trick. We're only getting this level of efficiency because you can actually use the sun, or you can use that I guess that core essential of creation, radiant energy, whatever you want to call it, to power everything and its mothers, uncles, cousins, families.
Yeah, maybe there's
trucks,
already
right?
a potential there between between what's in the ether above us and what's on the
Right.
ground. Like that
Yeah.
that potential, that's measurable. So there must be a way to harness that because I believe it's actually always here. And it's been
Yeah, there
shown
always
to
has
be
been.
true. Yeah, it's been
Me
shown to be
too.
true.
They're constantly finding new ways to utilize solar, for instance. They're using mirrors to heat up salt, and then storing the heat in the salt allows them to generate a lot of energy.
Yeah, so
I know.
like in my instance, what I was talking about is traveling with a bicycle with a trailer with everything on the trailer that I could possibly need. All my survival gear, my pack, my whole everything. Bag, sleeping bag, tent, food, supplies, like everything. The whole entire thing. And so traveling like that is going to be about being outside a lot. And so there's no other convenient way to be somewhere where you're off grid. You're not going to be able to plug in to charge your battery. So, there's got to be a way
Needs
to
to be
replace.
solar.
And a small solar panel, like even one that folds out on a bicycle, is ideal because you get to your campsite afternoon, you still got plenty of sun, you charge for 4 hours, boom, done for the next day, right?
Well, I'd like to be charging while I'm riding, put it out
Yeah,
over the back of a pannier or something, or your trailer, and so that it's actually charging constantly
that
for
would be
you.
ideal, but you can't do it on most bikes like mine. I cannot charge while I'm using it. So I'd have to have a separate battery, but that's solvable. That's solvable.
I would encourage that because use what you have at hand. But I
Yeah.
really like to stress the fact that is that is a handicap system that we've inherited. It's not.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not
And
good.
then
It's not
they
good
tell
enough.
us that they tell us the ISS and all these satellites are using this power source and blah blah blah.
But check it out,
Yeah.
my bike is so badass that I couldn't give one shit about that. As long as I can get a
Okay.
charge, I don't care, bro.
What did you
I'll be able to
buy?
ride off.
I've got to ask. What brand did you buy of your bike?
The package I got is the front wheel with the motor. It's a 1200 watt, 48 volt,
Nice.
1200 watt motor in the front.
Drag you right along.
Oh my God. It'll literally, like, it could peel out.
If you have the patience, I posted something that'll kind of give you a detailed perspective of where I'm coming from, technology-wise.
So I wanted to answer her question because I didn't answer her question. So it's the package I got is by eBikeling. They're a company in Chicago, and it's very well built. And I assembled it myself, the entire package, with the controls and everything, and it worked the first time.
That's so cool, man. I'm looking at buying into one because where I'm going to be in the mountains a lot up in the Ozarks and on a piece of property that's 1,400 acres, sharing it with other people. And I'm excited because it's all dirt road and we'll be running cattle and things, but I need something to get around quick and that's efficient and doesn't have a gas station to deal with.
Yeah, because there will be wet soil there, so you're gonna need fatter tires, right? You'll need fat tires for that kind of environment. You'll need a pretty powerful dirt bike with fat tires, so you can like four-wheel off if you have to with that. They make them. You can actually do that. You could do that if you got a bike. You could buy a package for it. So it's a lot cheaper than buying a fully assembled e-bike. Like the e-bikes that they sell down the street from me are like $1,400. I paid half that much, and mine is like 3 times better than what they have as far as like the power, the efficiency. The motor itself is phenomenal. It's literally
the kits are really good for putting on a basic, bike, a decent frame and decent set of wheels and gears, and you got a nice bike.
Yeah.
How much was the whole system plus the bike, Sonny? Well, let's just say a normal, like a
300 for the motor,
300,
350 for the motor and controller, and 350 for the battery and mount.
How long did it take you to assemble?
Like a couple days to put it all together. Yeah,
that's not bad.
The hardest part was strapping. The hardest part was strapping.
Would you be up for doing live streams?
Well,
up in another room, and you could do some on the go, flat smacking, drive-by flat smacking.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start filming that like I did when I first started. I was pretty bold, but I don't know. Yeah. I plan
on doing some.
I do it anyway on my bike because I can get away and I don't care what they say about me. Like, fuck all that. Like, I really couldn't care less. So.
Could you post the name of the company so I can make sure I spell it right and I'll look it up?
Yes, actually, I could put a link. Hold on, I'll get that.
Even better. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, because they actually have very good kits. I would highly recommend them. My bike, since last December, I put 916 miles on my bike since December. That's less than a year. 900 miles. I've ridden this bike. It'll still go another several thousand. Like, I've done all the work myself. I repacked the bearings. Like, the front don't need any repacking. Like, I fixed the brakes. I did the whole thing. I mounted the whole thing, all the controls strapped in, all the cables, so they're streamlined to the bicycle, and it is just killer.
That is killer. But I used to race bicycles when I was in my 20s, road bike criteriums and such, and I used to do all my own repair work and building my bikes up, so it wouldn't be a problem for me at all to put one together. I can go from the ground.
Listen, that's what I used to do in my teens and early 20s. I rode my bicycle hundreds of miles in LA County.
You too? Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
I did it all the time.
Like one time I rode 50 miles in the afternoon, 50 miles all the way to the Los Angeles and Orange County at Seal Beach, and sat and had a little picnic for like 30 minutes and rode all the way back 50 miles each way to the county line,
That's
100-mile
awesome.
ride.
Yeah, I used to
But
race 100-mile races, and then I would ride to work, which was 18 miles one way, back and forth. It was awesome. I loved it.
we used to ride 100 miles in the middle of the night up Topanga Canyon, back into the valley, and up to Malibu Canyon, then all the way back to the beach and back down to Marina Del Rey in one night.
How do bicycles work on the globe?
Yeah, they
Well,
don't.
we can,
That's a good question. Anyway,
guys,
I'll
can,
put the link. Sorry.
yeah, we can ask Sin. He's new, and
Oh, good.
we
Got
can
somebody
ask
here.
him.
The hair.
Yeah, he deafened himself. Well, that's awesome stuff. Bro, he was in the lobby talking shit.
Well, that's too bad.
I said I will unmute you in a second. Here we are, deafened. Let me.
Yeah, we got full house, but
Sorry, everybody
where's
came
all the
back down
action?
here. So here you go. E-Bikeling Chicago. They have great. Actually, I think they have really good prices, like their kits and things like that, and accessories, like everything. Like, granted, the unit. If you're gonna get a good unit, it's gonna be expensive. Like, I had no idea the batteries cost that much money. I'm like, holy mackerel, you know?
Imagine what it is for a car. They're going to have to replace
It's like
them every
crazy.
few years. Yeah, it's insane what they're going to make them do, and the mining that has to go on, and the poor people that have to do the mining for the product that makes that. So yeah, pretty sick. That's the only problem I have with the whole stuff, is that it's still not good what it
Yeah,
does to the people that have to
yeah,
produce
that's
it.
true. And not good for the environment. Not that
it
I,
would
you
it would
know,
be nice
believe.
to be able to develop a basic system that practically anyone could put into practice using the higher level technology. None of this weak ass nonsense. But it's difficult because, well, I mean, just watch that video I posted. We're not dealing with 2+2 over here. But if we could get that understanding across, then I think it could benefit people to a high
Yeah,
degree. At least people
how
that
could I
think like
capture?
us and
Look, I'm
certain
wondering, like,
perspectives.
here's where I'm coming from. How could you make a bicycle that it captures that medium that I'm traveling through? Because it's actually quite a force when you're going through in the wind and then grounded to where the ground somehow. Like, this is an
Well,
idea I've had. I have no
what I would,
idea. Sorry.
based on my understanding, Sonny, right? With your system, all you would need is a conversion. So instead of using that battery that you have to keep charging up, right? You would have like a converter that would just tap into the realness, right? And then you're kind of set, right? But
That's going to take a
that's the problem, right? It can be
separate
done, but it
apparatus.
requires understanding, requires
Yeah,
resources, and it
yeah.
requires implementation.
That's true.
But I don't
Like,
know. Maybe we can get some kind of regular, practical discussions going along these topics and see what we can like
see,
actually get done.
here's the real bottom line with something like that. You need a shop that you can test things and work on things, instrumentation. You need to be able to test things. You have to have a shop. So, unfortunately, in this changed world we live in, where it changed into a service, mostly service industries and not actually manufacturing or things like that, right? Property got more and more expensive, and they converted it into bedroom communities, right? So there's nothing being manufactured. Nobody has space to manufacture or test things or use their own equipment, manufacture. Like, yeah, that's what was lost. That was totally what was lost. So nobody knows how to work on their own stuff. It's really sad.
But
So there used to
I
be
think
this. There
even
used.
some like
Yeah, I'm sorry.
some
Go ahead.
alternatives can be achieved. You can definitely like improve the efficiency of like even a system like yours, right?
Yeah, so
It
so
it
it'd
can
be
be done.
easy
It's not
just
too. It's
to
just
open
go
up a
ahead.
solar panel and just convert it from 12 volts to double it to 24 volts and then double it again and plus a little more because they make these things you can just they're fairly cheap too. So they have these devices. So it's
Well,
just a
actually,
matter of like,
considering the fact that yours is a bike, right? You could actually kind of do like a combination. So you could have. I wouldn't do solar panel because I have a heavy bias against it because I think it's literally retarded, right? But
yeah,
that's me. But you could do something like that, or maybe some kind of radiant harnessing thing. But you could
well
also
also
combine it.
but also
But
there's
just bear
this.
with me. One second. One second.
Okay,
One second.
okay, okay.
Just so that you know what I'm talking about. So you could combine that. So you have like a trickle charge, right? But then the fact that you're pedaling that thing all the time, right? So you're using that equipment. So you could convert that motion that you're inputting into charging that battery. So you get an efficient
Exactly.
circuit alongside with the natural energy that you can use to kind of trickle charge, and you could multiply that, and then basically it's similar to the way the car engine works. That battery in the car, until the battery is just dead because it's lived too long or whatever, that battery will always be charged because the car's always ticking. So it's the same kind of principle. Because you're always pedaling, because you're always doing
Yeah,
that
so
thing, you
so
would
check
keep
it
that
out.
battery going. So the only
Mhm.
way it would run out is if you didn't pedal and you were just using the battery until it deaded out in the night time or something.
Yeah, I think
So
it's
that
ideal still.
wouldn't be too difficult to implement, right? A flywheel or something.
No, they have them. They're little generators. I could put three or four of them on. I could put them on everywhere. I could put one on the wheel for the trailer. I could put one on both tires. I could have little generators, but it'd be ideal to have a second battery to do that because then while I'm riding, my second battery is already being charged with just
Yeah, so you're
pedaling.
never out. You're never out of
Yeah.
power. That'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
You
so
put
so
Hey,
see if I could
their
make
most
that
expensive.
efficient enough, if I could make that efficient enough, then that would be sufficient. I wouldn't have to care. That would be the lightest method to do it, you know?
Yeah, well, their
Oh.
most expensive rear wheel for a or a front wheel. I'm not sure. I have to look again. I think it might be a front. Is $500.
See?
Expensive one.
See?
That's
Hey
cheap,
guys.
and that's a
Yeah.
1,500. That's a 1,500 watt.
Yeah, that's bigger
Yeah.
than mine. That's the largest size.
So we have a few new people again.
Oh.
Trippy Shahab. Trippy Shahab. I've unmuted you. If any, welcome.
I'm a flat
Um,
earther.
you're a flat earther.
Yes,
Okay, man. How long have you been on the server?
like 1 year.
Sorry.
1 year.
1 year. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And how did you come to the realization that the Earth is flat, non-rotating?
I'm Muslim, so according to the Quran, yep.
Okay. Yeah, we have Quran chat rooms and so. Okay, well, again, welcome. I'm still here.
You.
Okay. Yeah, we have Cave Spider. Um, Cave Spider, are you there? You have control of your mic? Mm, okay. Everybody's so silent. We have What is Spiritual? Welcome, I've unmuted you. Mic check.
Yeah, you're good, Roger.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
everything's
yeah.
fine.
Okay.
I hear you
What is
fine.
spiritual? What is? How are you doing? I have unmuted you. You want to ask questions or defend the globe Earth? Would be nice. Seeing some evidence or some measurements of curvature. Okay, I'm gonna mute what is spiritual again. If you want to roll, you can always jump into VC check-in. Let me see. Mangos just joined. Mangos, are you there? I've unmuted you. You have control of your mic. Mangos. He jumped out. Well, let us try what is spiritual again. What is spiritual? Hello? Sorry, guys. Nobody wants to defend their globe today.
Wow, it's a bit hard to defend something that doesn't exist.
Right. Oh, Sin. Sin, you are unmuted. How are you doing, Sin?
I'm good.
Cool. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, thank you.
How did you find us?
Well, no one's managed to prove to me that the Earth is flat, so.
Sorry?
No one's managed to prove to me that the Earth is flat.
And that wasn't what I asked. I asked you, how did you find us?
Oh, I was in here before. And I
You
left.
was in here before. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so you looked into the topic, have you?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. What have you taken out of it? What have you learned?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, if you have looked into it, you probably would notice that flat earthers say that you can see too far, right? That Earth isn't a ball because it doesn't measure as such. It measures flat always. So it cannot be a ball. So let me ask you, Sin, have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda, yeah, maybe. Right.
On the plane, I saw the Earth's curvature.
Right. Well, there we have got a problem because Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's just like a week ago. He said it for the second time now. You wouldn't see curvature even from Basil's flight, right? From
Oh, yeah.
parabolic flight, you wouldn't see curvature. So I don't know what you saw, but that wasn't curvature. But
Are you sure? I mean, that was pretty curved
yeah,
to me.
I'm sure. Could be,
Just
and
look it up. There's
could
so
be
many
your
images.
could be your confirmation bias, right? You're looking out and thinking it is curvature, but um, so you want to say that Neil deGrasse Tyson is lying, right?
Who's
The
that?
model even, oh, he's a famous astrophysicist, and even the model says that you wouldn't see curvature.
Well, I'm not saying he's
But
lying. I'm just saying, like, my eyes
oh,
saw,
okay. So
like, it was curved.
when
There's a
when you
slight
and I
curvature
when
on the
you and
horizon.
I sit in this plane, right, and then
Yep.
we both look at the window. You tell me, well, look, there's curvature, and I'm like, nah, man, it's all flat. What do you mean? Then how would we know, right? How would we then um, determine who's right? Wouldn't that be measuring the surface of the Earth, right? Then we both can look at the measurements and say, well, yeah, man, you're right, or darn, it's flat. So, and that has been done multiple times. Earth measures flat. You said I experienced the Earth as a globe, kinda, maybe. Well, no, everybody experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? You never see curvature, and you don't see the Earth moving. You don't feel it. The Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating to everyone, right? I mean, maybe if you're drunk.
No,
Earth will
I'm
be
not
spinning.
drunk. I'm 16.
No, the
I'm
only
just
time the
saying.
Earth
I
is
saw with
moving.
my own eyes.
Okay,
It was
well,
curved.
again, that could be confirmation
Millions
bias
and
because
millions
you
of
want.
people can say back me
No,
up as
that's
well.
not true. No,
No.
no, because there are here in this room will are people that flown many times and will tell you they haven't seen a curve. I haven't seen a curve, so it's all fine, right? The only thing that was my analogy, right? Or the only way we can know for certain is to measure it.
Yeah, but
And that has
that's
been done, right? They've shot lasers over 41 kilometers, 24 miles would that be, over a large lake, and it hit the other side. Multiple laser tests, 19 miles, 24 miles, all measuring a flat lake, right? All these lakes are flat.
Yeah. Are you following the live stream voice text chat? Because I just posted a picture and a video that both you should look at, both of those.
where?
There's a channel right above this live stream
Yeah.
too. And if you go and click on it, you'll see a text chat. And at the bottom of the text chat, I posted a video and a picture for you to look at.
Are you in the correct race? Oh. Oh yeah. That is Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know the Felix Baumgarten jump with the balloon? The guy that went to the edge of space.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So he's talking about a height that much higher than any airplane that you ever been on, and the picture's from an airplane sitting on the runway. You see how
Wait,
the
can you
straight
post
lines
it?
are.
I can't find it.
Okay. You can't see it.
Yeah, wait a second. Maybe he needs. I'm gonna give
He
him
might
VC
need
verified.
verification.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna give you another role. Okay. You should be. I've pinged you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, look at the picture from the airplane. The straight lines are curved at the bottom of the window, but the white line above is not curved. So there's distortion due to the window. So if you were looking from low down because you were a child looking out at the horizon, it could have appeared curved just because of the distortion in the glass.
Mm.
Yeah, and what didn't happen, right, is that the horizon dropped. If you're on a ball, the horizon should get lower and lower and lower and lower, and that never happens.
How do I know that's not edited? Like,
Well, that would be geometry, right? It would be the Earth itself as a ball, and they gave us the radius. They told us, well, it's big. 3959, right? 3959 miles. And with those measurements they gave us, the numbers they gave us, there are no measurements, but they gave us the numbers, we can calculate the curvature drop over distance. And over 10 miles, that would be 66 feet. Which never happens. Never, right? We have observations 10 miles, 20 miles, 30, 40, 50, 274 miles. People have seen for 1,000 miles with infrared cameras. So it's not that we believe in flat Earth, right? When you measure something, you know the size of your table. It's this big. When you measure the surface of the Earth, you know that it is not curving, right? That is the claim. It is curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So you're from the UK, right?
Yeah.
So people see Calais from Dover. That's impossible on a ball.
Okay.
23 miles. I mean, the most beautiful part of it all is, right, that you can do this yourself. You can validate what we are saying, right? I mean, a NASA picture, they gave it to you on your screen, and then look, this is what we made for you, literally, right? Because they just admit it's all compositive images, Photoshop, artist renditions, data, and then transformed into a picture. So they just admit it, right? And then the stuff we say you can do for yourself. You can go to a beach and validate that there is no curvature of Earth. You can go to Dover and see Calais.
So, Sin, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you looked out the window of the aeroplane and you thought to yourself, wow, did you think, oh, wow, it's so big? Or did you think, oh, wow, it's so small?
Small.
Really?
It was a slight curvature.
So was your impression that it was really huge or that it was really small? Smaller than you thought it was, for instance.
Yeah. Smaller.
So this is the issue here, because people are ingrained with the idea that we do live on ball. You know, people will literally, when they're small, imagine that they are living on a ball. It is a confirmation bias. So we have to when we want to confirm anything, we have to get out there and do the measurements. So we have just told you about measurements that have been done with lasers across a lake, and we can show you other evidence where we just don't find this curve. And we have the size, so we can accurately measure for it. But when we attempt to do that, we fail. So here we are. What do you say to that?
I don't know.
Do you have a bike or a moped?
Yeah.
So if it breaks, what do you do?
Repair it.
Yeah, you try and find out what's wrong.
Yeah.
So for us, the problem is we can't discern this curve. So we go out and we try to find it. And we can measure across long distances using, for instance, a laser apparatus. We can use cameras that can show us things over long distances from our observation point. So this is why we are here having this discussion, because we maintain that the evidence for the ball is missing. So what we want you to do is to take part in this exploration, in this exercise. And if you can, come up with some evidence to show us that we do in fact live on a ball, that would be absolutely great. So the first argument is we cannot discern this curve. And there's a second big problem. We are told that we are living on a ball that is spinning in multiple directions at various velocities. And this also is a problem for us because there is no way for us to test this. And we do not experience it. Have you ever gone down to the chip here and thought, wow, the Earth is spinning really fast today?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre that you have to believe that when you're looking at a sunset, you're falling backwards. Whilst you see the sun moving, right? But you're actually falling backwards.
And the sun's sitting still.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Sin, would you say that you have very little awareness, or you have never really thought much about the two things that have been raised with you now? That we cannot measure for the curve, we just come up short every time, everywhere. If we go and measure, we find that we can measure flat surfaces, but as for that curve, that remains elusive. And the other problem, the thing that you should be able to be aware of, is that we are living on a ball that is spinning really, really fast.
Can you check this link? That's.
Hey, did you know we saw mountains from 273 miles away? 273 miles away. Based on the globe Earth, there should have been 3 miles of Earth curvature. How we see the mountains.
Where are you at? What's it?
We're in Minneapolis, driving to do some activism in the truck.
Nice. We drove through there a couple days ago.
Oh, dang, we just missed you, bro.
Mic check, mic check.
Mike, are you okay?
Mic check. Oh, it works now. I think. Hello?
Hey.
Yo.
What up, homie?
Yeah, Elijah. Yeah, you're there.
I was just gonna ask the guy because
Sin.
Ariel asked if he'd ever considered any of the things that was brought up to him today. I'm curious of that for anyone who's new to this topic while not being new to the topic, because for whatever reason these people run into the debunkers before they actually run into the people posing these questions. My question is, have you ever, and I guess I'm assuming that you've known about this topic, because I mean, with the censorship on YouTube, it's been pretty loud, right? Everybody knows about flat earthers by now. So my question is, have you heard of any anti-flat earthers actually talking about the geometry and how it's actually verified to have been a globe? Have you ever heard them talk about anything that we've actually raised? Or Eric, whoever you were talking to.
Sin, right? You were talking to Sin?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I haven't really I'm not deep into this topic, so.
Well, I think what he's
So
asking is,
you're
don't you
saying
find it weird?
So you've never watched like a flat Earth YouTube video, like in general?
No.
So is this your first time? Like, how did you find out about flat Earth then?
No. What do you mean?
How did you find? Because I'm asking you. I mean, since you've never been spoken about any of the things that you've heard here, then you've been elsewhere. So if this isn't your first exposure to flat Earth, I'm asking you when that was. Am I speaking clearly, or am I doing that thing again where I'm?
No, yeah, it's
You're good.
clear as
Some
day.
people are just hard of hearing. That's all.
Hey,
When was
Sin,
the
why did
first
I
time?
see
Yeah.
mountains from 273 miles away if based on the globe Earth math, there should have been 3 miles of vertical Earth curvature blocking the mountains?
I don't know.
So that's impossible on a ball, right? If there's supposed to be 3 miles of Earth curvature, like a pregnant lady can't see her feet because her physical curve of her stomach is blocking her view. The Earth has to do that. So we could see the mountains from 273 miles away. So why doesn't your little website talk about that? Don't you find it odd? I think Eli is saying, don't you find it odd that you've researched it, but the debunks don't actually address what our real argument is? Can I see through the Earth curve?
He's jumped.
Oh, man. I thought I was being nice.
Well, hopefully that last thing that you said, and using a pregnant woman who can't see her feet, that's quite cool.
Yeah, shouts out to Kai for that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder who came up with that.
So maybe that will stick in his head. Silly boy.
Yeah, I was in the lobby talking shit, and then probably thought we were stupid, right? Batshit crazy people. Boy, was he wrong. Yeah, we also have Refshi. Refshi. Is he verified and in the neutral zone? I wonder why. Refshi?
Yo.
Yo. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Cool.
What you doing?
So,
Hey, do you know why we saw mountains from 273 miles away if the globe Earth says it should have been blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature?
I think he's neutral about it.
I mean, don't feel alone. I've gone around the United States and asked that question everywhere. No one seems to want to answer it.
Where's the cricket sound effects?
Creation beer.
Can nobody
I saw
talk
that.
today? Like, I feel like none of these dudes can talk.
I mean, how active was he earlier? Maybe, I mean, because this is the kind of response that I would actually expect, like someone to be so shell shocked. They're like, "Why the fuck is this making so much sense?"
Mm-hmm.
Paralyzed from the nose to the chin. You know, like.
Yeah, that's how they are in real life too. I bet they get real talkative though when it's ladies. They think that, and then the ladies just beat them down. You know, it's so funny.
People were actually like chill yesterday when I was telling them about the Earth. Like nobody got like really triggered, but I wasn't really trying to trigger.
Or in the stream or on the streets? Were you doing the street thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I was mostly asking people about the moon, if they think we went to the moon, and then based on that answer, I kind of like if they thought we went to the moon, I just told them, "Oh, look into it." Like I just left it there. They're not ready for flat Earth. But some people, I did tell them the Earth is flat. But they weren't aggressive, which was so funny because you're so used to people in here being so aggressive. But in real life, like people were actually like genuinely cool.
Yeah, they can't hide behind a persona.
Yeah. Behind a potato emoji picture.
Yeah. So with it, I saw the guy in St. Louis. That was so fun. I laughed so hard, man. He couldn't even say thermodynamics. It's so funny.
Yo, his face muscles were twitching, bro. Like
Oh.
it was so funny. Like his face muscles, bro. I actually kind of felt bad for him. He's like, "No, I'm just not gonna let you do your stream. That's the only reason I'm here."
Thermodynamics. Thermodynamics.
You can't even get on Twitch.
Have you
And
guys
you
already
said-
talked to what is spiritual?
Yeah, we tried.
They wouldn't speak, I think. Is
Yeah.
what
One more thing. I also laughed when you asked him. You know the radius? No, you don't know the radius.
Yeah, that's the new thing. Just because they don't know, you also can't know. That's the new thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he said no to you, and then he found out real fast that he should not be asking this question.
Oh my God! Not.
That's what the solipsist did last night too. Remember that guy, Sonny? Sonny,
Wait a minute. Which one?
remember last night the crackhead that left and came back and was the solipsist, and he wanted to talk about Descartes' demon.
Oh my God, that was
You
so
can't know. You
weird.
don't know either. You don't know either. You don't know.
Whoa. Yeah, what a
Ladies'
mind
night.
ringer that was.
The
I was like,
witching
whoa.
hour has begun, gentlemen.
Ladies.
Sit back, relax, pull out the
Oh,
beers.
that's right.
I see some chickadees in the chat. Should do roll call. I see if I miss anyone, please let me know. I see Damsel Medic in the building. Hello, Damsel. I see KJ. Hello, KJ. Okay, cool. Hey. Shines.
Yo. Hi.
And Ariel, of course.
Hello.
Hey guys,
Am
I'm
I
getting a
missing
sandwich.
any? Ooh. Am I missing any other ladies? Cool. Should we start with a song? Does anyone have a song they want to play? We could play Drace and Karma's song. That's a new one. I love that one. Does anyone have that?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh, the one that you and Karma just did, Drace. Do you have yes, can you play it through the bot? I don't know how to
Is there any round earthers in here?
Flat earthers. We regulate any fallacy on this Discord. And we damn good too.
That's right.
But you can't be any geek off the street. You gotta be handy with the facts, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Flat earthers. Mount up. It was a full live stream. Global broken dream. Grace was in the chat. Dropping all the facts so you can see the truth. So you can get some funk, just rolling with the globes, chilling with my bros. Just hit the globe with a 1, 2, 3 on a mission to sense wigs. Are you ready for me? Lobby full of globers, just trying to clown. Don't dare come to the stream and face the sound. So I joined the voice and I said, let's do this. Some brothers using the 3 points on someone clueless. I jumped in the combo and said, what's up? They tell me about his fallacies and now he's stuck. Now these globers peeping me, I'ma protect and serve. Now they're dropping so hard, they straight hit the curve. Won't you think of better things than some lame-ass tricks? Going full retard is not something we fix. I'm getting tired, I'm wasting my time. I can't believe they're not getting paid a dime. I addressed that point, you're repeating back. I looked at the brother, said, damn, that's whack. Got my homie worn out, and they all around. And none of them making any sense, they're going round and round. I better come up real quick, they already start to clown. I best pull up my facts and lay them busters down. They got verbal diarrhea, am I the only one? I can't believe you, but I forgive, you're done. The whole is the one, that's my own dharma. I hear the ping, and I see my homie Karma. 16 fallacies, your argument old. Lady Karma's about to make some bodies turn cold. Now they're dropping and yelling, it's a tad bit late. Karma and LWH had to regulate.
Oh, hell no, you ain't put us back into the weeds. You know a real man by his deeds. Sit down, drop the magic crown. Or be a clown in the lockdown with the nose bound. Just go back to the playground, let him melt it down.
I laid all them busters down, I let the mind explode. Now I'm switching my mind back into peace mode. If you want the truth, sit back and observe. There's extra material at the bottom of the server. Now Bong got the beats and that's a known fact. Before I got jacked, I was on the freak track. Back up, cause it's on Lady Karma and me, Drace the OG.
Just like I thought, that we're in the same spot in need of some desperate help. The lobby never disappoints. A fool we can pull into VC check-in.
One of them guys was cool as hell. He said, ooh, we like your style. He said, I wanna know where I have to go. Would you help me out? We got the rules all squared out. You don't sound like a troll or a rat. Get in the live stream text chat.
If feeling scared, just come on ladies' night. Come in the live stream and show us your mind. Should be so easy if you are so right. Or we can just talk, you don't have to fight. We just want to show you the light that's so bright.
I'm flowing into a whole new era. G-Funk, step to this. I dare ya, funk on a whole new level.
Flat earth is the bass and the bass is the flat earth.
Trace, chords, strings, we brings melody, real facts. Where truth is life and life is truth.
If you know like I know, you don't wanna step to this. It's a flat earth era, funked out with a gangster twist. If you read like I read, then you learn something every day. And if your ass is a buster, FE will regulate.
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Special thanks to Bong Sao for this awesome beat. And thanks to you, the listener. Until next time.
So good. I can imagine like Drace and Karma like wearing like black trench coats and like thin black shades and just jamming out.
Somebody's roboting. Am I good on my mic? Mic check.
Sounds good to me.
All right. That's a good piece of funky music. I like that one.
Yes.
Good way to start.
Oh, Karma's here. Hello, girl.
Hey.
We love your song.
Very good song.
We plan on making it a little bit better though, because I think Bong was going to help make it even better, and we were going to do some retakes.
I can't wait to hear it. It's already amazing, so it's just gonna take it over the top.
Thank you.
Oh, we also have Lulu, aka Dark Gravity, in the building, but she's deafened. But she's here. That's fun. Do we have anyone? Let's see. I see Mr. Squirrel is here.
Truth Prevails is trying to round up people in the YouTube live stream chat. I
Oh,
don't know if
awesome.
she's going to have much success, but she's sure trying. Good job, Truth.
Mr.
Right,
Squirrel.
wrangle is over. I'm probably voting my button.
Okay, let's see. SYN. Sin.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo,
What's poppin'?
nothing much. I'm just listening.
What brings you here to our server?
Dunno.
You don't know?
I just want to get convinced how the Earth is flat.
Well, can we ask you some questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Does any ladies want to ask Sin some questions?
Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of lunch real quick, but after.
Okay. Well, I will ask you some questions then. What makes you what do you think the shape of the earth is? Let's start with that.
Round, obviously.
Okay, and what is obvious to you? Like ignore NASA, ignore all that stuff. In your day-to-day life, how is it obvious to you that you live on a sphere?
I mean, I don't know, but everyone says it is.
Okay, so if we
Like
take out
Elon
the
Musk,
NASA,
Jeff Bezos.
no, I know. If we take out the authority figures, and we take out the authority just in general, it isn't actually obvious to us that we live on a sphere because we don't observe it in our day-to-day life. You don't observe curvature. You don't observe spin. And they tell us that we're spinning fast. The Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, and then the Earth is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. And then the sun is also moving through the universe at like 1,000,000 miles per hour. So we don't experience these multiple vectors of spin. And another thing is we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and you can measure that with a barometer. And they tell us that this gas pressure is uncontained, just the open atmosphere, and it's next to the vacuum of space. And the vacuum of space being this, it's not a medium. Vacuum of space is technically not a medium, so a realm that you can go to where there's like floating gas balls. Rockets can go to this place. There's, potential aliens. But here's the problem is we know how gas behaves, and gas experiences something called entropy, which means that high pressure will always go to low pressure unless there's some physical barrier in the way. So, for example, your tire has higher air pressure in the tire. You can measure that PSI of the tire, and that high pressure in the tire won't escape to the outside air unless your tire gets punctured. So the issue that flat earthers have with this idea that the space is a vacuum is, why do we still have gas pressure here if it's uncontained and exposed to a vacuum? So those are pretty much the three: the lack of curvature, lack of spin, and then gas pressure without a container are the three main key points that we have as to how we know that it's obviously not a spinning ball. Were you aware? Here, I should ask, have you ever heard of who's measured the curvature of the Earth
No.
before?
Well, I think they use lasers or something.
Yeah, flat earthers have used lasers to observe that over a long distance you can hit a target, which shouldn't happen if the Earth is a sphere, because there's a drop rate, which is 8 inches per mile squared, which doesn't seem like a lot, but let me post the chart for you so you can see. And you can access this formula on any Earth curve calculator. That is not something owned or created by flat earthers. That's created by globe earthers with the NASA numbers. And that's where NASA went wrong, is they told us a specific size of the ball. And so we can actually go out and test it. We can look at the calculations, and it here. Okay. So 1 statute mile across, 8-inch drop. 10 miles across, there should be a 66-foot drop. 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666-foot drop. Okay, that's a pretty big drop. So even like 20 miles across, 10 miles across, even as small as 4 miles across, we should be able to observe this deviation. The laser, as Drace posted. Are you looking in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that'll be helpful. So you can see with the Earth is curving, and you're shooting a laser across a long enough distance, there should be a deviation. But yet we have field tests that have been done where the laser hits the target every time. There's some that have been done over, the best place to do this is over water, because obviously the land is, there's topography. So there's mountains and valleys, but water seeks its level. Especially like a frozen lake is like the best thing, because then there's no like movement of the water. It's just completely frozen, and it's all uniform in level. So there's tons of examples and videos. You can repeat this yourself, where they hit the laser on the other end of the target where there should have been a deviation. You can even do this as simple as holding up a mirror across a lake and just have the sun be opposite to where the mirror is, so the sunlight will reflect in the mirror, and you can see based on the distance and then the height of the mirror if you should or shouldn't be able to view it based on the Earth curve calculator. And again, you can prove that there is no curvature. And obviously, like, if there is no curvature, then we're not living on a ball. So it doesn't really matter what these authority figures tell us, because if we can't ever find this curvature, then it's not a ball. And then it starts to make sense why go ahead.
No, I was just supporting you. Yeah, they're lying then, right? If we can't find the supposed curvature that they say is there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but why would like people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos lie about that when they spent their like entire life for that
We
moment.
don't. We're not the ones lying, so we really can't tell you why they would lie. We could obviously speculate several reasons as to why they would lie. There's a lot of power and control that comes with the terrain, word pun, of, you know, manipulating people about where you live, how you came to be. If you deceive people about the earth, you can deceive people about how to use the earth, because a lot of technology and education is completely based on the earth being a sphere. Well, what if it's not a sphere, then you just opened up a whole new world. So, and then it starts to make sense why in our day-to-day lives, because I asked you, I said, how in our day-to-day lives do we know it's obviously a globe? Because you said it's so obvious, but it's not so obvious when you mute those authority figures and you just don't listen to them and you actually go out and you observe your reality. So.
Very true. Sorry to interrupt, Musk, but can we get everyone shifted up to the other room?
Oh, sure,
Because
yeah.
this room is capped at 40, but CJ opened up the other room to 99, so that way people can drop in.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. I'll move Helios up there, and then I guess everyone can move themselves, and whoever doesn't can be moved by a mod or something.
Please move me. Thank you.
You guys in here. I just changed everything on my side for the live stream too, and I'm switching it back. Yeah, thanks CJ for opening up the rooms for more people. So yeah, ladies, continue at your will. I'm working on
Thank you.
set up for the live stream. You guys are doing great.
Thanks.
Thank you,
I don't know
gentlemen.
about you, but I'm spiritually moved by that speech. When you meet the authorities, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Thanks, yeah. Because then you can just actually focus on the earth and then start to look at it without this bias, and you'll realize these things that you thought before, they don't actually fit into reality. So I was going to ask you, Sin, do you have any questions for the flat earth? Like how, I don't know.
Um,
Do you have any questions?
the video Drace put in, there's a like curvature in the earth right there. The second video. It's like 5 to 6 seconds in. You can see the curve.
Joyce, would you mind reposting in the new live stream voice text so we're all in one place? Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah. If, like,
Okay,
you're
do you
like
see?
6 seconds into the video.
It's going in and out. Like that curvature is indenting. It's coming out. That's not like
It's curved though.
yeah, but it's
Oh,
also
the
indenting.
GoPro
as well.
views?
Curving convex. It's ridiculous. It's going both ways. If it's curving convex and the other way, that means it's flip-flopping. So unless you think the Earth is changing shape regularly, that's not proof of Earth curve.
Wait, I'm confused. Can you explain that?
So if the Earth is round, right, and it's a sphere, when somebody photographs it, it's not going to then change to convex and dip inward, or concave and then dip inward. It's going to remain round. What's happening is just from the camera. It's a distortion from the lens, and so you're seeing it wobble in and out, indenting and then bulging outwards. So that's showing you right there that that is the camera, unless you think the Earth is breathing and like moving in and out.
Wait, it's moving. I don't know. I don't see that.
Do you not see that the Earth has a dimple in it in this picture, my dude? It's going in. It's curving inwards because they're using a camera to warp. The Earth is flat, and this only happens if the Earth is actually flat from high up like that, because all they're in is a high up plane. They're not even technically, I mean, maybe they're trying to say they're in space, but they're not in space. They're just high up, and the terrain underneath them is flat, but they're using a fisheye lens. So the fisheye lens is warping the flat plane to look like a sphere, because that's what fisheye lenses do. But sometimes the lens will also make it look like a concave Earth. So that only can happen if the Earth is flat.
Okay, yeah, I see. I see
You
what you mean
understand
now.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, is that picture proof that the Earth is flat? No, but it's demonstrating that there's lensing manipulation going on, which is interesting to ask. If the Earth is a sphere, why would they need to waste their time manipulating and using these cheat lenses to create this fake curvature? It's just very weird. So, and you can see this all the time too with the other one that Dre's posted, the Red Bull jump. That guy was supposedly jumping from the edge of space, and he opens up the door, and you can see right as he opens up the door, the terrain is flat. It's a complete flat line. But then the next camera shot where he's outside of the little ship thing and he's about to jump, it is like super, super spherical. And again, that's because they were using a hardcore fisheye lens. And Neil deGrasse Tyson even says from that height, the Earth, you wouldn't even be able to see that dramatic of a sphere shape. But yet they keep using these lens manipulations, and that's really suspicious. Like, why do that if the Earth is truly a ball?
Another way to disprove the Red Bull jump as well is that he's jumping over Arizona, and Arizona takes up the entire curvature. So unless we're living only on Arizona globe, these details matter, and it's blatant. Once you see them, you can't unsee them. And then, as she was saying, it goes to say, why are they trying to manipulate it? Why would they need to? They should be able to just show the curvature.
And let's say that like the Earth was flat. Why would they make it so it's not flat? Like, I don't understand. Why do they
This is
want
back
us
to
to
the
think?
why would they lie?
Yeah.
Are you asking why would they lie? So I find this question to be quite funny, that this is usually people's first question.
Like why would they I forgot what I was gonna say. Wait. Fuck. Why oh my god. Just forget what's
It's
that.
okay. It's okay. You were saying something along the lines of if it was flat, why would they make it round?
Yeah. Why would they like want us to believe that?
Yeah, and so that goes to why would they lie? Why would they tell us something that isn't true? And I find this to be interesting that everybody's first question is usually why would they lie? And people are liars. Like people lie all the time for multitudes of different reasons, and there are so many different reasons as to why would they lie. I mean, power, money, control, keeping us within a paradigm, within a cage. There's so many different reasons as to why they would lie. Removing the creator. There is such a very long list, and I think people can be very naive to be trusting. We all want to be these trusting human beings, but naivety, can get in the way of us learning truth and facts. And when you get hustled, it hurts the ego. And so sometimes that's hard for people to get beyond as well, is that ego disaster that occurs when you're like, wow, I bought into that, and so some people can't even get past that. There are multitudes of reasons why they would lie, tons of reasons why they would lie. It's not a matter of why would they lie. The matter is, what actually do we live on? It doesn't matter. Like, who cares why they're lying? Let's figure out the truth. And the truth is, there is no proof of curvature. That we can't live in a second law of thermodynamics violation. That we've never felt rotation in our life. Once you start going down that road, you can get to the truth. And the why would they lie? You'll start to see more and more, and you'll learn those reasons as to why.
Do you have any other questions? Sin?
No, that's enough for me.
Okay. Yeah, just feel free to hang out if you think of like more specific questions, because in the beginning with flat earth there's like all these things. It's like, what about gravity? What about planets? What about this, that, eclipses, all these things. So we have channels at the bottom that have more detail for those specific questions, because it's a lot. So see who else is in here.
Nathan says he has a question. Is he in the chat if he wants to speak up?
Yeah, I'm here. So my question is, in the southern hemisphere, the moon is appearing upside down, and in the northern hemisphere, it appears right side up. So is anyone able to explain like what's causing that to happen on the flat Earth?
Yes. Do you want to take this, or do you want me to do it?
Get it, girl. Get it.
I got it. So basically, okay, so if you take a clock and you put it on your ceiling and you stand on one side of the room and you put let's say, okay, so you're standing in a room, let's use a dollar bill. So you have the head of the dollar bill, you're standing at that edge of the room where you are seeing the head of that dollar bill. You're looking at the scalp of it. You walk to the other side of the room and you look up at that dollar bill, you're going to be seeing the neck of that up towards the scalp. So it depends on where you're standing. You can even make it as simple as a 6 or a 9. You put a 6, you stand on the other side of the room, you're going to see a 9. So it depends on where you're standing on Earth that you are going to see it in a different way. It's actually really quite easy.
Yeah, that was what I initially heard at the start, but I don't think it's a suffice answer because the moon isn't seen in that particular orientation. The relative physical position and direction of the moon is forward facing, it's not downward facing. So that example, it's not accurate of reality. It can't apply because the moon is just forward facing. It's not downward facing. So you'd be seeing the back of the moon.
How do you know that? See, how do we know it's a
He thinks
three-dimensional
the moon's a
object?
planet.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
thought as well.
how can we know if again, mute everything that NASA's ever told you.
Yeah,
We
I know.
all
I am a
know
flat
that
earther,
everyone
just so you know.
we
I just want to
I
say I
know.
am a flat earther.
Oh,
Yeah, I am. It's just this particular question in regards to the flat Earth. It's always had me puzzled because I can't explain it. And that example I've heard over and over, it's just not accurate of reality because the moon is forward facing, it's not downward facing. So it's got nothing to do with like orientation. It's just not possible.
What do you
Because
mean
like,
by downward facing? Are you trying to say we should see the back side of the moon?
no, what I'm
Because
saying is
in this
if you've got
example, that's like saying you see the back side of the clock. So I'm a little confused what you mean.
the moon is forward facing when we look at it outside. So if I was to hang a moon on my ceiling and look at it and then walk to the other side of the room and look at the back of it, how would I be able to see the face? If it's a flat disk, if it's concave, etc., it doesn't matter. The point is, why does it flip over
Do you not
and
hear
get
her
inverted?
example of the clock on the ceiling? Because if you think of it that way, it works perfectly.
He thinks it's a
If you're
planet.
assuming it's a ball, even though it doesn't reflect like a ball at all.
I think
then
what
that's
he's doing is
weird
he's
that
acting
it's
like it's
new.
on a wall. Sorry, Karma. I think what he's doing is he's trying to act like the clock is on a wall rather than the ceiling. So he's saying it's orientated to it being on the wall, like it's up and down, level to the wall, rather than just on the ceiling, which I disagree with. I think that has to do with perspective and how we are witnessing the apparentness of the sun and the moon.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's just like KJ sent in the chat. It's not that example. It's just not reality. We always see the same side of the moon. So when you're in like the southern hemisphere, it's flipped upside
What
down.
she said.
You can't have it flipping upside down in the southern hemisphere in the same side. It's just it doesn't make sense.
You want to see the dark side of the moon, right? From the side.
No, because I don't know the shape of the moon. It could be anything, but there's like what is causing it to 180-degree flip upside down in the southern hemisphere? Because we're always seeing the same side.
Well, if we're just going to speculate, I mean, it could be a light projected through the dome, and sorry, I'm going to say the D word, the dome. You know, if it's being projected through the dome, then maybe the light is actually from above, but it's appearing on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the moon is very tricky because, from what I've heard, the more people that you try to get across the earth to calculate the angle to the moon at the same time, like the harder it is to locate it. So it's very possible that it's just an apparent location. Like when you're looking up at the light, it appears to be there.
Kind of like a rainbows in different places for different people? Something like that?
Yes, exactly. So that's my best guess as to what's happening.
It is apparent, and we only ever see one side of it. So you're trying to invoke an old school globe belief that there is another side to it, so we should be able to see the other side to it, but we don't ever see that other side to it. And I would rather question, how are they saying that there is another side to it when that's never ever been seen? I mean, so we know that things are apparent in the sky. We know that we can't actually reach them. We know that the way that we view what we're viewing in the sky isn't exactly how it actually is. There's so many optical illusions, so many confounding variables that it doesn't make sense to say that it's hanging and we only see one side and we should be able to see the other side.
Yeah, I get your point entirely. It's just I don't understand why it would be appearing in the opposite, like 180 degrees flip.
Well,
Refraction.
wait, so you guys never seen the moon? Like it looks 3D. If you like ever seen it like curve.
There's no way you can know that it's 3D from just purely looking at it because we all see the same face. And a three-dimensional object viewed from different angles, you would be able to see different parts of the three-dimensional object.
But like if you get a telescope, you can zoom into like the craters in the moon. It looks kind of 3D. Like it looks like there's craters in the moon. It doesn't look flat to me.
No one's saying the moon is flat. Like, I mean, we don't even know if it's a physical thing.
We can't even tell if those craters are craters or if they're actually popping out. Like, you don't know if that's actually a hill or it's going in. I mean, it's an optical illusion. Unless you physically are there and are able to touch it, you don't know what it is.
Yeah. We typically don't talk about the moon because we really can't know. It could be made out of cheese. For all we know.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. I think there's definitely something going on though with it being projected, because that would maybe make more sense as to why you're seeing different. I can't even finish my sentences. Sorry. KJ, are you a flat earther? I've seen you here before. I just don't know if you are Glober, flat earther.
Yeah, she's flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was her who asked this question initially, and then she got me to question my understanding of it. So it's basically me asking the question for the both of us, because none of us can understand why the moon's flipped in the southern hemisphere. But yeah.
Do you understand the clock explanation on the ceiling?
Yeah, but it's not an explanation that applies to the moon, because it's just not accurate reality. Like I said, the moon is forward facing.
Why is it not accurate to reality? And if it's flipped over and you don't understand that we don't know what it is. You're making a bunch of assumptions.
Well, like I said,
I mean, the flipping over upside down makes perfect sense to me if it is kind of like a clock, because if you do go from one side of the room to another, if you put a 6 on the ceiling, you go to one side, it's going to look like a 9.
Yeah,
Flips
I've
right
heard
upside down.
What do you mean by forward facing anyway?
Because that's the problem. I think you have an idea about what this is and a bunch of assumptions behind it that's building your foundation for disbelieving that whatever may be happening. But the flipping upside down can be easily explained with just even that.
With this forward facing, what he's trying to say is that it's like hanging on a wall. Is that it's like hanging on a wall rather than on a ceiling. So he thinks that there should like be another side to it, because it's hanging up and down like it's on the side of a wall rather than upwards on a ceiling, which I think that is just an old low belief that is coming into. He just can't process that yet, that what we see in the sky is apparent. It's an optical illusion.
That's probably why he's not understanding it or not getting it. But instead of thinking of it as forward facing, try to think of it as downward facing. That it's just above you and it's facing downwards. I don't even know about facing. It's just the light that appears, and it's where you are relative to its location, to the location of the moon. So if the moon is moving across the Earth, which is what we see it doing, that's what it appears to be doing. It seems to be doing just like the sun does. It moves overhead and it just moves across the Earth. And where it's at, I mean, if someone's, I don't even want to use don't get caught up in the directions, but if you're like to the left of it and someone's to the right of it, and then someone's, north and south or whatever, and like each of you are going to be looking upward at a downward facing light in the sky, and you're going to see it from different perspectives, but you're still going to see the same thing.
Yeah, I know the position is relative to where you are. That makes perfect sense. I understand that, but it's like if you're saying it's not forward facing, then how can you be saying it's downward facing?
Because downward facing is one example we can show things flipping upside down to you relative to my position on a different side of the room. So it's one explanation. It doesn't prove anything. We can't prove it. We're just, we're subjected to the same thing that everybody else is. We can't touch it, go up and measure it, look at it.
Yeah,
but I can tell you, as an artist, it doesn't have a specular highlight, so I don't think it's spherical. I mean, but again, I'm assuming. I can't tell you what.
When I say that, when I say that,
flat earthers to remember to get his proofs for why he thinks the Earth is flat, because he said he was flat earther, right?
Okay, well, I just want to finish this with him, because I'm not saying that it is any particular shape. The reason I say downward facing is like the way that you're trying to figure this out conceptually in your mind. You are like the way that you're viewing it is as if it's directly in front of you, and it's facing forward to you. And the reason I say downward is because we are downward from the moon. It is above us. So, I mean, it's not directly in front of you. So you can't think of it as if it's because it seems to be what you're doing. So that's why I say downward facing, because you're downward from it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand it's at a angular.
Now-
Well, you're
aspect.
making a
saying
lot
that
of
the
assumptions is
sun-
my issue.
Like, are you saying, Truth, like when the sun appears to be setting, it's not that the sun is like front facing you now all of a sudden. It's just because it's moving farther away. And that's probably what the moon is doing too. So when you're seeing the moon
Yeah.
like on the horizon and it looks like you're face to face with the moon. Like
Exactly.
it's just
I'm
again,
talking more in
it's because
more in
it's
terms
far.
of I'm talking more in terms of when it's overhead, like, you know, like what he's talking about. I'm not really talking about in terms of rising and setting because
Well, but that's the thing, it's
everyone
just
knows that
perspective.
everyone knows that I have a different, you know, like I speculate on what's going on with it when it's rising and setting differently than what everyone else does. So if we
Well,
get
even
into
when
that,
it's rising
that'll
and
be
setting,
that'll be a totally different conversation if we get into that.
that's true. But even when it's rising and setting, it's still above us, right? And we can save that whole conversation for a later time. But it's still true. What you're saying is that it is still above us, coming down onto us. So it, you know, this whole forward-facing thing, even when it's setting, it's not forward-facing. I mean, it's facing our face, right? But
Yeah,
it's still above us. You're right. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, well, yeah, when it's moving across the earth and it's overhead is what I'm referring to.
Hey,
Because it's like I don't even know if it's just honestly we don't know anything about the sun and the moon. But if you're trying to, you know, just this for me, this gets into this conversation can go so many different directions with this, but I'm just referring to as the sun and the moon, and we're referring to the moon because you can see the different, you know, features in it. So it does have like a kind of like a you can see where it turned. With the sun you can't, but I'm just talking about when it moves overhead, when it moves across the earth, not really when it's rising or setting. So, but anyway, it's just your perspective. Like if it's overhead and you're to one direction and someone's in the opposite direction, then of course it's gonna, but it's downward. It's like above you. It's not directly in front of you. So forward facing, that conceptual idea is going to throw you off. And I think just because it just seems to be a light in the sky. And if that's what it appears to be, is a light in the sky, then you kind of have to think of it as a light in the sky, and not as a solid object that's in front of you that you can go and get behind, you know. Anyway, so yeah, Karma had a good point. Is would you care to share with us how you determined that the Earth was flat?
What, me? You want my opinion?
Yeah.
Make sure you first make sure you get those two videos I posted. I posted one at 2:38 or 38 minutes after, and another one at 44 minutes after. They're both on perspective and sun, and maybe some of the moon is in that ones too. So maybe you just need to review that again and kind of try to think a little differently. It might help you with some visual aids there.
Sun and Moon channel down below too. Check that out. There's probably tons of videos in there.
All right, I'll definitely have a look at those ones.
In the additional information at the bottom, yeah, check that out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think it's a coincidence that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size. You know, the heliocentric model says that we're rotating the sun, but, you know, that would mean the sun is way bigger than the moon when they appear to be the same size. And, I mean, that just doesn't add up to me.
I mean, when a eclipse happened, the sun is still kind of bigger than the moon.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Did you get banned, Sasha?
No, you're not wrong, but you're also assuming that you know the distances between the two when they eclipse. So you're making a lot of assumptions again on things in the sky that we don't know.
Yeah, I got server banned.
Why? Sorry, never mind. I won't.
Yeah.
Behave.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be good.
Sorry.
So, but anyway, they could be exactly the same size. Again, it depends on what's actually going on out there. You don't know. We don't know.
Right, exactly.
They appear to be the same size per what the globe's model says, you know, in the distance versus the size, you know, that they're exactly, you know, 400 times difference between each other. and 400 times apart. So whatever it is, but either way, you don't know anything other than what you can observe and see, and that's it. That's all you got, and then go off of your base, best assumptions of what you know about perspective and the laws. That's just all you can do.
Who are you talking to? The one.
Or he was saying it didn't match up in size. They wasn't sure when with an eclipse that it does match, but we don't know the actual relative positions of them. We don't know in an eclipse what's actually happening. So all you can say is they apparently look like they're the same size.
He claimed the sun was bigger than the moon.
Again, that doesn't sound like a
Who's
flat
he?
earther.
Yeah, I was wondering who were we talking to? Who was it? Who is it?
That was the guy we were talking to about all the perspective stuff.
Yeah, who?
It was a different
Like
guy.
Oh, somebody else jumped
the guy,
in.
like what's his name? I mean, I was wanting to ask him.
I didn't see
how
it.
he came to the knowledge of flat Earth. What convinced him the Earth was flat? Which observation?
I think you were talking to me. Someone else jumped in with that.
Okay, who's me? I need a name. It's like everybody's saying he.
What's your name?
The guy, me.
I'm Nathan, the black and white image guy.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi, Godric.
Hey, what's up? Welcome.
So I have limited time, so I just wanted to ask one question.
Hi, Godric.
I had a short discussion with Mrs. Musk, or
This
now
is
it's
ladies'
Mrs.
night, so
Dixit now.
the ladies will take the questions.
Oh,
If you
okay.
want to
So
ask.
it was about
Hello, Space Pizza.
Hi. It was about airline flights. And I was wondering, a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago is 13 hours, and a direct flight from Sydney to Los Angeles is 14 hours. And on a flat Earth, the flight from Sydney to Los Angeles is half the distance. So I'm wondering why that would be.
Half the distance.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was getting feedback. What was the flight?
Sydney to Santiago and Sydney to Los Angeles.
And you're saying what about those flights?
Sydney to Santiago is about 13 hours, and Sydney to Los Angeles is about 14 hours. And on a flat Earth, Sydney to Santiago would be almost twice the distance. So I'm wondering why that would be. Yeah.
You remember what I said before when you asked this, Space Pizza?
Yeah, it was about like wind currents or air currents, and
and also that we don't have. Nobody knows really what the map is. Like we don't know. Like what's happening is you're saying, well, this only works on a globe model because when you look at the flat Earth model, it doesn't add up. But here's the thing: we don't have a model, so we don't actually know the legit distances to.
Yeah, so
Does it make sense?
I'm just using the azimuthal equidistant projection for this. Most flat earthers use this map.
That's a straw man. I don't use that map.
Yeah, many flat earthers use this.
No one here has a model though. That's incorrect.
You're assuming again. And for one too, where is this route? I want to actually see a printout with the times, distance, places it's stopping, everything.
I can send you.
You've got to provide it all because we're taking your word that you actually know what route it's going and that you've actually even done the right thing to look at it supposedly on what you would call an AE map.
I can find the flight. I can't post images in the chat yet. I have an image of the flight. Like you can literally buy a seat on this flight.
Well, that doesn't matter. Does it still prove that it's flat or a globe?
Well, it proves that this is definitely like this map that all of you refer to most
Not
of the
We
time?
all
don't
of us.
though.
Quit doing
We
that.
don't do
You
that.
quit assessing it to us. Don't do it again. It's not ours. We've told you multiple times. Now quit doing that.
DM me
Okay.
the picture
Yeah,
you
and I'm
have.
gonna
Okay,
I'll post
I'll
it.
DM
point out
Roger. Sorry.
there is no non-stop flight from Sydney to Santiago, Chile. If that's the two destinations you're talking about,
Yes,
there is. You have to stop. Okay, I'd like to see that because I looked it up myself and I didn't find that. So if there is, please post
I
it.
sent
And
an image to
I don't want an image. I
Roger.
want the printout of the time, the dates,
I don't think he has
and
the
everything.
This is the time, the date. It says no stops.
Give us some reviews.
It shows
Give us
the
some
price.
reviews of that flight. Hey, why
Wait,
don't you
hold
give us
on.
some reviews of that flight?
If somebody's talking in the background coaching you, they have to go off. You're either talk to us alone or you're no coaching.
Wait. Also, there are a lot of times that flights will say it's a nonstop flight, then you get on the plane and it's not a nonstop flight. So we need a flight that actually happened that was a nonstop flight.
Yeah, there are many. There's many videos.
Not many. We don't want to hear about your many and us to go look for your evidence. If you've got some kind of evidence you want to provide, then you have to be consistent, precise, and actually have it. That it's
Okay,
actually
let's
been
get 'em-
flown and there. But I'm not going to play this game where you try to tell us what we believe or what we do or what we have. No. And if you want to
Let's
provide
have
Okay.
evidence, we'll look at it.
Can I?
Not a problem.
Let's have
Can
a
I
mod
ask
giving
a
the link
question?
pearls. Let's just first. We have mods in the building. Just please give him the link perm so he can post it in the chat, and then we'll see what he's got.
Can I ask a question?
I
real
posted. Do you
quick?
see it? It's a white picture. Do you guys see it?
Yeah,
Again, that
absolutely.
is not a flight that actually occurred. We need one that actually occurred that was nonstop. They will say it's a nonstop flight and then they will make stops. So we need one that actually happened.
Like I said,
Can I
you're
ask
making
you-
an awful lot of assumptions, young man. No, you can't ask yet. We're talking to you. Quit trying to switch the subject. We're talking about this right
It's
here.
relevant. It's relevant.
Stop. Let me finish. I'm telling you right now, if you don't come in here with proper evidence, we're not going to look at it. So don't waste our time. You've been here before. It's not like your first rodeo. I know Miss Mux talked to you and she's really thorough. So I know that you've got the deal. And I'm sure she told you that that isn't our map. That isn't. And you've come in here and done that several times now. You were told. So please respect that. Please come with the proper evidence, which you've just told what that is now. So if you're going to try to explain more of this, I don't want to hear it because again, you don't have any proof of anything here. Nothing.
Can I ask,
So it's
like,
just a bunch of talking.
Why is the flight 18 hours? Why is the flight 18 hours?
It's
So what?
16.
I'm looking
You
at
say
it.
so,
16 and
but
18.
this
But
again,
you said
we
13.
have
You said
no
13. I want to know before I
official.
ban
Yeah,
you. I
there,
want to know
there.
before I ban you.
You're
Why
in
you said
line
13
with
to begin
one
with.
person or not. I'm not going to talk
Why
to
did you
another
say
person
13
behind the
initially?
scene.
Why did
I'm
you
not
say
talking.
13 initially?
I
I'm
said
not talking to
13.
two people.
I said 13 because this is checked baggage
Because
included
you're reading it off
in
of a
the
meme.
time.
Because you're reading it off of some stupid meme and you didn't get it off the
No,
website. Website
because
says 16 hours and 18
it
hours.
includes
Why did you
it
lie?
includes the baggage
Why
check.
did you lie? Why did you
It
lie?
includes the bag.
Stop.
It includes
You're,
baggage.
did you hear me? We're not going to listen to you anymore until you bring back a proper flight schedule that has actually been completed and shows all the routes and the stops. Do you understand? No more
Yes.
arguing. No more trying to tell us all kinds of crap. Okay,
So
because
I'm
we
just
know this.
asking, what
No,
what
you're
would
not asking. You're
can you
not.
let me speak,
You're
please?
no, because again, you're trying to go off of these things
No,
that
I'm
you're
not.
not checking. You're
It's
not
very
checking.
relevant. It's a very relevant
No,
question.
Space Pizza. Do we have a model? Here, the flat earthers here. Do we have a model that we claim? Yes or no? Just answer yes
I'm
or
not
no.
sure if you guys claim a model.
Okay. Okay. And just
You're
answer
here.
the question. Do we say here in this room that we have a flat earth model? Yes or no?
No, you guys don't say
No,
that.
thank you. So is it and then the next question I'm going to ask, just a yes or no. So if we don't claim a model, then is it relevant to argue for a model that we don't have?
Well,
No.
I don't really need to use this specific model per se. I mean, we could just say, it's a flat and circular it would still, the argument would still work.
That's a model that you're still invoking. Oh my goodness, I'm still invoking.
And guess what? You're still not. Stop. It's girls' night, so please.
I just want to say,
Listen.
is it relevant that aircraft are,
Listen.
Gen Z,
dependent on,
Listen. We got it. We got it.
dependent on
That was
a
the
flat
first-
level
We've got it.
airplane?
We've got it. We were
Yeah,
just going to ask him that. Hello. It's ladies' night,
Okay.
please.
I have to go soon, but I just want to
Listen.
ask. So I have some homework, right?
No, you have
I
your
just wanna
homework
ask-
to do. But how does a flight prove the Earth's shape?
I'm gonna
No,
have some
I'm
homework, so
asking
I'm
you a
asking.
question. How does a flight prove the Earth's shape?
Okay, so it would definitely show what it's not, right?
No, it doesn't prove anything. Do you understand?
So
It
if
doesn't
we have
prove the
straight
shape of
lines,
your ground. Do I fly over a table to measure a table?
if we have straight lines
Do
on a,
I fly over a table to measure a table?
I'm not measuring the tape. I'm not
That's the
measuring the Earth.
problem. How would you
I'm
figure
just-
out a
I'm
shape
using
of an object? What would you actually do?
because it would have to be a certain
What
shape for
would
these
you
flight
actually
routes to
do?
make sense.
What do you actually do? You don't know anything more than we do if they've put the maps together right or not. You don't know that. You can't go verify it for yourself, can you? What can you verify about the shape of the Earth, though, for yourself?
This is what I'm presenting right now.
No,
mean-
I don't. You don't seem to understand. You cannot prove the shape of the Earth by telling me you got certain flights that maybe worked or didn't work. They don't tell me the shape of the ground. Sorry.
I can tell you if flight
Assume
routes
that
are
everything
actually
is the way you think it is on the globe. You're assuming, but how would you measure an object? Let's
if
be real
these, okay,
here.
you're not letting me explain why. Like,
No,
you're
I'm
just
not going to
asking and
because you're
asking.
going to keep going over and over
Okay,
a
if
flight.
you're
I'm
not
telling
gonna
you right now, we're not doing a flight because a
you're not
flight
if you're
doesn't tell
gonna
you the shape
wait,
of the Earth.
if you're just gonna
Uh,
ask me questions and then I'm gonna try and answer and then you're gonna ask another question, the same question,
Yeah, I'm
then
going to
I'm
keep
just gonna
asking
leave.
the same questions because you're not getting it. We're not going to be able
Okay.
to prove the shape of the Earth by using flights.
Thank
Do
you
you
very much.
understand?
Exactly, because okay, he left. The
Yeah,
reason that
that's
flights
all he
are
wants to do.
completely irrelevant, the reason the flights are completely irrelevant is because it doesn't confirm anything. Yes, in this instance, the heliocentric model could potentially be an explanation for why one flight is longer, but it's not the only one. Another thing is, well, the maps are off. Okay, there's so many reasons as to what could be happening. That's just one possible thing, but as Damsel's saying, doesn't actually ever answer the question though, if the Earth is a sphere or not. So,
Well, just measuring the thing that we
later.
are trying to figure out, guys. That's the
Yeah.
simple part of this question. You're trying to avoid the question because you're trying to find a way out. See, we know you're trying to find the way out. We know.
Exactly. That's why they have to point to things that don't actually answer the question. They know that they have no measurement of Earth curve. So they hide behind these little, but the distance to Chile is like different than Cali, blah blah blah. Well, that could obviously be because we don't have an accurate map of the continents. And the map that they show isn't even an accurate map when they show, on the airplane, like, oh, you're flying over here. Like the scale is completely off. Like Alaska's way bigger.
You don't even navigate by globes, guys, because of the same reasons. It's not accurate enough to even do travel by.
Right, and his whole argument was presupposing that those airlines wouldn't intentionally use the wrong flight paths just to suggest that it's a globe. Like, the airlines are definitely in on it also.
Well,
He
even
got
if it's not
banned. He didn't
Yeah.
even leave. He
If
got
it's not-
banned. That
Hey,
sucks. We were talking to him.
Mimas,
Well,
Mimas is wanting to talk to you about this. So if you stick around, if you can stick around until after ladies' night, Mimas is willing to discuss this with you. And there are a lot of other people that have actually dug into it. Now, some of these ladies may have looked into it. Myself, I don't know any. It's like the flight paths to me. There's some of it that like emergency landings and shit like that pretty much it supports the flight. A flight not a spherical Earth. It supports a flat Earth. But it's when I saw those, it's like I don't even get into the flat paths. Some of these fellas in here have dug really deep into it and looked into it. So if you stick around, there's a few of them that'll be willing to have this discussion with you.
Can Meme
Specifically
unban him? Can Meme unban him? Because if we're talking
He
to
unmuted
him,
him. He unmuted him.
so he's not banned anymore.
I don't think so. I thought I saw his name said unmute. So
No,
I
it
don't
says
know.
space. Oh, okay. Okay,
No,
sorry.
he's not banned.
I thought I saw that he was banned. Sorry, my bad.
Just understand that flight paths don't prove either side. They just don't. They may give them a little more lean to one to the other. That's great, and they do. For me, they do give lean because I've actually been on a flight that made me consider flat Earth. It was one of those things that happened to me. But is it absolute proof of what we're looking at? No. It's like looking at the stars and saying, or the planets and going, well, if they're round, it must be round down here. It's the same thing. You're looking at stuff that's not measurable, observable for you to go check and make sure. So it doesn't work. It's not a proof for either one.
I completely agree. There's too many confounding variables, and there's too many things that we don't know that we don't know. Like it's just it's speculation. Like we can't really. It's not a proof. Or I think it's there's way more stuff that we can do that we can measure, we can test, we can actually physically touch. To show us that the Earth is not a sphere.
That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be finding this out for ourselves, not having to believe in other people once more. We've already believed in the globe and all the people that told us that it was true. We did all that believing before, and I don't want to have to believe anybody. I want to be able to go check it myself. I want you to be able to go check it yourself. So, guys, let's do that.
So I have a question. So, like, I know some people might think it's crazy, like the Earth rotates and stuff like that, but like we know, like the moon rotates, maybe the sun rotates.
You
but
know that?
No.
You
No.
know that? You said no.
Who
Are
knows
you
that?
certain?
Well,
What do you
I
know
know
about it?
I know, like each day the moon passes and the sun passes the Earth, so I'm assuming that
It
it
passes
rotates.
overhead. It moves
passes the
overhead. That's all
Earth.
it does. That's all
Okay,
you
so
see.
it's moving. Is it okay? So it's moving. So why is it
Well, you're
hard?
right. It's moving,
So why
which
is it
means
hard?
the Earth is not moving. You were correct in saying it's moving.
Yeah. So okay. So why is it crazy to think the Earth is moving if we know objects move?
Because again, it's just like looking at a pool table and saying, well, I see a cue ball rolling around, and so everything must be rolling around.
Because you can see the lights in the sky moving. There is absolutely no reason to believe or to even come to the conclusion or even think. There's no indication that the Earth is moving. No measurable movement. You don't feel it. There's no reason because you see something else moving. Is that a reason to think that you're moving?
No, I don't think like that. I'm just saying, like for an example,
Right.
Well, the example is again that you're making a bunch of assumptions. See, again, people want to always make assumptions, even though they have no other evidence other than looking up. It's like, again, looking at a pool table and going, well, the pool table must be rolling too, since the balls are rolling across it. It's not.
I mean, like if
not
like
anything.
I'm trying to.
That's making an assumption. It's a jump in a conclusion when you don't observe, feel, or have any indication of that movement at all. None. And if you do a flight with a I think not Helio, but QE has a video by one of our guys here that has a drone hovering on a stationary GPS point. I think it was 400 feet, watching the moon and the stars, and they are moving independent. It's not the Earth movement. It literally proves instantly it's the stars moving and the moon is moving, not the Earth.
Yeah. So what do you observe yourself?
I mean, I've seen a solar eclipse before. I can see the moon passing in front of the sun. So in my mind, I think the sun
Really?
is.
Hang on just a second, because look at my profile pic.
Yes. So
that is a solar eclipse. That's an annular eclipse. You can see the clouds directly through. There's a ring of fire there. That's what you can look right through it, and you can see the clouds. Where's the moon? And then we have the Selenelian eclipse, which is the moon and the sun are both above the horizon at the same time, which is why they call it the impossible eclipse, because it is impossible in their model.
Yeah. Okay. So I was saying that I've seen a solar eclipse before, and I'm saying that in my mind, I think the sun looks stationary, and I think the moon
like you.
the moon moves faster than
Feel
the.
the earth moving when that happened. Did you feel the earth moving?
I mean, no, we can't feel the earth moving.
Why not? Why can't you feel the earth moving?
Okay, because we're on Earth, so we can't if we was to jump, we can't feel the Earth moving because we're jumping for half a second, so you can't
But
feel
it
it.
can work for bullets and footballs, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says. The earth will turn below a bullet or a football, but it won't be below you, or let's say Felix Baumgartner.
I want to point out what you
So,
said. You
so
said, in my mind, I see it that way. If you ever thought that the reason in your mind you put it together that way is not because it's because of this story that they've given you. It's a psychological imprint in your mind to what's going on. So if you let that go and observe it and see it for what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to finish. I mean, it was for 3 minutes. I'm just saying that in my the way I seen it, the moon is moving. The moon is moving in the moon is moving in front of the sun, and the sun stayed in the same position within
Well,
those
then
3 minutes. And it looks like the moon is still rotating around the Earth while the sun is still in stationary. That's what I'm saying. We can see these things. It's not like an opinion.
If you then you saw something no one else has ever seen, and if you could ever capture this, document it, or get some video evidence, that would be great, because no one has ever seen the moon pass in front pass in front of the sun. The eclipse happens and you don't see the moon.
Assume, did you know that? You can't actually see the moon. You do know that, right?
You can see the crust. You can see half the moon when it passes, when it's in the middle of the sun. You can see the
No,
moon.
you can't. Go look at the
Well,
videos.
if you think you're seeing this, just document it, because eclipses happen on a regular basis. So just next time one happens and you think that you see the moon in front of it, document it, because that's not what's happening.
You're gonna win a prize.
And whatever you have in your mind, no one can argue with you or argue against you. So we're just presenting the information, okay? But if you see these things in your mind, there's nothing anyone else can do about it. But all I'm saying is document it. If you think that you see the moon passing in front of the sun, document it, because no one ever has.
And when you do these things, make sure you're questioning yourself. Don't just oh, this is what I think. Well, what else could it be? What else could it be? What else could it be? What do I not know that I don't know? I mean, the variables are so confounding that to assume that this is what it actually is it's not very scientific or thought-provoking or anything. Oh, we just know this is what it is. You have to dig deeper than that. And again, when we're looking at the sky, we're speculating. It's just speculation. We don't know. And so to just bury yourself into one ideal, you're limiting yourself.
But the claim that it's the moon is totally debunked when you see a alien, because the moon and the sun are both above the horizon at the same time during the eclipse. So you can just it's automatic tossed out the window that that's not the cause of it. It can't be.
Okay, so let's say it's not. So
No, it's not.
We humans can predict when a solar eclipse happens. 10 years before it happened, because we can
You
see
know
the
why?
It's
Do
post-diction.
you know who did that? Did you know how that happened? It's not prediction, actually. Do you
It's
know what happened? And you can go read this on NASA's website if you'd like. Go look up eclipses on NASA's website on how they calculate them happening. It'll tell you the whole story. It's a big historical story of recorded events, of repeating cycles over and over on a it's like a clock. It's no prediction. It's like knowing the clock is going to hit 12 and where, because they happen over and over repeatedly throughout history, and astronomers all the way back to ancient times have been recording these eclipses and where they occur. And even NASA will admit they're even a few minutes off sometimes, because they don't know exactly when they're going to happen, or a few minutes late off.
And
whatever.
here's the interesting thing: the ones who initially already had all this mapped out and post-dicted. It's post-diction because it's after it's already happened, and it's a repeating cycle, so they know. But the ones who originally knew this knew that Earth was flat and stationary, and their conception of Earth was a flat, level, stationary Earth that is enclosed. So these people never claimed it to be spherical, and they never claimed that Earth was moving around it or anything was blocking it. They just they already knew. So all these things, they're post-dictions.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I understand,
Also,
like,
You understand though that if we have one eclipse that does not fit the model, it's just like a black swan for the picture that we use for the distance to the horizon. If we find one aberration, it's a black swan, and the black swan is a Selenelia eclipse. Once you have the positions of the two bodies that are supposed to be causing the shadow on each other or crossing each other, then you got nothing. You just lost the game because it means your model is wrong.
Have you looked
Completely
into the
wrong.
Selenelian eclipse?
I never heard of that before.
Yeah, they don't
You
tell
should really
you.
look into it.
They don't
You
tell
should.
you.
There's
Yeah.
videos on it. I'll try to find one and I'll post it for
I mean,
you.
I've seen like yeah, I'm in Florida right now. I've seen the sun in broad daylight, and you can see the moon like not
Mhm.
next to the sun, but you can see it in daytime. So that just
So
tells
why
me
isn't it full?
that just tells me that the moon is rotating. Like sometimes it's full, sometimes
You
it's crust.
understand what she just
Like
said? Did you hear what she just said?
the
If the
shadow of
sun
the
and
Earth
the
is
moon are up
supposed
at
to be
the same time, why is the moon half full?
Well, he might
Why
not
is it
understand.
half full if the
rotating.
sun and the moon is up and they're up together? That means they're exposed.
Well, I
Okay.
think they're rotating. I think the moon is rotating, like they say it. They
That
say
doesn't
it.
give you a half.
Wait, let's break
I
this
think
down.
Karma was getting ready to
So,
try to say
oh,
something.
sorry. Okay.
Karma, what
No,
was you
you
trying
can
to?
go ahead. I was just adding to it. Doesn't matter. I was just pointing out the whole, isn't the shadow on the moon supposed to be the Earth's shadow on the moon? So how can that work? What he was saying anyways, because he said it was rotating, and we never see but one side of the moon, so that also doesn't work.
Yeah.
Exactly. So with the lunar eclipse, what's supposed to be happening is the Earth is supposed to be casting its shadow on the moon. Okay? That's what's supposed to be happening. But then a Selenelian eclipse is like a lunar eclipse, except the moon and the sun are both above you. So you can look up in the horizon or in the sky and see them both above you, but yet somehow the sun, the light source, and the moon are above you, and the Earth is still casting a shadow somehow on the moon when it's above it, and when the light source is above it as well. That would be
The
like
shadow is upside down.
I'm
Like,
posting
the
a
shadow's the wrong
video
place.
in the live stream. Just grab that and check it out. If you've never seen it, never looked into it, you need to.
So do
I
you
mean, but
understand how that is weird? Like, could you imagine like a lamp in your ceiling, and somehow the light on your ceiling is above you. You're standing on the ground, but yet somehow your shadow is getting projected up on the ceiling and eclipsing another light. Like it
Also going
does,
from the top down, so it doesn't even make sense.
yeah,
hold up.
exactly.
Hold up. I got to go back to work real quick. I was on break, but I'm gonna come back in a little while. Okay. Wait, can you send a picture in the video so I can see?
They're
DM
there.
you. I'll DM you a video.
License plates.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's hard to get your mind around if you've never seen nor heard of or looked into the Selenelian. It's hard to wrap your mind around it with someone telling you. So he's going to have to check these out.
Hey, did anyone talk to Tsukuyomi?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I just looked at it. It's cool.
Yeah, they are cool.
Wait, who have we not talked to?
I was just trying to get somebody to join this chat.
Oh.
I always think it's interesting that nobody knows. It's not prediction either. That's one of the other ones that they try to say that proves the globe again, that it's prediction. Sorry, guys, it's not prediction. This stuff was observed by your ancient ancestors who wrote it down and knew when it would happen every time. So they actually used it probably to control their population by calling on it when they knew it would happen. But yeah, it's not a prediction. It is not calculated. It is a known cycle. And you can go find out on NASA's website about those eclipses, all of them. They'll tell you. And they even have a guy that's an expert in these ancient texts that tell you how to, when they're going to happen and where. And he's gone through them. Supposedly, you can kind of give a disclaimer in there on their website saying if they're a little off, it's not their fault because it's based on these things that are ancient knowledge of post-diction.
I'm gonna send you a bonus video though. It's like not only that, but this one will blow your mind. It's Darius, wasn't it? It's an eclipse from a different perspective, and the things that they capture in this, it's not the first time. This has been captured quite a few times actually. So it's like, so check those videos I sent you out.
But also saying it's a prediction is a classic inversion. They always do this and try to just make it the opposite of what it is. Because instead of being like, oh, the ancients observed and we're following the knowledge of old, we want, oh, look, our scientists are so smart. They can predict everything. And people back in the day were dumbasses because they have all the truth and they don't want you looking into that.
And it's also to push the evolutionary caveman. You've evolved to be this smart. And that's just not the truth, guys. It's just not. Ancient man was quite intelligent.
And it also goes into the whole the ego of not knowing. Like there are certain things that we don't know, right? But they claim, oh, we have to know everything because we're so much more advanced now. To say that we don't know is just ridiculous. Like, how dare you say that? Which is just ridiculous. Like the ego behind that.
There is a lot of that, Shines. That's a good point. I think that's probably the majority of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, arrogance and pride.
Yeah, it's funny. It's almost like they breed this in people very intentionally because they know that truth seekers and the intelligent people, they know they don't know. So they try to make that a bad thing to try to push people away from intelligent, critical thought.
They want people to not think for themselves. You're spot on. Listen to what we say, but don't question it. Don't think for yourselves. And if you do, you'll be hounded and ridiculed.
Who do we have in here? Anyone? No one has any questions?
So yeah, I just seen that video. So like, what is the meaning behind that? The eclipse, Cinderella.
Hey, wait, before y'all answer, sorry, I don't mean to jump in. Ask him to explain what he sees first. Not explain. I'm sorry.
What was your question, Darius?
Yeah, what does that eclipse mean? Like, so the moon and the sun are rising together?
Yeah, what it means is it doesn't like tell us what exactly is going on, but what it does tell us is what is not going on. Okay, the moon's not causing it, obviously.
Oh, you're saying it's something else in front of the sun?
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying whatever is causing it, because it could. I mean, we don't even know, like, whether the light is being projected or just manifested there. If there's a cause that, like, something that's causing an effect that we see as the sun, it's like that would be what. Okay, so what you're asking is, one, assuming it's a physical object and that there's another physical object causing this. Okay, we can't say that, but what we can say is it's definitely, absolutely, 100% not the moon.
Well, the
Okay.
reason why I keep saying, well, the reason why I think it's physical, because I can see the moon, the sun and moon cast shadows on the ground, so that's only physical objects can do that. That's why I assume they're physical.
Sun and moon cast shadows on the ground.
Okay,
Like,
so
are
a
you
lot.
sure?
Right.
Are
Wait.
you,
Okay. I want to
okay.
show him this really quick, guys. Can I show him this? Okay. So here's a diagram of what is supposed to be happening. Okay. I've posted 2 of them. So one is a full lunar eclipse. That was 22 minutes after the hour with the blue background. And you can see the moon is red. And it goes Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear, the sun, the moon, and the earth. Or sorry, the sun, earth, and the moon. Okay. And then we have the Selenelian eclipse, which is with the white background, and the moon is not fully in the red yet. You can see this is what's supposed to be happening with the Selenelian eclipse, which is correct me if I'm wrong, Elijah, but the before it's a lunar eclipse, there's the Selenelian eclipse, and you can see that the top half of the moon is not in the shadow, and the bottom half of the moon is in the shadow. Do you see that? I forget your name.
Yeah. Yeah,
Darius.
Darius.
You see. Okay, so again, let's compare. The lunar eclipse, the moon is fully in the shadow. The Selenelian eclipse, it's showing that the moon, the top part should be out of the shadow. The bottom part should be in the shadow because of the Earth. The Earth is causing the shadow. Well, then you can see the picture I posted 23 minutes after the hour, where you can see the eclipsed moon, but the shadow is upside down from where it should be. You can see in the diagram, the shadow is supposed to be at the bottom part, and the top part is supposed to be lit. But in reality, we can see sometimes the opposite of what's supposed to happen. And there's even one video where a guy is watching the Selenelian eclipse, and he's like, wait a second, the shadow's upside down. And he's like literally like trying to figure out how to explain it, because you can see with the diagram that this is not supposed to be happening. It's not supposed to be like a smiley face lit up, but yet it is. And space.com will even say that celestial geometry calls this an impossible eclipse. They don't deny it's happening, but they call it the impossible eclipse because the heliocentric model cannot explain the alignment of the celestial bodies to cause this. And so when Damsel was saying earlier that we should just throw out the entire heliocentric model because of this one eclipse, she's actually spot on, because now everything is in question. Everything is in question of the alignment of where these celestial bodies are, what they are, etc., because this phenomena is happening, but the explanation for it doesn't fit.
Yeah, I understand.
One I just posted out.
I'm going to do more research into that. You guys saying they don't know why is that happening? So yeah, that is weird.
Well, you'd have
Yeah,
to
I'll
also,
post.
before you could even even think about it, you'd have to first understand and know what it is, right? I mean, we don't even know what it is. We don't know what the sun is. We know it's not what they claim it is. It's not a burning ball of gas
posted the
93 miles away.
This
I mean,
little
you can
this
think
is
of
from
it.
space.com. The little used name for this effect is called a Selenelian eclipse, a phenomenon that celestial geometry says cannot happen. So again, it does happen, but it cannot happen according to the paradigm of the heliocentric model.
Well, bye-bye, ball and everything else, because that ruins it all. One thing like that ruins the whole universal model, because it's all based on these mathematical formulas, the size and shape, the radius, the R value of the Earth. And if you have a problem, it's gone. You've done it. Black swan.
Okay. In your mind, what do you think's going on? Do you think what they are telling you is happening? Is that what does it appear to be the case with you? Like when you see this, well, what do you think's going on?
So I'm not familiar with this eclipse, because I don't know like what part of the world that's in. Like maybe the northern hemisphere, or I don't know. I never seen it in Florida, so I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to do more research on it and see why it happens.
Okay, yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Trust me, you'll be the explanation, it doesn't make any sense. It's really confusing, and it's really a lot of assumption based. it doesn't have any proof. It really doesn't. It's very confused, the explanation. So you probably won't get much out of it, but go look it up. Go look it up. They try to make an excuse, but it's a mess.
There's lots of fails too. Like according to the heliocentric model, we shouldn't be able to see the full moon during the daytime with the alignments of the celestial bodies, but we do.
And I would even go further than that, Kai, and I would argue that we should see phases of the moon progress throughout the night as, you know, I mean, literally, if it's caused from, you know, the position, if it's the sun reflecting off of the moon, then as the moon orbited the Earth as they claim it is doing, and as the Earth, you know, moved in its path around the sun, we should see the moon phases progress, not, you know, by the month, you know, on a month. It should be like we should see these phases progress throughout a 24-hour period.
Yeah, here, let me just show this really quick to him as well, how it doesn't make sense that we see a full moon during the day, which you totally can. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, well, anyways, just the one picture I have will work. So you see this one, this diagram, this is supposed to show how a full moon is at night. You see 28 minutes after the hour. Again, Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. You got the sun, the earth, and then the moon. And somehow the sun's rays are able to go over the earth, and there's no earth shadow this time. See, that's what's so funny, is we have this same Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear, but this time magically there is no shadow of the earth and you get a fully illuminated moon. And if the moon was on the other side in between the sun and the earth, then it would be daytime, right? It would be daytime. But then that would actually be where they show a new moon because the other side wouldn't be lit up. So they can't explain where, and I've looked for like hours and there's no good explanation of where the heck the moon is supposed to be when where the moon is supposed to be when it's daytime and it's a full moon. They cannot show you because if they put the moon in between them, then you would have the new moon phase. That's where they show the new moon phase at. Because the side
thing, it's a mess. It's a mess. And then you even have the new moon, even every 28 days, you've got the moon that disappears. Nobody can find it. It's gone. Where does it go when it's totally waiting for the new one to break? Nobody can find it. Can't see it. I think I've read that they've looked for it with infrared. Nobody can find it. Where does it go? I saw it in the daytime yesterday. Yeah, it's an amazing thing.
It's amazing. It's so amazing. Really, there's so much more wonder and adventure in the not knowing than this is what it is and not like questioning. Like there's so much more wonder. Like what is it? There's so much to discover. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So I have the question so let's say the flat Earth models are like right and stuff. So what is the purpose of the moon? Because
stop. Did you just say the flat Earth models?
I mean the pictures I've seen, like the moon is rotating on the.
If it's flat, we don't rotate. Just say it's flat, and it just circles around us in the circles around the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, as far as we know right now.
Yeah, so why do we even have a moon? Like, what is the purpose of it?
Again, it's a clock in the sky. If you know how it works, the name moon comes from months. It goes on a 28-day cycle. Back in the ancient days, it was actually 13 months.
To mark the times
and seasons.
And wonders.
The solar equinoxes and all these things are set so that you know when to plant, when to harvest. It's just it's a giant sky clock is what you're looking
show his
at.
handiwork.
It tells you who somebody made it. It's a watch in the sky.
It's a question that we can't really answer. It's kind of like if you think about back in the day when people would get something wrong with their brain and people would say, oh yeah, he has demons in his head, we need to drill a hole to get it out. I mean, they had no actual evidence or any empirical stuff to base that on. But the people who went, hey, hang on, that's not actually working, and this is just killing people or making them worse. That's kind of, they didn't know what was actually wrong with them. They just saw that this was not working. We're kind of like the guy saying, hey, drilling holes in people's heads isn't working. We just don't know who created the brain or how it works necessarily perfectly. But we can figure that out eventually when more people have realized that there's not demons in the head.
But what will prevent you from finding the truth or figuring it out is to believe that you already have it, and what you think you have ends up being a lie. Like, that will hinder you.
And this is the problem, is they've given you a semi decent, I wouldn't even go as far to say decent.
You're being
But
generous.
they've shown I'm being very generous. They've given you a semi decent explanation to explain some phenomena in the sky. And sometimes it seems like, oh, that could make sense. But they never teach you the things that don't make sense. And unfortunately, it's kind of an all or nothing thing. It has to all work, or you need a whole new model. You need a whole new model. You can't have it only work for some things. But they never teach you the things that it doesn't work for. So you just go around and you just think like, oh, seasons are because of this. But little do you know that it actually doesn't even make sense. Like, okay, for the seasons, when the northern hemisphere, because you know that the northern and the southern hemisphere have different seasons. Like for us in the northern hemisphere, it's summer. People in the southern hemisphere, it's winter. So when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, what season is it? According to the heliocentric model, what season is it? Darius?
Summer.
See, you would think, because of all the intuition that you've learned as a human being, that when you're closer to the heat source, it would be summer. But in the heliocentric model, that is actually incorrect. When the northern hemisphere is furthest from the sun, that is our summer. And when we're closest to the sun, that is our winter. That's the explanation that you're given.
I mean, but like, doesn't that just show us like the Earth is tilted, I guess, on an axis, and why it's like wobbled? That's why different phases of the Earth have different seasons.
Makes sense to you, though, the amount of distance that a tilt would cover versus the amount of distance when it's closer to the sun during its elliptical path.
It's something
It's
like
there's a
3
million
million
miles
miles.
difference.
It's 3 million miles.
Yeah, and they'll say, oh, the tilt of the Earth is causing the oceans to absorb the light, and it's causing the oceans to heat up, and that's what's causing the summer, which is all fine and dandy, but you still can't explain that when the northern hemisphere is furthest from the sun, we have the most hours of daylight, right? Because our longest days are during the summer.
Which it doesn't
and our
even really
shortest
matter
days are during the winter.
because their claim
But
of the
again, it's
sun being,
against all intuition.
Go ahead, Kai. I thought you were.
Oh, I was just going to
finished
say
that.
it goes against all intuition that when you're furthest from the light and the heat source, you're going to have the most heat and the most light. Doesn't make sense. And that's why when I always ask you guys, because it's a trick question, because it completely defies your observable reality. Actually, the whole model does. You just don't even know it yet.
And it doesn't even work that the sun is what they claim it is and where they claim it is. I mean, it's a violation of not just the second law of thermodynamics, but I'm sure probably about a handful of other natural laws. For there to be a burning ball of gas in a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container, I mean, which is the same as Earth. I mean, we've got, so none of that can happen. Absolutely none of it makes any sense.
Yeah, I think to a normal person none of it would make sense. I don't, because I'm not like studying in that field, so I don't know.
No, even what they told you in high school, You could work this out. That's what most people have done. This is the simple stuff they showed you in your science high school book. Those
Yeah.
pictures of the eclipses were the same thing, and they didn't make sense then, but your teacher stood up in front of you, and she was convinced, or he was convinced as well, because they didn't question it either. They just learned it, and they taught it to you. They gave you a story, and they had enough points in it that seemed rational that you didn't look at the details of what they actually put in front of you. That picture, the picture that you saw there, I saw those in my high school book. I remember those because I'm a biologist. I have a biology degree. I remember those from high school. And that's the thing. I didn't pick it up either because, again, I trusted the authority. That is typical. We always trust those that have been put in power over us, especially teachers, priests, pastors, not really politicians, but some people do, I guess. But yeah, those people that are supposed to care the most about you and know the most truth and give you the most truth, if they're telling you a story that they learned because they don't know it's a lie either, they're going to teach it with conviction and you're going to believe it. And you're just going to say, when you even have a little slight question, when you look at these things and maybe pick up on it, like I did a few things when I was in high school, there was a few questions that I was like, well, I should ask more about that. But they told me it works this way, so I guess I'll just leave it alone for now. I told myself that because I trusted they knew more than me. But I could have figured it out right there. I actually did. I had a couple things that were like, oh, well, that doesn't make any sense. I must just not understand it. Maybe I just don't understand. And no, I was right. It was the fact that I didn't want to question the authority because I liked these people and I thought they knew what they were teaching me. And I loved getting good grades in science classes because it was fun and to answer the questions right. And yeah, I thought they knew everything at that point. They don't. And the thing is, they put just enough in front of you that you could figure it out if you were willing to really know how to, and if they taught you to look and know how to question. But if you would question that authority, but they don't teach you to do that. They start you from day one, never to question the teacher, be obedient, sit down when they tell you, stand up when they tell you, raise your hand when they tell you, even for going to the restroom, you have to ask permission. So you have to ask permission for everything, including thinking eventually. That's what they are doing to you so that you don't question, that you'll be a good servant and slave next when you become an adult, that you won't question what they give you and you'll be happy.
Which is why they claim to have all the answers and give them to you so that you don't have anything to question and look into. Because if you look into one thing, then you see that the entire thing falls apart. I'm just so glad we're able to measure the Earth and determine that it's not spherical. Because, I mean, that's the basic fundamental of, it's like it has to first be spherical for any of this to even be, and it's obviously not, so.
Did someone want to show him the black swan, maybe? If you're still, I thought I heard you said you were working earlier.
Swan.
Do you understand it though? Do you understand it?
Yeah, they were saying that it was 29 miles away from the shore, and if the Earth was around, you shouldn't be able to see it. So
Yeah, it's about 10 miles, but that's okay. But it's the one with the oil platforms. Do you know which one it is that we're talking about, the black swan?
It's worth
With the
going
Mullins,
over and over again.
Tollins. Have you heard the Mullen? I can't say it now. The argument.
did you see what I posted? Truth unveiled prevails.
Of what?
The Earth's tilt. Yeah, that's what I was questioning.
Yeah, I don't see you. Maybe you can post it again.
What are you posting?
It's in the meme one because I can't post in a general chat or the voice chat.
What are you posting? Or trying to post?
I posted the Earth's tilt. Like how? Like explain to me like the on a flat plane. Like how does it tilt?
Doesn't tilt. There's no tilt. You don't need the tilt. See, the tilt was added because they had to explain for the seasons. And so they came up with the tilt. There was no measuring of the tilt. There was no measurement done or experiment done. It had to be done to get the other things to work together with the radius that they had for the Earth, how the moon and the distance to the moon and the sun, all these things to get your seasons to work. They had to add the tilt. It's never been measured. There is no tilt.
So like how are seasons? So how do seasons work then? Like We don't know, or
Okay. No, we have a kind of a way of understanding how again, like the sun and the moon you were talking about earlier, they follow the path of the excuse me, I can't speak of it.
Because the sun and the moon are more low. They're much more local.
They're
So
close.
as they
Yeah.
move away from you and take their path a further distance away from you, you're
In the
gonna have
tropics.
yeah, you're
Tropics
gonna
of
have different seasons.
Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, so they actually switch between these two tropics around the equator. The moon goes at 28 days cycle, so it's a little faster. And then you've got the sun that actually has a cycle too that goes through. That's where you get when it switches its position from one of the well, I can't talk today. My brain is slow. Anyway, when it switches, that's your summers, your days are longest, and then your shortest day of the year. Again, it's growing seasons. That's how farmers can follow what time of year they should plant and that sort of thing. And that's when it's switching between the two tropics, whether it be Capricorn or the other one. So I wonder if somebody's got a map up so I can
so
see it a
like
little easier. Do you understand kind of what we're saying though? You saw those circles that are going around the flat. Okay, there's somebody put it up there, the path of the sun. There you go. Tropic of
but
Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. It goes between them, slowly changing over the season. It gets narrower for your longer days. You see how that works?
yeah.
And we're not saying that we know 100% the path of the sun, right? This is like, so well, what I want to ask you is, what do you observe? Your observations when you look at reality, what does it tell you? What do you see? Do you see any indication of a spherical Earth? And do you see any indication or feel any indication that you're moving? Do you have any reason to believe that you're living on a spherical Earth that's spinning at 1,040 miles an hour at the equator?
I mean, I guess the only thing I can say is no, because I've stargazed before, and I can see the sky moving. Like if for 30 minutes, I can see like the stars are different and are different places within 30 minutes. So I don't know if that might be the Earth spinning or the sky rotating around us, but I know something moves.
Well, before you would even come to okay, so you see them moving, and if you had never been told that the Earth was moving, you would have no reason to even entertain that thought while you're watching something in the sky moving. So, do you see?
Both can be plausible though. Like at the end of the day, both can be plausible. Like either the planet's moving or the sky is moving. I mean the stars are moving.
Do you ever not sense motion, especially when it's angular motion? In other words, going around in a circle, like turning your car. We're not talking about a straight path here, okay? You do
Yeah.
understand, right? We're not on a straight path if it is spinning. Can you tell when your car even does a slight bit of angle of a turn?
Yeah.
Okay, now if that car is moving and it's going around like a circle lap track, even if it's going pretty slow, say you decide to turn around and you're not the driver, let's just say you're not the driver, but you decide to turn around and face backwards. Even if you got used to it going around when you were sitting forward, if you suddenly turned around backwards, wouldn't you notice that a significant change in the way it felt?
And
Yeah.
there's 4 to 5 different movements that they're claiming that we're
Okay.
making. So it would look like Star Wars. Like, in Star Wars, when you watch Star Wars and then they do warp speed and you see the stars zooming by, streaks of light. That's what the sky should look like, according to what they say we're doing. But we see the same repeating.
So explain to me I don't get you ever heard of galaxies? Like if you go to certain parts of the planet, you can see different galaxies. Different planets and stars. Explain to me why does
Where
it
do you
even
see?
You're calling
why?
them something that you don't know what they are. You're just calling lights in the sky by names that they told you to tell you that that's what they are. You don't know what they are. You just know there's something out there that is light.
You can see on Earth you can see the Milky Way, but if you have a good telescope or camera, you can zoom in and there's different galaxies. That's what I'm assuming. Like
Just
it's
more clusters of stars, though. The only reason you even think that it's a galaxy is because this is a story that they've told you. But part of this story that they've told you is also that the Earth is spherical, and there's no measurement of it. It's not. It's measuring flat. There's no detectable motion. The Earth isn't moving. More than 70% of the water, the Earth is covered with water, allegedly. Right? And we know how water behaves. There's no indication to even entertain that thought. And the only reason that that thought is even in your mind is because this is what you've been told.
Remember how we told you the ancient people never even thought that it was a sphere? But this became a thing 500 years ago. Yeah, it was talked about by the Greeks, but it didn't become a big thing until about 500 years ago. All the ancients knew it was flat. They knew it. They knew it was flat.
But
They also knew how the sun and the moon moves, and they actually knew all the eclipses. They didn't have a problem.
So let's say they knew. Like, how do we know for a fact they knew the Earth was flat? Like, do they have?
Yeah, it's
They have.
records. Things in stone, clay.
I mean, I know,
Skin.
yeah, but so people say the Earth is a globe now, but back then they say it was flat.
Yeah.
Like we have we have pictures now, but back in the day, like, how do you know like they were telling the truth? That's what I'm asking.
Well, how would you know if anybody's telling the truth if it's not in your lifetime and you weren't there? You have to trust some of that information, but you trust the globe information that they gave you.
How do we know they're telling the
Which
truth?
which one's more
measure-
reasonable? That's
Test
the
the
thing.
things
I'm
that
not
are
saying they're
testable.
maybe they didn't have enough information. Like I don't. Who knows? You know.
Well,
Wait
that's
a
what
minute,
they
wait a
try to
minute,
tell
no.
you. Once again, they try to tell you the ancient people were stupid. Remember, NASA is using ancient information to give you those eclipses, and they're telling you that they've got it all figured out and they're predicting, and no, they're not. They actually took it from the ancients. So again, this is this education system where you think everybody in the past is not as smart as we were, or didn't have techniques, or couldn't measure, or couldn't travel this flat plane. Do you understand they couldn't have traveled it if it was a sphere with the tools that we know they had? Do you know
What are you going
that?
to say, Shines?
I was gonna say, I think it's also funny that they try to figure out that it was a globe because they saw ships going over horizon. Like, I mean, they made an assumption that led to all kinds of other different things, and looking up in the sky and all these assumptions without actually thinking things through. They figured out gravity because an apple fell onto the ground. Well, what if it fell on water and floated? You know what I mean? So looking to other men, no matter what period of time, looking to other men to find out what the truth of the reality is. I mean, we can all share stories and stuff, but the number one thing is we do not feel it move. It is observably flat. When we zoom in now with high-tech stuff, we can see the boat again. Like, nothing in the sky is going to tell us the shape of the floor.
Okay, so this is what this is a statement I think I'll stand by. I think we should all agree on, like, since we have technology that we can fly, go to space, like we should start a flat Earth. Like
we can't go to space. You
okay,
can't
like
go to space.
we can't go to space. Okay, so
They
No, you can't. You
militarize
want
and
to know
monitor
why?
everything.
Okay,
They've got
so
the sky monitored. They've got the waters monitored. You can't go anywhere unless they allow you to. And here's the thing: why would you go there anyway? If you're going to try to determine the Earth, you're on Earth. Just measure the Earth, which is what people have done.
I'm saying that we have the technology available. So I'm saying like you can start a company like we in America. We
No. Do you understand why it's not even possible, that it's a waste of money? Do you understand what there
you
is
guys are
no space?
so-
Because listen, you're assuming that there is space because you don't know about the second law of thermodynamics violation it causes. You don't understand the science that doesn't work in space. You don't understand that that can't even be possible. You can't have a rocket flying around in space either. You got nothing to push off of. It's physics. I mean, these are basic things
NASA
they
admits it.
taught you. They taught you in school, but they didn't tell you that they don't actually work in space. They taught you the first law and second law of thermodynamics. They didn't tell you that it doesn't work with these things. You can't have gas pressure, in other words, atmosphere, as they call it. Gas doesn't have a shape. It's not sphere. But you can't even breathe. You wouldn't be able to breathe if there's not a container.
Okay, so what I was taught different. I was taught like the Earth has gravity and
Right.
the space is a vacuum. So when they say vacuum, that means empty. That doesn't mean it sucks everything out. Your
Didn't
gravity.
say that. But what does gases do in any vacuum?
They claim
back
it's a
to your
10 to the
mind.
negative 17
I mean,
torr
we did, but we
pressure.
did.
They claim it's a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure adjacent to a 50 torr
But
without
we
a
did.
container.
Well,
Do you understand? There is the second law of thermodynamics, which states that you cannot stop entropy without a container when it comes to gases. They must go from high pressure to low pressure, period. It has nothing to do with sucking. We didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, so
Besides, we've measured the Earth. The Earth's been measured. There's no curvature. It's not moving.
okay,
And
let's say flat, but can we still have an atmosphere? I guess.
No, you have
we have
atmos.
atmos. There's, air.
Gases don't have shapes unless it's the shape of their container. See, they gave you an atmosphere trying again to put words in your head that make you think, oh, it's got to be a
Program your
ball.
brain to
Got to be
think.
a ball.
Yeah.
It's got to
it's
have this
spherical.
thing.
So, but okay, so like let's give for example, if like we humans, we have gases and we destroy the ozone layer because of pollution. So
So
if it
they
rips the
tell you.
I mean, the planet's getting hotter, so I mean that's I guess we can
So
say
what
that.
can we verify? What can we verify? We can verify the Earth is not curving. We know it's not moving. We know how water behaves. We know how gases behave. So there's no reason to even consider that any of that is true. You first need a spherical Earth. There's no curvature. If someone can find curvature, okay, great. Find curvature, and then we can go from there and start and then if someone detects motion, then great. Then we can start exploring all these other possibilities. But it's like there is no curvature. The Earth isn't moving, and we must be contained because we have a pressurized system of gases to breathe.
But
It's
at the
that
end of the day,
simple.
I feel like this debate can be destroyed in 40 years or 30 years. Like a
No,
flat
it
Earth,
can't. You
a flat
understand?
Earth go in space or really high up.
No.
The curvature
No.
they can just
Keep
prove the globe.
invoking space.
No,
Like,
that's because, listen, if you have a container, you're not going to space. Do you understand? Because if you bust that container, that's going to lose our air pressure, right? So even if there was space outside that container of some sort that you don't know what it would be anyway, we're guessing.
Yeah.
Maybe it is a vacuum. Maybe it's ocean. You don't know. You have no idea. If you puncture the container that you're in that has pressure in it, what happens when you puncture a tire?
It goes flat.
Yeah. That's not a good thing if you're living in a system like that, is it?
I mean, but we know that when objects fall on Earth, they burn up because it's hitting the atmosphere.
No, you've been told a story. You assume that's what's happening because they told you that's what happened, but you're seeing a light in the sky does not tell you actually what's going on or what it is or that it's anything. They tell you it's rocks falling. Have you ever actually seen one fall to the ground and hit?
So
that
let's
you knew for
discuss what we can
sure?
verify.
have you seen one going in the opposite direction?
Yeah, do you ever
Have you
see
seen
them
them
going
going
up?
in a
Ever
different
go see
angle?
a comet going up from the horizon? I mean, literally straight up. You ever seen one? I haven't. I've been watching for a long time, and you said you watch stars a lot.
Yeah, I watch the stars. I never seen a meteor shower. I know I know meteor showers exist, but I never
You ever
seen
seen a
one.
shooting star? You never seen a shooting star? Not at all yet.
No,
Oh man, you got to get out more. They're beautiful. Don't
but
assume they're a piece of rock. That's what they told you. There are other explanations. See, the problem is you think there's only one explanation for everything because that's the explanation you were given. That's all you're going to think about. That's why you keep jumping into the globe stuff because you think there must be some part of it they told you that was true. You've got to let go of this if you really want to find out the truth. There's multiple explanations for what may be going on. There's some really good ones out there that are exciting, actually. More exciting than any rock.
What do you do with the information about what has been tested and verified? Like, where are you at with that? With the
I
measurements,
understand.
laser tests, and the observations, and lack of curvature?
Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying. Like, of course, I like to explore new things and stuff. That's why I'm here. So but I'm
But
saying
you have to have a base.
proof.
You need to
That's
start somewhere, a foundation. So where's your foundation?
Okay, I was saying like 10 minutes ago, like you guys keep shutting me down, but maybe just maybe a flat earther should not go to space, but go really high up and disprove the globe Earth, so we
They
can
have.
finish the debate.
They've
That's
gone
what I'm
high up. The people have gone high up. You're only going to go so high and still see
like.
a flat plane. Did you see the Branson flight and all those other ones recently? Did you go look?
Hang on,
We
I
were
want to ask
showing you pictures earlier. Didn't we show you pictures how the curve that they supposedly said was the curve of Earth kept changing to a convex and then flat? It's because it was
why would
flat
you
all the way up.
why would you go from an observation or from a measurement? Why would you discard a measurement, right, and not take that as being validation for a lack of curvature? So if you were wanting to determine whether or not the Earth, why would you go from a direct measurement that's repeatable, right, to an observation in the sky that you can't directly measure? It's like, because honestly, all the observations that have been that's not with these fish islands, it shows a flat, level, stationary Earth, because the horizon rises to eye level. The only way it can rise to eye level is if it's level and it extends out. If it were spherical, it would drop away, and that's not what happens. So even in your like wanting to like the observation realm, it's still revealing to be flat and level. But
Yeah, I
why
want you
would
to look.
why would you go to that and abandon the measurements? Direct measurements.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say that direct measurements trump an observation off from a distance? Which one would you think carries more weight?
I mean, like a lot of observations I've made, you guys said it's not true, or like it's something else to it, like the moon and stuff. So I don't know. Like, honestly, don't know. You know.
Well, that means you may need to go do these observations across like a water or some other place that you can
can't
get
test the
alongside
moon.
and go test that for yourself, because that's where the measurement for the shape of an Earth comes from. And if you look at, let's see, 58 minutes past the hour, when you have a sphere of any size, when you go in elevation, your perspective will have the difference here. If you see what you're looking at there is, if it's a sphere, it will drop away, and you'll have to keep continually looking further and further down with your head to see the horizon. That never happens on this plane that we live on. We've never seen it. We know of amateur balloons that are going up to 140,000 feet, and it's still the same. Branson just went up, and actually, if you know that he's got a fisheye lens, you can do a computer program that corrects for fisheye lenses, run his little video through it, and it's perfectly flat at eye level at whatever height he claims to have been at. And that's true for everything that we've been able to get from these folks. Is whenever they have a eye lens, we can run it through. There's a program that actually can calculate what the lens curvature was and correct for it. And it will only work if they were using a fisheye lens, so that you will know that it is still level, flat, no matter how high. It's always at eye level, always. So it won't help us to go any higher than these guys. These are the SR-71 pictures, same thing. You got the same problem.
What are you doing? What are you doing with the measurements? Like, are you just disregarding that information? Like the actual direct measurements that are testable and repeatable?
No. I just question, like you guys saying NASA told us that the curve of the Earth is like every 3 miles, right?
No, let's show him the black swan, guys. I don't think he really understands it or hasn't seen it enough or explained it enough. Somebody put up the black swan, please, with the mullen pond.
It's supposed to be accurate up to about 1,000 miles, but if you do in 8 inches per mile squared, but it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet from where you're standing in all directions. Not just one, in all directions from where you're standing. 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet.
You're looking in the voice text?
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
There's the first one. It's the it's 1 minute after the hour. It's the one with the 2 oil rigs with the white.
And another
thing.
question I have is, like, okay, so we don't have an atmosphere. Like, where's the firmament? Where's that at?
It's up there. We
Like
don't know.
going on to
That's
ask another
it.
question when we haven't even, like, see, this is the thing. I think you're totally disregarding the measurements and
So
the
we're gonna
observations that show lack of curvature. It's like you don't even want to address it. You don't even want to talk about it. You want to immediately go to things in the sky and all these things that we can't verify and validate. And so
you
that's
like
my
space.
question to you is why are you do you know the truth and you're just avoiding it? Do you not want to address it? Or what's the issue with the measurements?
Because like the measurements, like I'm not really like I don't know. Like I have to verify those. That's correct. I don't know, so that's why I don't
Okay,
really.
then
And
why
verify that
aren't you
you
using the
can
same
follow
logic?
sky.
Why
You can't
aren't
do
you
that.
using the why aren't you using the same logic to all these other things that you're talking about? Because you should be using the same logic there too. You can't verify it, so why don't you look at something and discuss something that you can verify? Because these are things that you can verify, and people have.
So do you know the argument though for this flat Earth, for the black swan? Have you ever heard it? Anybody gone through it with you?
Yeah.
Modus Tollens. So you actually know the little Modus Tollens argument. If P, then Q. You know that one?
No, I just know they said on a curved Earth you shouldn't be able to see them.
Okay, so I'm going to try to give this to you a little bit. All right, this is called a logic argument. Okay, so it makes sense when you start to understand what's going on. So I'll give it to you kind of easy. If P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. Right? That's the argument logic form. Okay, called modus tollens. Excuse me. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's going to be your P. Okay. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is your Q. That's your geometric horizon. Because you live on a ball, you must have a geometric horizon. In other words, it's physical. It's the bend, it's the curve, it's the drop. And this is what's used in curve calculators. Okay, so if it's that measurement is 3959 miles P, then of course, if you're at Q, which is a height times the square root of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q, if Q doesn't match, doesn't come out right, horizon distance is greater than it should be for that 1 foot height, observer's height, then you've got nothing. It's not P. That means it's not a sphere. It can't be that radius. It means your radius is wrong, because that's what you're trying to figure out with this argument. So if you look at the picture, where is the horizon in the picture? Horizon's where the water meets the sky. Can you tell me where it's at?
It's in the back.
Yeah, it's behind the oil rigs, right?
What I can say about this picture, why does the one further look smaller than the one in the front?
Because again, the laws of perspective, as things go away from you into the distance, they get smaller. You should know that by just walking down a hallway and seeing how the hallway narrows and the floor rises up and the ceiling goes down, and they meet and cause a horizon that's apparent. Okay? That's what happens in a long hallway. You've seen it. You've seen it from long distances too. If a train goes away from you, or a car as it goes away from you, doesn't it get smaller?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, right? Just normal stuff. All right, so we know that this guy, he actually, if you go into the video that this screenshot was taken from, you can actually see him set the camera, which is supposedly at 1 foot height, but some people say it was actually a little lower, and it probably was. It was literally on the water. So at 1 foot height, remember the formula down here.
But have we even defined what a horizon is? Like we know the
The
side.
horizon is where the sky meets the ground. You said where
Yeah.
the horizon was. It's behind these two. You even said it because you knew what a horizon is.
Where it
That's
appears
what it
to be
is.
pure.
Yeah, just where the ground and the sky meet, or the water, whatever you're on. Okay.
Yeah, but
So
like
you already
when
said what?
yeah, but yeah, when it always like since it's in front of the horizon, like when the sun always be behind when the sun always set behind the earth,
I don't think
right?
you understand the argument yet. Okay, just kind of listen to this and figure it out, and we'll go through it as we get through the bottom of it. So the guy is standing on the beach. He's got a camera of 1 foot height. So we fit it into that formula that we gave you, which means it's 1 times the 1.225 to the square root of the observer's height. So 1 times that 1.225, which means that's the physical geometric horizon that is given by your globe model that has a radius of 3959 miles. Cannot be any further than the 1.225 miles at that height. Do you understand what I'm saying it so far?
It I don't know
Do you
because
do you
It can
understand
be
what I'm
shorter,
saying?
but it can't be
I'm looking
further.
at video, looking at pictures, and there's like they're at different levels.
Yeah, there's multiple things going on there, but you're only looking at the horizon. Where's the horizon again?
See,
But do you
someone
understand?
says
It can be shorter than 1.225, but it cannot be further.
That is your physical barrier as you start over a curve. And if 1 foot height, you're not going to be able to see anything that very far at
see,
all if it's got a curve.
someone
Because
sent me this.
if you stand on a basketball, I know somebody's probably sending you stuff and trying to convince you that we're lying or whatever. Don't. You can go do this one yourself. You can even see that the distances and everything are accurate based on Google. And you can go watch the video and see the guy set up the camera. And you could have somebody, if you knew somebody in California, if you're not there, you can go do this one yourself. But you can also do it on any body of water that is long enough that
Yeah,
you can get a good
you can
sight.
have different conditions and swells and waves and atmospheric conditions that can make it appear to be shorter. They can make it appear to be closer to you, right? If it is the sphere that they claim it is, but it can never ever be further than what they're claiming. If it is, then it's not curving.
You understand the argument here, though. You can't have a physical curve further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot height observing. Observer height has to be in that, but you can also be, if you were higher up, you could see further. That's the normal thing with perspective. If you get higher, you can see further. But right now, this picture is showing you from 1 foot height. So your limit, because of the radius of the sphere, this is how you do geometry, it can be no further than 1.22 miles. How far is that horizon? What's the distance on the first platform? Can you read me that mileage?
It says 9.41 miles.
No, the first one. That's the
Six-
one to your right.
6.21 miles. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So this first one's 6.2. The closest one is 6.21 miles. Your limit was at 1.22 miles. So you've already seen further than you're supposed to there. So the second one, what's the second
So
one?
this is why
9.1441. That one's even further. So then what's behind it is even further than that. So we can say it's over 10 miles is a good guess, but it could even be further than what we can actually know because we don't have anything to mark the distance. The platforms themselves are just distant markers. So don't get hung up on what the platforms look like or that they're one's kind of more distorted than the other. That doesn't even matter. We're talking about the horizon because that's what people will try to tell you. They'll say, well, this photo has got to be all wrong because there's distortion. Yeah, you're going to have distortion. That's atmosphere, like you guys call it. That's going to have all kinds of refraction, blah, blah, blah. Again, you're talking, your model requires a physical horizon. Physical. You hear me saying that word because that's really important. Do you understand that a physical horizon is like if you were talking around, trying to look around a curve of a wall that curves around like in an arena? If your friend walks around an arena and they go out around the curve where you can't see them, can you put a telescope out and then pull them back around that curve?
Do you understand that
Or
you
are
cannot
they
see it?
blocked? by
I
a
see what you're.
physical wall.
So you're saying that the horizon is flat. That's basically what you're saying.
No,
That's
I'm
what.
saying you don't have any curve.
That the
Yeah.
horizon is much further than what it can be if it's a sphere. That's the point. It cannot be further than that, and it is. So it's not a sphere. It can be shorter. You can have different conditions. It can be shorter, but it cannot be further. We see it further. So do you understand that it cannot be the sphere that they claim it is?
I'm just like, that's why I have to verify. Like, I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm not saying nobody's wrong. I'm just because like I'm looking at two different pictures. So
Somebody is talking in your ear. What are they saying?
they're saying, oh, they're sending only one picture, but not
Who is
another.
that? Who is actually talking to you, please?
Yeah, but do you see what they're doing? They're like, okay, well, here's an instance where it's in a different location. But do you understand that the point is it can be shorter, but it can never ever be further, and it has been seen further. Okay, it's the one time that you see it, even though it's happened more than once. It's every time that they've went and tested it, it's been further than what it should be. If it's going to be at 1 foot observer eye, it can never ever be further than 1.225. So it doesn't matter if you've got like these other conditions, other photos where it's in a different location. The point is that not one single time can it ever be further, right? It cannot be further. If it's further one time than where the predicted geometric horizon should be, which is 1.225 miles, if it's further than that one time, then it's not a sphere. It's not curving.
Why it's called a black swan. If we see that one time, that disproves your whole globe instantly. Gone, just like it was with the moon thing. If it's wrong, your model's wrong. The whole thing's off because everything's based off of that radius they gave you, and we don't even know how they got that. Because if you've got a horizon that's that much further, how did they
I
get
know how they got it. They
radius?
hijacked perspective.
And if it changes throughout the day, and you will see changes. You've been to the ocean, right? Have you been to any, big bodies of water?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it changes throughout the day, right? With the conditions. It gets, it can get foggy, it can get clearer, it can get more humid, and things kind of miragey out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are we talking about? We're talking about a physical curve. It's a barrier, just like I was trying to tell you with a wall. If you can go around the wall, can you pull somebody back in with a telescope?
Are you understanding that it doesn't matter how many like it doesn't matter if someone shows you different conditions where it's doing different things and it's shorter, if ever it's seen further. Do you understand that it can never be further? Doesn't matter how many times it's shorter. What matters, and the point is, it can never be further. Do you understand that?
Yeah. So you're okay. I get it.
Well, do you understand? That's why the logic argument, the P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's what she is saying in more words than just that logic written out right there, which that's an official argument. The modus tollens gives you, it's just like a mathematical formula. So if it's you're seeing it at 1 foot height, if it's more than 1.225 miles away that you're seeing the horizon, you're done. It's not P. In other words, that means the radius is incorrect. That means it's not a sphere, and it's not a bigger sphere either, because then everything else doesn't work either.
Darius, who's they? You're saying in the chat. They're saying
I want to know.
explain this.
I want
Who's
to
they?
know who is DMing you. I want the name.
He's not listening to you.
Tell us who they are, and then we can talk to them.
Yeah, there's. I sent.
Who is it? Who's sending you DMs?
And we'll explain it to them if they're wanting
If they're
something explained. Tell me who it
bro,
is.
don't be fair, bro. Just talk to them. I don't think they're gonna ban you. But she's saying.
No, it's not gonna ban. But I want to know. I just want to know who it is.
You can't listen to people at once.
No, you can't be doing that. It's not fair to us.
They need to get in the chat. If they want,
talking to
probably egg person.
Darius?
If they want to join into the conversation, they need to get into the chat.
Okay.
or they need to leave you alone.
Okay.
Has egg person been around? Never mind.
Is this a person in real life who's talking to you?
Yeah,
or...
that's what I want to know. Who is it? Is it real or is it somebody online?
Because what they're doing is they're confusing you and they're obfuscating away from the point. If they're showing you, pictures where different things are happening, the entire point of the logic claim is that it can never be further. Okay, so it doesn't really matter, right? If it's ever further than what they're claiming it to be, then it's not
That's my
curving.
thing. That's my thing. I'm just like, there's proof that the Earth is flat, and then there's proof that Earth is globe. That's why it gets
No, there's
confused.
no
There
proof.
is no proof that the Earth is globe.
If you've got proof, I want it right now, and I don't want you using your help. Who's your help? Is they there in real life? You have not answered our question. I'm starting
Listen,
to get real frustrated with you. You either answer right now and tell me if they're in person or they're on the DMs bugging you.
They're in the DMs, but they're sending.
Okay, I want their names right now.
Yeah, are they here in this server? Or are
Right
they in
now.
another server? Or what is going on here? Because we don't want this.
Start
Sorry.
now, giving me names now.
So we're sick of the bullshit.
Now
See,
you
it's
either
already
play
got away from
fair.
the point because of this. It's what aggravates me. It's already gotten away from the point. The point is it cannot be further. And you're claiming that there's evidence for a spherical Earth and a flat. There cannot be evidence for both, right? There is no evidence for a spherical Earth. There is no measurement of curvature ever. And the evidence for flat totally debunks
And you
spherical.
can't use globe logic here on flat Earth. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
So I want names right now.
Night.
What is your problem with telling us the truth? You're not being honest now with us. You were having a great conversation. What's going on?
Because
I don't know the evidence for the globe.
I said night, but I'm just saying, like, it just seemed like you're attacking me. I'm not trying to have a.
No, I'm
it's
attacking
getting
them.
aggravated with the. We're getting
I'm
aggravated
attacking
with
them
the
because
fact
this
that
is not
we're.
right.
Oh
Well,
fuck.
I don't think it's a fight.
Okay, this is what we're getting aggravated with. Okay, listen to me very clearly, because I'm getting very frustrated here. Okay, we're getting aggravated with the fact that when we're trying to make a point, you've got that. Not only it's not just you. It's there's a lot of things that's aggravating me right now, but when we're trying to make a point and we're trying to stick to the point is that it's further, right? There is no curvature, right? If you see the horizon further than what they claim it should be, we're trying to stick to that point, right? To get you to understand that it cannot be. It can never be further. If it is, it's not curving. And then someone is distracting you and taking you in off to these things that don't matter. They're irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you have these observations where the horizon moves in different locations, right? You're going to have different atmospheric effects. The point is that within those, it can never ever be further. And the fact that it is further means it's not curving. So I also want to know what this evidence of this globe that you claim that you have.
Hold up. I'm going to tell them to speak.
Yeah, you tell them to stop bugging you or give me their name and I will handle it. They need to come on. If they don't got the balls to come on and actually talk to us and are trying to talk back through you and trying to make a debate go through you because they're not brave enough to come on and talk to us because they're too scared, then they need to stop. This is not right. So that's why I want their names so we can deal with it. So
Okay.
if you need to give me their names.
I said night. And
Is it Frost Night?
no, night.
No,
Night?
it's night.
Just Night. Oh, is he in the room?
Look for him.
N-I-T-E. He's in the room.
Block him.
Well, listen, just if you're having a conversation with us and you're trying to, and if you really want to have a productive conversation, we're trying to stick with the points. Don't let someone distract you. If Knight wants to have a conversation, Knight can unmute himself and have one. Okay. And then you can sit back and listen to what he's got to say then. But while we're having a conversation with you, let's stick to the point I want to know first. There's two things I want to know. I want to know this evidence that you claim there is for a globe. And I also want to know if you understand that the horizon can never be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot. Do you understand this? And I do want to know. I want to see this evidence for the globe.
Yes, just give me a moment. I have a talk to a customer real quick.
While you're doing that, we'll talk tonight. Is there something you'd like to discuss? Are you the one that's claiming you got evidence for the globe? Night. If
You
you're talking
better
to someone
open
else
up.
if you're talking to someone else in your DMs and you won't unmute your mic, I'll disband you.
We're gonna ban you. Yeah, this is
So
ridiculous, and you know
I'm
it.
gonna pull a Mimas right here. I'm gonna count to 3.
No, he just unmuted.
Okay.
Speak up.
And I wouldn't do that if it weren't for the fact that you were talking to someone else and trying to interject into the conversation in a shadowy, shady way. Okay? It's like, I never want anyone to speak if they don't want to speak, but you're obviously wanting to be involved in the conversation and you're derailing another one. So let's hear it. Where's your evidence for the globe? And what input do you have on the Black Swan?
Night, if you're trying to speak, your microphone's not working.
You're about to get banned. So I really
I'm
don't
gonna
believe
pull a
you didn't
Mimas
have
here.
one.
So
I'm
You're
there's
not you're not letting us know, and you are doing things backhanded, and that's not right. And you knew you were doing it too.
Which
Oh,
one are we talking about?
If it's not, is he claiming to be a flat earther? Because if he's a fake flat earther, he can get banned for that.
You're gonna get banned anyway.
Not you. You've got okay. So he's trying.
Hello.
Yeah,
There we go.
we've heard Night before.
And why is he giving us problems going
I think
behind
it's a
the
woman.
scenes?
It's a
Or
woman,
she.
but
So
I think she has internet connections. That's because it sounded like she was cutting out.
yeah, I'm
Hang
curious.
on a minute. I'm just driving.
Okay.
I'm just pulling
That's
over.
why.
How are you driving and DMing at the same time?
Yeah.
Well,
What?
I just came into this conversation, and then so I've just turned on my thing and heard this conversation going on, and then I hear this guy drop this name Knight, and I was like, he best not be talking about me, because I don't know what the hell he's talking about, because I am
okay.
definitely a flat
Yeah,
earther.
she's
So you're
not
not
part of him. She is
all
not
right.
part of
No,
him.
my husband
I
is
can
Day,
confirm
who's
that.
on here a lot. We're both flat earthers.
Yeah, they're
I
both
remember you.
here.
Okay, he accused
Yeah.
you then
You
wrongly.
guys
Hey,
should know. Darius, okay,
speak up
one
now.
last time. Stop, guys. Darius, I know your little tricks here, okay? I'm gonna give you one last time. Who are you talking to in DMs? I've got my hand on the buzzer for booting you the fuck out. And I'm not joking. Who are you talking to in your DMs? Now. 3,
He
2,
did say he
1.
was talking to
Bye-bye, Darius.
Don't come back. Don't
I
let
do
the door
know
hit you on the
He
butt.
is part of he's part of another group, guys, and this was in the admin chat. He has a whole bunch of other people in here too that think that they're gonna get by us. You can't get by us, okay? We know all of your trolly fucking ways. We know you have a little server that's full of trolls that is only coming here to troll. So stop it, because it's gonna get shut down.
Yeah,
Well,
and I
there's
don't
still one more
really don't
person in the
appreciate the
chat.
dishonesty part where he tried to
Now you guys either
to put it on another individual and just
No,
lie
no,
about
he
him
came
bunch
in
of
and he's
losers.
trying to take over some of the new people that come in here, okay? And then he's trying to disrupt us, so don't let him do it.
Nope, but that's why I was calling it out, because I knew what was going on. Because somebody DM'd me too while I was sitting here and called me a liar. So
Right. Well, the person
who
that
was
was
that?
DMing
Who
Darius
was
is
that
I'm
from?
probably.
figure it out. Hold on. I'm trying
Who
to
was
figure
it?
out who it was. I've got a
Because that's
couple
probably
DMs. I haven't looked.
It could be
I
a
got
probably
T.
was-
Wesley that's asked me for a friend, but I don't know who they are. T. Wesley. Who else is DM me? X KJTX. Justin, you better
That's me.
speak up right now.
That's me. You're talking to me.
Sorry, Mad Max. Mad Max. Well, you must have sent me a message too. Mad Max.
Yeah, I just barely sent you a message from because of the Darius kid, and he's gone now. So.
No, I'm just pissed. I am pissed because I knew something was going on. I could sense it.
No, you were correct.
Okay, so Mad Max, you better speak up right now or you're about to get your ass kicked for now. Because you sent me a message calling me a liar about thermodynamics.
It's
Speak up.
dishonest. It's
Also, I just wanna
dishonest.
say that-
Shady tactics won't work in here.
So, Conrad?
Can I just
Go
point out that when it comes to things like this, when they're saying somebody's DMing them, pictures or it didn't happen, they can easily screenshot DMs and show the name of the person and
Yeah.
what they sent.
Correct.
So if they can't provide that, they're full of shit.
Pretty simple.
But I know that guy personally from another source that's in their server, you know. Because I got people
Look,
around, man.
hey,
They can't mess with us.
Justin,
Mad Max. Who's Mad
the
Max,
situation is under control. Ladies, can you continue?
Well, I'm still looking at Mad Max in the room, isn't he? Is he?
Yeah, whoever was DMing Darius is probably still in the room. So
Well, that's the person that DM'd me during the conversation that kind of clued me in something was up.
Okay.
Calling me a liar. Mad Max, if
Mad
you want
Max?
to talk,
I don't-
you need to come on now, or we're just
Where
going to
is
ban
Mad
you.
Max? I don't see
You
any
got,
Mad Max.
you got 10 seconds. If you're in the room still, you better come on. Let's see if we find him. He might have left already. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not in here. I don't
We
see
Yep.
him.
did. Let's continue.
All right. We're
Thanks,
done with
Justin. I
that.
made it. Not to. I mean, yeah. Thanks, Justin.
I
for
just
calling
know
this shit out.
Darius. I know.
I know. Anyway, ladies, continue.
Yeah, right, Karma. I wondered that too. I wondered, is there even anybody really DMing him? He's probably just claiming, to like plausible deniability. Don't, attack me. I'm not the one, Yeah, I wondered that myself.
Well, I think someone
Sure.
was DMing him
I
because
think somebody
he didn't.
was.
Yeah, he didn't know very many globe arguments himself. So
And he suddenly said he had an argument, and he kind of came off with the whole the picture was wrong, and he had
I want
said
to
he
know
could
this.
miss the
Okay, let's go
picture.
back
I want
to
to know this
the
claim
the
of
live stream. Let's get
the
the
evidence.
girls going.
He pretty much
I
admitted
wanna-
it. Anyway, let's get back.
I want to know the claim of the evidence for the spherical Earth. It's like if there's anyone in the chat that, because this is a claim that this group of people's carrying with them that there's evidence for both. I want to see this evidence of the spherical Earth. So I don't care who it is. If anyone's got it, just that's what I want to see. Nobody? Yeah, I don't blame you because there aren't any. We have Abdul Rahman in the chat. They don't have any roles. If I don't know if a moderator wants to unmute them. I won't unmute them if they don't have any roles. But I will go up into the VC check-in. If you go up there, I'll follow you up there.
Well, I'm leaving for tonight. It's getting late here. Good job on ladies' night, by the way. You guys have been awesome.
You too. Don't party too hard tonight.
Too much of a what do you guys call it? We call it a social turd if you direct translate it. So no worries in that part.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you call someone who doesn't go out and socialize much?
Recluse. Hermit. There's all kinds of different names for it.
Goody two shoe.
I'm a hermit.
Antisocial.
Introvert.
Agoraphobics.
I'll take hermit. I like hermit.
I like goody two shoe.
Well, you can be a hermit and not a goody two shoes, but yeah, I'll take goody two shoes hermit. That sounds like a good one.
So Darius is asking why he said he had to, that he told us that he had to go to work and deal with a customer, and then he got back and he was banned. So he's wondering. It's like, I'm just letting you know.
Sorry, no. He said, I asked him specifically,
Well,
are you talking
I
to
was talking to
somebody?
Justin.
Or is somebody? Yeah. So if he was telling us that bullshit, it really was. He was dealing with somebody.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't give me a name as soon as I asked him. I said, are you? Is
So
there something
Darius,
going
if you're listening, it's because you were being dishonest.
We don't do
Point
lying
blank.
very well. Sorry. And we don't need you don't need help in these arguments or coming to us for questions. You don't need that. You can think about those things later on by yourself. And if there is somebody coming in here and that's trying to argue behind the scenes, I'm going to call you out straight up. You're a scaredy cat. You don't
Can I
got the
say
balls to
something?
come in here and talk to us.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay,
No,
personally, I
man.
don't like liars, thieves, and cheats. So but that's
They're
just
the
me.
worst.
I don't like those liars, thieves, and cheats because they're all the same.
The worst people out there.
We're not going to
Absolutely.
tolerate it. We're not going to tolerate it. You may get away with it for a few minutes, but we're not going to put out, once we figure it out, we're done. Not going to play
Ooh, we're
it.
talking about the government. We're talking about NASA. What are we
No,
talking
I'm talking about everybody that's going to lie to us.
about? All
We
right.
should be done with it. I agree. No, we're here for honest conversation and going over the proof and whatever evidence you have. We're looking for that curve. If you've got good evidence, come in and share it, but don't be a scaredy cat or a dishonest and hiding behind somebody else's screen, not even your own screen. Pretty sad.
Okay, so it wasn't Knight, it was Mad Max. And
It was Mad Max, the one that did send me a DM saying I was a liar about the thermodynamics and gravity or whatever else he put on there. Yeah.
well, okay, so look, I'm not fighting, not in or defending anybody. I'm just saying he did show me the DM, and in the DM he told me that he had to step away and work, and he told Mad Max to speak himself, and he didn't. Mad Max ducked out. So, but why? I don't know why he did say not. Like, why? Why would he even say that it was not?
Just said it was my partner. We didn't know who it was. He still
Well,
didn't
didn't he say not?
confess.
He said specifically it
And
was
he
not.
said night twice, 3 times.
Right.
And I was like, why night? Because I didn't
That's
see anything.
that's dangerous too, because you guys almost banned Knight.
Almost. But we would have waited
You
to
should
see if
have
they
seen
came
me
forward.
driving. You should have seen me driving down the road, panicking, trying to figure out how to get Discord to work on my phone and plug on headphones so that I could talk and say it's not me.
He didn't have to lie. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to claim somebody else was doing it when we pressed him to find out who it was. He could have just said, it's my coworker. So I don't know why he had to lie. That just tells me a lot about this person's character, and I don't want any more to do with him. So he can be gone.
Straight up lied.
Yeah, and he did it twice. Because we didn't do it right away. We didn't say we're going to ban him right away. We were like, what's the name? We gave him plenty of time. He could have said at any time, no, it's not Knight, it's my coworker. Like we could do anything to the coworker. So why didn't he just fess up?
Chicken shit.
People lie about the stupidest things, I swear. And they don't care about other people. They don't care what it might have done to somebody else. Not at all.
Has anyone talked to this Mad Max?
No.
Who's
Just got a
this Mad
DM.
Max?
Just got a DM from him saying I was a liar about the thermodynamics and gravity or something or other crap like that. I blocked him already at my side.
You should tell Mad Max Maximilian with a question.
He DM'd me in the middle of the conversation with the guy because he wanted to be in on the argument, apparently.
No, this is what he's claiming is going on. He's claiming that okay, so in the DMs it says Mad Max now, but he's claiming that he changed his name, that his name did say Knight, and then it said Mad Max. So he said that's why he said Knight. He said, but now it says Mad Max. So that's what he's claiming is going on.
Well, What
So
World D
this
says Mad Max is a DM troll, and he wrote me a book last night. So he's one that's pinging everybody and trying to convince people behind the scenes not to listen to us. So guess what? You're not going to be allowed to talk here. I don't even really want to deal with you because you're a liar. You're a liar, and you're trying to dissuade people from even talking to us.
So I saw the
It's not-
DMs from Mad Max. So Mad Max can go.
It's not okay. That's not okay. That's dishonest behavior, and I don't even want to deal with it.
Say get rid
Especially if you're not getting paid for it. I mean, that's just sad.
That's real sad.
Yeah, if it's the person I think it is, I was trying to do a check-in, and there were 3 people talking on the same microphone.
Yeah. Well, they could still need to grow up and stop being little baby children who think they can just lie and go behind people's backs and DM people, call them a liar without being willing to come on when there's perfectly open mic anytime, 24/7. You can talk to us about it, but you don't need to be DMing me in the middle of a conversation with somebody else on ladies' night so you can get your point across while I'm trying to talk to somebody. Grow up. Act like an adult. I don't think we would have banned Night fast anyway because it was pretty obvious it had flat Earth all over her profile. It didn't make any sense. It's like, how would she be a flat Earth with rolls and all this if she was the one doing it? That didn't make any sense. So, picked the wrong person to say did it too. That was
It's funny
pretty
because
funny.
this is my first woman's night, and I've been trying to get to a woman's night for ages. And this is
Well,
my
I'm
first
so
one, and I jump in
sorry.
and they're hipping. That's right.
It's
I'm
not
so
probably
sorry.
yeah, it's probably people from one of the servers that's trying to raid our server. They're trying to infiltrate, send somebody to earn ranks and roles and our trust, gain our trust. I'm just saying it could be one of them.
Are they trying to build an army? It's like they need what they need to do instead. They need to find some evidence. That's all they need. Be pretty simple. Just go out and find some curvature. No need to do all this other stuff. Shady, dishonest, behind the scenes shit.
Childish behavior.
I think agencies are paying people to I don't know, but I think that does happen.
Well, it surely does. Who
Yeah,
knows
they
who it is? Not.
I don't know if you guys were paying attention to all the GameStop shorting fiasco there, but around the Wall Street bet servers, they actually did have shills pop up. Like they were legitimate paid shills were coming in, trying to get people to sell their shares, and but it was I don't know, it's just nuts to see it in real time. Like you would think like, yeah, of course they send shills, but when you see them actually pop up, it's a whole different feeling.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the award definitely nameless. The award definitely goes to Zarian.
Zarian, yeah, I would
He's
agree.
yeah, he gets the trophy for the most tenacious, dedicated. Yeah, definitely dedicated. It's still
The
hard for
love
me to
of
imagine.
money.
Like, do they really seriously? I mean, people get paid to do it. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, a lot of places you'd have people that are like fixers that basically like swingmen can kind of do a lot of different things. So, but especially if you're salaried or in somewhere, like you might be handed the task of doing it. It might not even have to be like a dedicated role, just something that everyone kind of fills in on too. But I
Yeah.
definitely wouldn't doubt it because I've seen it happen in different areas.
Well, that should tell you how important this information is that we're trying to share. If we were worth nothing, if it had no merit at all, why waste the money on us? Why? Why waste the time even, but the money? Why? If we had no truth, there wouldn't be any point to do that.
Then we can ask them the question, why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why does anybody lie? We know they lie for all kinds of crazy reasons.
And we got a new person. Just wanted to make sure that you knew. Adolf. It is ladies' night, so I'm going to shut up.
Oh, is it? Oops.
When I was little, I used to think Bill Clinton was some kind of very super smart, honorable, good guy. I was like 11, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, as how youngsters think of these
Yeah, at
people,
that
right?
age you
Like, why
would,
would
but
they lie?
yeah, why would
Yeah.
it lie? Yeah, well, you know.
And then I grew up and I was like, holy crap, everybody's bad.
But who was the new person that's in here? What's the name?
Adolf Rahman up at the very top
Oh
here
man,
underneath the live streams.
Abdullah
He's
Rama.
been here
Abdullah
for a
Rama.
week. He's been here for a week. He just got verified by me.
Abdullah Rama. Welcome to the server.
Yeah. So, how long have you been
Oh,
looking
and I
into the
forgot to
topic?
tell you, Adolf, we do have a live stream voice text. That's where the text chat is, right up above where the live stream that you joined in. There's a text chat that you can follow along in.
How much do you know about the topic? How long have you been looking into it?
And he was having mic issues. I think his mute button. I don't know, but he spoke to me very well and voice checking.
Yeah, we don't have to address you. So, if you can get your mic working anytime that you want to speak it, just unmute yourself and hop in. Feel free.
Is there no ladies' night?
Yes, sir.
Is it happening right now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'll shut up.
No, it's all right. Just wanted
No,
to
go
say
ahead.
hi.
There's no convo going on now. If you've got something, I'd like to hear it.
No, that was literally what I was asking.
Yeah. Just kind of waiting on Abdul Rahman to get his mic. If you can't hear well, it doesn't do me any good to you if you can't hear me. So
Somebody maybe need to write what he needs to do.
let's see.
Oh, you deafened yourself. What the heck?
He's so new to Discord, it says. So it makes sense. Hey, I had the same problem. First week was really funny. Really hard to use it.
About that, he's like, I can't hear anything, and I was like, well, you need, and I just was going to tell him, like,
It doesn't help to tell him. Yeah.
it just dawned on me.
Oh man. We try.
Could be that he's on the website and somehow refreshed and didn't give.
No. He did it. He did it. He got them both off. There he is. What's up?
Hey.
Abdul Rahman. Yeah. Seems
There
you're
he
good now.
is. He's on his phone too. So okay, go ahead.
He's laughing out loud though.
So my name is Abdurrahman. I kind of believe in the flat Earth, but still haven't decided 100%.
So where are you at in your investigation right now? What do you think you know?
Well,
What have you seen so far?
I know for one thing I know is NASA is lying. There wasn't a moon landing. This is something I'm sure of.
Good start.
The rest is kind of not so sure.
Yeah. Do you know what? How many of the claims that they make? Are you aware of? Do you know what size they claim the Earth to be?
Well, I kind of passed through this information, but I don't remember it.
Okay. Well, have you seen any of the measurements or laser tests, the measurements with lasers or long distance observations?
No, I haven't.
All right, that probably be a good place to start because
Start from the beginning. Yeah.
they give us a specific number. Like they claim to know what the size of the Earth is. They claim it's 24,901 miles in circumference, which gives us a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. So with that, you should be able to measure the Earth and find this curvature somewhere. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah,
Yeah. And if you get down to the smallest numbers, so you can get down to a 1 foot observer height, then according to their calculations, the Earth should curve away from you at 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. And it's accurate, roughly accurate, up to about, I guess, 1,000 miles, 8 inches per mile square, just whichever way you choose to do it. But at 1 foot observer height, according to their calculations, the Earth should start curving away from you at 1.225 miles. And there's been many observations and measurements where you can see not just 10 times further, but, in some cases up to 30 and 40 times further than that. So it's this lack of curvature that is the thing. So if you haven't seen the laser test, I would say you probably would need to take time and look at those first, and consider what they're claiming.
But I've seen one where I think the Flat Earth Society have done, but I believe they aren't really flat earther.
Yeah, that's controlled
if someone
opposition.
who is a flat earther gets media attention, then that's probably the government or someone.
It is a government. You're right. Exactly right. You were onto it. The Flat Earth Society is not us at all. We don't agree with anything but probably that it's flat. There's no curve. That's probably all we agree with them on. The rest of it's
That's
a joke.
why you'll hear in the mainstream media, you'll hear Obama mentioned it. You'll hear them mention it for a reason, because it is controlled opposition set up by them to make it look stupid and to put out misinformation. So you'll hear them mention it and talk about it. It'll get moved up to the top of your search in the algorithms, and you'll get directed to it. Like that's where they want you to go because their claims are ridiculous. So what happens is when people find the Flat Earth Society and they go there and they see that information and that's the first thing that they come across, then they're like, well, this is ridiculous. It's dumb. It's stupid. This doesn't match my reality because it really doesn't. None of their claims, we don't share any of their viewpoints. But what happens is after that, they'll continue on. And then when they run across another flat earther, or if they hear another flat earth argument or debate, it's like in their mind, they are putting all this information through this filter where they gathered this information from the Flat Earth Society. So they'll superimpose all of these claims onto this new argument or this new flat earther or whatever. So I would say just if you've seen any of that, just disregard it unless it's something that you think, like if you can go out and test it and verify that any of it's true, cool. That's none, but just we don't share their claims, and that's pretty much what they are.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, they just take like a flat. They just take the flat and they reify the heliocentric model even further with it, to be honest. But if you haven't seen the laser test or the long distance observations, that would be where you would need to start.
I also have.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I also got an idea about the perspective, like how it's not the sun going down in the distance. It's just about perspective. Like it's kind of like a, how do I say it?
It's just moving away from you, right? So.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Just moving further, not going like the Earth is rotating and the sun is going down like that.
Yeah, there's a lot about it that doesn't make any sense. It's like I don't feel, unless you can. Would you like to see any of the measurements? I can, if you want to. I'll post a couple links for you, and you can grab them and take them, and when you've got time, look over them. If you haven't seen it.
Okay.
So do you have any questions, like anything that's weighing on your mind?
Well, I kind of had a start, like, for example, I got an introduction to why do they lie? Like they make a lot of money through NASA, taxes, movies, and science fiction. So, like right now, I don't have any questions, but if I have any, I'll post them in the server.
Cool. Well, welcome to the server. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
When was the first time you heard about it? Like how long ago? How long have you been looking into it?
Probably it's been 3 years on and off. Like I didn't continue, but it was an on and off thing for me.
So what was the okay? At one point, when you started looking into this, and you saw all the different information, what was the one thing that clicked with you? And it's like, well, it's obviously flat. I just know it's flat now. What was that one thing?
As a Muslim, I try my best to look into the sky and ponder, as I've been ordered by the Creator. We Muslims are ordered to ponder on the sky. And then, like, it's funny how every time someone says something about flat Earth, it's they are immediately attacked. Like if someone claims if the Earth is flat, if you truly believe it's a sphere, this shouldn't harm you. Why are you so like so hard on attacking people with this thought? Thought like they will destroy the Earth or something like that. So this made me like look into it further, because usually those who get attacked, well, they probably have some truth to them.
Yeah, if it was okay, so if it was a lie, they wouldn't be working so hard to fight against it. For sure. All they would have to do, I mean, they wouldn't have to dispatch all these trolls and shields. All they would have to do is just show curvature. I mean, that's it. They wouldn't have to use all this trickery and personal attacks. And I mean, people even lose their job. People have lost their jobs because of flat Earth. To me, that's just insanity. Of all the different things that people can share their views and opinions on. You know, some of it's pretty intense, but it's okay. It's cool. They can share all their views and opinions, and it won't matter. But then when it comes, they won't lose their job over it. But people have lost their job over flat Earth.
It's true. I don't want to move to other topics, but this reminds me of how some researchers who are against Darwinism get like they are removed from universities and get fired from their jobs.
It's all about control. It's ultimate. So they have to control the information. So I've got to step away. I've got to step away for a few minutes. I don't know if there's any other. Are there even any other ladies in here? It's just what, me and Damsel. Lulu's in here, but I don't think she's able to speak. But yeah, Damsel, I've got to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back. Shines is in here.
What if I identify myself as a lady tonight? If I identify myself as a lady tonight.
Well, you could.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm back. I just came back right now, so I'm here with you, Damsel.
Okay. Well, we don't have very many comers or anything since since that last guy and craziness. So we met another person that's questioning.
That's pretty slow. There's nobody new in here. Nobody wants to discuss anything. That's sad.
Nobody's coming tonight other than that one we already got rid of, so.
Yeah, I missed that. I came in at the very end of it, so I didn't catch what happened, but it sounded pretty intense.
Yeah, we were trying to pull a fast one. Then they lied about one of our members, trying to get them in trouble, I guess.
Why would they lie?
You know, he asked that question early in the thing, and then he decided to lie himself. That's really interesting.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, why did they lie? I don't know. Hard to come up with reasons. It really is. It's really hard to come up with reasons. I don't know.
Actually, Darius is back with a new account.
Yeah, he just DM'd me, and he's DMing me again. I changed my name. Yeah, he's DMing me right now. Darius, you did lie. You were asked several times to reveal who you were talking to instead of saying it was somebody that you did know. It was Mad Max. You should have said that. You said Knight. You knew who it
Okay,
was.
can I speak?
I don't think I want to listen. You
No,
almost got
you're a
somebody
liar.
banned. You got somebody almost banned because you lied about who it was that was DMing you instead of just fessing up.
I didn't like who was speaking to me.
I don't care. You
Hello,
don't lie
everybody.
and get somebody else in trouble and use their name. You use somebody else's name. You could have said anything else like, oh, it's somebody here that's bugging me, and I'm not going to tell you the name, and I'll just tell them to go away. You didn't do that. You didn't act honorable.
Well,
So
I wouldn't have banned him until I saw the. I would have had to have seen the DM. I wouldn't have took it. Did it just? I was just trying to get him to speak, right? But anyway, go ahead.
so why would I lie about who was speaking to me? Because when
Because we
I was
asked
getting
you
the DM,
3, 4 times, and you said
when
night twice.
I said Knight, because that was the person who DM'd me. It was not Matt Max. Nobody named Matt Max was DMing me.
Night doesn't have the ability to do it. She was driving her car. She's a flat earther that was driving her car, and she heard you call out her name because of you accusing her of being the one DMing you, and so
But
she
but what
got
are you
back
talking
on.
about? The name said Knight on it.
Look, regardless of whether or not it's true that they changed their name and whether or not they didn't, it's like, look, it's there's no sense in just continuing to rehash it. I don't see any. I mean, if you're going to be in here, just be honest and go from there. You got VC verified and you got back in here, so let's just go from there. We need to just leave this. There's no reason to
No,
keep
be honest
rehashing it.
though. Nope, just be honest. And I'm serious. Don't let anybody be bugging you. If you're gonna come in here and take our time, and we're gonna pay attention to you, then don't have somebody else telling you stuff that you don't need to get confused by. You just don't need to be doing that in the middle of a conversation.
Do want to know is this
Tell them to bug off.
you did make a claim though before all that happened that there was evidence for both. Okay, so I want to see this evidence for the globe.
Me too. Don't give me the image. DMing me the image won't help. You need to put it in our chat so everybody can see
Saw
it.
it, but it said Mad Max. It didn't say not.
Oh, it
So,
said Mad Max even.
yeah, but
So they didn't
They
do
didn't.
that.
They changed. Okay,
Well,
never
hopefully
mind.
the
can we
This one
move? Can we
doesn't even
move
matter.
off of it? Can we just move off of
Yeah.
this and get to the evidence of the globe? I want to see the evidence of the globe.
Yeah, it's got to be in the chat though.
I can just step away if you guys want to continue talking about it. I just totally don't want to talk about it.
I don't really want to talk at all.
So where's this evidence of the globe, Darius?
Like what do you? I was having a conversation. I didn't mean for all this to happen. You guys calling me a liar and everything.
Where's this evidence of the globe? You said there was evidence for both before that happened.
Oh, I was talking about I forgot. Oh yeah, we were talking about the axis.
I don't know. You were the one that said that before. You were telling us that you were getting confused because somebody was sending you information.
You can't remember?
What were we talking about?
We were talking about the black swan at the time, and then you suddenly got interrupted by another guy who kept sending you DMs with a picture of another same black swan with it a shorter or some other alteration to the picture that made it not change anything. And you couldn't just tell them to bug off and pay attention to what we were trying to do. So I don't know what evidence you were going to bring other than what he had sent you, because he was trying to get you to listen to him instead of you paying attention to the conversation here.
So do you understand about the horizon? About it being further?
Yeah. You like you're saying on the curved Earth, the horizon will never be seen, but on a flat Earth you can see it, right?
No, he still don't understand.
The horizon, the apparent the horizon, the apparent position where the Earth and the sky appear to meet. Right? They don't actually meet; they just appear to meet. But that location, where the horizon and the Earth and the sky appear to meet, cannot be further than the predicted geometric horizon. So, if you have any instances where it's shorter, that can happen, right? But that can happen on a sphere. If it's spherical, that could happen, yeah. But what can't happen is it can never be further. So the fact that we see it further means it's not spherical.
Okay, that's a good argument.
And
Kelly
not
went
only
over it several times with you before.
not only is it just further, but it's like it's massively further. It's like for as far as you can extend your field of view, you're going to continue to see the horizon extend out. That's all we've ever experienced. It's not just a little bit. Okay, it's a lot. It's huge. And then there is no curvature. It never drops away. But while we were talking about that, you did make a comment. You said, okay, well, there's this that happens, and there's evidence, but there's evidence for both. There's evidence for the globe, and there's evidence for flat Earth. But they can't be evidence for both, because the evidence of flat Earth would mean that there is no, it can't be both. So I want to know what you are considering to be evidence for the globe.
Okay, so I was looking at both of the pictures, and when you guys showed
Which
the
pictures?
The one that got sent to you, right?
Which pictures?
Yeah, the pictures saying like it's the same a distance but a different day, and it's like crazy how there's proof for a globe Earth and then a flat Earth.
No,
That's why
there is not.
That's
proof
what
for
I
your
want to know,
globe.
though. I want to know what you're considering to be proof for the globe. So point out to me what you're considering to be proof for the globe. Let's discuss that.
the picture I sent earlier.
Do
What,
you
where the
understand that you are not understanding the argument still? That it can be shorter than that mark, or it can even be longer, but it can't be ever longer if it's a globe, ever past the 1.22.
even the
Ever.
one that you showed, even if it's shorter, the horizon is closer than it is in the other one, yeah. But it's still further than what they're claiming it should be. So even the one that you shared is still like that's even a black swan. It's still further than 1.225 miles. Because the first oil rig is what, a little over 6 miles.
You
It doesn't matter
understand?
whether the picture was taken out a different day at all anyway, because when you still look at it, it still looks the same.
Well, when you look at it, it's actually a matter of perception. Your eyes trick you into thinking the Earth is flat, which it really isn't.
Wrong.
Who
are you? Who
If you
is
look at
this?
it from a telescope.
Who is
say
this?
you were to take a
You
Jim
just
Kenya.
jumped in the. Who is
His
this?
name is
Jim
Jim.
Kenya.
Okay, so tell us how are your eyes tricking you?
Yeah, you tell me.
All right, so when you look straight, there's something called gravity.
Yeah. Okay. Show me that. Show me
When
that.
you look
What to
straight,
your
there's
vision
something called
again?
gravity.
That
What the
does
hell does
something
that
to
even
your
mean?
vision? What?
What's your
basically,
evidence for
gravity holds
gravity?
you down.
You're like the dumbest person I've ever heard say.
Wait, what does gravity have to do with what we
Has
see?
nothing
Your
to do with your
vision
vision.
and the
I think you should be
horizon.
banned or muted.
Hello, guys.
No,
Still
don't
ladies'
explain.
night.
Can I just explain
Still
myself,
ladies'
please?
night. Still ladies' night.
Let's just stick with the measurements. It's not. We're not even going to go in. So, How are like you explain to me if we're seeing the horizon further than the predicted geometric horizon, how's that possible on a globe?
All right. Do you know who Newton is?
You're not
Do
answering
you?
the
I'm guessing you do.
question.
So
Answer the
basically, right?
question.
You know what happens when what happens when an apple falls?
Okay, you're going to answer either the
It hits the
question you were
ground
asked
because
or you're
gravity.
going to go bye-bye. Do you understand? You were asked a question and you're
Yeah,
avoiding
this
it.
is
You're
quite the
going on to Newton.
authoritarian.
Do you
This is
understand? This is about
authoritarian.
this is about having a back and forth conversation. If you want to participate, you're welcome to, but you're going to have to follow the rules, which means back and
Okay.
forth. We ask questions, you ask questions, you have to refute our evidence, and we have to refute yours. You have to provide evidence
I think I'm
too.
being discriminated.
No, you're
I
not.
think you're avoiding the point.
Because
You're
I'm black?
avoiding.
You
I think,
are
yeah, you're
running
gone, dude.
scared. You're running scared. You're a scared little boy. We'll see you later. Bye bye when you're ready for some evidence and actually defending it instead of just saying Newton and gravity.
I'm being discriminated by the ladies. That was hilarious. I just wanted to jump in this. That was-
Jumped in the middle of the conversation, start demanding that we listen to about you thinking that we don't know about things falling or that Newton is somebody new to us that we've never heard of before. Your
My favorite
assumption is
was
we're a
when he-
bunch of idiots. You decided that we were a bunch of idiots and that you could come in here and just tell us what we need to know. Well, guess what? This is a place for conversation. If you got evidence, fine, but don't come in here and treat us like we're a bunch of idiots, please. We're not.
My favorite was when he said, "You know, when you look out at the horizon, gravity, apples fall to the ground." It's like, what?
What do they have to do with your vision?
It's hilarious.
I'm going to teach you about vision. Apples fall. Okay.
And they float on water. Wow. So, I mean, it has nothing to do with the horizon or anything that we were talking about.
You go to VC check-in if you want to be able to discuss anything on flat Earth or prove that you have evidence of a curve for your globe or pressure without a container called VC check-in. If you've never been to Discord, that's where you want to go. Don't DM us. Don't DM me. Go in and actually check it in and get verified so you can come on. Well, you're going to get banned. Would somebody go in and ban guilty? I'm getting called the N-word on my DMs.
He must be a liberal.
Somebody with a teddy bear. Yep, right at the top. There we go. Blocked them. If you see guilty with a teddy bear, please block them. You're that triggered that you call a white girl like me that. It's pretty silly.
That's very naive.
Yeah, it's pretty naive. Again, it's juvenile behavior, guys. Grow up. Be adults. Must be something in the air tonight. Got a bunch of people that just want to behave like juveniles. Don't want to just deal with the matter at hand, provide your evidence, be willing to talk. Don't assume that we've never had even high school science classes.
I mean, if it weren't true, would they have to go through all the efforts of creating fake websites and censoring information and dispatching trolls. And why
Did
wouldn't they
Darius
just
get
show the
removed?
curvature?
Did Darius get removed? He's DMing me again that he got removed, maybe? I didn't remove him or anybody else did. I didn't do anything to him. We were talking until that other guy interrupted. Did somebody ban Darius? Anybody know?
Audit log says Gemsy banned him.
He's in my DMs right now, and he's just messing around. He's definitely messing around.
Well, Darius, don't DM me anymore. They've made their decision. He'll talk to somebody else.
I mean, he created another account with the same name, and he did that lying about getting DMs by
I know.
someone.
You keep saying you didn't lie, but you did lie because we asked you if there was somebody doing something, and then you decided to tell us somebody wasn't at first or wouldn't even answer.
He DM'd me a conversation with Matt Max, but I don't know.
That's the one who DM'd me. That one definitely DM'd me. So I don't know how they would have changed their name that quickly because that was at the same time that he was talking to me that I got the DM when we were all talking. When he was getting supposedly the same messages.
It's also after he changed his name to Mad Max, you asked to confirm, and he still said it was Night.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's messing around.
I think, yeah, he's not being truthful. And he's playing the poor baby. I'm not lying. And I don't buy it. No, sorry. It wasn't straightforward and up front right off the bat. And he kind of tried to obfuscate the whole time, wouldn't tell us what was going on. So. Don't act like a juvenile, guys. Don't act all hidden like us, like we can't tell. Some of us are moms, previous moms. Some of us have had long time on this earth, and we can kind of tell when you're not being quite honest.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Who am I
When
speaking
an
to?
argument between flat earther and someone who believes in the globe, this topic keeps coming on, which is why people in Australia, for example, see the moon like it is flipped. Do you have an
Yeah, we covered that a little bit earlier tonight, but we'll go over it again. It's the same as if you put a number 6 on the ceiling. If you walk to one end of the room, what number are you going to see?
Oh, so it's just like the moon is the same position, but since we are on different sides of the earth, we see it differently.
Yeah, and it's going to matter too which way you're facing. It's always going to be relative to your position.
Oh,
And we can't really say much more about the moon because, again, we can't get up there to physically touch it, measure it. We can't tell you how it does what it does. It's one of the unique features of the moon is that we don't understand exactly what it's all doing. And we can't assume it's round. It doesn't have the features of something that should be round. It kind of does, but it doesn't. It's missing things. So, and of course, you only see one side. So It's a really it's just an enigma. What can you say? It's the moon. But it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth either. But we can explain the rotation of stars and position of the moon based on your relative position on the plane. You understand that okay?
Yeah.
I mean, we have a few videos that really do a good job of showing it too, especially the star rotation. Star rotation is probably the best thing to look at to understand why it's different in the south versus why you can't see certain things, but that it's still the sun and the moon and everything still rotates the same direction relative east to west as it does whether you're north or south. The sun and moon don't change their directions just because you go someplace else, even on a flat plane. And it's one of the gotcha questions for the Globers. They usually think the star rotation proves for their side, gives more evidence leaning towards their side, but it really doesn't. Again, because you've got all these motions that are going on with the spin of the Earth, the rotation of it around the sun, then its rotation position within the galaxy, then flying through whatever the universe is. All these relative motions, all these movements, and yet you still have the same exact star patterns year after year after year that reset over and over for all recorded time that we know of. You've got monuments in different places that are made with star patterns or holes in them to see through to look at the pole star, North Pole star, and it never moves. Still always there. You can go and look. You'll find the pole star never moves. That doesn't really work on the globe model. You wouldn't get an exact star pattern field like we see. It'd be a jumbled mess. There shouldn't be anything that's continuously there that repeats year after year. So star patterns are probably the worst thing to probably say that they prove the globe, because they just really don't. They don't make any sense with your model.
Yeah, especially that they claim that the Earth is rotating around itself. It also rotates around the sun, and it is also following the sun in its.
Exactly. All these motions. And yet we see no change in these patterns, none. And they reset over and over too. So it's not even, it's the clock. The sky clock is there. I mean, it literally resets over and over and over. So we can tell different seasons, times, decades. There's even a great cycle within the constellations. There's so many cycles. It's really cool if you ever want to study that stuff. It's quite neat to know that's repeating cycles, that some of them are really, really long, like the grand year or the great year, I guess they call it. Excuse me. It's like 24,000 years. There's a big reset. Processions of some sort. I'm not the best at those things, but there's some people that are really good at the astronomy and astrology and blah, blah, blah. But it is definitely not good proof for the globe. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't really see any other
I was looking
lady,
too.
ladies in here. I guess we could. You can end ladies now whenever you
Yeah,
you
we
want
can
to.
end. Maybe
Is Karma
somebody can
in
fill
here?
on a
I thought
sign.
Karma
Yeah.
stepped away.
Yeah, I don't see anybody. I was looking in the lobby for anybody and I don't see anything happening.
Yeah, because I have to go for a bit, and you'll be you'll be like
I don't want to be
in here
alone
by
anymore.
yourself. So
No,
yeah, we can end it now if you want to, Helio. If you
it's
wanted
slow
to.
enough. Play a song
This
now or something.
444 out of the YouTube chat sent me something, and it's pretty cool. It was he did a flat Earth poem, but he did it with music and is speaking it through the music. But I can't play it through the bot. So if he can get it into YouTube video, or if he can get it into SoundCloud or something that I can play through the bot, I'd be glad to play it. But I'll post it and share it with everyone else. I've got to go, so I'll be back in a little
You
bit.
have a good one. You'll be back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, in a little bit, not like, in a few minutes. It'll be a little bit. So.
Yeah. No, I've got to go feed my dog and stuff. So good
All right. Well, I
timing.
guess we'll end ladies' night, Helio. If you want to just go ahead and do it, and fellas can.
Yeah,
hop
sure.
in and
Are
start
we
talking.
gonna do with the song at the end?
You said she had something she wanted a
Hang on.
poem by mute
Hang
with
on.
music.
Give me 1 second, and I'll play. Well, no,
Dude,
I
I'm
can't.
going to tell you,
Yeah, you
you
can play
guys are
whatever you
really
want to, Helio.
successful tonight. You triggered the shit out of everybody in the YouTube chat, so I consider that a success.
Freaking flying, wasn't it, man? It's like
Yeah, it was good.
couldn't even read it. Anyway, but yeah, I gotta go. So I'll catch you later.
Bye.
So, what's the outro?
I don't know.
Well, let's see. Let me see if I can find one. Do you have a recommendation?
No, I don't have anything right now.
Let's see what we got.
You guys always have a good list anyway.
Hey, Helio, I'm gonna have a beer here for you, bro.
What was that? You're a little loud.
That was kind of distorted. I didn't understand it.
Sorry,
Me
I
neither.
apologize.
What? I can't understand you. It's like whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm sorry, I got the music playing in the background, but
Oh
I said I'm
man.
gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
Enoch,
gonna
your
have
mic is totally just not working.
Oh man, it's not working. Is it
It
Enoch?
sounds all just it's Enoch.
Yeah. I'm sorry, brother. I cannot understand you.
We can't
That's about as worse as I've ever heard his mic.
I know he usually sounds great. It's just
Yeah,
like,
usually his is good. I'm like, what is that? That sounds like the person on, the teacher on Charlie Brown. Wah, wah, wah.
ooh, I think we should play this one for the outro. Ladies, you did an amazing job tonight.
I don't know. It was okay.
Dude, if you watch the YouTube chat on the restream, or if you go back and watch the people on the YouTube stream they had opinions that weren't talked about on the live. I'm just gonna tell you that much.
Man,
I
I
was
got
hanging
hit.
out. I was hanging out in the live chat, and it's just like
Oh man.
they hate us because they ain't us, and so it's like
Man.
all you guys, if you really want to do what we're doing, dude, if you really hate Flat Earth that much, why don't you just make your own channel like Professor Dave or whatever? But they just hang out here and just make up bullshit
BS
nonsense,
Yeah.
Anyway,
And make a bunch of claims. I
insane.
was watching some of them earlier. They were making claims that had no backing, and most of them were wrong. You guys really need to go check your science. It's really funny. You guys think you know your stuff, you think you know your basics, but you don't.
At a certain point, it becomes not funny because it's not funny because they're wasting everyone's time. When people find the YouTube channel, and then you got these dipshits in there just throwing out standard freaking Professor Dave nonsense. It's like, yeah, I used to believe that too, but they just really don't have any evidence. But anyway, so
Did you just say that they Did you say they hate us because they ain't us?
Yeah.
I did
He said it.
say that, but
He said
that's
it.
a southern. That's kind of a southern term. I'm from the southern
Yeah.
United States, you know. So
That
I
is
know.
very
they hate
southern.
us because they ain't us, you know.
Yeah,
They
not
just
ain't
wish
us. Anus.
they ain't us.
No. See,
Not
crypto.
ain't us. Ain't
See,
us.
being you being
know,
from
I
England,
know.
it's not the same thing. I know. I'm just fucking. Oh, he had to fuck with me. Anyway,
You're
so
calling look, you're calling them all assholes. I'm fine with it. Let's just carry on.
hey, you know what's really cool? I was about to play your song, Crypto. So are you ready?
Oh yes, yes.
There you go. Sounds good.
Hey, there's no lyrics on this one.
Love you.
I shouldn't play it.
There you go.
Night, ladies and gents.
I had no idea where it was going. I actually stopped the stream before it hit the heavy part, but because
Thank
I
you.
thought,
Thank you, Damsel Medic. Good night.
yeah.
Good night.
And anyway, my stream is off the air for now, but
So Simon has a mic now. He had the listening pass. He just sent me a message, so I'm going to unmute him.
what's up, guys?
Simon James? Simon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello,
Mic
hello.
is a
Yeah, I
little
just have
low.
a question. What's a argument point for why you believe the Earth is flat?
Whoa.
We don't believe.
Oh,
Well,
I could do this one. I can do
Welcome
this one.
to the server. Why do you believe the Earth is round? Start with that.
Well,
Hold on.
there's a-
Let's
Yeah,
let's
hold on.
let crypto. I'd love to hear what crypto has to say.
Nice easy one, isn't it? Why do you think the Earth's flat? Well, it measures flat. That's any more complicated than that, does it?
Well, and I guess we could counter it with, why do you think the Earth is a globe? I mean,
well, there's
but
a lot
it's
of
as
science
simple as
that proves
that.
it. Like perpendicular to the Earth. You can use Pythagorean theorem to calculate the Earth is round, and the Earth orbits around, the Moon orbits around Earth.
Okay, I can also use maths to calculate myself running 100 meters in 4 seconds or dunking in a 20-foot basket. I can use maths to calculate all sorts of stuff. How I could drink 55 beers in a night without being drunk. There's all sorts of stuff you can calculate. But we're talking about reality, not concepts.
Well, there's factors
Crypto.
that go into
One of the things that he said was something about perpendicular. I want him to describe that perpendicular.
Well, you know how the Moon kind of aligns with Earth's orbit, right? So it goes around Earth, and if you use Pythagorean theorem, which is like a triangle, you know what that is. So,
Yeah,
you
but
can
you've
actually
already
measure
made
Earth.
you've already made a claim before, and we have to substantiate that. So Earth orbits.
No, Moon orbits.
Well, you just said that the Earth and the Moon are aligned in their orbits.
Well, no, the Moon is aligned with the Earth's orbit.
Yeah, so the Earth's orbit is the bit I'm
Yeah, around the Sun.
Yeah, I know what your claim is. I'm asking how you know that happens.
Well, there's okay. Well, it's science, man. I mean,
It's science. Phenomenal. You can't do better than that.
I mean, look at the
Science.
moon landing. There's,
Science.
public
If I
documents.
just say it enough to make through. Science. He's laughing in the
you're getting
background.
quantum a seizure.
Is that Kiri pissing himself in the background?
Yes, he is.
Holy crap.
I just said that was good. That was good.
Yeah, cool. So, so basically,
Made me
I can just say any old bullshit, and then if someone questions me on it, you just go, "It's science." Is that cool? Do you even science, bro?
Well, I mean, think about it. You're using science to claim that the Earth is not flat or not round. and
You're
I'm using
using
science to prove that the
I don't
Earth
think
is
you
round.
understand science.
I don't think you're actually.
I could
I
say the
don't-
same about
Do you
you.
know the
I don't
diameter
think
of the
that
Earth,
you're.
sir?
I don't think that you're at the right level to be having this conversation, honestly.
Sir, do you know the diameter of the
I mean, unless you
supposed
want to.
claimed
Brilliant.
Earth?
I wasn't finished. Can I finish? Is that cool?
Yeah, sorry, go. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, bro, I don't think you're at the right level. Saying no, you or it's science, bro. These are very, very poor answers to what we're asking you. We're asking you for evidence for things, right? So you need to evidence those things. Do you
Well-
understand that saying it's science, bro, is
Well,
weak?
you see, if the Earth was flat, somewhere in winter wouldn't work because
You need to answer the question I asked you. Do you remember the question I just asked you?
well, it was really a question. I took it as a rhetorical question.
What did I ask you?
Well, you just said I answered every question to it's science. That wasn't really a
No.
question.
I asked you this question. Now I'd really like you to answer it. Do you understand that saying it's science, bro, is a weak answer to the questions we are
Well,
asking?
I did explain myself.
That's a yes or no answer.
No, it's a no answer.
Okay, so you don't understand that saying it's science, bro, is weak.
It's not about whether I understand. It's whether that I backed up my claim before. I said that.
But you haven't.
I made an explanation about the moon, and then I said that it's backed by science.
Okay, explanation
And then you
and
just took
it's
out little
science,
parts of my
bro.
argument and told me that
No,
it's wrong.
but this is weak
Oh my
as
gosh.
piss. Do you understand? Having an explanation and then saying it's science, bro. None of this is evidence.
Well, I mean, I literally explained it. If you listen to what I
I
said before.
know. I know that you explained it, but if I explain to you that a unicorn is a horse with a magical horn, that's an explanation. Are unicorns real?
Yeah, possibly. Like the Earth is flat.
What do you mean,
Unicorns
yes,
is
possibly?
real as Earth is flat.
Okay, so you're not understanding what I've said, right? If I explain to you what a unicorn is or what a dragon is, does it therefore make it real?
Well, you can't properly explain it because they're not.
That's a yes or no answer.
You can't properly explain it because it is
Bro,
not real.
yes or
I
no?
can properly explain why the Earth is round because it's correct, but you
Didn't
can't
ask that.
explain why unicorns are.
Didn't ask that.
You don't know what proof is or evidence. You don't know. Oh my
It's
god.
round a polygon.
So I've got one last chance before I mute you. If I explain to you what a unicorn is, does it therefore make the unicorn real?
Well, if you can measure it, then yes.
That's a yes or no question.
It's not really a yes or no question. It's
Yes,
more
it
of a factor.
is.
If I ask you, is the sky blue? It's a yes
Okay,
and no question, right?
asking me a question
The sky is
isn't
not really
answering
blue.
my
It's a reflection
question.
off the ocean.
Bro, asking me a question isn't answering my question. This is your last chance. If I explain
It's
to you
unanswerable.
what, of course it's answerable, you absolute moron.
Well, I answered it. I
If
said
I
maybe,
explain
maybe
to
not.
you what a dragon is, it's got wings, it looks a bit like a lizard with wings, and it breathes fire. Does that mean
You have the
dragons are
right to
real?
remain silent.
Okay, you have the right to fuck off then.
Goodbye.
Can you measure a unicorn? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, he did. He said measure it. Yeah.
He said if you can measure
if you can
it, then
measure
yes.
it, then yes. Yeah. That's evidence. If you
I
can
didn't
measure
hear
it.
him
Yes,
present any measurements himself.
Well, if
so.
no, it's more like a general question. Like you can't measure something that doesn't exist. Am I right?
I need to go feed my unicorn. Hold on.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why no curvature has ever been
unicorns
measured
exist-
because it doesn't exist.
I'm going to give you the answer to the question I just asked you, right? If someone explains something to you that doesn't exist, that doesn't mean that it exists just because they explained it to you, right?
Yes,
So
I
if someone
understand that.
explains to you that there's a dragon and it breathes fire, I've explained to you what a dragon is. That doesn't make it real.
My head just
Okay.
exploded.
So if someone says to you, oh, well, there's this Earth and it orbits around a sun, and then the moon orbits around the Earth, that's a cool story. But unless you've got
Actually, dragons
evidence,
are real. I'm pretty
it's
sure
not.
they're evolution of chickens.
Okay, didn't finish.
And
Unless
Holy
you've got
cow.
evidence, there's nothing to believe about that.
There's a
You need
biology.
to present the evidence, my guy. Don't want explanations from you.
And just so you know, unicorns are apparently 48 inches high. It's in the live stream. Check it out.
Sweet.
So according to that guy, proof, it's real.
Well, this just in. Proof of unicorns in the live stream, voice text.
I hear they're 47
There it
inches.
is. Look at that. just as much proof.
I'm glad I found that because I thought they were a little taller, so they're short. Okay, go with that. Wiki.
That's the pygmy version.
Prove that unicorns are taller than that.
I told you it was the pygmy version. I told you.
Oh,
Don't you
so
know? There's another
I got
one.
asked the question how I feed my unicorn, and I just go outside. It's a 3-step phase too. 3-step. I go outside, into the barn, and then I feed him. It's my science.
Science experiment. Yeah.
It sounds
good, right?
It sounds just as if it really is. Like that's the way it really is.
That's really what happened.
I saw.
It's exactly.
I saw a unicorn in the movie Legend with Tom Cruise, and I felt like that was pretty real.
That was a good one. Yes.
Great movie.
I think that's the cousin of the one I have outside. So.
Look, and that unicorn resets like every couple seconds, just all on its own, just like the stars do. Same exact position. Interesting.
So it must be causing things to fall.
unicorn's causing the stars to turn.
Oh, to
By
turn.
chance, is there a unicorn star cluster? Because that would be a measurement.
Nah, there you go.
But it's not really the turn you're seeing. It's you're spinning. But yeah, you don't feel it. Never mind about that. Never mind that you can sense every other motion in reality, but just not that one.
I think there's a centaur star cluster, so that would measure a centaur. So that would prove centaurs.
Invisible and undetectable. So yeah, that's true. According to the Glober, that means you're doing science then.
Just like curvature.
Well, you could have had the guy I had that said you could see the horizon by dropping an apple. And we needed to know Newton to understand it, how we see things.
Oh my gosh.
Well, didn't you know that level water proves curvature?
Starting to figure that out. It's taken me a while.
It's so flat because it's actually a sphere? What the?
Dog is barking.
So that guy was like a normie. He wasn't really a glober because he didn't know the globe model. Maybe we should somehow entertain these people a little longer so we don't just have to just ban them right away.
Yeah. They need
I was
to
trying
be
to ask him
quiet.
the radius. I didn't think he knew the radius, so I wanted to ask him that.
They're probably
Well,
good.
he
I don't
already
think anyone
proved that
banned
he's
him.
not willing to answer a simple question, so you can't.
Yeah,
really
he was being
do anything
he was
further.
being evasive. I mean, he was being skirting the question.
I don't think anyone banned him, did they? He didn't get banned.
Oh, okay, but he left.
Yeah, I mean, I did tell him to fuck off, to be fair.
He was only server banned. That's not the end of the world. People come in all the time and get second chances, right, Crypto?
Yes, true.
Some people do.
You're referring to anyone specifically?
No, not really, because we've seen so many. Like, how do you pick and choose from those? There's just like there's plenty on both sides to go around. Some are amazingly dumb, though. It's really almost hard to believe. I think I go into a state of shock sometimes when I see the depth of it. I'm like, oh, I didn't think it was possible.
Can somebody explain to me how compasses would work on a spherical globe, please?
Yeah, I will. The needles would point downward.
But they don't. They point
No, they
directly
don't.
flat, level.
Yep. Yep. That's funny. They kind of just match right along with sea level, don't they?
And then I heard a glober tell me that there's like a magnetic circuit that goes around the Earth, and it's going like in a loop. So it's like in the sky, actually. And I told him, listen, the compasses don't point towards the sky, point straight north. I don't think he got it, though.
Yeah, there is some kind of deviation though, because when you go to different places, there's a deviation of the compass. It changes slightly in different areas. Who was that? Was that Indio, I think, or Mimas was talking about that?
Yeah, magnetic declination.
Mm-hmm.
There are things in the ground that can affect magnetism.
When I was in the casino, my compass didn't work at all in Vegas. I think they had like a volt there or something.
That's interesting.
Yeah, try it. It's happened in more than one casino, so I know something's going on.
Wait a minute, what's going on?
My compass did not work in 2 casinos in Vegas. It just didn't want to move.
Did it work outside the
Wow.
casino, but not inside?
Yes, not inside. Right where you play like craps and blackjack, that's where it doesn't work.
Sketchy.
Very sketchy. Compasses go wild with magnets, don't they? Did it go crazy if you went near a roulette wheel or anything like that?
So you think it's from all the electromagnetics going on in those spaces? No doubt, right?
Yes, probably something's going on there.
Tons of energy being pumped, right? So.
And if
that's
they have
bizarre.
like a really big vault somewhere, that might knock out the compass if it's like a magnetic vault. Like in Ocean's 12.
Right.
There was a guy in ladies' night that was talking to somebody as he was talking to the ladies. It was like wasting our time. Did we do something with that guy? What was the results of that? How did that turn out? He didn't hear anything the ladies were saying because he kept talking to some guy DMing him while he was on with the ladies.
This thing working?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I just came outside and I go, what happened? Why is it quiet?
Yeah, I have to go get some food.
I was getting ready for
but too cloudy, hazy, super humid here.
Yeah, here it's cloudy, semi-stormy. Well, stress that soon to be extremely stormy. 98 degrees, sitting at about 50% humidity. It's the weather report.
Yeah, and I think this smoke's going all over the country too. I think from wherever it's coming from, it's making it clear over on the east side. I think.
Smoke from what? It's Cheech and Chong back together again.
Yeah, their van's burning. They was
No, is there
smoking
like a
cinders.
bunch of major fires right now or something?
I thought there was fires out west. I thought I don't know if they got them put out or not.
Oh, I know there's a bunch of fire, or there a couple weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, there was a couple fires around Shasta because of lava.
It's
And
hard.
that's in
It's hard to know.
California.
There's fires, earthquakes, and flooding and droughts. We got it all. It's never a dull moment.
Oh, storms coming from the sea that can devastate a town. Yeah, almost like it was all told about, foretold.
I tell you what, I think that they're setting Florida up. I've been saying this now for a while. I think they're going to get all those people down in Florida. They're just going to lop it. They're going to lop it off, and just strand all them people down there.
Yeah, Florida's doomed.
Did you happen to see what I was sharing in here yesterday about Florida? You know that Senate Bill 2006 that what's his name got DeSantis got so much praise for? In that same bill, it's 42 pages long. It says that the health officer can have you quarantined and by any means necessary can vaccinate you if you're deemed a health risk, and that's just by basically suspicion.
But just by force, huh? I tell you
Yep.
what, that's crazy.
I'll show it to you in the bill. Here, look at live
We
stream.
knew this was coming. All right.
Gonna give me 1 minute. Where did I save that? Here we go. So scroll down to page 38, end of page 38, top of page 39, and give her a read.
Kind of like the Tuskegee Airmen, huh? See, the thing is if we have the power to decide our fate, then why do we need these people to puppet and mimic what we want? But really, they don't serve us; they serve themselves. I was given the birthright of dominion. I don't know about the rest of you.
So they could pretty much lock you up.
Yep. They're going to lock you up and jab you against your will, according to that law. The same one that they got praised for because.
Well, they're going to have fun doing it with one eye.
But yeah, the only headline that went through the news was Florida passed a law where you don't have to prove vaccination or whatever to get into a place of business. Everybody's like, yeah, that's the place to go. Awesome. Way to go. Good job, Florida. Nah, look what's hidden a little deeper.
Set the trap.
Florida man trap.
People that flock.
And the thing is, they're surrounded on all three sides. Surrounded. No way to escape it.
The only way they can escape it is to go to Cuba, right? Not like it's a better choice.
Unless you just bow down and get the shot. I don't understand why. I don't know. Probably shouldn't be talking about this, but that's got to tell you something right there. That there's something in there that they want in us real bad. You know.
Well, you ask them, you go, excuse me, do you believe in the globe Earth? And if they say, yeah, it's like, okay, you're completely discredited. Anything or any study you're doing is void because there's no actual science there. You know? Hey, the next time the cable guy comes to your house, flat smack him.
Yeah, satellites.
Yeah.
That's coming against it. We've had the same dead zones for cell phones around here. It's been for years. The same dead zones. They've been putting these 5G towers up everywhere, right? Sorry, about there's nobody I know that the 5G comes up on the top of their screen. It's either 3G or 4G or something else. I don't know anybody that their phone says 5G. Maybe it's just all my poor.
Is it just me or is he roboting?
It's just.
Okay, it must be me.
Oh, he's robotic.
It's probably.
Okay, because I'm like, wait a minute, is something wrong with my signal? something I find interesting, like clouds, right? Clouds are technically made of water, right? The bottom of clouds are level. Not all clouds, but what are they called? The lowest clouds that we can see. If you look at them, like it no matter what shapes they are, they're all flat on the bottom, especially like storm clouds. They're all flat and level on the bottom because it's a property of water, right?
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit. The earth is flat!
a human of mankind.
Or are there any ballers that want to try to convince us that it's a ball? What's up, Jen?
What up? That's impossible. You cannot re-indoctrinate the unindoctrinated.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them.
Well, the truth kind of speaks for itself. Unless you want to deny reality, there's a lot of people. So yeah. Yep. So how did ladies' night go? Did it go on tonight?
Yeah. I missed most of it.
Anybody have a recap to share, perhaps?
Well, there was one guy or child that was getting fed by somebody else, and once he was
Imagine that.
once he was confronted on that, right? Instead of not speaking for himself, letting somebody else speak through his avatar,
Sure.
right? He wanted to go ahead and blame Night, who I know Night and I know Day. They're husband and wife. And Night was the one that told Day that the Earth was flat. So you can't sit there and say that Night was the one that was feeding you this, right? So yeah, it's just, Glober's being disingenuous.
That won't be the it's not the first and certainly won't be the last.
Yeah.
But it's becoming painfully obvious now. It's such a shame. I mean, that's what you're saying pretty much, right? I mean, you can pretty much tell if someone is remotely intellectually honest, kind of like almost right away. It's really kind of creepy, actually. I mean, people think they're slick, like they're the first ones to slide in here to save us, us being Dunning-Kruger victims, Little, they happen to be like quite a number of years late to the party, though, So shout out to all the admins and mods from the first beginnings of 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, personally, I just love it when they have these critical thinking errors and they start going off about, oh, well, yeah, you can have gas pressure without an envelope. It's called gravity. Then you tell them, okay, define gravity. And then they go ahead and like invoke some shit that's been debunked 106 years ago. And say, it's a force. No, it's not a force. according to Einstein, not a force.
Hey, we should teach parrots, like actual parrots, to learn how to say what they say, and we can like make voice memes out of it, you know? Because we a lot of times in conversation, you guys know what they're gonna say before they say it, right?
Yeah. It's
Usually.
almost like it's scripted, almost like they've been spoon-fed something that makes no sense.
Like
Perhaps,
they're double.
you know,
Oh, sorry. It's like they're double indoctrinated or something.
it's almost like, you know, reality is too scary for them. Like
Yeah,
actual
if we were
reality
really,
and the facts of things,
yeah, if we
right?
were really spinning like they said, that's really scary.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I don't know the reason. Somehow there was a line of justification that but we don't feel it. Oh wait, it's because the atmosphere moves with us. That's right. I remember now. What a bunch of
Yeah.
horse shit.
Atmosphere, air ball. What air ball? Does air form a ball or does it take the shape of a container?
I mean, there are pictures of a big. What's the one famous one that everybody shows where it's a big plume of smoke or clouds or whatever above the regular
Was
layer
it
of cloud?
it's like a side-by-side photo of a volcano erupting and a train, right? An old steam train, coal burning steam
I
train
don't
with the
think I
plume of
ever
smoke coming out.
saved it. Well, and the catchphrase is, if we're spinning yada yada thousands of miles an hour, how can this happen? Sorry, I'm doing a crazy job of explaining myself. Anyway, so yeah. So how's everybody doing tonight? Is everybody muted, like AFK now? There's a lot of people in here. What's up, everybody? It is Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went and got a Stromboli.
Nice. Yeah, you got that stuck in your head. You had to have one.
Oh, is
So
everybody
Sunny. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
is everybody like tired and tuckered out tonight, or what's going on?
I don't know. Maybe they're yeah, we'll join in shortly, hopefully. Hey Sunny, do you have any notable recaps of Ladies Night? Were you listening?
You know, I left after about the first half hour to go outside, so I was outside for a couple hours. I came back, it was over. So
Oh, I
I
guess I'll have
missed
to
most
listen
of
to
it, but I can listen back. How did it go?
I don't know. I mean, so a lot of ladies that I spent more time with on the server, they're kind of not around anymore. So it's a little weird for me. I have to admit, be a little transparent, you know? But it's all good. I love it that everybody's still doing it. It's awesome.
Well, we all need you in there, so I wouldn't stop trying, you know.
Well, I might have more of a chance now because my hours might be able to change. So possibly.
Hey Jenny, how's it going? Yo.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah, listen, guys, I don't know if you realise that this video I keep posting, I came across it the other day. Rob Simmons has actually came out live and said at a conference that every image that is less than 1 million miles away that shows the Earth as the full Earth that has a black background is not real. It's
Damn.
Photoshop.
I only watched like a small blurb of it. It's only
Yeah,
like what, 2
listen,
minutes long?
the gravity of this is incredible because what he's just done is he's busted every single iconic image that has ever been shown to the people, to the masses over the past 70 years that show the Earth as the whole Earth, black background, is less than 1,000,000 miles away are fake.
Okay, you can't get a more credible source from the person who
Created the blue marble.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Blue Marble himself.
And it's not like he's an independent artist or something, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's an official. He contracted for what agency?
He worked for
Stuff?
NASA. He worked for NASA for about 5 years, and he's went on to another company
Well,
as a visual graphics guy.
well, let's hope he stays alive. We should all pray for his very soul. You know how accidents happen.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
man.
So
Wait a minute.
So every iconic image that has ever showed the Earth over the past 70 years that they've ever showed to the people, to the masses of the whole Earth with a black background is fake. He said it in one sentence that you can only see the Earth. The Earth is so big, so massive that you can only ever see it as a ball or as a flat image against a black background if you're 1,000,000 miles away. That busts every single iconic image, even the moon images of the astronaut with the flag.
So wait.
Yeah, every image
So
is
wait.
busted.
So
Isn't
he's
this the-
saying. So he's saying if you took a photograph from 1,000,000 miles away, you couldn't see the curve of the Earth.
No, what he's saying
I
is that
mean,
every photograph that has ever been shown to
yeah,
the
it's fake.
people
Yeah.
is fake. Yeah, every
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Okay. So what
Is
was
this
the
the same
1,000,000
guy?
miles part?
So,
Sorry.
so he's saying that at 1,000,000 miles, that is the only distance that you can see the Earth as a whole Earth at with a black
Oh,
background. Anything
okay.
before that is fake.
Hmm. So
So all the images from the moon that were showed to us, the ISS cupola that proclaims the whole Earth from the cupola is fake. All the satellites, geostationary, that are showing live images of the full Earth
doesn't it?
with a black background are fake. Every image.
So
It's
is he
basically hundreds of images, hundreds
is he
of iconic images.
is he making a claim that he has a true image from 1,000,000 miles away?
Well, it's not even. Yeah, the only image they've ever got that was 1,000,000 miles away was from the Discover satellite that we all know was fake and CGI
Yeah.
of the moon
Right.
transiting the Earth and the Earth
Yeah.
transiting the moon. But we
Right.
knew that was fake. But what he's done is he's just disannulled, voided every image that is less than 1,000,000 miles away and proclaimed them as fake.
Yeah, he discredited every image.
Yeah, and that's
That's
basically
incredible.
Jenny, that's basically every image that's ever been used to fill the Earth.
Right.
The
He
Earth
is
the Earth is a
in
globe.
one. Okay, so this is the magnitude that you're communicating here. So, in one simple sentence, he has discredited every single image of Earth
The only
that
one,
we
Correct.
know
the
Yeah,
only one I
correct.
can think of that Himawari one was supposed to be farther than that, right?
No, the Himawari is only 30,000 miles. Yeah, so that's fake as well. Yeah, he's discredited the Himawari. Every environmental satellite that sets up there in geostationary orbit is discredited. The ISS from the cupola discredited. The moon images of the Earth as a whole Earth with a black background discredited. Every image. It's hundreds of images that have been used to fool the world into thinking that the Earth is a
Okay.
globe. Yeah.
So my mind almost immediately goes to, I thought of this, like 5 minutes ago when I said we should pray for his soul. There's a reason that he was allowed to say that. Don't you think so? There has to be one.
Well, Jenny, they get so confident and their plight to the lies. They get so confident in telling lies that, you know, how difficult is it for us guys can come out here and tell the truth every day. We don't need to cover our back. We just tell the truth. Guys like this eventually show themselves to be frauds, you know? They eventually expose themselves. This guy's at a conference telling everyone that every image that is beneath 1,000,000 miles away, you cannot see the earth as a whole earth that is so big.
Okay, so don't you think all right, I'm being dramatic here maybe, but don't you think his life could potentially be at risk?
Yeah, there's every chance. Yeah, but he came out in 2018 or 2019 and proclaimed those words. This is the first time I've ever seen it. I've never heard of it before.
Gee.
You know, so if no one's picked up on this, it's time to pick up on it. He's
No
discredited
doubt.
the last 70 years of images. They're fake.
High five, bro.
As far
You're
as
right.
as far as his life being at risk,
I said I was being dramatic. So
yeah. I mean, potentially, sure, but I wouldn't be jumping down ever. They don't go around just offing everybody who ever. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. I know.
They'll
On
just,
But you
top of
never
that,
know,
they'll just
dude.
they'll just bury the information if we don't
Well,
get it spread around enough. It'll get lost.
he could be relocated. We could never hear from him again, but he could be alive and well. Who knows the fuck where, you know?
yeah, but see, I think that only happens to those that plead an oath of silence, that they won't talk about certain things. I think
Okay.
I don't think he's one of those people that took the oath. I
All
think he
right. So
refused it.
what's the context of how this information was released? Were you saying it was some sort of conference that he was
Yeah,
at?
he's basically. I'll put up the original link. He's basically right.
Oh,
He's
nice.
saying the earth is not flat, but it looks flat. The earth is not flat, but it looks flat. And the earth is
Are
not
you
flat.
kidding me? That's how he said
Yeah,
it?
that's how he's saying it. Yeah, he's saying it looks flat from
Dude.
an airliner. It looks flat on the ground, but it's not till you get to 70,000
What
feet.
the fuck? Is he the woman in the red dress in the Matrix? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'll put up the original footage of him saying it right, so as you can get a look at it.
Damn,
Yeah,
dude. That's so fucking bizarre.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
Didn't he say earlier that you had to be 1,000,000 miles away to see the whole like circle of it? So
Yeah.
yeah, correct.
if like their measurement is less than 1,000,000 miles away for it
Yeah,
to be, that don't
yeah,
make no sense. Now
yeah,
you know
but
why.
it's
Now you know
yeah,
why he's able to release his stuff, because it's controlled opposition.
yeah, but
Little bit of truth
Joshua.
with a whole bunch of hooey. Yeah,
Well, I
Yeah,
guess it's a
Joshua,
straightaway approach.
Joshua, we know that they
I know.
cannot get 1,000,000 miles away because there seems to be a firmament at 20 odd miles.
Right.
But the very fact of what he said disannuls the last 70 years of iconic images that show the whole earth at 240,000 kilometers away at 200 miles. He's disannulled every image. That's hundreds of iconic images. He said you cannot see the earth as a whole earth with a black background until
And
you.
according to spherical geometry and the radius they gave us, that is impossible. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a real photo of Earth from space, for God's
Exactly.
sakes.
Where every time they've snapshotted, they reckon they've took a one picture. We're not talking about the data stitching. We're talking about iconic photos, one-time shot photos that show the Earth as with a black background. Anything beneath 1,000,000 miles is fake. He just told the whole world that.
So, all right, I guess we could maybe start to speculate how the infamous Globers are going to try and wiggle out of this one. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's only so many things they can do to
Yeah,
try
Jenny,
and
there's no wiggling.
defund.
wiggling. There's no wiggling out
Is
of
this
it. I
what you sent me?
presented this evidence to Matthew last night. You know Matthew Lens.
Well, yeah, of course, but I guess we have
Is
to
that
just grasp at straws and
is that
say
why he
that
was in Bible study?
I saw him.
I wanted to hear the rest of what he was going to say about Matthew, but also is what y'all are talking about what you sent me in that video yesterday?
Yeah, that's it, Elijah. I sent you it. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, this is groundbreaking, brother.
Um, did
It's
you
like
say you
All
were
right, I'm
gonna
gonna check it out.
post the original content?
yeah, I'll post the original content where he talks about it and his end statement. Yeah, I'll post that.
Sweet, dude. Good work. So, by any chance, do you recall where you came across this information breaking?
Yeah, I was doing a video, globe files. I've just started the globe files, showing exposing the globers, and I've done one on Simon Dan. I did one on Fight the Flat Earth, and as I was doing,
Nice, dude.
yeah,
I
as I
just
was,
subscribed to
yeah,
your channel actually the other day, so I
yeah,
think I got
thank
the
you.
ball on you.
Yeah. Yeah, so as I was doing that, I came across a piece of information. I was trying to look at everything I could find on Rob Simmons, and I came
Nice.
across a conference that I'd never seen before, and the information was in there. It's so
Wow.
obvious. Yeah.
Dude, are you telling me just a random search and the Oracle allowed you to view this material? That's great.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I
wonderful.
found it. Yeah, eventually. I had to do a
Wow.
bit of digging, but I found it.
Nice. All right, so
That's funny
sorry to be
because I
such a
somehow
question
happened.
person. Sorry, Elijah. Go ahead.
No, like in a weird roundabout way, I kind of like the same kind of thing I found out about rainbows. So I mean, you guys know, I talk about rainbows a lot. So
You mean that they're circular?
even yeah, even flat earthers, a lot of flat earthers, they go with the globe Earth narrative. Oh, that's because the light it's actually being refracted through all of the tiny little water droplets in the air, and that's why you see a rainbow. Well,
Is it because
do you know what's also included in that explanation of refraction? Because they do say it's conical refraction, like I've been talking about all this time.
okay?
But they're saying it's micro. So basically, the rainbow is a
Did you just
culmination
say?
of oh,
Sorry, Elijah. Did you just say micro refraction?
on a micro scale. What I mean is when you're looking at the rainbow, on a macro, you're just looking at the rainbow. But on a micro scale, they're saying that you're seeing the rainbow because each droplet has a conical refraction coming through it.
Okay.
Okay. But the big thing that I picked up on when watching this guy do a lecture on rainbows, one thing he said was that the sun rays were coming in parallel. And that right there automatically lets us know that the globe Earth has a positive claim on why rainbows happen, and it's demonstrably false. Basically, because we already know that the sun isn't an infinite distance away, so we can just consider the sun rays to be parallel. And they have to be parallel because to the observer, they have to be hitting at a certain angle in order for all of these tiny micro refraction things that are happening, they have to be happening at a specific angle from you for you to see it the way
Nice.
that you're seeing it, which is obviously impossible. There's another explanation. Well, we live in a refracted beam of light, or within. We live within the cone of a refracted beam of light. Now that makes a lot more sense to me. Still has to do with the angle, but we're not talking about parallel light rays. We're
Yeah,
just
you know
talking
what?
about how light refracts through solid structures. I don't know what the firmament is, but I'm assuming whatever it is, that's how the sun does its refractive thing, is all I'm saying.
Well, what I was thinking of a few moments ago when you were talking, great information. That was the information you presented was great. Sorry. So, you know how it's a documented fact that the alleged distance from the sun, or how far the sun is, it's changed numerous times. And so, damn, I lost my thought, dude. Son of a bitch. I apologize. Sorry for being vulgar.
Jenny,
Okay, wait, I remember now.
go
Sorry.
on.
Okay, so what they've done with that is, they just pose calculations as measurement, you know, and I think that's so important to point out in every conversation. Wouldn't you say, Elijah? Because
Absolutely.
yeah, so it's all about what we can verify, not
The
some.
calculation is always going to be based around some premise. So all you got to do is say, okay,
Right.
well, let's look at the premise. Okay, what's that about? Okay, where's the validity for that?
Yes. And that's where I think the conversation of scientism should happen more often. I mean, it's
Yeah.
more, I think people need to digest certain things before they can have certain information. It's all, individual, but I think people that believe in a creator, I think that's important. There's too many coincidences. So I don't know, maybe we need to call out more people as coincidence theorists. My opinion. There is a tag for it, by the way. So, yep. But yeah, Elijah, I bet you nobody can go toe to toe with you on that conversation you just spoke of. So, like, high five, for real. I mean,
I don't know if I
you
would
don't
say
need.
that.
Well, I
It's
mean,
just
you don't have to
nobody's
be
looking into it. Like nobody
right. That's
cares.
what I was just gonna say. You don't have to be a college graduate to understand certain things. You just have to invest your time into learning about it.
Yeah, the guy in the lecture that I was watching, like he was spitting off all of this math, talking about the signs and the angles and this. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I don't know nothing about none of that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I just know how to figure out if something checks out or not, and
Right.
that's as far as I'm gonna look into it, probably because I'm lazy, just like most of us. And all I know is when I was listening to it, everything that I researched, he basically validated everything that I researched, and most of my research is just me going out and experiencing certain phenomena with the sun and the angles, and because I would get these like circles that look like rainbows on the floor, and I was wondering, why is that happening? What's causing that? And that's when I began looking into this, and thank you. And the crazy thing about it is, like, with the conical refraction, something that's a term no one uses. I've heard no one
Correctly.
but me use that term. It's out
Correctly.
there. I've shared it. Um,
Hmm.
but no one's actually used the term, which tells me
Hi,
no one's
Jenny.
stumbled on the that was so creepy.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead, Elijah.
So I was just saying, like, all of these conversations, and it's like, the conical refraction, it having to do with your angle
Hi, Jenny.
and the light, your angle and the light source. And we heard you the first time. I dare you, do it again.
He can't do it again because I sniped him.
Oh,
Thank you. You beat me to it.
you beat me
Appreciate
to
you.
it.
Yep. I was gonna do it.
Immortal, if you're gonna be a troll, you can leave.
Thank you. Thank you for playing. You're done. All right. So Elijah, you still
No, so
have your
yeah. I was just saying, like all of the mathematical jargon and all of those things that he was describing, I didn't get it. I didn't get an education to figure that out. I, I may have put my own words to certain things, but it's like,
Well,
wow, you don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist to
right.
experience the world. Regardless of
Right.
what words you use, if it's true, we're all gonna know what you mean when you bring up a topic
Well,
about something in reality.
they weren't doing science. They were doing calculations and making it fit the model. So,
Exactly. In that
yeah.
instance, in that instance, he's assuming that the rays are parallel, and then he's doing calculations on how you would see the rainbow based on that. Giving you an explanation of why you see now a lot of the things he was talking about, like the wavelengths of light, at what angles you're going to get the separation versus if you would get white light, or if the light is washed out, or if the color is washed out completely. There's a lot of things that he said that was true. The only thing that wasn't true is that he's saying all of this is happening on a micro scale because of parallel rays. And I'm like, nah, son, so you think the sun is huge
Well,
and the earth is small. And
in
I'm
a sense,
saying,
isn't
I'm saying the dome is huge and it's causing the rainbow. What's the big I don't know if it's a dome. I think it's a flat top, but the point is, when they say, oh, the sun is so big and blah 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 blah, but I'm saying, well, that big ass rainbow around you is because of the sun and the glass or whatever that is up there that it's refracting through. Oh, that's too grand to think about. That we're just inside a big ass. You know what I mean? That's
well,
too
okay,
much to think about.
so what I was thinking about a moment ago, the way you were describing what type of information he presented, like half of it wasn't true. And so I've thought this before, and it's been so long, I don't recall what the background info on this was, but it's like, isn't it kind of like they hijack like half of like flat Earth data, or
Yes. Yep.
be it observation measurements, just like you said, they assume the parallel rays, but then once it goes through a certain point, they're describing what's actually observable on flat Earth. And then, like you said, Elijah, people don't know this shit, so they don't look into it.
Yeah.
They think the experts have it. They got it, man.
When I heard him say, that the water droplet, when I said when he said the light is coming out of it like a cone, and I'm like, motherfucker.
Right? Yes. I would agree 100%. That's pretty bold, is what you're saying, right?
It's what's pretty bold?
What he said, when you said that motherfucker.
I mean, because I mean, maybe he's just a glober, because it makes sense if you can imagine all of the light rays coming in at the same angle. Like then if you already take that for granted, then I guess it makes sense. But that's where they get people. It's because regardless of how ridiculous the story is, if they get you to accept the setup premise from the beginning, it doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah. But so wouldn't he be like actually a classic example of a gatekeeper?
He could be. He's a professor, I think. He was doing a lecture. So.
He's got a lot at stake, right? His whole reputation, his very existence. Sorry for being dramatic, you guys. Sorry.
It's
Sorry,
true
sorry.
though. It really is true. This is why I think people don't like. Who's gonna risk their livelihood, their social capital? Like their kids got to go to school. A lot of people live in small towns where everyone knows everybody. Who the fuck has to go through all of that and put their family through all of that?
Yep. Yep, that's I don't think those are stories. I mean, I'm sure we could come up with examples given the opportunity to do so. But yeah, back to what Breaking was saying, my contention overall really for years is that, flat earth is not that complicated. Oh, I got a new meme to share with you guys. Hold on. I don't know if you guys have seen this one. Uno momento, por favor.
Oh shit. I gotta run, but I'll be back in a few.
Hey, good to talk to you, Elijah.
Good talking to you too, Jenny.
All right.
Jenny, I'll see you later.
Black
I was just
Swan.
trying to be creepy like that guy.
Right? That was creepy. I agree. Okay, there it is. If you don't know that the human population is being systematically dumbed down, then you may have been systematically dumbed down already.
I like that.
It's like,
I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna
catch
take that.
up, you're behind. Yep.
But I like saying that, Jenny, that we're like the rational middle ground, using the Occam's razor, least amounts of assumptions. Meanwhile,
Yes.
the globers are stuck in all their assumptions, and the concavers are stuck in all their assumptions, and it's a clusterfuck.
Okay, so yes, totally. A least amount of assumptions, right? Okay, so not trying to derail onto this topic, but it's something that I get asked about at work. So, like for example, easiest thing to explain with what's going on right now in the world, and that's coaches' postulates. Nobody has any clue about that shit. And this one guy named Andrew Kaufman, his information is readily available, I'm sure, everywhere. Has a lot of interesting things to say, and he's very accredited. So chomp on that, people. Yeah, game over. I don't know, that could be not possibly funny. So.
Extremis is being
Hey,
hilarious.
Extremis is on mic. Let's what you got to say, Extremis? Let's hear it.
I'm just passing through. I'm not here long.
Well, if you're just passing through, keep yourself muted. You know what I mean? Because you've got nothing relevant to say. It's game over. The globe is dead. Yeah. What evidence and proof have you got of the globe, bro? Nothing. Listen to the crickets. Listen to the silence. Like, we've asked him a question. What evidence and proof have you got of your flying spinning ball? Let's all keep quiet and let's see what he comes up with. Listen, crickets.
Did you say crickets for sure?
Yeah, listen. Is there any comeback?
Hello, darkness, mild
The globe
friend.
is dead. Yeah, the globe is dead. Yeah, it was dead 5 years ago when the Black Swan came out. It's dead even further. Rob Simmons is just disannulled.
Now.
70 years of iconic whole lot photos with a black background are fake. It's good night. It's game over. Globe is dead. Full stop.
I'd
Now
like
we're
to
just. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I
You're
would
good.
like to just point out a little bit of a weird contradiction in what Extremistus is saying. He says, except that the sun, according to Flat Earth, doesn't actually go away, in that at sunset it recedes from view. Recedes means to go away. So he's saying it doesn't go away, it goes away.
Okay, this generation really blows my mind because this has been happening for a couple decades now, where they invent new meanings to words and shit. It's just so bizarre to me. I mean, if you can't, what could be more backwards? I mean, you have to be able to confidently say it is what it is. Well, I don't know what this bullshit is. This is how it is, but this is how you see it or don't see it. It's like,
Yeah, I think they don't understand what the words mean, and then they just invent some meaning to them to fit
yes,
with what they believe. Yeah, they
yes,
assume the meaning, like
perfect
Carmen says.
example. Perfect example. When this whole, and I'm not opposed to anybody who's gay, but when that really started going up, you know, they really they wanted to call it marriage, and you know, I don't believe in that. I mean, I believe it should be considered a civil union because then you're taking the definition of God out of that word, that definition. And I don't believe that's right. That's challenging someone else's beliefs. And I, more than ever in the last 5 years, I don't do that anymore. So I just think, you know, people need to look at the bigger picture because social change happens over decades. You know, the slowly boiling pot of water and we're the fucking frogs and shit.
Yep.
So yeah, people need to realize that what's been shown over time, if there's any real semblance of history of what they tell us, right? So
That's like the movie The Sword and the Stone, right? Merlin's sitting there telling Arthur that the world's round, and they're like, well, why are you telling him that? It's obviously not round, and everybody's going to think he's a lunatic.
that's awesome. Wow.
That was Archimedes the owl telling Merlin, don't tell the boy that it's flat. They'll take him as a lunatic.
Oh, I thought you were saying that the glober would be the lunatic.
Yeah, if you say the
Okay, yeah.
world is round, you would have been a
Oh,
lunatic.
yeah. And somehow we've like gone to the complete opposite pole of that
Yeah.
extreme. Wow.
Yeah, the next time you watch one of those Disney sorcery films,
Yeah.
just there's hidden programming, and the programming has a lot of
Oh,
truth
dude,
that's
for
mixed with
sure.
falsehoods, you know.
Yeah, across all cartoons that were
Yeah.
technically like they're part of it would be made for kids and then some of it would go over their heads that would reach adults, you know what I'm saying? So they've been doing that since Bugs Bunny. You know, that would
Yep.
be a pre-show movie if somebody went to go see a movie.
Yep.
Propaganda was just straight out right there.
Yep, I've seen Popeye fight the Japanese Navy.
No. Oh, if only we could see that. I don't know. Is that around
You
on
can
the internet?
yeah, you can get it on YouTube.
Okay. Wow, man. That's fucking racist as fuck.
Especially like from my point of view, because I happen to be Japanese. Well, 25%,
Wow, man.
but
It's
still.
horrible. It's horrible. It's a facade, the whole idea of war.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know a lot about it to speak on it, but I do hear people often talk about it in here.
Here, I'll post that little discussion that Archimedes and Merlin were having. Because I have it
Okay,
saved.
the one I thought of that's kind of like in that setting timepiece or whatever, and that's with Matt Groening. What was that series that he did? A couple seasons, like Enchanted.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff in there, man. You know you're gonna get some good stuff from a Mason for sure. I know I'm surrounded by them, man. This is a Catholic town, and there's a lot
What
of
about
elderly in this town, and I always make sure I go out of my way to be extra nice to the my elders. So a lot of them
yeah,
are in bad motherfucking health, dude. It's almost disheartening.
yeah.
I mean, so anyways,
It's
hopefully
almost like that.
I'm building some credibility for myself as a upstanding citizen,
Have you
you know?
ever seen that cartoon show? I believe it was on Nickelodeon called Gravity Falls. Get it?
No,
Gravity Falls. Well,
dude, no,
the
no,
whole
never.
the whole theme is this. I can't remember what they called him, Mr. Billin or something like that. But it's basically the Illuminati pyramid with the eyeball,
No, okay.
and he's like the main
Wow.
bad guy in the whole series.
Yeah, that show is a trip.
Dude, that sounds pretty
Dude,
epic.
it
It's
goes deep.
literally like a Disney show that's basically it's based on
Disney?
Freemasonry
Oh,
and
I think I've
all kinds of
seen
stuff.
screenshots of that cartoon. Yeah, he's a little
Yeah, with
triangle
Uncle
with a fucking hat on him and shit as a stick
Yeah.
figure. Yeah,
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind watching that.
Was Walt a Mason?
it's very interesting.
I've never looked into that. Does anybody know that they've looked into whether or not
I
Disney
know
was a
that there's
Mason?
Club 33 in Disneyland.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean,
No, listen here. I heard L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and Disney were hanging out there banging L. Ron Hubbard's wife all the time, right in the very
that's
place.
insane.
Listen, right in the very place that they have Area 51. The same place. Yes.
Yeah,
They were
wasn't it
doing
called
sex magic. They're all occultists, all of them.
Oh God.
Avalon Rising?
Wait. Don't forget, wasn't that weirdo beast dude? What's his name? Wasn't he a part
Crowley?
of that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Crowley.
He was in that
Alistair
picture
Crowley.
too, man.
Yeah. That was Jack Parsons' protege. Like, Jack Parson was Alistair Crowley's protege. Like his favorite student.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting stuff. You can't get any better than that on drama on the world stage. I mean, ugh.
You
Pretty
can't make this
insane.
stuff up.
Right.
So you talk to people about why they would lie. If they don't know about that, they're just like derp. They haven't done any. They don't know anything about that.
Actually, before I found Flat Earth, I actually like touched on that with like falling down the rabbit hole of YouTube. Yeah, I just kind of came across a topic and I'm like, damn, this shit's interesting. And yeah, so.
So the question is on Robert Simmons, why would they release that information? Like, you got to think
Yeah,
about
dude,
that.
I was asking that.
That's the oddest thing ever. Like, so are they just going to throw in the towel and then what, right?
No, I was speculating on a little bit ago. You must have been AFK.
Sonny, we're getting towards the end, man. The clock is ticking. Yeah,
It
that's
must be.
why
So-
it's almost as if they're getting casually out there telling the truth. You know,
Sonny.
let's face it. Yeah, go on, Jenny.
Sonny, so my thoughts were immediately, I'm like, damn, I hope they let this dude live.
I
We should
heard that.
pray
I
for his
heard
very
that.
soul.
Yeah, I heard that. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
But
that's
see-
being dramatic, but I mean,
But why would
I don't.
they? But why
I
would he
don't
do it if he wasn't allowed to do it? That
Okay,
you gotta think
Exactly.
about that.
We don't know.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean they're going to off him. He could be relocated somewhere and we would never hear from him again. And he'd just be a happy clam, just living his life.
Like Tupac?
Yeah. Celebrity Island. I'm sure there's a bunch of them. Allegedly, there's some masses closer than what we think by how some speculate.
Well, if everything goes okay with him, then we'll know that it was a setup.
I don't know, man. It don't matter. We got it, the information.
Well,
so.
think about it. If he went rogue and was off the reservation, they'd get rid of him.
Well, yeah, that's the reason why they would want to relocate him to just anticipate any like 5D kind of shit.
But who would be relocating him is my question.
The powers that be, son.
They're the ones that have the mainstream story,
Well,
though.
it would be the 13 families, right?
I
don't
think they
even
would
think
try
it's
to get
them.
rid of. I would think they would try to get rid of him unless they purposely put him out there to put that information out here, which is what I think all of it is. If we're able to see it.
I'm not saying they're the be all end all. I'm sure there's one dispersing the orders. but yeah, they're the council.
We have no
13.
idea what's making the orders. If I don't even know if they know who's making the orders.
Okay, well,
I
there's
think it's
supposed to
a
be-
AI program.
There's
I think
supposed to
Skynet's in
be.
charge.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
There's supposed to be a black pope and a gray pope, and all we see is
Yep.
the white pope.
Yeah, there's the black nobility. They've been around for centuries, thousands of years.
Well,
They're-
actually,
yeah.
Actually, the Pope that's the Pope today is the Jesuit Pope, the Black Pope.
Right. Okay, so it has been a really long time since I've watched a documentary on Loyola, right? So what was his actual like transformative like mission statement essentially? Can you guys, anyone in the house? Because I don't know, there's just too much to look up all the
I
time.
don't know. I don't know that much about Loyola.
Well, he was the one
he
who formed Jesuits, so
he basically made instructions on how to act and keep the secret. Most of his public documentation is telling other Jesuits how to not speak about anything important in their letters and fill the letters with
well,
things
yeah, I've
about
read
God
both.
and then try to code it into that. So
Oh,
that
wait.
normal people wouldn't understand it and they would think they were just talking about God.
So to interweb the deception within the truth, to extinguish the truth.
Yeah.
That is so decrepit.
Do you know Matthew? Do you know Matthew works at a Loyola?
No, I didn't.
No kidding. That's
I would check out.
Yes.
Okay, well, I might have to promote disengaging after a certain length of time. Although I did hear a very honest conversation with him with Indio. He was laughing. I can't even get mad at the dude anymore. So
Yeah, it got worse from there until it got
go on
muted.
Indio. Oh snap! All right, well, yeah, I think there should be limited time frames for that. We don't want to pass up an opportunity to have a genuine conversation with someone who's seeking knowledge. We got to be seeking the seekers, and unfortunately, I'm not really convinced that would be Matthew, especially now. Damn, like WTF, people.
Yeah,
Well,
the
something-
rabbit hole. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Something I found interesting is yesterday after you guys had done this thing with Matthew to say, hey, all those pictures are fake. He all of a sudden showed up in Bible study.
Yeah, I saw that. Hopefully, he behaved himself.
Oh yeah, he was a perfect
That's
gentleman.
nice.
But it's like, hey, how you doing? Welcome.
He's good.
Yeah, Matthew is nothing more than a confidence trickster. That's all he is. He's here to derail the conversation.
Breaking.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. Breaking, you're breaking. Rejoin the chat, dude.
Yeah, it's very interesting about the Jesuits. You wouldn't believe how deep the rabbit hole goes there. Remember the thing they were talking about? You remember they were talking earlier a little while ago about quinine, right? Quinine products.
Oh, I thought you were going to get into mysticism.
No. Remember chloroquine? That's made from
yeah.
it's replicated.
Green horse.
So it's quinine, and then if I started looking up the plant because I'm interested in plants,
Right.
and then if you look
Yeah,
up quinine, you wouldn't believe what it says. I can't believe every time I look up something, there's something really bizarre in there. So
Don't
listen,
hang me in suspense.
hold on a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so quinine, it was a medication used to treat malaria.
What?
Yes.
It's poison?
And so listen to when it was found. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
First isolated in 1820 from the bark of the cinchona tree, which is native to Peru. Bark extracts had been used to treat malaria since at least 1632 and was introduced to Spain as early as 1636 by Jesuit missionaries from the New World.
Damn.
Another one of these plants, medical plants that they capitalized on, that they like captured.
Yeah, doesn't chloroquine loosely translate to green horse? Chloros, green, and equine for horse.
So it's used to treat lupus and arthritis.
Oh,
And
wow.
remember they said that they couldn't be used for
Well-
a certain thing that we're talking about lately. Everything that was good for us, they have to take off. But, you know, I don't know. I don't trust anything they do.
Kind of
Well,
makes you think about
when
the
you said-
marijuana being legalized everywhere now.
Yeah.
Dude, man, I had a great experience going to the weed store today. Oh my God. The only place I will wear a mask voluntarily.
Oh, they don't make me wear one.
Well, I will gladly wear one. So I did. And then I got the fuck out of Illinois and then crossed over to into Missouri, which incidentally, I mean, it's so close to St. Louis from where the weed store is. You can turn around and look at the parking lot past and see the arch. It's pretty badass.
Wow.
So a ways away. And but anyway, I stopped off at a state park. I've got like a certain spot I veer over after I get like on the last stretch of road, right? And so yeah, awesome shit I got today. It's like woo. But yeah. So I was just thinking earlier on my way home, while I thought about all my flat earth brothers and sisters and I was jamming out whatnot. And so I was thinking, oh shit, I almost lost it. Cause I got high. I was thinking of too much stuff at once, y'all. Sorry. So I'll think of it in a second. What were you talking about just a second ago? Because I way veered off my point.
Oh, I just said makes you wonder why all of the laws are changing over to accept marijuana as, even on the federal level in the United States, they're
Yeah,
starting to change it.
that is a fair point because as far as I've come across, I don't really think that there's anything in our existence that doesn't have a conspiracy behind it. And I know I'll just go over there and put on my tinfoil hat. But if somebody can help me out on that, that'd be great. I'd be open to it.
Should be able to replant it everywhere like it used to grow.
Well, yeah, you can grow your weed if it's legal.
I grew my own.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about out in the wild too, like everywhere where there's fields of it growing like it used to be.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
trying
if
to slowly but surely.
Well, okay, it has been a long time since I've had oh man, I've had a lengthy conversation with Ron Shackleton about growing weed, right? The man loves to talk. Love that brother. Okay. So but anyway, so I don't recall what you have to do to seeds before you actually put them
Oh,
in
you
dirt
could
or
germinate them between like in a folded damp washcloth
Okay.
for a
I just
couple
put the
days.
seed
That's awesome because
directly in the
you know what?
dirt.
That's awesome. No. Okay, this is something I came across a really long time ago. And oh God, wish I had the website. Maybe I could find it again.
It's
But
okay.
this
You do
person
if you
claimed
germinate them like that, Jenny.
you
If you germinate them like that and let them kind of start seeding out a little bit, it
you wanna
increases the chance that they'll be female, is what I've heard.
Oh well, hold that thought, and we'll come back to it. What I wanted
Okay.
to say before I forget is this lady claimed that you should germinate your seeds in your mouth.
No.
Yeah.
There's saliva in your mouth and
Right.
bacteria.
Exactly.
You want, if
Bacteria.
anything,
Okay,
the only other
so
method for germination is like just take a glass of clean water, like distilled water or something. Not tap water, just distilled water, and
okay.
drop
See, the thing
seeds in
is,
there and let them
there
float.
I think you also have to put your intention into the seeds as well. So it's kind of like a mysticism kind of thing. I just found it interesting. I'm not saying it's factual science.
I don't know. I'm the master of messed up growing methods.
Guess what? I have
Well,
this
tell me.
mango seed. I planted a mango seed and it's growing a tree, and it actually looks like it's only a year old, and they're not supposed to fruit until like 15 years. And it really seriously looks like a fruit is growing on it.
Dude,
Nice.
that's
Because I
awesome.
wished like I said, I
Okay.
had all these hopes. I put this
So,
intention as it's been
okay,
growing. I know you can do it. You can grow fruit.
I
It
messed,
looks like an
Sonny, I messed up your point earlier. Can you repeat about what you have to do to get more female plants?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can, when you put it in a damp cloth, put it on a plate, you just make sure it's damp for a few days until it starts seeding out. That increases the possibility of them being female. You have a higher chance of females to males if you do that.
If I remember
Yeah,
correctly, you also want to block the light.
yeah, and keep it warm.
In
There's
a dark place, yeah.
there is another method which is just selecting the seed that looks like where the seed was connected to the flower. If you look at that point where the stem would be, if it looks like a volcano that just erupted, right? That's like, a Hawaiian shield volcano type thing, then
Yeah.
chances are it's a female. But if
Hmm.
it's flat or ruptured, especially if it's ruptured like half flat on one side and the other side kind of hilly, like Mount St. Helens, then chances are that's a hermaphrodite. If it's completely flat
No.
with no volcano, that's a male. And that's like a 98, or excuse me, 98. That's like an 85% accuracy on that, just based on how it connects.
Wow, that's a good way. I like the
That's
thing
so
with just
awesome.
dropping them in water. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
Hey, who was the scientist we all learned in indoctrination schools where it gave examples of genetics with like bees?
Mandela
Yes. Okay. Isn't that
or
like
Mandela.
yeah, isn't that like what would you call that? Law or
Punnett square. It's just the
I
law of
thought I called
if it is a law, it's a law of
that.
probability.
Oh, okay. So
It's like,
it's repeated ad nauseum with the same results.
well, yeah, like if you take different traits and you chart them out,
Yeah.
and you have the different traits charted out to where it's equal, and
Yeah.
say, hey, one will be short, one will have this kind of phenotype, one will have that kind of phenotype, and you do the
Right.
chart, it'll enter up to always be the same percentages. However, if that's
Yeah.
based in reality, I don't know. Apparently, it works with
Oh.
sweet peas, right?
Oh, okay.
Because I think what he was doing was he was going by the appearance and the properties of the peas themselves.
Okay, so I always bring it back to current events and just from like a scientific standpoint, not to get into the hot ticket topic, but why aren't more people talking about Koch's postulate on identifying the virus? I just find it so bizarre. For anybody listening, they really need to look up someone named Andrew Kaufman. And so, to me, and maybe you guys could agree that the two are similar, the Mendeleev and Koch's postulate, right? I mean that there's nothing to dispute them necessarily. I mean, I know you were talking about percentages and stuff, but
Right.
wouldn't you agree? I mean, is that something really to go on? I mean, because I don't know, there've been like, I think it was, I can't remember the name of the conference. Let me see if I can find it. He's done like two, like one in, I thought it was 2018 and then 2020.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, people don't even know what science is. Isn't that a fair thing to say?
No, you're right on point with Koch's postulates. Nobody knows what they are. All you have to do is read Peter Duisberg's book on inventing the AIDS virus with a foreword by Kerry Mullis.
Nice! High five, brother!
You got to get that book.
good
It's worth
stuff.
the whole book. It's huge. It's a huge book. It's like 600 pages.
Hell yeah.
It's got the same faces. The Fauci Ouchie man from the 80s. He was doing his black magic back then. Same thing.
Oh, I just found out that Harlan Sanders or whatever his name was, Colonel Harlan Sanders, was a Freemason, Shriner, and 33rd degree Scottish Rite level.
Who? I didn't. Who did you say?
The guy that created KFC.
Dude,
Doesn't
that's
surprise
so
me. He was always
messed
really creepy.
up.
He was always kind of really creepy, don't you think?
Yeah. And I just find it kind of strange that, have you seen those videos of people just going off and rioting at a Popeyes because they ran out of chicken or something like that? I mean, there has to be a reason behind, like, these kind of places that have these secret spices, because spices are like sorceries, right? Drugs and all that. So what are they really adding to the stuff to cause this kind of behavior from, a refusal
I don't know,
of
dude,
service?
but you should see the health of the elderly population in my town. It is demonstrable.
Bad.
The way their skin looks and everything, it is so. It is probably from the manufactured oils, vegetable oil, corn, canola. It's
Oh,
all fucked up, dude. I don't consume that shit no more.
yeah.
If I'm going to use oil for anything, it's going to be butter.
Yeah, exactly.
I use butter for a lot.
That's what I do.
Mostly use butter, but I have used some olive oil a little bit.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Well, yeah,
to use.
olive
And
oil, but
avocado oil is in that list as well. Yep.
Speaking of avocado, I'm going to make an omelet for myself tomorrow on Saturday. Make a huge 3-egg bacon, avocado, and pepper jack omelet.
speaking of
Okay, I
avocado,
see your.
I was at
Yes.
Costco and I seen some like sushi with avocado wrapped. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
What? It doesn't last that long. You have to eat it right away. What the hell?
Right.
Hell no. So Sonny, I raise you homemade guacamole,
Oh,
and
yes.
then I'm gonna throw in some shredded Mexican chicken. Slow cook.
You know what I like to do with the avocado? Just put my favorite red salsa, a really nice chunky red salsa, a hot one, in there with it.
I'm
Just
gonna.
mix it with that instead of like, cause
Well,
it all. But you could do your own if you want to do the cilantro. It's a lot of work, man. I'm not like in the freaking kitchen like.
oh yeah, I'm gonna do the whole parts.
But it's really
I'm gonna.
better if you do, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Man, it's just too hard living alone. It's too hard to cook for just one person. Sometimes I'd rather not eat, but lately I've been eating a ton because I've been riding like 5 to 10 miles every day. So.
Well, this is my plan. I'm not gonna make a whole bunch of it. I'm just gonna use one avocado and then add up my diced vegetables and herbs.
Mm-hmm. That's always good.
Yep. Yeah, I used to have a seal meal. Oh man, that's a nice thing to have if you're a single person. The vacuum seal your stuff and put in the freezer. So yeah, flat Earth ain't complicated, everybody.
Yep, so check that out. I just saw that. I just looked up. I was spacing out. Bill Nye, the Earth is a closed system, and now we have Bob Simmons.
Yeah,
And
man.
millions of thousands of photos were all faked. Wow.
It's like WTF.
I think I pinned that in the stream here. Hold on.
How many coincidences do you need?
Oh
That's
my
what I want.
gosh. Isn't that
There's
annoying?
no such thing as coincidence.
There isn't. No.
There are coincidence theorists out there.
It's no coincidence. Let me see.
And did you know that they're trying to, like, part of their plan is to make conspiracy theorists the T word?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard that. Like
The T word?
Yeah.
All right, I'm being dense right now. Sorry.
that
Sounds like
wired hair terrier.
Yeah, since 2019, since they called all the major CEOs of Google, Facebook, all the CEOs in front of American Congress and classed flat Earth as fake news alongside terrorism.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Anything
That's
that
not
goes
a
against the
secret.
narrative is considered
Isn't that
the T
wild?
word.
Wow. What a bunch of numpty dipshits.
People are gonna buy
Numpties.
it.
I don't
Hook,
know
line,
who
and
the hell they
sinker.
think they're poking the bear is what they're doing. Like they're fucking
They know exactly what they're doing. They want something to happen. They're planning on
Depends
something
on who
happening.
you're talking about. Are you talking about infamous Globers? Give me a break.
No, I'm talking about the masters that be.
Yeah, the puppet masters. The ones actually pulling the strings.
They want a certain something to happen. I mean, that's why, one group can burn down a city and the other one can't even gather in a church.
Yeah, really.
Oh, the inconsistencies. Yeah, that's bizarre. Right?
Yep.
Mystical.
Completely occupy a city. I mean, come on now. The 6 weeks?
Shit, is it gonna get bad? Wait a minute, where is that? I have to find that video, that breaking down. I can do it in search. If you
Which
didn't,
one?
if you didn't know, you can go up into the little search bar, where at the voice text search bar up at the top. Go from colon and put in. Now wait a minute, who is it? Breaking down. So breaking down, and then you can find every single thing that person put in the voice text.
Mighty handy.
Yeah, that's helped a lot. So let's see here.
If you know somebody posts memes all the time, that's helpful.
Blue marble destroys the global illusion. This must be it.
Yeah.
Today at 7:22. I gotcha. Okay. How's my mic? Is it okay? Not too soft?
I think so.
Okay. I sometimes forget that I can project like a mofo. Like I never realized it. Okay, here we go. Let's put it in liked. And I'll watch later. What the hell? Why did I do that? Turned off save. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we got Quantum Racer into his house.
The arc of the bridge is not curvature.
How did the refraction well, that's tomorrow, I think, isn't it? My bad. Never mind. Coming up on the 31st. Q to the E.
Yeah.
That's my new nickname. Q to the E.
All right, all right.
Are we missing anybody that's in the chat?
Well, that's great that you mentioned it.
G to
Because I
Seeker.
was just looking.
I'm sorry. G to Seeker. Let's see. That person is not muted. It's the only one I recognize.
What about?
Hey,
Go ahead.
hey, there's G. What up, G? Sorry, couldn't help.
Homie G. Let's call him
How's it
Homie
going,
G.
guys?
Can we call you Homie G?
You can call me whatever you want.
Sweet. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny has some questions for you.
I did. Okay. Are you brand new?
No, I've been here before.
Oh, okay. So about how long, if you don't mind me asking?
You mean on Discord or just
In
in
our
the?
server.
I believe about a year or so. I just
Really?
pop in
Okay, so are
and
you
out.
a flat earther yet? Are
Of
you
course,
flat? What?
yes,
Oh, good. Sweet.
yes.
So are you at the point where, you talk to other people about flat earth?
You mean on Discord or just in general?
I don't know if Jenny disconnected or what happened there. I think we lost Jenny. Jenny.
Yeah. Why is he
There,
only
there
VC
you are.
verified? If you've been here, okay. Oh, wait. So how come you only have VC verified? Is this like a second account?
No, it's my first account, only account.
Oh, okay.
So, how did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that is a great question. Thank you, Sonny.
Just trying to find the truth in everything.
So, like, when was the first time you heard about people who were talking about the Earth is flat?
I mean, I grew up hearing that, but I didn't really take it seriously.
So you don't live in the United States?
I do.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of
Wait,
strange.
okay. Did I just hear you right? Because I thought I just heard you say you grew up knowing the Earth is flat.
Not knowing it, but I've heard it said.
Hearing about
that
it,
way.
I think is what you said. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay, so
in the year you've been here, what have you found so far?
What do you mean?
like,
What
what
would
are
you
your
say?
favorite points?
Yeah, like if you could pick one, what's your favorite, most compelling thing that convinces you that Earth is actually a flat stationary plane?
Well, I would be considered a biblical flat earther, if you will, so to speak.
Okay.
But yeah, just finding out the truth of God's creation and learning more about it every time.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I
That makes
absolutely
sense to me.
really find the very first book of Genesis
Genesis. Isn't that powerful?
so
Genesis?
intriguing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so chock full of really good stuff, man. I know
Yeah,
it sounds stupid the way I said it, but
doing the root word study on like the firmament and everything as well. I mean, it brings a lot of clarity to
well,
what I've been taught.
last time I heard, it's probably more by now, who knows, that there were at least 200 passages in the Bible that point towards a flat stationary plane.
Yes, so true.
So yeah, high five, bro. You're mostly a biblical earther.
Yeah.
Or geocentrist.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, so the GD seeker was Gimel Dalet seeker. So okay.
No, it's actually I've been studying scripture more, so how the Jewish, I guess, faith or religion or whatever you want to call it.
Cosmology,
Yes,
like the Hebrew cosmology.
yeah, how they reference Yahweh is they have that holy reverence for God, which they wouldn't even say his name. So when they would write
Yeah,
out,
but
they
did
would.
you ever do an entomology study on Gimel Dalet?
But no, I have not.
You should. There's a lot there.
Dude, send him a link.
Yeah, send me the link.
Do you know where twoletterlookup.com? Hang on, let me go to the thing. Because it's like a PHP where it doesn't like I can't link you to the results that I find, so you have to do it yourself.
Uh-huh.
Right? And if you understand Hebrew or are familiar with the Hebrew alphabet at all, then you know that Gimel Dalet are right next to each other, right? So I'll find the website for you and send it to you.
Okay, right on, man. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, what does that mean? What all you just said? I'm totally ignorant on
It's
this topic.
Gimel Dalet. Okay, so hang on, let me just do it.
Okay, cool.
You're gonna
Thanks,
make me
man.
do this? Okay, I could do this, even though this isn't the proper channel for it.
I really like that, Joshua Matthew, that
No doubt.
that 30, the ancient Israel. I copied it so I could have it.
Yes.
Look at it says
I
the
love
waters. Like, what does it say? That's very interesting. The waters of chaos down below, right? Symbolized as the dragon.
Yeah.
The chaos dragon underneath.
Man.
Holy shnikes.
I guess I can do this. I'm going to go ahead and snap a picture. Now, one of them, it comes from Aramaic, and the other one, it comes from what do you call it? Hebrew. So one means fortune, and the other one means Gad, god of fortune, Babylonian deity, that troop. And it's actually spelt Gawd. So it's or GUwd. So almost like the Southern way they say God, right? And then here's the site here. Go back here and do this.
Wow, so, stuff gets really heavy at this point. Like,
yeah. That's why I was like,
Oh,
are you
man,
familiar?
no,
And
it's
then
just everything that like I come in contact to, it's really strange right now because like I found these quince trees and I found out they're super abundant trees. They produce 200 to 300 pounds per tree of fruit that I found out in the wild. Full of fruit. And then I looked up the fruit. I didn't know what it was. But it was like commonly found in Ararat. Like that's the origin area that it came from. And it was talking about all this stuff. Like it was used for years as medicine, like the whole entire plant. The seeds you can make as tea. Just like it's for stomach ache or like sore throat or anything like that. It's like this magic freaking plant. And I'm like, wow. How did I find this thing? And I've been saying lately that I think we're actually in like Egypt.
Yep.
Like the Mississippi is the Euphrates.
Yep.
It's the
Yep.
only
Yep.
river
Yep.
to
No.
have
No. The
7
Nile. The
tributaries.
Nile.
The
It's
Nile.
the Nile. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
The Nile. Yeah.
And then look
So-
at the Grand Canyon. Look at all the monuments in the Grand Canyon, like Isis Temple, and yeah. Anyways,
And they're all named after that, but just a coincidence right there. There's a
Yeah.
coincidence.
Isis Temple, Horus Temple,
In a
Osiris
world.
Temple.
Strange.
In a world.
In a world
In a world.
full of indoctrination.
Gosh.
Dude, I am so sad to find out after the fact that Austin was in fucking St. Louis. It is so
Yeah, that
close.
was a while ago.
I know. I'm so
So-
sad.
So Jenny, right in your area is like you're just south of Memphis, girlfriend. Literally, like that could be the actual.
Well-
There were giants and all kinds of stuff going on, right where you are is like right where the Middle
I
East
believe it, dude.
could be.
There is incredible topography. Really close by, you know, there was a lot of topography, and I could literally see 4 different, like, reference frames, if you will, of distance in Missouri. It was
I always go to giants because I've found like evidence in every single state. Like so in Missouri, for
Well,
instance,
okay,
they
so-
found 42 pound axe heads.
It's so interesting that you bring this up because on my way home, because I got hot, I was thinking of stuff, but so I'm actually like an outlaw right now. I've been driving on 2020 plates in Illinois, and I'm a resident of Missouri. So I've been wanting to stop at Cahokia Mound forever. I pass by it all the time when I go to the weed store and risk my privilege to drive, right? So, like in the next 2 weeks, I'm supposed to get a title transfer because the bastards won't just let you go in and get some plates. You have to transfer. Well, because I don't own my title. Like, damn, you got my registration. What's your problem? You know, they got to make it bureaucratic, and oh man, it's just such a pain in the ass. But yeah, so Cahokia Mound, I'm like really close to that. You know, I can get there faster than I can St. Louis. So, but so that's pretty interesting when you look at Cahokia from
Yeah,
bird's eye
yeah,
view. If you
you're onto it.
so,
And Memphis is on the Mississippi too, isn't it? Not too far from the
I'm
Mississippi.
not great at geography. I have to apologize to you. But so there's a really interesting bridge that you go over right at Cahokia on the highway. And
Okay.
it looks like okay, so this is wild speculation, but to me it looks like an old aqueduct covered or something. It's bizarre.
I went over
So
those
there's
bridges
no
as a
water.
kid. As a kid, I went over those bridges a lot. Even took trains from St. Louis all the way to Chicago by myself, 10 years old. And then someone met
Yeah.
me at the train station.
There's so many state parks in this state. It's so amazing. I love it.
Sorry, did
I
you
was
say
really
you was a kid?
Yeah, I was a kid. Bah.
Oh
Meaning I
yeah,
wasn't,
dude. Thank you for pointing
meaning,
that out.
hold up, meaning I wasn't really an independent individual. I was just like a extension of my father's will. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
So, yeah, it wasn't very fun. That's okay though. I haven't had to change so much really.
Still got to bend to the father's will, right?
No, well, yeah, to the father, yeah, but then I know who the father is now. You know?
That's the big difference. Yep.
Yeah, so then it doesn't even matter. Like I'm being taken care of. Like it's amazing. How did I get to be here? I'm astonished every day. Because actually, listen, I'm really fully convinced that all I have is just one day. That's all we're given is
Well,
one day.
yeah,
This
just the
very
present
day.
moment.
Yep. So what I started doing recently is living this as if it's the only day I have, because it actually is, but just go ahead and do it. And it reaps rewards. Like I don't know how to even explain it.
I could say something that would warp everyone's minds and all that, but it's not
Do
the
it
place. It's not the place.
real quick.
Do it.
We won't veer off.
Okay,
Say
you know
it.
how God told Adam, "Surely you will die this day," and he lived for 1,000 years, almost.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a day
Okay.
with God is 1,000 years.
I've heard of that before. Sure.
So he was talking about this day on his day. Now, prophetic days are like weeks or something like that, or years or something. I can't really remember what it was.
No, you're full of it.
I don't know,
You're
man.
no, you're way off. A
Yeah, I
day
don't
is
know if
like
I
a
could.
1,000 years, and 1,000 years a day. That's a simile. It's rhetorical language. He didn't tell
Only-
Adam he would die that day. He said, "You will surely die." So you're way
And
off.
well, that would get into more philosophical, right, Kiwi?
No, you just have to
I
read the
mean,
scripture for what it is. It's not philosophical. It's
oh,
what he said. So
oh,
it's rhetorical language. He said it a few times. There's once in Peter and a couple times in the Old Testament. A day with the Lord is like 1,000 years and 1,000. As soon as you hear "like," that's a simile.
yeah.
It's called rhetorical language. What was he actually saying? Time has no impact on him. That's what that means. Time is irrelevant. Just like time is irrelevant in quantum mechanics. That's what that
Okay.
means.
Yeah, I never did jive with that, to be honest, and without being able to explain it, it just didn't resonate with me,
Right.
you know?
Right. You just be. You
That's
gotta be real.
All
I
right.
shouldn't even.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't
usually
know
stay
that.
away
Thank you.
from this discussion.
Hey, no, thank you, Quantum. Thank you. Because that's one of these things where I'm just like, I mean, that kind of blows my mind. And now it kind of makes sense that it's like a facsimile figure of speech.
Yeah. You gotta be
Yeah.
careful with those likes. There's in scripture. There's over 200 types of rhetorical devices. That's not accounts. Those are types. So you just got to be careful with them. That's all. It doesn't mean the Bible's not literal. You get into that. Well, do you take the Bible literally? Well, yeah, I take the literal parts literally. Yes. The non-literal parts are usually explained right there in the passage, or you'll find it somewhere else in Scripture. You know, analogies, metaphors, similes, synecdoches, types, those types of things. They're everywhere. There's literally thousands of them. You'll trip over them, right? That doesn't mean the Bible's not true or the Bible shouldn't be. You should take the rhetorical things literally and then go find out what they mean literally. Follow? So that little atheist trick, little evolution or us trick, right? It's so fucking stupid. It's like remedial. So I'm getting all fired up. I just stopped in for a second. I shouldn't even just said it.
Well, no, he thanked you for pointing it out, so you came in at the right time.
Yeah, yeah.
So there
I'm
are no
sick-
coincidences?
I'm sticking to my
No.
story that we only live in one singular moment. Actually, I said day before, but we actually only live in one singular moment that's unfolding present ever there. It's like always only
That's
just
deep.
the
I got something
present.
deeper.
Okay. I
The
bet.
only thing for certain is the unforeseen.
Okay.
I got that out of a fortune cookie.
That's pretty profound.
That's pretty deep. That is really deep.
Yeah,
For a
when
fortune
I opened that
Yeah, for a
fortune
fortune
cookie, I'm serious. I almost fell out of the damn chair.
The only certain is the unforeseen. Oh
The
my
only
god.
thing for certain is the unforeseen. I'll never forget it.
Wow.
Well, not always, but I bring it up
Man.
semi-often.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Intense.
Think about it.
Hmm.
And go clean the bathroom because
That's too funny.
Funny guy.
All right,
man.
what else? Make sure you guys are there tomorrow, right? For
Oh,
refraction.
yeah. That's
What,
right.
what time? And what time zone?
Later.
It's 2 p.m.
Okay.
What did he say?
PM Central.
2 p.m.
He
Central?
said later.
Okay.
Later. 2 p.m. Central, 7 p.m., maybe 8 p.m. UK, I think. I think
Well,
it's 8 p.m.
if it's 2 Central, then it'd be 3 here.
Hey,
If it's
you
2
guys, I
p.m.
just had.
Or no,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
it would be
Quan.
1 here. I'm sorry.
If it's 2 p.m. Central, it's 8 p.m. UK. Go ahead.
2 p.m. Central, 6 hours. Okay.
So hey, are we still dealing or associating with people from Chatterbox, or did they mess up and access denied, or what?
Oh, I can't make that. Are you asking me?
Well, I don't know. It just well, so this is my idea in instances where we don't have any little glober mice to play and bat around with. We can always go over there and procure one or two like they do with us.
They can procure. I like that word. That's a good word.
Yeah. We should. I'm sure there'll be somebody willing to come in here.
I'm not going back there. I already told them. They said, hey, you can come back. I said, get bent.
Yeah.
That's a hopeless cause.
You hurt their feelings.
What a bunch of
Quantum. No, I was there. He hurt their feelings. That's why he's not able to come back.
Yeah, they told me the hypothesis for general relativity was the lack of one was just a technicality.
A technicality.
Yeah, that's when I fucking lost. I didn't lose it.
That's like.
Yeah, actually, they're correct. Yeah, you're right. It is a technicality.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he wanted to overtalk me. I said, sit your dumb ass down.
Yeah, it wasn't very structured at all. I mean, at one point it got to be like a free for all, and it's like, geez.
They're like retarded on methamphetamine, man. It's like freaking.
It went nowhere real fast.
Unbelievable spiraling. Like
yep, Glurf's hard getting ready to lecture me on the technicality. I'm like, sit your dumb ass down.
Yeah, it's like GTFO. That's what my thoughts were. It's like, are you kidding me?
I won't forget that. anytime soon.
You're really colorful, and I think it should be appreciated more. I mean, I don't think they could come up with anything that good and to claim as such. It's just demonstrable. So anyone listening, feel free to come in. Come on down.
What's that thing on
Invest
TV?
in
We're
her.
having technical
Vaughn, can you hear me,
difficulties.
man?
Yeah,
Can you
man.
hear
Yeah.
me? Cool. I was just gonna say,
Technicality.
you cut me off, dude. I was quoting Bob Barker.
Oh, sorry.
Can
My
you hear
bad.
me,
My
man?
my bad.
Huey, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
I'm sorry. Go
It
ahead.
sounded like I was on a roll, wasn't I?
Yeah.
All right. So, anyways, I used to watch Price is Right all the time as a kid. I don't know about. I'm dating myself, maybe, but
Oh yeah.
anyway. So he was like, "Come on down. You're the next contestant on the Flat Earth is Right. Come on in, folks." Thank you, Bong. For sure, man.
What
Yeah,
do the
you should
Glovers get? What do the Glovers get today, Bob?
right? Huey, you should grab some clips and incorporate it. I don't know if you could copyright or something.
The Numpty Baltar clips are slowly coming to an end.
Really?
Well,
Yeah. I'm going to reach somewhere around critical mass.
Oh no!
I don't
Did
know,
you kill?
80, 90, 100, somewhere.
well,
It's too much.
we can always just review all your material like on a weekly basis or something.
Yeah,
Got
I
so much
might.
stuff
always
on
that many.
It's a good population size. I mean, I don't want to go overboard. I mean, I'm thinking 80, 90, 100. That's a good sample size, right? So,
Yeah.
there's not too much more I can do.
Exactly.
No doubt, man.
There's some excellent ones coming up. Just stay tuned. I'm not saying they're done now, but just stay tuned.
The catalog of Numpty clips.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. They'll slowly come to an end, though.
Okay, you could probably do the there's a flat Price is Right soundbite, like for where it's a wah 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 and I butchered it. Sonny, are you listening? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those
I
little.
already got a couple of those from them. Yep. Have you ever had a dream and it was like you could think you can do anything?
Dude, man, that kid.
Yes.
You're gonna hear it.
Live on infamy.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
Okay, I have that. I can post that.
Only in my dream. Only in my dream, though. That's only in the dream. I didn't think I could do something in real life that I could do in my dream. That's retarded. You'd have to fall in on your head onto a corner of a table or something to, like,
Oh man.
have that kind of damage.
You got brain damage.
Seriously, what happened? What happened to like 90% of these people's brains?
They're zombie brains for reals. It might get better. Fucked up.
So what? Sit around and wait to see what they release next, I guess. I don't know.
I'm going to release the Kraken on them tomorrow.
Nice. Okay, I found him.
See what part of the veil they decide to show. Like they show these little slides where they slide the veil over and let something get released out into the
World
Net,
stage.
whatever. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna play this kid. If anybody is all right with that. I mean, it makes me giggle every time.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could you do you want you could do so you do you could you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Poor little kid.
That's
Poor little kid.
that's amazing.
I know, right?
Wow.
I mean, he's so sweet. I'm
Like
sick
how he
of
blinks his eyes
him.
while he's talking. Like every word is a blink. Like
Man, I feel like a horrible human being.
remember when you were like that?
Remember
You know,
the
when you were
Glovers
little.
that are? Do you
Remember when you
remember
were
the
It was
little?
just a
Glovers?
couple
They're
weeks
like
ago for most people in here.
the Glovers.
What?
The Glovers that are just like that.
Hey, is breaking still in here? Breaking! I am not even looking at my phone.
No, I don't see him in the
Oh,
chat.
he dipped.
Yeah, it's been a
He
while.
dipped.
Actually, 32 minutes after. Just a little while ago. It's the last time he posted. Anyway. Well. Hot, humid, and cloudy weather here. But I'm lucky.
Oh man, it's pretty decent out my way.
Only like it's 78. It's like perfect here actually. I go to this place where right at about 3:30 to 5:30 or 6:30 p.m. the sun is shining in this one part of the canyon. And I go there and literally in the evening cuz there's no wind, like it's late afternoon, there's hot sunshine there. Pretty cool.
Any photo opportunities or?
No, not so much. I could take some photos. I really haven't when I'm out because a lot of times when I'm just out, I don't even take my phone. There's no need to unless I plan on sitting at this one place at the harbor edge and shoot the sun or something like that, which I have done. But I just have a cheap cell phone, so it's not that great. But I don't know, gotten some pretty good shots actually.
A good story. I've recently had an experience that I haven't had in my life. No comments from the peanut gallery. I've been yeah, that was pregnant for all kinds of ridicule. I sometimes do that to give, because Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week, I have to give them a shot. But anyway, I digress. So I've been immune to poison ivy, poison ivy, poison oak, poison sumac all my life. As a child and growing up, I everyone got poison ivy. I didn't. I was just immune to it.
What?
In fact, I was on a landscaping crew, and every time they'd run into poison ivy, they'd send me in. Right? I'd come out like weed eating friggin' stalks of poison ivy. I'd be soaked. My clothes would be soaked all the way through. That you should see the looks on people's faces, right? They'd be shocked.
I've only heard of indigenous like Native American tribes not being immune to it like that.
Yeah. But I have a little bit of Indian in me, but that could be partly the reason why. But anyway, I can remember the looks on their faces, right? Like, let's call the ambulance now. I was like, no, worry about it, man. I'm good. Because I could roll around the shit. So I'm getting a little later on in life, and on my fence, there was all this vinage, right? And I knew there was all kind of poison stuff in it, man. But But I did stop for the first time. I did hesitate for a second and say, you know what? I've been playing this roulette wheel game for all my life. I should be careful. But I wasn't. And guess what happened?
Oh
You got-
shit! You didn't listen to yourself.
You got poison.
Oh,
You got poison.
Yeah. Yeah. I got it. And it got into my eyes.
Oh man. You know what? I'm really had a problem with that. A friend's dog like went running and got in my back in my car. And when I cleaned the car, I got it all over me, man. It was horrible.
That's insane. Sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, it's just I didn't get it all that bad. It wasn't, like it could get.
Yeah.
But it's
pretty
like
bad.
disrupted sleeping. I got to get up early in the morning. Like I wake up at 3 o'clock itching and stuff, and my eyes are real puffy and
On fire.
Wow.
yeah, burning, all that sort of stuff.
So
and-
what could have changed? That's something.
just getting older, man. I don't know. Just getting older. I don't know. I don't know the chemical mechanism, but you just get old and you lose some of those. How would you say?
Your skin is not as resilient.
You lose some of the immunology type of things, some of the virtues.
Well, I can't drink milk anymore, or even when I consume butter, I have digestive
problem. Yeah, because you're getting
Well,
older and
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. It's tragic.
Yeah, it is tragic, isn't it?
So I get you.
Yep, it got me. Yep. Now, when my brothers, I say, come on. My brothers used to get it real bad. I mean, like hospital bad. And I would like, come on, wimps. It can't be that bad. I've been irritable past 5 days, right? Just aggravated.
I've had it as a kid. I had it all over my face and I had that calamine
Dude,
lotion
you
all
essentially-
over my entire face and arms.
Quantum.
What's
you
that?
Horrible
you
stuff.
you essentially gave yourself poison ivy. You realize that?
Yeah, and you know what? I don't even have it, and you made my eyes itch just listening to the story.
Chicks and tiggers, not tiggers. Chiggers. Chiggers, yeah. I was never immune to chiggers. Chiggers destroyed a lot of my life. I was never immune to that.
Those
Chicks
are
and
little ones
tiggers,
that are in
not me.
like piles of leaves and stuff, right?
What?
The chiggers are the little tiny things that bite you that are in the leaves and stuff, like in piles of leaves and stuff, huh?
Well, no, chiggers, yeah, they're little friggin' nasty bites that type to burrow underneath your skin and itch you like you won't believe.
Great stuff. Yeah.
I know you meant chiggers, but you said chicks and tiggers. Too funny, Gilly.
Did I?
Tiggers. Tigger, like, where's Tigger at? I know a Tigger. Where is he?
Chiggers.
Tigger. Tigger, he's that one lion that used to talk, or tiger that used to talk real strange. Where was he
Tiggers
at? I
and
see him in
chiggers.
my mind's eye.
Tiggers with chiggers.
Tigger with chiggers. Yeah, chiggers, they're bastards. Yeah, they're bad. It's bad. It's real bad. I'd put that right up with poison ivy.
I never
I'd
experienced.
put them right up in there.
I've never experienced chiggers in the West here ever.
You don't want to.
Yeah, but I lived over there, and I did when I lived back in the Midwest.
I think it's itchier. Chiggers are itchier than poison ivy is. But there's this special case, right, where you get it in your eyes. Chiggers can't get in your eyes. Let me tell you, don't let it. Don't do it. Now I'm just gonna get a fucking flamethrower. I'm not going near that fence again. I'm gonna get a flamethrower about 25 feet away and just deal with it with that.
Torch it.
Yeah, but it'll vaporize and I'll breathe and it'll get in my lungs.
Oh, it probably will. The smoke. You gotta watch out for that.
I'll just hit it with the Roundup. Give it cancer.
Shrinks down to nothing. Yeah, it'll dry up, shrivel away.
Yeah, chiggers are nasty, man. But yeah, that's what I've been going through. Just a little personal story.
Yeah, if you ever get chiggers bad enough, it's
I've
the
got 'em
most
bad enough.
miserable
Yeah,
experience you'll ever
I've
have.
been there many times.
It's
You know, supposedly the remedy to poison ivy always grows next to the poison ivy, right?
Really? What is it?
I don't know what plants. That's what I've heard.
That's too funny. I never paid attention to it. You have to forgive me.
You didn't have to.
That's right.
Also, you know that the fact that you got what you didn't expect is the perfect example of what you said earlier. With that, the only thing predictable is the unpredictable.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But it was funny. I did stop and think for a second. I've never done that in my life with that, but I
Like
did.
you had
I
an
did
instinct,
hesitate.
like you were being warned and you didn't realize it.
Yeah, that's right. That's what was really creepy about it. Yes. Yep.
I'm surprised that you didn't go off on the uncertainty principle on how that fits in with your unpredictability. No. It's not a
Why?
quantum thing.
Why? I knew its momentum and its fucking position.
Gotcha.
So was it poison ivy or poison oak?
Either one. I think it was a little bit of both.
Ah, a smorgasbord of poison.
Yeah, smorgasbord.
It's a poison salad.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's been an experience. Well, life's full of experiences, right? So you got to experience.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a hive of bees that you all of a sudden went.
Yeah, the bees. Yeah.
That could be scary.
Yeah,
I
that's
just-
a good one, Helio.
dude, I've had them way worse than that.
I bet. Yeah, that's where
It's
they like
just-
right on the
Right
ankles.
on your ankles and your crotch, man. It's just insane. They get
crotch.
I mean, it's just like I've had them so bad it just turns into a huge mound of pus bubbles. Yeah, it's just like,
Oh my god.
for some reason they just love me. I don't know if I just I guess I stepped in a nest or something of chiggers are a larval form of another type of insect. What they do is they hang on grass and they'll attach to something. If you just well, yeah, they're the worst type of insect. You never want to encounter this. It's the most miserable thing.
You'll take protective measures once you get a dose like that. You'll take protective fucking measures every time you go out to the wood line after
Yeah,
that.
that picture right there, that's just minor compared to what I've had.
Yeah.
It's just gross, man. Ugh,
Yeah. They're
can't
creatures
stand
from hell.
they must be.
They should make like a more extreme version of the expression "ants in your pants" and just make it chiggers in your pants.
Chiggers in your knickers.
Because you're not bitter enough, Helio.
Yeah, sounds better.
Yeah, too funny.
You came in here with chiggers in your knickers, didn't you?
Chiggers in your knickers. Yeah, you
got
don't want.
chiggers in your knickers? Yeah, that's a good one. I might incorporate that.
Yeah,
There you go.
Go for it.
Crotch pus balls, huh, Hank? I mean, Julio. That's gruesome sounding. Jesus.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie, man. I've had these. I don't know what it is. I could be with a group of people. We all do the same thing. Just like the chiggers all want to be with me. It's like we all go to the same places, but I get all the chiggers. It's just like they just
Everywhere
love
we
me for
go,
some reason.
I always get all the chiggers.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to be the chigger person, but it's like, well, how the hell did this happen to me?
The Glovers be bouncing around on the horizon like they got chiggers in their knickers.
There you go. That's what's up.
Oh man, we're not going out with you tonight, man. You always get all the chiggers. Fuck that, man.
Oh my
All
god.
right.
Shoot. Oh shit.
Oh shit. that form of expression. Oh shit, it has a whole new meaning forever now.
Doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's incredible. What is the... What am I looking at here? A video.
Man, I was just watching some you know, the original drummer for Slipknot just died. Off topic, whatever. We can go back into whatever. But dude, that drummer, Jody, is it Jody Jordison? Oh my god, he was so freaking awesome.
So did Dusty.
didn't hear the first
So did
part.
Dusty from ZZ Top. He just passed away.
Yeah, bass player from ZZ Top. Yeah, it's insane. They like, it's always in threes, right? It's like,
Helio, who did you mention?
I think it's Jody Jordison.
I didn't even know that about the Dusty. What is his name? Dusty Rhodes or something like that.
No, I can't remember his last. I just know him by Dusty. I know he passed.
Yeah, Dusty from ZZ Top, bass player
Yeah,
for ZZ
right.
Top, just died yesterday. Or
Wow.
day before yesterday. Yep.
You like
And the
Clowncore, Helio? You ever heard of Clowncore?
Concord? No, I've never heard of that.
Oh, great drummer. I'll send you the link.
And I just watched about 4 videos of Jody slamming. Holy shit, he's the most amazing drummer. I mean, he actually left the band in 2013, so they've had another drummer since then. But so amazing. Doesn't my chair sound like when I wheel back and forth? Doesn't it sound like crickets?
I do hear something there. I did hear a high pitched sound. Yes.
Oh,
That's my chair.
Gas pressure.
Make sure you don't catch that chair on fire with friction.
Shine down on me. Shine down. Isn't that Hall & Oates? Or is that who does that song?
No, that was Queen. And
Really?
David Bowie.
Oh, David Bowie. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 ba da down, down. Boom, 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 ba da down, down. Pressure.
Hall & Oates. That's too funny.
My bad. Hey, man, don't blame me for mixing up shit. I mean, there's
They had a
lot of
good. They
artists
had a
out
good song out there. They had one good song, I think.
there. Oh, dude, Hall & Oates had a lot of good songs.
No, just one.
All right, what's your favorite Hall & Oates song?
Hall & Oates. I can't remember. I just know they had one good song.
Was it?
Can't remember.
That's the only thing that's memorable about them is that they have one good song.
Yeah.
No, they had a couple.
Private Eyes is my favorite.
Private Eyes is okay.
That's it.
Private eyes
Okay.
watching you.
That's a
They
good
see
one.
your every.
All right. Okay, 2.
All right, what's the other one?
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
all right.
What's
They
that
had a
song?
lot of hits. How about
What
Rich
is
Girl?
that one?
Rich
I
Girl.
just hummed it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, I have to.
I don't get it.
Wait a minute. That's just a minute. I have to.
What's that song?
Can I?
That's
That's unrecognizable. Let me
Dude,
just,
I'm trying
let
to
me just-
figure it out.
Some of
Can you
bitch.
guys hear me?
Our only hope is Helio, in my opinion.
Wait, can you hear
almost
me
sounded
right
like
now, guys?
Trying to figure it out. I like a
You
lot
guys
of
hear me?
Daryl Hall and John O's songs, man. I don't know which one he's
My
talking
server.
about.
Am I server?
who the
muted?
hell
Can you
is
guys
Hall
hear
and
me?
Oates?
Hey, somebody's
No,
trying to talk.
hold on. New
Hey,
perspective
hey.
is getting rumpus.
Yeah.
Hold on. We can barely hear you.
Yeah,
I have you
please.
up to like
Oh,
200.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
you're
Okay.
low. That's why.
It might be I have to rejoin or something here. Can you
Really
hear me
low.
now?
Yeah, it's better.
And we can hear you. Everybody else has to shut up. So we
It's
can
just
hear you.
I have to read the list of hits by Hall and Oates real quick, and you guys are
Touch.
gonna be like, "Rich Girl," "You Make My Dreams," "Out of Touch," "Man Eater,"
Out of touch is
Out
the
of
song.
touch.
Man-Eater. I think that's the one you were talking about.
Man
right?
Manny, that they didn't sing fucking Manny.
Yeah,
Man-Eater.
they did. Yeah,
I
they did.
can't go for that. I can't go
I
for that.
can't go for that. No.
Come on.
Okay,
Man,
I'll give
man,
it. I'll
can't
give
do
them
come on.
3. I'll give them 3. That's it. That's my
Oh, wait a
max.
minute. I'm still
Oh
going. Every
shit!
time
He's
you
still
go
he's still
away,
got on the list. Come on.
It's a laugh.
Okay.
Some things are better left unsaid. You've lost that love and feeling.
That's not them. That's Righteous
I
Brother.
don't know. Maybe they redid it.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
Say It Isn't So, which I haven't. I'm not sure about that one either. But
I don't think that's an original from them either.
Private Eyes.
Say it
Private
isn't
Eyes. Private Eyes.
watching you.
Watching you.
I think that's an original by them. They see your every move.
Well,
Just
hey, Helio.
your imagination. Just your imagination. Come on.
That's another
Helio.
another copy. That's another.
Hey, Helio.
Is it?
So, in my opinion, you know your song is good when it's remade. And a female redid Maneater or took from that. I don't know. No.
That's a good.
Was there any point in that song that was similar? I could be
I
stand
mean,
corrected.
is there a female group that redid Man-Eater? Hey, what do you
Yes.
There is.
No.
Really? I don't think
There's
so.
somebody that's
She's a
covered a lot of.
man-eater.
Just because they cover a song doesn't make it good. It just means that they're trying to. It just means they're
Isn't
trying to
that
get
the
in the
truth?
spotlight, man.
Well, Jen, what are you trying to say? I'm just trying to figure out what.
Just putting it
you mean
out
by
there. I wasn't trying to make a stance on anything.
that. Okay.
I couldn't think of who I was thinking of. Sorry. Because I got high. Because I got high. Yep. Sorry.
Y'all lost me talking about all that sissy stuff. Def Leppard, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Motorhead.
Oh, so you prefer Satanist over Sissy, I guess, huh?
Heck, I take Foreigner.
Hey, you guys ever see that show that Daryl Hall had? I mean, he had a TV
Yeah.
show where he had all different artists from all different genres, and he'd have them over to his
Daryl's
house.
Garage.
Daryl's Garage or
Yeah.
something, and they would just freaking jam. It was just jam session with Daryl Hall.
Yeah.
That
That
was
was
a
pretty
really
good,
cool show.
actually.
Yeah,
That was
fucking
good.
badass. I loved it, man. And I've seen several of those shows. Yeah, Daryl Hall and John Oates, man.
I remember when Billy Gibbons was over there. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he had pretty much everybody at his freaking house. They did like eat lunch and shit, and then just go and jam.
Listen, I did like a 20-year study of like Billy Gibbons on his guitar. I can almost play just like Billy Gibbons.
He's a badass.
It's pretty fun.
It's like Daryl Hall. He's like, hey, instead of just going on tour, I'm gonna make a TV show and just invite people over to my house. Let's have a jam session and eat a good lunch. It's like, fuck yeah, man. That's like a really good idea, Daryl.
I don't know any of this classical music. I mean, I'm only 40.
You mean classic, not classical.
Classic.
You mean
Yeah.
classic rock, or do you like classical music? Is
Dar-
well,
to
I don't know,
me,
classic rock.
to
Enter
me,
Sandman is
to
classic
me,
now.
to me, Daryl Hall and John Olds is like I
Mozart?
I wouldn't listen to it when I was growing up, but
No, it was
you know,
called. God, tell him, Sonny. It was called new wave shit music.
yeah, it was lame ass.
Yeah.
We were like, fuck
Yeah.
that shit. Like,
But
because if it
it's
wasn't
also music that you hate to love, though.
if it
It's
wasn't
just
Led Zeppelin, Van Halen,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the hard
Tell 'em,
rock
Sonny.
bands, Aerosmith, like Ted Nugent, like all of
Hey,
those.
on that tip, I just put a link in the chat. Interview with Roger Waters talking about the way things are going, which is interesting. Also, Witsit's live. I'm gonna go check him out.
Oh
Oh yeah, that Roger Waters one's a good one.
So Wits is live right now.
Yep.
Where at? Where's he at?
On his channel. Want me to put the link?
Which city?
I'll put the link. I'll put the link. I'm gonna go check it out.
And
Where
Glowbusters
is he at?
2.
Oh, he's on his channel. Yeah.
Glowbusters
Thanks.
2.
What
Oh,
about
he's just
where he's
going.
at?
He's just like live.
Witsa gets it. Or Glowbusters 2.
What you got friggin' chiggers in your knickers or what?
Who?
I must have chickers in my niggers. I mean, one of those things.
Yeah, that was lame ass music. We're like, screw that shit. Turn
Yeah.
that crap off. Get that
New
out of
wave
here.
shit.
I didn't
We-
even
we-
like Journey.
we
I thought
titled
was
it-
like-
We titled it New Wave Shit Music. That's what we called it.
we didn't like it. I thought it was stupid. I'm like, if it
Well,
wasn't Stones,
hold on. Even when I
Stones,
I
Deep
was into the
Purple,
rock stuff, Depeche Mode, dude. You can say nah. You like Depeche Mode? Don't freaking lie.
Yeah, there's some of
Yes,
it I
go ahead,
do.
play something. The Depeche Mode. Go ahead.
The Cure.
The Cure. Son, I used to make fun of people, man. I
What
said, "Where are you
the
going?
heck?
Where's the Cure concert?"
Dude, there's a lot of good songs by The Cure, man.
You're
Yeah.
out your damn mind.
I listened to Metallica and The Cure at the same time.
You would. You got chiggers in your knickers.
You ever listen to Sepultura?
That's because he's young. That's why.
Hey, Sepultura's from the '80s. You ever heard of them?
Oh yeah, Sepultura, sure. Yeah, they're from South America.
Yeah,
from Brazil, right?
No, that stuff's like post-real music.
Hey, they're still. Don't they have a new album coming out? Sepultura. Aren't
No,
they still-
I don't know about Sepultura. I was always a Max Cavalera fan. Now he went to a new band called Soulfly, and they just released a new album. I don't know if that's who you're talking
I can
about.
hardly wait for their next single.
Yeah. Oh, and it died.
I'll pretty much know everything that y'all name, and I'm one of the youngins. I'm in my mid-30s.
Dude,
But I
don't
know
listen to-
everything going back to the.
Don't listen to
freaking
these
40s.
guys. The Cure, man. Go listen to The Cure.
No,
Don't
dude,
do
I'll
it.
go back and
Don't
listen
do
to some
it.
30s.
You're a young man.
I'll go and listen to some 30s or 40s swing, or get some dance music from there, or I can go back a little bit further and get some jazz. I can come up and get some bluegrass.
That's fine. But you're okay there.
70s.
Get down with some Django Reinhardt or something. Yeah, there you go.
Biggest Pantera, all kinds of death metal and shit. But if you don't listen to The Cure, then you're a pussy.
Bro, if you don't know
anything
three of
from here.
Handel's top songs, you can't be an old dog.
It's Friday. I'm in love.
What the hell?
Get the hell out of here.
Saturday. Come on,
Oh
man.
gosh.
You don't like The Cure? God dang.
No.
Robert
Billy
Johnson.
Squire would smoke them.
Look, I don't like the Sticks, but I like Foreigner.
Lou Graham, man.
Oh,
He
yeah,
can
Foreigner
sing
was
his
great.
ass.
Good. I saw them in concert before. I saw them with Aerosmith.
I got to see
Yeah.
them at one of their last concerts. It was Styx, Foreigner, and Def Leppard. It was a
Yeah.
beautiful
Foreigner
day.
blew them away.
Bro, I stayed out in the parking lot
That one.
to like slam a beer or two before I went in, because I they have good songs and they have talent, but it's not. It doesn't sit right with my taste buds.
Yeah. What do you think, Helio? Helio's a singer. I would say top 3 singers of all time. Lou Gramm has to be in that. What say
Lou
you, Helio?
Graham. Is he the singer for Styx?
Foreigner, for fuck's sake.
Foreigner. Yeah, I mean both of them are great. Yeah,
Both of them are. What are you? Just sit
they're
your
a little
ass
bit.
down.
But you're a little bit ahead of my time. I wasn't like paying attention to who the singers were for Styx or Foreigner, even though I love their songs. I just didn't know the names of the singers.
Oh, fuck Styx.
If you go into like into the '90s singers, I'll know those guys.
If you don't think friggin' Lou Gramm of Foreigner is one of the top 3 singers all time, you got to be a numpty.
No. I know who you're talking about now. Yes, he's great.
I guess I'm a numpty.
I just didn't know his name. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Foreigner.
His name's Foreigner, lead singer for Foreigner. His name's Lou Gramm.
I could put him in the top 20s, maybe.
Top 20?
Bro,
Oh,
20s,
yeah.
30s, 40s. 20s, 30s, 40s.
Get the hell out of here.
20s, 30s, 40s. They were great singers. And they had range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you need to listen to Lou Gramm a little closer, son.
I like
Geddy
music.
Geddy Lee. Yeah, that's another one.
Geddy Lee had his own thing going. I mean, even though he did really, it was like he had his own style.
Yeah,
great singer, but it was just like not.
But how about
Geddy Lee's great.
Burton Cummings of the Guess Who? He's top 5. You don't know shit about music, man.
No, I just grew up in a different generation.
Sonny, Burton Cummings, the Guess Who? Sonny, wake the hell up.
What about Chris Cornell?
Yeah, but I forget names too. But I know who the Guess Who is. Hell yes, I know who that singer is.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I grew up
My
listening to all of that.
my favorites are Ronnie James Dio and Ozzy Osbourne.
American Woman, right?
Yeah, he's one of the but he's got a lot of other great songs.
Oh, that was the Guess Who. Yes, I love that.
Yeah,
the grind.
There you
Get
go.
away from me.
Oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Helio.
Yeah, that guy was great.
You guys, you guys shut the hell up. That was just the tip of the iceberg, dude. You need to go and celebrate his entire catalog, dude. I'm telling you.
I'll check it out. That's Guess Who, right?
Guess Who? Yep.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I always
Burton
thought that I always thought that some of the band members from the Guess Who created Bachman Turner Overdrive.
They did.
That's what I thought.
remember them.
Yeah, I thought so. I was right. Yeah, I remember that.
All right,
Yep,
I'm
yep,
about
yep.
to name two groups.
So what
and I
I
guarantee you, almost none of y'all will know who they are. But you should. The Imperials and the Cathedrals.
Dude, I love the big band stuff, man. Freaking stuff from back in the 30s and 40s.
Helio,
and even like freaking Frank Sinatra. Oh my goodness, man.
Helio, taking care of
makes me
business.
cry.
Taking care of business. Let's hear it.
I love that song.
Taking care of
BTO was really good.
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to be.
Yeah,
that is a good song, man. BTO was. They were.
I like
rocking.
that one too.
I'm kind of surprised I haven't heard one Christian artist.
Get up in the morning, the alarm clock warning.
Wait,
There's
Philip
probably
Craig and
get
Dean.
a
wait.
record deal.
Which Christian artist? Someone said they were.
I have a favorite Christian song.
Christian
actually.
artist? What do you mean?
There's a couple good ones out there.
Philip
Yeah.
Craig
Yeah, I'll
and
give you
Dean.
my favorite one.
And I gave you two that you old cats should know if you listen to the old gospel.
I wasn't so much into gospel, but I know who the cathedral. I heard the cathedrals, and what was the other one you mentioned? And what was the other one
The
you mentioned?
Imperials.
I've heard all of.
The
Yeah, I
Imperials.
remember all of those. I grew
Yeah,
up with
yeah.
all of those.
Gold
Yeah.
Rush and yeah.
So that stuff was probably playing when I was in my mama's womb. Literally.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll top you with Grace Slick.
Older shit than that.
Grace Slick was definitely not Christian.
But I don't
Wasn't
think
she?
this
Wasn't
is,
she in Jefferson Airplane?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was some tripping music right there, man.
Yeah, my sister had those. I thought that was some really bizarre stuff. Yeah, there was
Yeah,
some.
some bizarre. Yeah, but really, you gotta be into it, man.
No, you have to drop acid.
Yeah, you do. What about Carly Simon?
Wait a minute. Hold on. You said you have to drop acid. And then QE said you do, but
you had to be there.
Did you? Or either you have to be there, or you have to drop acid, or both.
Maybe.
Yeah, you could do both. Yeah. What about Carly? I'll give you two. Carly Simon
He's
and
not going to
Joan.
concede.
Shut the hell up. I'll give you two. Shut up. Give you two. Carly Simon and Joan Baez.
My favorite
Listen.
of her Anticipation. I love that song.
Oh, Anticipation from Carly. Yeah.
I actually could sing at karaoke.
Really?
Yeah. I've practiced it before.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Been a while.
You ain't singing any Joan Baez. That ain't happening.
No.
I don't think anybody could pull that shit off.
No, they can't. Nope. So that's all I got. Carly Simon, Joan Baez. There you go.
Carly Simon. Yeah.
Yeah, Jenny, that song, Redeemed, that's a really good song. I remember that song.
Seems like James Taylor.
Many a time I would be driving in my vehicle singing that song. It's a beautiful song. And then there's a real tearjerker. It's All Is Well With My Soul. Oh my gosh.
How about this one, Linda Ronstadt? You're no good.
Yeah, Linda could sing her ass off.
It's outrageous.
Yeah, that is a very catchy one.
Baby, you're no good.
Yep.
I won't say it again.
See, the deeper we get into this, now you see why I said top 20. Because there's a lot of really good singers.
Okay,
And
so like it was it was 2
No.
weeks ago, and I did a complete failure of singing one of my favorite go-to karaoke songs. It's because somebody I didn't know was playing accompaniment. I didn't want to do like a karaoke thing because it was like a live at a coffee shop, but and that's Dolly Parton, Coat of Many Colors. So I messed myself up. I looked behind me, her playing, and yeah. Usually, I had not sang it in forever, but yeah. Generally,
Yeah,
I
she's
have
a
the
very,
words
very
memorized.
powerful singer too.
Well, you got Linda Ronstadt, you got Dolly Parton, and who was the other one? Real foxy chick. What was her name?
Reba McEntire.
No, they used to sing together. Dolly Parton, Linda Ronstadt, and the hot one.
Which one?
Really smoking.
Can you give me more of a clue?
I just know she was smoking. Man,
Dolly Parton.
Lonnie
Yeah.
Anderson? No.
Lonnie Anderson.
Lonnie Anderson.
Where did I get that from? Holy hell.
She's an actress.
I don't even know.
Alison Krauss? Alison Krauss, by chance?
No, Rod.
Okay.
I'm gonna get it.
Okay,
From the
what genre?
70s?
What genre? Yeah, what genre? Like kind
Emmy
of what
Lou
genre?
Harris.
Emmy. Oh my
Obviously,
god.
it's near like country or like pop
Shut
country.
the hell
stuff.
up, Helio. I said Emmy Lou Harris.
You know what? I met her before.
Emmy Lou Harris. They
I saw
what
him.
a friggin' smoke wagon.
My crazy friend picked me up, and Emmy Lou Harrison's car and we're going to the Olympic Free School, and my friend of mine, Emmy Lou Harris, is playing there. Got to sit in the grass and watch her before. That was like before she became famous.
Oh, she
In
is
my high
all
school
that
years.
and a bag of chips. She sang a
Yeah.
song with the band one time. Let me see if I can't track it down.
I saw the Grateful Dead and Maria Muldaur at the Hollywood Bowl with the Grateful Dead and Maria Muldaur.
Shit. Grateful. How long was the Grateful Dead concert? Like 3 hours?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Evangeline. All right. Now, I'm gonna just
All
wait
right.
for this.
Can you guys hear me better now? Is it better than last time?
Oh yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, sweet. Because last time I was at the bar and I was just trying to say, Helio, I'm gonna have a beer for you, bro.
Oh, jeez.
Well,
Oh yeah, no,
I need to jump over and get one for myself. I've been sitting here, haven't had a beer in a half hour, so I'm
Oh
waiting
man,
for
bro,
it.
I'm like 3 hours in with beers, bro. So I'm like fucking.
No, I mean I had like 7 beers before I stopped drinking beer, but so I'm about to get another one. But it doesn't matter.
I'm about 2 pitchers in, and fucking I had a Jameson, so I'm pretty.
Right, so you're at the bar now, and you're on your headset
Getting
talking
slobbed.
to us.
No, I'm actually on the bus heading home, and I'm on my headset.
And you have a pitcher of beer in your hand?
Yes.
I'm just, no, you don't. There's no way. You're not. You didn't bring a pitcher from the bar on the bus, right?
Bro, I'm telling you, no, I don't.
He's not in Canada.
That's what I was wondering. Where are you at? Were they going to let you bring a freaking pitcher of beer on the bus? I just.
I'm not in Canada, and I'm not in Las Vegas. So
Actually, Las Vegas, you probably could get away with that shit.
Oh yeah, no. That's definite. That's
Yeah, you
definite.
probably
fact.
could. Cover it with a towel or something.
Yeah.
Some saran wrap. Cover it with some saran wrap.
Oh man, guys, I had totally flat smacked everybody at the bar.
Did you? All right. So tell us all about it. When you walked in,
Everybody
were you with a friend or were you with someone else?
Nope, I was by myself.
Knickers, man.
What?
I was by myself.
He's got chickers in his knickers. Listen to him.
He's got.
Wait, no.
No, he's got
I got
chickers in his niggers. I'm
No,
just
I
trying
got
to figure out.
tamales in my mouth.
Chicks, he's got chicks and tiggers all around.
Jeez.
So he went into the bar and he's like flat smack at the bar. All right, what do you got?
So I was class in the bar. Bro, these people were backing away from me.
I almost got my ass kicked in a bar for doing this one. I just want to hear.
Oh, no.
They weren't.
No, they were avoiding on talking to me, guys. I shit you not. They were avoiding me. I was
No
like,
shit.
what?
Wow,
No.
that's hard to believe.
You don't understand. Okay, so I came up and I started talking about the earth being flat. This dude from the other, bro, he was part of the group. He left the group. He said, okay, while you guys talk about that, I'm going to go over here and talk to these people. Dude, he started mingling with other people just to avoid me. I'm not kidding you.
That's kind of
All
strange.
right, cool.
That's kind of strange bus behavior, actually, if you ask
Yeah,
me.
I mean, to be honest, I
It
mean,
wasn't
when
on the bus, bro. It was in the bar. This dude was avoiding me outside. Okay, so everybody's outside.
Oh.
The bar is an outside bar. Yes, everybody was like looking at me like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I said, do you guys know that the Earth's curvature is 9,858.8 miles? They were like, oh, how did you know that? And I said, NASA told me. You know, I'm just going based off of your guys' facts. And then
You
they
got to be
had ignored
careful.
me after that.
You got to be careful how
Dude,
you approach people.
You
no,
do.
no,
Let's see.
you guys are absolutely.
Hey,
You're
check this
right. You're
out.
right.
When I said I almost got ass kicked at the bar one night, it was because I was talking with me and a friend were talking to the bartender about this.
Right.
And
But
it wasn't out on
Julio,
the street. Like, I mean, he, you know, we just started talking to him, and the other people were just like listening. And oh, these guys think they're this flat. I mean, it just seems like they just really had a problem with us talking to the bartender about this. So we weren't just like spreading the knowledge or anything. It was just like somebody got pissed because they were obviously more drunk than I was. Because it's like,
That happened to me
why do
once.
you give a shit if I'm talking to the bartender about flat earth?
no, these people were that far drunk. I mean, I started in the beginning of the day. I started drinking at 3 o'clock in the
So it
afternoon.
sounds like you were yelling about it at flat earth to everybody, and it wasn't.
No,
It's not the
no,
same
no.
situation.
No, I was no. I'm sorry. No, it wasn't like that at all. No,
All right,
I was
cool.
actually discussing one-on-one conversation with each individual. Okay, I wasn't making sure like everybody can hear me. No,
And they
no,
saw you
they
talking to
weren't.
someone, and other people walked up, and they were like, "Hey, what is he talking about?"
Yes. And then exactly, no, you're exactly right. And then one by one, each person was like, "What about the refraction?" And they started talking about refraction, bro. I started talking to them about letting them know about light refraction, about how refraction works. They they were
It's a
in
waste of
all
time to even talk about that. I mean, see,
no, it is. You're right. You're totally right. Because when I was talking about it, they they totally observed. They not observed. They totally went the other way of my direction. They avoided talking to me like about the whole thing
yeah,
because
they're
I
they're.
was I was
Well, I mean,
bringing
see
to their
that's all they have, right? They have refraction. That's their argument. It's like, don't you
see what I
understand
brought
refraction?
to
It looks flat because of refraction, even though it's a globe. And you've been in here long enough to know that that shit doesn't work. And don't let them get away with that shit. But
oh yeah.
but anyway, or I wasn't there, so I'm just saying. You know, I mean, it's a
Yeah,
really
no,
silly argument.
it was just that when I was looking at them, when I was getting, dude, I was getting so many eyeballs looking at me, like they couldn't. Um, okay, it was like when you were if you were trying to train a dog a new trick, but the dog knows the trick but wouldn't do it because he already knows. So if you tell him to sit, he sat before you even told him to sit. So it was kind of like it was kind of like that. It was kind of dealing with that kind of situation. Like they already knew, but they just wanted to ignore that. That's what it was. These were all people that were all older than I was. All these people that I was talking to at the bar were all older than I am. And they did not want to dispute or argue with me at all. They were all
Well,
avoiding
to be
the
honest,
subject.
that may not be the best place to bring it up.
No, you're probably absolutely right because these people they were uncomfortable. All these people were uncomfortable on talking to me about it because when they were trying to bring up, okay, can you explain Newton's law? Can you explain Einstein's theory? Oh boy, did you explain it to them and they did
Yeah.
not like what I was saying.
Exactly. That's
So-
why I said it's not the best place to actually bring it up. Go ahead. Was that Jen?
So for those people, you would want to talk about the moon landing.
Right,
that's
Jenny.
something
I did, Jenny. I was telling them about the whole thing about with the astronauts being passing away, and then about the whole Neil Armstrong's being fake.
There's like 3 or 4 really good documentaries you can have people like that watch on their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
I mean, this is people have been talking nonstop about it for 5 decades.
Mm-hmm.
So, if the people just don't care, then, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when I was talking to them, and then when I kind of exposed it, they kind of avoided, not kind of, no, they avoided talking to me. I felt alone by myself, like they didn't have anything to say to me about anything because they didn't have any argument to say. Like I don't know, when you don't know about something and you don't say anything because you don't know about something. That's exactly what I got, and that's exactly how I felt because there were if I was to explain refraction or explain reflection or explain what matter and about mass attracts mass, or if Einstein's theory or Newton's law, they were absolutely confused exactly about what I was talking about. And
Well, yeah.
I was having a hard time. For me, I was having a hard time trying to explain it because they didn't understand. And I was confused because when I was a kid, it wasn't like I didn't understand. It was just that I didn't comprehend the what is it called? What is it? The definition, not the definition. What do you call it when it's the educational matter?
Indoctrination.
Kind of, but it's like more
Enoch.
intelligence.
Enoch.
What I'm trying to say is an intelligence. Yes.
This is Godric. I'm just noticing that you're not ticking at all.
Oh no, I'm you can't see my body moving. So it's motor and vocal. So if I don't have vocal ticks, you can't see my motor ticks. So I mean I am ticking, but you just can't see my motor ticks. The ticks that are that are my body moving. Make sense?
Okay, so you're not having any kind of verbal tics at all.
No, not
Just
vocal ticks.
noticing.
No, just motor ticks. My body, my spine is constantly moving. So imagine like a snake, like that's my spine. That's what's happening. But like a lot of I do notice like when I have rage tick attacks, uh, I do notice that my tick subside a lot. But that's because I'm having a rage tick attack. That has to be Sunny, man. Get it, Sunny. Hey, play something. I'm gonna try to sing it. Can you guys hear my voice?
Yeah.
All right. Is it clear or is it like earlier? You remember?
No, it's okay.
All right, for sure. Play something, Sunny. I wanna hear you play something. Man. I want to see if I can sing something. All right.
I get into these. I get in these kind of strange moods musically. So I don't know. Not everybody follows.
At all, dude. Like I'm totally feeling your ow. That is here. Boys in a clothes.
Hey, before we get rolling on that too hard, I want to say, if you're in public and you want to talk to someone about any topics, if you're just going to reach out to someone in public, you're going to kind of have to meet them where they are. You can't just start just spitballing all kinds of conspiracy stuff to them. You're going to have to kind of, what I do in here is ask them questions, get them started talking first, so they feel comfortable, because they won't feel comfortable if you're just like saying, hey, this is, but you know what the circumference of the earth is, blah, blah, blah,
So you have to find out what's meaningful to them. Like, say, like you meet somebody in a bar and they're a pipe fitter or something. You could say, hey, do you know such and such thing? It's declassified and it's a crime against humanity. You could say something like that to somebody.
Wait, you did this at a bar?
The whole conversation went well. I mean, it was just their friends. Like, there was like 3 dudes that I was talking to about it. But it was just that the fact that they had like other friends that were listening in, and they were acting weird around me. Like,
let me ask you something.
Were you guys drinking alcohol?
I was talking to 3 other guys, and they were legitly like, they were cool about it. And then they had other friends that were kind of listening in. And there was just like probably like 1 or 2, 3 other guys. No, it was definitely 3 other guys that were looking at me weird. But the 3 other dudes were trying to approach me, like they were asking me about gravity. He was asking me about,
you're gonna have to have patience when they ask you these questions. If they say, well, what about gravity? You say, well, what do you know about gravity? Get them started talking to you instead of you telling them that gravity's bullshit. Let them tell you what gravity is first, and how they know it's provable and all this kind of stuff. Just be gentle with them. I mean, don't get excited because you already know. Oh, we know it's bullshit. And don't get excited, bro. Just say, okay, gravity. Okay, boats go over the curve. I mean, just ask them, how do you know boats go over the curve? You ever seen a boat go over the curvature of the earth? They can say yes or no. Okay, well, how do you know that it went over the curvature of the earth? But is that the horizon? Is that where the horizon is? Or do you think the horizon is the curvature of the earth? Just be really patient with them, because this is, these are the type of questions that you should address, because you can tell them whatever you want, and you can get really excited and just start preaching at them, but they're never going to grasp it unless they have to come up. They have to prove it to themselves, So just ask them. Just make it their conversation. That's all I'm saying.
right. I know. I totally hear what you're saying, Helio. And when I started the conversation, it didn't start off as hey, did you know that the Earth is a globe, or that the Earth is flat? It didn't. The conversation didn't start off that way. I know that probably how I'm talking about it may sound that way, and I'm talking excitedly about it. I am because I totally flat-smack the shit out of these guys, but I wasn't trying to bring them away from the flat Earth. I honestly was telling them, hey, you know what? Don't take all my information from myself. Like, I'd like you to come actually visit us on the Flat Earth Discord and Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and
there's almost no wrong way. There's almost no wrong way to do it, but I mean, that's the approach I have. If they say gravity, you say, what do you mean? What do you mean by gravity? Get them talking. You don't want to be the one just preaching flat Earth to someone, you want them to talk about what they understand about what they think they know.
Right.
And just
No.
listen. Just
when I
listen. And then,
you Helio, when I listen to you Helio and I listen to Hank and I listen to Sunny, when I listen to you guys, like, oh man, like I totally want to bring it in a like the way that you guys bring it. I want to bring it in a gentle way as well, and I really look up to you guys. You know what I mean, on how to approach it, and
sure, man.
as well
It's
as
like I
Indio.
can go out on the
Don't get me
street.
wrong.
I haven't done it yet, and I talk about it, and I want to. Like I live in a university town. I know the exact corner I want to stand on, and have just a little sign with some pamphlets and say, "Hey, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?" All these students walking by. You ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? And more than likely, they've heard about the topic. So it's just really easy to just move on into the topic. All right, flat Earth, boom. Yeah, I've heard about flat Earth. I've seen some YouTube videos, and more than likely they're talking about Professor Dave or all the kind of debunking videos. So it's like just really kind of easy to move on into the conversation, but you want them to talk more than you talk, so you can kind of feel out where they're at, and then you listen to what they say, and then you respond to what they're saying. Because a lot of people are going to have different understandings of the topic.
Yeah, I totally hear you, Helio.
I mean, you don't want to make yourself look like a madman when you're out there, representing flat Earth.
I totally know what you've been thinking of. At a point when I was talking about it, man, I was totally feeling like, oh shit, maybe these people think I'm crazy right now. So I kind of did feel that I had to step away a little bit about the topic.
Well, it's like even if you're out there, you always want to have a partner. You don't want to do it by yourself. You want to have a partner there with you. That at least you have 2 or 3 people talking to you two at the same time. You don't want to do it by yourself. You can, but I would recommend you have at least 2 people to go on the street to talk about it. You don't have to, but it's just better to have a partner.
Yeah, I totally hear you. I totally hear you.
But it's not scary at all. It's fun as hell, man. It's so fun, man. It's so fun to talk about flat Earth with people on the street. It's fun. But you have to know how to do it right. I mean, you get them talking. You're not preaching flat Earth. You're not. I mean, Whitsett has his thing, fine. But I would approach it a different way. Like, hey, have you talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Here's a flyer. They might walk by and take the flyer and maybe look at it later, but they might want to stop and talk to me. Hey, cool. So you have heard about flat Earth? What do you think about it? Same way I do people here in the Discord when they first join. It's really simple, man. Oh yeah, I was in another server. They were talking about flat Earth over there, and they said, "Oh, if you want to talk about flat Earth, go over to this server. This is where we're talking about flat Earth." It's like, cool. What do you think about it so far? Have you seen any information about it? What do you just get them? Because once you get them talking, then they're going to immediately show you what they know about. Now, at a certain point, once you realize that they're willing to have the conversation, then you can start really giving the information. Because if you hit them hard right up front, you're going to either throw them off or they're just going to label you as a kook.
Right. I was totally feeling that too. I was feeling like I was throwing people off.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, dude, just asking questions, man, like that. Oh man, here's something I mean, have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? Just ask them that question. First question. Like, no, but I heard about it on Facebook, YouTube, whatever. They're going to tell you, yeah, I heard about it, but I dismissed it. It's like, well, and then you can say, well, yeah, the first time I ever heard about it, I dismissed it too. But so, what do you think? Do you think it's something that's plausible? No, and you can just kind of. It's like now you're talking to a flat earther. I'm not trying to force flat earth or whatever. So what do you think? Freaking Sonny's whammy. You kill me with that whammy bar, bro. Hey, Sonny, you're not on Facebook, are you?
No.
Dude, there's a couple of guitar groups on Facebook where people just put some really cool freaking guitar stuff. I always want to send it to you when I see it, but I can't because you're not on Facebook.
I like it. I can make it sound like a Hawaiian guitar. It's trippy.
You need to freaking make an Facebook alt account so I can send you some of the shit that I see in these guitar groups, man. You freaking dig.
You never think that was a Stratocaster, but it is. It's a
Oh,
trip.
some Hawaiian shit.
Or to like Hendrix.
Sounds like something you'd hear in Andy Warhol's The Fact.
Hey, how about Red House? How about Red House? Red House Yonder.
And I can just turn my volume down a little and it cleans up like.
I totally believe it's a Strat. It's Sonny. Is that just from is that coming from an amp in your room and your microphone?
No, just amp in my room to my microphone.
And
It's
your
about-
voice is coming through the same microphone?
Yeah, my amp's about 8 feet away at least from the microphone.
Yeah. I bet that your neighbors are loving that shit.
But it's a concrete room. No, it's all concrete.
They can't hear it?
Three sounds to me. It's no, I can't hear shit until you open the door. I can't hear.
Oh, that is amazing.
I seriously doubt that. They can hear it in the hallway at least.
I can hear it only right in front of the elevator, but it's pointing towards me, so it's probably going to be muffled.
All right. All good. Sounds good, man. It sounds good.
All right.
Well, so the reason I was asking is I can tell it's if it's an amp, I can tell it's really freaking loud. That's all. Even though it's not real loud on here, we can hear it perfectly, but I can tell that the amp is loud.
It's only on like less than. It's like on 2.
I know, but you know how guitar amps are.
But I could do it like this, and it sounds pretty good. Like
I hear the strings. At this point, I hear the strings more than the.
yeah, that's true, huh?
Hey, are you tuned to drop D? Are you tuned drop D?
No, it's in standard tuning.
Dude, it almost sounded like drop D what you were playing.
I got my hands up.
Switches.
Damn, I'm gonna have to break out my Les Paul one night.
That was dreamy. Sorry about that.
You should be. That was a gross interval.
What's that?
Said you should be. That was a gross interval. Oh, we got a little harmonics there. Woo!
That's
You are in a funky mood. I'm loving it. No.
Hey, Sonny, play that funky music, white boy.
Oh, I need a key. I need to figure. Like, I need to know the key. If you can find me the key.
Play that funky music with
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Play that funky music. Play that Flat Earth music, white boy. Lay down and boogie and play that Flat Earth music till you die.
Get it. I'm over here in public, man. They're probably looking at me like, what the fuck is this dude singing for no fucking reason?
Wait a minute. You could probably do something. I'll just make some shit up. I just figured it out. So.
I gotta figure it. I gotta.
I don't know. We're gonna have to figure it out.
I'm sorry.
I know there's like like a really high pitch shit that I can't do.
Wait a minute, I'll figure it out. Hold on.
Yo! I'm kidding.
I bet you either Enoch or Jenny could hit that high note.
Eh,
I would have to.
maybe.
No, not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna attempt it because my voice is actually, I'm out. My voice is out.
Voice is out.
Yeah, like I overthrew my voice. Ooh.
Oh man, I ain't even got started, but I can't do that little thing at the funky music song. Can't do that. I can't. I used to be able to do high notes like that, but I can't do it anymore. Almost 50, so I can't actually hit those notes anymore. But I can do the play that funky music, flatter. Play that flat music, white boy. I can do that, but I can't go what? You know, all the screechy shit. Play flat sick wine.
Are you trying to say that my voice is screechy?
Y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. I mean, where we at? You know what we got going on.
I mean, I can sit here and try to come up with.
Lay down and boogie and play that flat earth music till you die.
Till you die. Oh yeah, I can't hit any more than that. So, I'm actually on my way home.
Okay, I got it.
Everybody on the bus, we go around. You know how it is. We know that's how. It goes around. I gotta think but you know that I'm sorry. You know how it goes. The earth is not a globe.
I'm doing that part wrong.
Wait.
Everything I've been saying was all wrong.
Alright. Yes, they were dancing and singing and moving to the groove. And just when it hit me, somebody turned around and shouted, play that future music, white boy. Music, white boy. And play that funky music till you die. Yeah.
I can't believe I was like 3 spots away from the fucking show.
Something like that shit. Man.
Nah, dude.
Yeah,
that was fucking...
you know, as far as the verses, I don't have the verses.
Hey, you did a good job of jumping in. That was good, dude.
I can't sing for shit, bro. But Sonny, man, you were playing that fucking rhythm right.
These lyrics are great, though. Check this out. Hey, I was once a boogie singer playing in a rock and roll band. Never had no problems. Yeah, burning down the one night stands. Then everything around me, it got to start feeling so low, and I decided quickly, yes, I did head to the disco down and check out the show, and They were dancing and singing and moving to the groove and just when it hit me, just turned around and shouted, "Play that fucking music, white boy!" Oh man. Name of the group is Wild Cherry. Name of the group that wrote that song is called Wild Cherry. Dude, that's freaking. Dude, everybody's heard that song. You know, it's freaking awesome.
That's
I
fun.
love it.
That's fun to play it. It's a lot of fun, man.
Play that fucking music, white boy. But that first verse, it's like, hey, I was once a boogie singer playing in a rock and roll band.
Yeah, I like
Never
that.
had no problems burning down the one night stands. Then everything around me, yeah, it got to start feeling so low, and I decided quickly, yes, I did. Head down to the disco and check out the show.
There's some good music from the disco era.
Dude, it would benefit every single person would benefit from watching. What's that show that they had back in the 70s? It was a disco show, like dance show.
Bandstand.
American
Bandstand.
Bandstand, but there was also another one that was
Black people.
yeah, Black People.
Soul Train. Soul
Oh,
Train.
oh my God, Soul Train, bro. Dude, every single person, dude, I promise the world would be a better place right now if Soul Train was required watching for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. They should.
Yeah, that was some good shit. I remember watching that as a young
Oh
girl.
man, I loved Soul Train when I was a kid, bro.
I remember listening to Casey Kasem.
Yeah, American Bandstand, Soul Train, man, all that shit, bro. Dude, that should be required watching for people now. That would bring peace back into.
Well, Casey Kasem had a very unique voice.
Yeah.
One of the
And you can tell that he actually cared. He cared about, the new music, and he was like, just the way that Kasem freaking brought all that shit in. He freaking,
Yep, a legend.
I'm pretty sure there's probably an American Bandstand YouTube channel. I mean, they should watch at least. They should make that required watching in American schools at least 1 hour a day. American Bandstand and Soul Train.
Soul Train was
Should
pretty
be-
provocative.
Dude, no shit.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. I'm still okay. Dude, what?
Yeah.
Soul Train
Like
was
the
pretty
song.
provocative. I mean, look at the shit they put out.
Well, yeah, that's an understatement for sure. But I love that era, like funk out of the disco era. And
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
funk and
great
disco
stuff.
stuff, man. I mean, Soul Train was at the top of it, bro. They were the American Bandstand of black community and stuff. But I mean, even they also had like some of those bands like what was that other white group that played some funk and stuff? They used to have white groups on them.
Paul Revere and the Raiders.
Maybe no, it was.
Ooh.
Just kidding.
White dudes that sang funk. I don't know if that was a thing.
That's the one. Play a funky music. Wild Cherry, whatever.
Oh, my bad.
right? Isn't that
I
them?
wasn't putting
I
in the.
guess maybe
They were
it's-
white boys playing that funky music after all, weren't they? Not, I guess all of them weren't. Whatever.
Well, I have a few songs. I have a few songs that I listen to every now and then that were from the funk era. In fact, one of the songs is what Janet Jackson based one of her songs off of. And it's really weird to listen to the original. Being such a Janet Jackson fan when I was a kid, you know, MTV and all.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I like that era. Every once in a while, I don't mind listening to it.
Which song is
No,
that?
the only white boy that I can see that went into the black genre of music, what have you, would have been Eminem. You know what I mean? Like crossed over, I guess.
do know what you mean, but no. He was just a white boy that could rap really good. I never saw him.
Right, in a predominantly, I think he was the only white rapper. Right?
Well, I've seen there's a lot of white
Nice,
dudes.
baby.
There's a lot of white dudes that can sing, and I wouldn't even know if they're white. You know, and I knew
Okay.
Eminem was freaking white just by his voice, but a lot of white guys singing, I couldn't tell if they were white or not.
Well, yeah, rap's a huge thing now. Sure.
Yeah, well, I'm not a huge rap fan.
Well, I was back in the day, actually, to be honest with you. Like when it first emerged.
Everybody probably hates me. You don't like rap? No, I like rap.
Yeah.
I just it's not my forte.
So yeah, anything new or midway, like after Tupac, I was never into him or anything. Like after that, I was just kind of done. You know, it was kind of went to high school and listened to Metallica.
I'm sorry. Machine Gun Kelly.
No, never listened to really him. I mean, I know he's existed and all, but beyond that, nope.
Right. So did you also know Eminem? I mean, you gotta know Eminem. You should know Eminem.
Well, yeah. Eminem looks fucked up. I wouldn't imagine he would grow up to look like he does. He's really sus to me. I love Fringe Conspiracy, and I'd be willing to contend he's a motherfucking clown. To be honest with you, seriously. But anyway,
Sydney, she came in here, or he, I don't know, but they came in here. I was gonna address them.
I did not hear that. I am so sorry.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Dude, that video, that Jungle Boogie video I just posted, watch it.
Oh, I love that song.
Jungle Boogie.
Jungle
that was
Boogie.
All those horns in the background. Remember that?
Dude, it's
That was
freaking
cool.
badass. Look at the
That was-
outfits, man. It's freaking insane.
That was featured in the soundtrack of Pulp Fiction with John Travolta before he.
Oh yeah. Great song.
Iconic
Jungle
song.
Boogie. Jungle.
We about to introduce the baddest thing you ever saw.
Yeah.
It was bad.
We can't play the audio on here, but I'm playing the video on the live stream. Look at those dances, bro. Look. They're like going as groups. Like, look at these freaking dancers, man. Just watch them.
Helio, just mute your live stream for a moment and play whatever song you want
No.
for 2
I
minutes.
mean, I can do that, I guess. You guys want to hear this song? I mean,
I think the audience will be okay for 3 minutes or whatever.
dude, I'm
Hey,
happy
bro,
with just
you
watching the
either-
dancers, man. I mean, we've all heard this song.
Was I supposed to know how to do dances like that? This little skinny white kid. Just did one. Oh man.
Jungle boogie, jungle boogie.
Never got
Oh,
it.
you know who I forgot? White boys that rap. Vanilla Ice came before.
Ice, ice, baby.
Dude, they're
All right, here's
Yeah,
my.
I think that's a good song too.
That was an iconic song.
Ice, ice, baby.
Too much.
Dude, that was such an iconic song back then. Like the Macarena and shit. It was. That's when you could actually
Dude.
follow all the content. No, it's just so oversaturated. You can't know everything that's been put out.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, the dances on this freaking this video on the Soul Train video I posted. Almost nobody touches that shit these days, man. This is Soul Train.
So
That
true.
dance,
What are you talking
Right
about?
on the soul.
he was dancing like that was so dope, bro. And people don't even dance like that no more.
Hey, Helio, I do believe Rosie Perez started dancing on Soul Train
I
before
think
she was
so.
famous.
I mean, probably a lot of people did. Hey,
Yeah, no doubt.
listen, the video I just posted, that's the year I was born.
No shit, huh? Let me see.
So, yeah,
I'm gonna put this on my watch later.
dude, these
What year
dances
is it?
are freaking amazing, bro. The Soul Train is the shiz.
I want to hear it on the stream. All of us listen to it.
What
Does
are
anybody
you, a
mind it?
60s baby?
Yeah, go for it. Get
Well, we have to
down, get
just
down,
found a
get down, get jungle.
we have to mute
Get
the
down.
live
now
streams.
we can't play the music on here,
Play
but
the.
We can if
You
we
can mute
post.
the live. You
I
can mute.
just found
Yeah.
a video. It's
They're always on a different.
Best of Soul Train, 1971 to 1979.
I'm gonna do
Volume
the one you
6.
posted.
Mute the live stream.
All right,
Yeah, I'm gonna play the one you posted, Helio.
all right. Let me deafen the live stream. So let me
Thank you.
live stream.
This is
Hold
gonna be fun.
on.
Too funny. Oh my gosh.
This is
Wait a
gonna
minute.
be fun.
Where's
But yeah, I freaking love that shit. That was so badass. I think I would break all kinds of ligaments if I tried to dance.
See, you know, we should also do it like we were doing the other night. A flatter story time. Except Q to the E wouldn't like that though. He doesn't want to listen to story time.
Who gives a shit what QE thinks?
He'd say that's too dumb. That's too dumb for me and leave. Oh well, you know what? Like I don't.
He doesn't fucking own this place.
No, I know. I'm not saying.
Besides, he's not even here.
He was.
Exactly.
And if he was here, who gives a shit what QE?
Yeah, it does.
I love the motherfucker, but he doesn't rule this place.
Yeah,
he's not here all the time, and I'm not either. So you guys can do whatever the fuck you want to. I mean, this is our house, and we can do whatever we want.
We could tell Helio what to do almost.
You could. I mean, if you're just like, it's like, hey, I don't like it, what you're doing, Helio. Oh man, okay, cool. Let's figure it out. Let's work together.
Excuse me.
I do what I want.
It's my life, and I'll do what I want.
I know, right?
Don't get me started. See, I already got him started back on the guitar. Oh my goodness!
Just wait till I get home, man. I'll just get my guitar.
Oh, I got songs, man. I don't know how I come up with these. Right?
Yeah.
Sounds like a sack full of assholes.
Does it sound horrible?
Ooh, that was a good one. I like that.
Guess lamb.
Sack full. Okay, so I'll have another one.
Let's all have a beer.
Hey, wait, guys, everyone, hold on. I see James Richard in the chat.
Hey, James Richard.
What's happening, brother? Man, it's been a while since I've seen you in here, man. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing, man?
Not bad.
We're
just cutting up. We're just cutting up a little bit. How you doing?
That's the only thing that matters, right there.
No, the cut. Don't need nothing but a good. Come on, hit that one, Sonny.
Right.
Just
I like
Don't get better than this.
Hell yeah,
just
man.
cutting it up. Chopping rocks.
I'm just fucking with you, James. Yeah, it's been a little bit since you've been in here, man.
You did, man. That's good.
Just it's Friday night, and I need a fine. Mom, motorcycle and a sledge blade knife. Handful of fleece, and my head feels tight. But what I need to make me tired of those girls.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know that was
He's nailing it. He's nailing it.
Long legs and burgundy lips. Girls. Rock it down and Sunset Strip. Anyway.
I don't think they realize how good you're doing right now.
I'm doing better than freaking what the fuck is his name? The singer.
You. Right now, it's you.
Well, yeah, I mean the singer for Motley Crue. He fucked some shit up.
Yeah, with the voice and the eyes.
Motley Crue.
Yep.
Vince Neil, he messed his whole show up. Like he can't even go. Girls. He can't even do what he used to do.
No.
Yeah,
starting to sound like a glober.
Hey,
you know
I
the,
know that.
you know the singer, the man.
I can't do that shit, man. Ain't no way.
Can you be
almost
more
nobody can,
That's
but
good,
me and Vince Neil.
I don't even care if people karaoke bars. That's good.
Fingertips. Have you spread the news in the Soho Tribune? You know she did me, and then she broke my heart. I'm such a good boy. I just need a new toy. I'll tell you what, girl, dance for me. I'll keep you overemployed. Just tell me a story. You know the one I mean.
You
Keep
would
going,
pick the one in
man.
the drop. You would pick the
That's
one in the drop.
racist.
Down.
Something like that.
Nice.
Something like that. Anyway, I was probably out of key, but that was just the way I remember it.
You know what it sounds like when you're playing? It sounds like we're in like Hard Rock Cafe or something. You know, it is a stage.
Hey, it might as well
Or the Blues Cafe.
I just need a new toy. I'll tell you what, girl, dance for me. I'll keep you overemployed. Just tell me a story. You know the one I mean.
What are you guys doing?
You should try to do Bad to the Bone.
Are you doing the blues version of it? What about Queen?
Kind of sad when I could just sit in front of my computer and sing
kinda harder.
better than and he can his own song. Oh my goodness.
I'm swelling your head up, but that's good stuff, man. That's good stuff.
I know. I mean, but you seen he tried to do his own freaking material recently, and everybody's making fun of him now, and he's like a big fat asshole on stage, and he can't even. I saw him a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago. I saw Motley Crue, and I was just not impressed with Vince Neil.
Well, they're so old. How could you be?
Well, he's a little bit older than me, not much.
I'm not impressed with Beyonce either. So I mean, she's when you're young, you can do it, right? When you get older, it's like,
utterly
I'm gonna hang out in my garden. I'm gonna go show. How about we go fishing? How about we go on this tour? How about we go fishing? Okay, let's go fishing. Okay, let's go fishing. Fuck the tour.
Well, to be honest, I don't know what the artist you're talking about is, but that shit's kind of funny.
I just bought this boat.
Are we doing
Go catch a big
early
fish.
Friday night karaoke today? Usually we're doing this Saturday night, but
You got Jukebox Hero? Can you do that one?
To me a joke box hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
I don't even know all the words, but
Oh wait a minute, I'll remember it. Hold on, just a second.
see, I'm not even warmed up. I'm just starting to get warmed up. I'm gonna have the lyrics in front of me, you know.
It goes like in the rain, standing in the rain.
Helio.
I don't know the whole song. I just can be like,
Helio,
hero. That's pretty much all I.
Helio, we found something you're good at.
Oh, you mean singing? I've known that
Yeah.
since I was a little kid. So.
I hear that. That's good stuff, man.
All right, so I'm not good at
Definitely got
anything
karaoke.
but
Yeah,
singing. That's it. Never have anything to offer the community but singing. Yeah. You know, it's like
Helio was
finally you found your
Helio was
niche here, Helio, in the community.
Helio was the team leader. Yeah, Helio was the team leader at our church. Back when he used to go to our church. Yeah.
You got some singles or
back when
something,
he used
Helio?
to go to church.
What?
You should try to do something of your own, man. You're good.
You know what's really interesting? If anyone doesn't know that that's my thing, I sing. I'm glad that you don't know that yet because you didn't know that I'm a badass singer. I mean, that's okay.
You're a
But
beast
I
on the mic.
don't want anybody to know that because that's a secret to the people that don't know. I can freaking
Well, the little bit that I heard, it sounds like it seems like you're beyond a karaoke voice. You're not just because I give talent to karaoke voices. Even those guys can sing good, or girls.
No, this comes from the gut. It's beyond
It's
that.
pretty good, man. You got some names.
Comes from deep.
Well, I mean, when I graduated high school, I had a full tuition scholarship to college
Okay, you could do
for
jukebox
choir.
hero. You could do
I'm a
jukebox hero
singer.
now. You could do jukebox hero. Standing in the
Well, I don't know the word. Hold on.
Come on.
Like I said, I only know a part of the chorus. I can't sing the whole song. Hold on. Let me. I
it's a
might
good
be
one.
able-
Find the words. Standing in the rain.
Why don't you play
Keep
something
going.
that I know if you want me to sing something?
Okay.
What you know, man? You know Tom Petty. What do you? It sounds like you're old school.
Yeah, I know a lot. I used to know a lot of Tom Petty. Like, what song are you thinking about? Can you do like
Alice in Chains.
I don't know so much.
Tom Petty. Free Falling, man. Free Falling.
Yeah, so I can't play that. Let's see. I think probably need this capo. Let's see how it'll work on the
I can do
electric.
Free Falling.
I mean, if you're gonna do Tom Petty, might as well be Free Falling.
Let's see. Where did I have that one?
I'll do Free Falling. I love Free Falling. It's a good song.
Oh yeah.
You know what's really funny is I didn't know that song existed until freaking Axl Rose said,
Well, it was
I'm
definitely
covering that
played
shit.
out. Still is kind of played out. But it's an absolute good song.
Doesn't matter, but it still means the same thing, right? It's a strong song. I mean, it's like a lot.
Right.
I'm not a huge Neil Young fan, but a couple of his songs really hit me hard. You know, like to the heart. I really don't like Neil Young, but there are certain songs that he's done that I'm like, that's a badass song.
Oh yeah.
But I couldn't listen to a whole Neil Young album. But there are a few songs that I love, and it's kind of the same way with
like
Tom
Michael
Petty as
Jackson.
well.
I don't like the guy personally, but that guy can make some music, man.
Michael Jackson. Yeah, I mean,
I don't like
every one
him
of
as
his songs, but
his politics
it's
and
got a
whatnot,
different.
all that.
Yeah.
But that guy can make some damn good music. I don't care.
Michael Jackson had some freaking badass songs too.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna bring up the free falling lyrics, and we're gonna do that one, right, Sonny? Bow, bow, bow.
I bet you nail it.
Okay, I chose the acoustic. It's much more appropriate for that one.
Hey, you're gonna have to give me a chance to pull the lyrics up.
No problem.
He's hitting it, man. He's hitting it with the
She's a
strings.
good girl. I know the first part. She's a good girl.
Oh, this guy's good, dude. This guy's good.
Yeah, I know. That's why he's gonna give me a chance to pull the damn lyrics up before we start. All right, I think I'm ready. Sonny, are you ready?
He plugged his own string cord in there.
Hey, and by the way, everyone else feel free to sing along.
It's a fun song. Oh, you can start. Okay, I'll just start with it.
1, 2, 3, 4. She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves old Jesus, and America too. She's a good girl, crazy about elders, love horses, and a boyfriend too.
Turn the guitar down a little.
There's gonna be some lag. Don't worry about it.
It's a
No, I'm just trying to match him. Turn him down a little.
There's a free
away, run away, and I'm a bad boy. 'Cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy. Don't break her heart. No, friend. I'm free falling. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. Of the vampires walking through the valley, down Ventura Boulevard. All the bad boys standing in the shadows. All the good girls on the broken hearts, and I'm free. Free falling.
You got the audio down, man. You're hurting.
Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. Now I'm free falling. Free falling now. Free falling now. Free falling now.
I gotta say, whoever's doing that guitar, man, that's dope. That's good shit.
Hey, let's do. Hey, I'll tell you what, Sonny and James, cool. You know, we were all singing together, and it sounded great. I can't tell. It sounded good. But I'll tell you what. Let's do a free flow. Let's do a free flow, just me and you.
Oh, that's cool.
For the next part. I wanna lie down.
Oh, I see what
over my
You have to do something like Hank Williams Jr. or something like that.
Listen. Hold on, James. I want me and Sonny to just do like a big. The reason that it doesn't sound great is because of the lag. Jesus Christ! Can someone let me talk? No, it's because of the lag. Because of the lag. We can't all sing at the same time. But I want me and Sonny to do this next part. just him strumming and me doing the
Okay.
I wanna glide.
Sorry.
Even the
Okay.
rhythm, man.
1, 2, 3. I wanna glide down from my heart. I wanna
There you go.
ride.
Not so loud.
Where James, shut up! Name in the sky. I'm gonna free fall out into nothing.
Oh man.
Gonna leave. Jesus Christ. Is this impossible? Hold on, Sonny.
He messed up once.
Hello?
I didn't mess up. You fucking messed up. I am free! God damn it! I'm free falling! You motherfuckers!
What the hell?
Okay. Do you know the other one? How's it go?
You motherfucker.
Major applause to Sunny and to Helio. Major applause. Round of
man.
applause.
That was way too
No,
funny.
it's very difficult, man.
Listening.
Yeah, it may. If you're not familiar with trying to sing along with someone playing,
It's difficult, but it's okay.
it's difficult because there's a lot of lag.
That too.
It doesn't synchronize, and if you're not familiar with that, then you don't realize that, and so that's okay if you're just brand new to this.
I got one thing to say though.
That's why I said everybody shut up except for me and Sonny, and you guys refuse to do it. So, fucking good luck next time.
So on to the next one. Your choice. How about this one? Wait a minute.
Good luck, motherfuckers.
Well, it started out
Oh yeah, that's my first.
on a dirty road. And it started out all alone. Now I'm learning to fly. And I ain't got wings.
Yeah,
Coming down.
it's the hardest thing.
Right? Pretty
Hell
fun.
yeah.
Sonny, that was amazing.
Yeah, it's good stuff, bro.
Right?
Here's that. She grew up.
See how it works really good when you're the only one on the one microphone?
It was great.
Because
She
sounds good.
grew up in an Indiana town, had a good
I
looking
love that
mom,
one,
never
Sonny.
was around.
Was around, but she grew up tall and she grew up fast. Indiana boy.
Next.
Hey, Sonny, you know, there's a song that I had in my head
That's
yesterday.
good,
God,
dude. He's got
there
some
was
good,
what's that Genesis song that I can dance, I can talk. Only thing about me is the way I walk. Yeah, okay. So do you think that Sonny and I can actually do this song without anybody interrupting? That would
Please.
I can't sing. Only thing about me is the way I swing. Yo.
That sounds pretty cool, huh?
Dude, don't you love that song? It's so freaking. It's cheesy, but it's so fucking cool, man.
What about Pantera?
Can't dance, I can't talk. Drunk punk spilling beer on my shoes. Fat girl talking to me, trying to till my blues.
I try to do little sound effects because I don't have any like.
Think about Pretty Woman.
Yeah, but you already know it though.
I'd be amazingly impressed if you
Hot
Pretty
sun
Woman.
beating down, turning my feet just walking around.
So,
Hey, you want to do it? Hey, Sonny,
we can do it
since
just
there's
like
a
that.
little bit of lag, let's
Uh-huh.
do it. Let's do it like half speed.
That's gonna be hard, but I can try.
Can you do Pretty Woman?
Hold on.
Okay, it's gonna
I'm
have to
talking
be
to
like
Sonny. If I'm gonna sing it and Sonny's gonna play it,
the snail pace.
or maybe 2/3 speed. Down, down, down,
Okay, so yeah.
down, 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 down. Because if I sing it, it's gonna be it's gonna be a little laggy, so it's gonna sound weird.
I'll
If
just try to hang.
everyone
whatever.
else agrees not to jump in, then it'll work out. I think
Okay,
because
so-
and, as far as because I've done some karaoke stuff online, and it kind of.
We'll try. We'll make it a little slower. So.
Well, let's do a practice test of verse first. Let's do a practice test verse first.
Okay.
First verse. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hot sun beating down, burning my feet just walking around. Hot sun making me sweat. Haters getting close, hasn't got me yet. And I can't dance, I can't talk. Anything about me is the way I walk. I can't dance, I can't sing. I'm just standing here selling everything. All right. Cut. Well, hold on. That's a cut. What does it sound like to everyone else listening?
Dude, that sounded fucking good to me, man. I got my earplugs.
Perfect body for a perfect.
That's that one part.
Dude, I love this part.
Perfect smile and a perfect face.
Perfect smile.
That guitar, man. That guy knows his fucking.
Well, hold on. For everyone that's listening, hold on, Sonny. It's just me and you just playing around. But for the people that are listening, I mean, to me, it sounds a little off. I just want to see. I want to hear what it sounds like to the people that are listening.
Off, but he's just reading the chords.
Let's hear it.
I thought you guys sounded great.
I could do it just long to your singing once you start in, but
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you slow the tempo down a little bit, we're closer together where we can. It will get rid of some of the lag. That's all I'm saying. Because, dude, I've had this song in my head for the past few days. I freaking love this song. Freaking bad.
I couldn't get I was playing in a band and I couldn't get the band to play it. Like stupid. I was like, tried.
You like it too?
I've always I've liked it for a while now. I tried to introduce this song into the band, but it was hard to do with a 3-piece.
Do you need to get your chords for that transition?
Yeah, on the electric. It wasn't hard for me, but for the rest of the band to like get that, it kind of has a weird little like.
right?
The guy knows his shit. He knows how to
Well,
strung
I like that part.
Dun, dun.
Oh, and check in. Everything is in place. Never know who was looking on. A
Right.
perfect body for a perfect face. Yeah, that's all. I was just wondering if you had that part. Yeah, I thought that's what you were trying to figure out. All right. I'm gonna go grab a beer and I'm gonna come back and hey, we don't let's do it a little bit slower. I think we could actually accomplish this.
You guys, I thought it
Slower
sounded good.
tempo. No. I think just a couple beats slower. We can actually accomplish the slower tempo because the reason I recommend a slower tempo is because of the lag that comes when we talk to each other. It's like we talk to each other and we talk to each other. It seems like real time, but it's not. When you try to play music together, you realize that it's not real time. So anyway, but bow.
Here's the chord
What about
for
Bon Jovi?
continuing on chord.
He's a
I thought he was
blue
going
army.
for a beer. Hold on.
I don't need any more beer. Hey, let's do it. One,
Okay.
2, 3, 4. Bow. Hot sun beating down, burning my feet just walking around. Hot sun making me sweat. Gators getting close, hasn't got me yet. I can't dance, I can't talk. Only thing about me is the way I walk, and I can't sing, I can't sing. I'm just standing here saying everything. On the beach, don't try to do me, but she's out of reach. Somebody under that shirt, all she wants to do is rub my face in the dirt. I can't dance, I can't talk. Only thing about me is the way I walk. I can't dance, I can't sing. Oh, just standing here sailing. Oh, I'm checking everything is in place. You never know who's looking on. Perfect face. There's some lyrics missing from this one.
I don't know, something missing out.
You guys should look into
Yeah.
a little
I have
studio.
to listen to it more. Cause
No,
it's
there
hard
was
to-
a few lyrics missing from what I had there. But anyway, so hey, let's next verse. Let's finish this, Sonny.
Okay.
2, 3, 4. Beer on my shoes. Fat got something to me, trying to steal my blues. Through, never thought that should have a shooting pool, but I can't talk. Only thing about me is the way I walk. I can't dance, I can't sing. I'm just standing here selling. Oh, I'm sick and everything is in place. Take it on. Fuck. Poker big face. Hey, everybody, let's do it. Everybody. 1, 2,
Dude, that
3.
guitarist knows how to read it.
Checking everything in new place.
Oh,
Hey,
from the beginning of this, there were no promises made. But did we do okay? Can you give us a?
Yeah, you guys did amazing.
Oh, that's
better than I could.
I'd give you 6, maybe 7 out of 10.
Oh, holy shit! Did you hear that, Sonny?
Wow.
6 out of 10
couldn't
on
be-
just a whim. Holy shit, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
it was pretty damn good, man. Like that, whoever's playing the guitar, he knows how to read and still play it, even if he's never heard the song. The guy's fucking good.
How about the guy that was singing? What do you think about him?
Great job with the singer. Great job.
The singer was better than karaoke.
Just fucking with you guys.
Better than
I know
karaoke,
you guys know I can sing, you know, whatever. You don't. have to
it's like that high pitched part. Like I can't even like.
You mean like?
You did good, man.
Can't talk.
It's better than karaoke.
I can't sing.
I can hit it too.
Oh, you just fucking get the fuck out. All that stuff. Anyway, no, I get it. I'm just fucking. I really am just fucking with you guys. I mean, it's just kind of a gift I have. It does. I'm really just busting everybody's balls. It's like, yes, Sonny, you're a badass guitar player.
You guys are like,
I'm not looking for praise for my face freaking singing. I've had that enough in my life. I'm fine with it.
Somebody knows how to play the guitar. That's all I'm saying. Oh shit! Listen to this.
Well, I was cutting a rug down at the place of the job with a girl named Linda Lou. Yeah, when in rocked a man with a gun in his hand, and he was looking for you know who. He said, "If I fellow with a haircut yellow, what you trying to prove?" I'm a man, I'm a man who cares, and this might be all for you. So give me 3 steps. No, you're fucking it up. You're fucking this up, Sonny.
Fucking it up? Okay.
Yeah.
No, hell no.
Give me 3 steps. Give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps. You might. Give me 3 steps. Give me 3 steps, mister, and you might be. It might be off for sure. I don't know. Maybe you were fucking it up, but anyway.
Nah, it was me. My bad. Hey, nah, you were doing it, man. Just fucking you guys up, man.
With the hair colored yellow, what you trying to prove? Yeah, you see that chord right there, right? It's like, what you trying to want? Yeah,
because the first time you go,
you know what's up.
Give me 3 steps towards the door.
You guys need to get on that shit.
They go,
start doing your own.
right?
It's got that. Yeah, it's an E minor. Yeah.
You like ODD TV and shit, man. If you
Goes
guys
to
are
E
just
major. Does it?
No, it's an E minor. Bum. Oh, was it E major?
Anyway, that
No,
was
it's not. Either way.
blast from the past.
Doesn't matter. But yeah, it's like
How about
hey,
like
James.
how about like Simple Man, or what is the other one called?
Ooh.
I can sing Simple Man, but I think it would piss a lot of people off.
Johnny was a schoolboy. You know that one?
Oh, is that some Bad Company?
Yeah. Don't you know the words to that one? Shoot, I'm gonna have to whip my. I don't know if I can sing it. I'll make a fool of myself. Shoot.
I mean, it's like I know that, but I know some more Pink Floyd or Leonard Skinner than I do like Bad Company stuff.
Yeah,
Wasn't that Bad Company that you were just playing?
Yeah, Bad Company. Hold on, where's my?
Dude, that dude is badass. I ain't gonna fucking lie. I love that shit.
What about your love is like bad medicine. Bad medicine is what I need, boy.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I love fucking John Bon Jovi. His fucking voice.
Yeah, you gotta love him.
He was one of my fucking inspirations. Friggin' him and friggin' Sebastian Bach. All those fucking guys back in the 80s. I fucking love those, man.
Fair Band-Aids.
Your love is like bad medicine. Bad medicine is what I need. Whoa,
Yeah.
shake it up just like bad medicine. There ain't no doctor that can. See, I can only do it for
Cure
so
my disease.
There ain't no doctor that can cure my disease.
That's just great, man. You're good. You're good, man. You're
I'm
good.
not warmed up. I'm not warmed up. I'm just.
No, but you had that like I could tell that you got it.
King Star.
Dude, those were my fucking inspirations back in the day.
Yeah, this is a throwback for me too. Loving this, bro.
Okay, hold on.
You gotta do John Bon Jovi, man.
Yes, please continue.
Company. Hold on, you guys move too fast.
Company rules.
Hold on a second. Johnny was a schoolboy. Okay, hold up. Just
Johnny was a schoolboy.
Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love me do, I think it was. From then it didn't take too long. Found himself a guitar and used to play it every night. And now he's in a rock and roll outfit and everything's alright. Johnny told his mama, hey mama, I'm going away. I'm gonna hit the big time, gonna be a big star someday. Mama came to the door with a teardrop in her eye. And Johnny said, don't cry, mama, smile and wave goodbye. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? And the whole world will love you just as long as you are. Johnny made a record, went straight up to #1. Suddenly everyone loved to hear him play his song. Hold on, I screwed up. I gotta scroll.
Hey, it's all good, dude. Sonny, you're kicking ass, bro.
Watching
I'm
the
looking
world
forward.
go by. Thank you. Watching the world go by. Surprised it goes so fast. Johnny looked around him, said, "Well, I made the big time at last." Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Oh, don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? And the whole world would love you just as long.
And that guitarist, dude, I'm telling you, that guy's good.
Does a lead right there.
Fucking A, Sonny. That was bad ass. That was fucking top line shit. Loved it.
I used to go out on the street and play that sometimes.
Dude, you kicked it out. You freaking rolled it. That was the shit.
Wow.
Love it. That was bad.
I could play a whole bunch of like music that would just roll your brain over, like in memories, you know? Like check it out. Like leaves were falling all around. By the time I was on my way, thanks to you, I'm much obliged for such a pleasant stay. But now it's time for me to go. The autumn moon lights my way. But now I smell the rain with the pain that's headed my way. Oh, sometimes I grow so tired. I don't know what things I do. And there's a time I see and around the world I find my there on my way. Well, I've been this way 2 years today. I'm gonna find the key around my crazy. It's in the darkest depths of Marlow. Well, I met a girl so fair. But now I can't do it. I got up and sipped away with her. Sometimes I grow so tired.
Bravo.
It's like mother's milk. I mean, what else do you want?
I could keep going.
Oh,
now.
yay. Oh, yeah.
Please keep going. Please keep
Play
going.
that one.
We don't want to stop you. We don't want to.
I'll play another one.
Wait.
Like Zeppelin.
Were you kind of hinting at one?
I
just a
got one that'll challenge you, man. Blaze of Glory.
Something like that, I would have to review and listen to it because I don't remember it off the top of my head like I do all
Hey,
the other ones.
bro, you do the next song you have in your mind that you're comfortable with.
Yes.
That you can do as well as you just did that song. Do it again. Do whatever you just fucking did. Do it again.
Yes, please.
Hold on, it's coming. Friday. Hey lady, you got the love I need, and maybe walk the world with me.
Just Buddy, please.
Oh, you got so much. You got so much. So much. Many times I've done, and many times I've listened. Many times. Many is the word that only leaves you guessing, guessing about a thing. Really gonna Anyway, you know the rest.
That was excelente, extraordinaire. Thank you.
A big dramatic ending.
I loved it.
Because I did the lyrics in the wrong order, so I actually should have done the last
It's
one.
all good, bro. I was jamming. I was glad I was on mute because I was, you know, that one part where it gets a little high. It's like a extra part to the song. I was kind of mimicking it. And it was I was jamming over here, dude. I'm not even playing. Thank you.
Yeah, that
You're
was
great.
cool, that little part.
Speaking of what about Bad Did the Bone?
That's all right, man.
Speaking
Great
of jamming, do you know any of Bob Marley's more lesser known songs?
I can play some Bob Marley, but honestly, it's not like I have to listen to it unless somebody can just start singing it and I'll remember it. But if I don't remember the chord progression, then but a lot of it I know, like I just have to listen to it for a couple seconds and then I remember it. It clicks in.
Nice.
But some of them, if it's more obscure to me, like what I've listened to in my life, then I have to actually research it and listen.
Yeah.
But it usually doesn't take
Well,
me long.
I like what Helio said. You play what you feel moved to play.
For sure.
Yeah. What's that?
I thought your rendition was great. Sorry, whoever I cut off. Sorry.
I like some finger picking stuff, but
Question. All right.
I love this one.
Man, that's good shit.
Oh, this is. Oh, I screwed it up. Oh, it's... Oh, it's messed up.
Just plucking the strings, man. This is a great choice. I don't think they realize what you're doing right now.
Wait a minute. Oh, mess. Oh, I'm just messing it up.
Woo!
How do you like them apples?
Them apples is pretty damn awesome, dude.
That's good stuff, man. Plucking that.
High
That's crazy.
five.
That's crazy.
I can't tell you how
It
long
was like
that song
plucking
took
a
me to
rhythm
play.
with another rhythm.
No, it's a copy of a song by the guy from Yes, Steve Howe, the band Yes. That was his favorite song.
Right.
It's like a
I
12
know,
minute. It's like a 12-minute song, like ragtime mixed with classical and all this different stuff. It took me 5 years to learn how to play it all the way through. 5 years to play it. one
Okay,
time.
that was kind of a montage. I was thinking that when you were playing it, Sonny.
It took me forever. Now I just recently picked it back up because what would happen is if I don't play it for like a while,
Right.
I start dropping off the connecting pieces and I'm like, shit, I got lost in the middle, so I only get halfway through it. And then finally the other day I go, damn it, I want to figure this back out. And now I just pulled it off just in front of you guys, pretty much except for the few
Yeah.
mistakes.
Dude, it was great. I loved it. I love bluegrass music, jazz, classical. I'd rather listen to that nowadays. The stuff on the radio, like demons and shit,
Yeah,
man.
it's a lot of fun. It's a
The
whole
new
lot.
stuff that's out now, like Miley Cyrus and
I don't know.
fucking
Yeah, I
Rap
can't hang.
Queen.
Yeah, I can't hang with it.
Who's the one that sings WAP and did that Pepsi commercial? She's really talked to the fucking president and shit. That black girl used to be a stripper. What's her fucking name? The one that did WAP. Wet ass kitty. Yeah.
I'm glad I don't
was
know. I'm
thinking-
glad I don't know about it. If I did, I'm glad I don't.
That Cardi B bitch.
Yeah, Cardi B.
One of them.
Yes.
Oh,
She's one of the reigning queens.
they probably want to lock down humanity.
Well, I think
Better
she's
make-
a bit of a propagandist, so
Illuminati puppet. An Illuminati rap puppet. Sorry.
yeah, she does what she's told.
Shoot. Oh boy.
Sorry, Cardi B, but that's how it is.
Have you seen that footage of her that one time? I mean, I don't know how much credence I give these types of conspiracies, but that footage of her start to talk to the camera and then her kind of look off to the side like she was looking at somebody. She got real serious, got real like scared. Does that ring a bell? Have you seen that? And then she changed her whole demeanor for the interview.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, that's
Who the
pretty
fuck knows? Who knows, man?
Yeah,
I mean,
It
if
wasn't for
anybody thinks,
the.
if anybody didn't think, if they think that Britney Spears was not manipulated throughout, her popularity, there's just you're in like some kind of fantasy land or something. I mean, that woman couldn't even walk freely in public without being accosted by paparazzi. It was just lunacy. I can't believe that happened to her. But some kind of sick fucking thing that powers that be, that's what they want to see.
Yeah,
you have
but
to be
what?
publicly
She
humiliated.
knew it. She agreed to it.
Well, and then she gets publicly humiliated, and I don't know.
But she
Yeah,
agreed to it.
well, yeah, it had to have.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's really sad. I don't know how I veered off on that. Sorry, everybody. What were you talking about a second ago?
Well, Britney Spears is just another political entity.
I don't know. So she did like her residency, what have you, in Las Vegas, and I don't know. I wouldn't
She
want to.
creates a mindset for those who listen to her. She's
Well,
just
there's
another
like
political.
Well, the mock conspiracy, it's so ridiculous. People think this is a conspiracy theory, is that Britney Spears was trying to communicate with her fans via Twitter. They would leave these crazy comments, wear a yellow shirt if you're in trouble. It's just
They say
tweens
Michael
or,
Jackson did the same
13-year-olds.
thing.
Huh?
Michael Jackson did the same thing.
Well, Michael Jackson was due to be a resident at Las Vegas before he died. But
Well, he had that song where they don't really care about us.
Oh yeah, dude. At some point, you know, there was a twilight of the real Michael Jackson, and he said a few things, and soon after that, looked like Joan Rivers style and shit.
Not
He
that
was
long.
gone. I
Yeah, but
recently did a deep dive.
once you agree to the terms, you're locked down.
Well, see, I did a recent deep dive into MJ recently. I don't know why, because I was bored as shit. And so, yeah, it's pretty. It's a huge like drama series. You know, it's intense. How intricate it
Yeah, it
is.
used to be that you had to be published. With today's social media, you can get away without even being published and still hit the #1 on the charts.
Well,
Like
you
there's
know,
no
the
more
assumption. I think overall, my assumption would be that, well, that people they trust and they assume that because the image that they're given about a figure, a public figure, that automatically equates to that they're a nice person. I mean,
it
I
is
personally,
about the image. Well said.
yeah, I mean, I think Michael Jackson was psychologically ill on some level. You can't deny that.
Well, they
Um,
all are. All famous people are psychologically damaged.
I'm gonna poke.
I don't know, like Brad Pitt. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
he had to
he's
deal with
he's
Jolie, but you know, there's
psychologically damaged.
actors that I guess they do as they're told.
Well, Brad Pitt is like his ego would be his looks, right?
I don't know, but
He was
obviously
blessed
he
to
doesn't
be
miss.
like
Obvious. I don't know. My belief,
without
and this is a
blemish.
wild speculation. If you don't do what you're told, then you get publicly humiliated and dragged through the media, embarrassed,
You get
tortured.
that no matter whatever the topic is, if you're going to go up against the powers that be, and your topic,
Well,
the
what else would it
argument
be
you're
though?
making makes logical sense,
Yeah,
they're
if
going to
I'm
do
being
everything they can to humiliate you.
well, yeah, but how would you defend that? You know, I mean, I don't know. What else would it
It's
be if
hard.
it not
It's
that?
like
If it's not
impossible.
that, what else could it be? I mean, I
Impossible.
just don't think things are organic sometimes with this world. It's too backwards.
No, it's all fake.
It's too
The whole
backwards,
world
man.
is fake.
Yeah. So I
Like
have a
the
hard
way
time.
people look is fake.
I used
They
to
purposely
follow
look fake.
I used to follow celebrities religiously. I mean, I could almost be on like some kind of Jeopardy show for an I don't know. But and maybe that was good for, you know, because you have to experience something to like talk about it, right? So,
Agreed.
Yeah, it's kind of
yeah,
shoved in your it's shoved in your face most of the time anymore.
yeah, like mainstream, like newer actors, I don't know anything about them really, unless they have like a super huge movie or TV series. I won't know who anyone is. There's just too
Yeah,
much content. There's too much content. They focus on every single genre of people's likes of what they want to see.
yeah, I
Yeah, the
agree.
only thing they're focused on is you, not you personally, but you
Right, right.
liking them.
Right. I remember when
Idolatry,
HBO first
idolism.
came out. HBO first came out, you had like 6 fucking movies to watch for the whole month before they would turn it over. I can't remember how much it was back in the day because I didn't pay the bills. But
Yeah,
um,
those are the days, huh?
yeah, I mean, I'm
Well,
exaggerating a little bit, but that was just about it. Now it's just like insane. It's kind of like the Black Mirror and shit, dudes.
yeah,
Something.
like Hollywood has created today.
Well, yeah, they've definitely
Everything that's
molded,
going on today, Hollywood has
mold,
created in
molded,
America.
molded and shaped society right before our
Yeah,
eyes.
it's
Oh, and here's a new
absolutely
meme. Check out the
absurd.
meme. This is my new favorite meme. That's my new favorite. And I should add at the bottom or something like underneath where I post it, you know, like you can't re-indoctrinate the unindoctrinated.
Yeah,
Can't
you
happen.
can.
No. I would have to.
That's what they're doing with the woke. People that think they're woke.
Well, you can't criticize
That
somebody's journey, in my opinion.
that's a government program.
I mean, well, that's true. That is a meme now.
Yeah,
I mean,
they want them to feel woke.
commentators everywhere, they make
Yeah.
fun of it.
Isn't that really interesting that it's a thing now that's like woke people?
It's trending.
Yeah, but what do they mean by that?
They mean they're blue pilled.
It's like the base. Where's the base? It's like woke. Woke. Where's the base? Right. So.
Well, they think they're woke, but they still believe in
okay.
Narnia.
No,
That's okay, because
no, it's not okay. It's not.
well,
okay.
wait.
Go
Well,
ahead,
the way I come at it is they're on the journey of figuring things out.
No, Jen, that's not what.
Oh, I like that.
That's not. Well, I mean, sure. I mean, but you're thinking it from. No, I like that too, but they're not seeing it from our side. They're seeing it from the other
but she
side.
makes a good point. That's how we figured it out. Was the
See,
journey.
when we say woke, we mean that you have been on the alternative viewpoint, saying, "Hey, I see why these people are questioning these alternative realities," or whatever you want to call it. You know, whether it comes to, I don't want to give any specifics for that purpose.
Conspiracy theorists just say.
I want.
Right, sure.
I want to
theorists.
translate what it means
That's
now
what
in
we're labeled as.
colloquial terms. What it means now is woke. That means you left off at ancient aliens, and that's as far as you got.
That's coming from the other side, though. It's like they're coming from the other side. They're woke from the blue side, right?
Yeah,
So,
the revolutionary, division.
But it's not revolutionary at all. It's actually just it's a weak woke.
That's okay. You can't learn everything.
No, it's not. No, I don't think it's. I don't think it's good woke.
What you're going to do is get to the point where the division is revolutionary, where you're going to have to pick a side. That's what they're doing.
Listen, when these freaking diet woke people are thinking they're promoting some type of revolution, they're going to be on the side of the socialists. So they're not actually woke.
Ouch.
They have a certain version of socialist ideas of woke, but they're not actually woke.
Retarded hordes.
Yeah, so it's like you can call them woke. I mean, it's like they've actually stolen our idea of how you become woke to reality. That what they're saying about these generic woke people, they're never going to find any kind of truth because they're already bought and paid for. They don't even realize these woke people are the same people that are trying to say, "Go get your jab."
They're woke deniers.
I think there's a lot of people who are coming out of the.
Point, man. That's the whole point. The division, the Civil War, the division, the revolution. They're working at it.
It's bigger than that, though.
It will get to people to a certain point where it will begin.
Hey, but it's bigger than that. I mean, it might take a lot longer. I mean, it's like we're watching that they've hijacked the word woke for people. Yeah, no surprise, right? They've hijacked the word woke for all these guys, these liberal propagandists, bullshitters. They're just like, hey, I'm woke because I They don't even know what woke means, and they're just gonna throw. They're gonna keep watching the news and be like, "Hey, everything they say on the news, war, propaganda, bullshit." They're gonna believe everything, right? And then they're gonna like follow the news, and there's gonna be all kinds of race wars and all that kind of shit. People like us are not going to buy into this fucking war propaganda nonsense, whether it has to do with any country or ideology or anything. We have been aware of this for a very long time. Now, this woke term has been hijacked by these freaking idiots saying, "It's are you woke?" I mean, they actually use it in on the major news channels now. Woke, woke. They keep saying it. Woke, woke, woke.
Yeah.
We were saying woke long before these fucking idiots. But when we said woke, that us woke people knew that they were propagandizing us for years and years with major freaking false flags and shit. They've manipulated the populations through the media, through elections and everything. That's the real woke people. They've hijacked our term. Do you think these fucking woke faggots actually are woke? No, they're not.
Well, if you go back to like conspiracies of 9/11, if you go back to then,
no, it's even
you'll realize that. Hold on. You'll realize that.
Sorry, James.
You'll realize that if people would have just listened to the so-called conspiracy theorists back then, we wouldn't be where we are now.
No,
but now they're starting to acknowledge that maybe the conspiracy theorists.
Well, see, that's my point, James. They're trying to hijack our ideas, exposing the elites, and they're hijacking a term that we use, woke, which now has become a trigger term, right? It's woke, and they're utilizing it for some freaking fantastic freaking racial term and some type of freaking weird
figured it out.
ideology.
Listen, there's a context with it. You have the woke that's in the idiocracy world, and then you have actual woke. So it depends on what category you're in.
The only freak that I am, is I acknowledge when the Patriot Act was passed because of 9/11, I acknowledge that they used 9/11. They call it the Patriot Act, even though it's the most unpatriotic thing you could do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and we agree.
See what I mean? So they they used people's minds, the brainwashing. They used your mindset.
And they had the
create a
project.
world.
They had the project for the new
Create a
century before that. So the project for the new century. See who all signed up for that little program.
PNAC, right? PNAC.
Yeah. It talks about planes and buildings and the next Pearl Harbor. That was before.
Yeah, all of this it's like it's a long-term plan. Anyone that watches the news and believes a goddamn thing they say on the news
are retarded.
Like,
so
yeah.
So you can be retarded woke. They think they're woke. That's just something they pass around the thing and joke about, but they don't really know what it is because they still believe the news.
Hey, but I'll tell you what though. Hold on. All of the quote unquote real woke people should pay attention because they know that we're woke and they're going to feed us propaganda bullshit too. So just pay attention.
Yes.
Pay attention.
Yeah, and they've been coming in here.
Well, it's not. No, no. I mean, it could be. I mean,
what if you're too
some
broke
people
to pay
might
attention?
inadvertently share
I
disinformation
don't think
because
it's
they've
all
been
just.
influenced. So
Yeah, I don't-
everyone should just be aware that. I mean, through this should tell you through all the shit we've discovered. You should be aware that you, even though you quote unquote trust someone, which, like I'm saying, I mean, don't trust me necessarily, but I'm just saying you can be manipulated through this disinformation, and I feel like we're moving toward this, like with this whole freaking weird disinformation campaign that it's moving forward. I mean, look what's happened in the
Yeah, and the
in
blocking
the
of
But when you
information.
vote
Yeah, the
for a
recent
blocking of
person,
election.
information. Sorry.
Do you think
when
there's
you vote
even
for a
going to be
human being
another
to rule
presidential
over
election?
you,
I don't even think there's going to be another
I don't
presidential
know. I
election
don't
in the
see
United
how.
States.
I don't see how there could be.
when
So
you
it's like,
actually vote for
It's
a
just going to
person,
be a show.
another
Sorry.
human being to rule over you,
Exactly.
when you actually vote for another human being to
Ridiculous.
rule over you, you've
Yeah.
done been brainwashed. Period.
all the propaganda about the jab that's just going out, and everybody's in the anti-propaganda and the pro-propaganda.
See, they're doing all this stuff, but
It's
nobody talks to the elephant in this room that they're doing all
Human
this under
rights.
War Powers Act, emergency executive orders. It's war. It's under wartime, so they just have like lulled people into the sense of security. We're like, yeah,
well, that's what
they
I'm
know they're
saying.
yeah.
It's just like I'm not sure if there's actually going to be another presidential election in 4 years.
Who could trust one? Who
Well,
possibly is
even
like
if there is, I just don't. I mean, I wouldn't trust
Yeah,
it,
it's
but
like it doesn't
I mean, I
matter,
haven't
right?
trusted any of them for years, but myself. But I'm just saying, following this for as long as I have, I just don't see how it's plausible. Through what is actually happening to us. I don't think that it could actually happen.
Have you guys ever heard of QAnon?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you got QAnon, right?
Yeah. No,
Well,
we don't
like
have QAnon. I've
Well,
heard
we
of
don't.
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
like
We don't.
QAnon,
What do you
you
think it
got
is?
all these things, right, that are brainwashing people.
Yeah.
All
And
these things
yeah.
are they're putting people in a state
Hey,
of
bro,
mind
man, like with
in which they want them to be
the
in.
the Trumpers were out there hanging, slashing Q signs, during the last election and everything. Yeah, I mean, and I knew Q was. It wasn't bullshit. It was just another level of mind control.
Yeah, that's
But
what I'm
I've known
saying.
that.
Like if you live in America within Washington D.C., by definition, there is no such thing as a Republican or Democrat.
Not in
They
not in
simply hide
America.
behind the
No,
name.
no. Washington
There's
D.C.
no
is
such thing as either
well.
one.
Washington D.C. is a city state.
Yeah, it's like people are.
It's
So
not
I'm
the capital
agreeing
of
with
our
you guys are
country.
saying. I'm agreeing with what you're saying from a different perspective. Like they're brainwashing people to the extent where we hate one another. There's anger in our hearts, hatred. This is the plan.
James,
This is
James, I actually think that people are starting to see through the fucking bullshit. I hope it's true, but out in the public, I mean, I know
but it's so bad that even if you
people are
see,
really
it's
fucking
so
dumb.
bad
Of
that
course.
even if you see through the bullshit, it doesn't matter.
Hey, you know what's really messed
It
up?
doesn't matter even if
Here's
you see
something.
through.
I'm on Facebook, right? So there's a club that I've played in, played music in, And they put out an announcement, said, we're going to have some live shows again, but in order for you to come to the club, you're going to have to show us your vaccine
Oh,
card
hell.
and your
yeah.
identification
Yeah, that
to
sucks,
show
man.
that you got the fucking ID.
That
This is just a local club in Little Rock.
Hey, there's somebody that
You know
was
what's
talking about
crazy is I only
1,400.
wore the mask once.
Somebody was talking about 1,400 acres. They're going to do a community in Arkansas. Someone on here recently.
Oh, cool, yeah.
So that's going to
I
probably what it's
only
going
wore
to
the
come
mask
to.
once, and I'll be honest.
It's going to become.
It was to purchase marijuana. So I'm standing in line. I put my mask on. And I'm doing it to purchase marijuana.
In Arkansas?
No, in Colorado.
I was going to say.
So, but let me finish.
You
though.
can get marijuana in Arkansas.
I
but you have
never
to medical card.
purchased it. I never purchased it because when I put the mask on, something inside me just said it was wrong. It was wrong. So I took the mask off and walked out of line. Never purchased my marijuana. That was the only time through the whole COVID bullshit that I put a mask on.
Yeah, I wore a mask a couple times.
But
Going
when I
into
put it
Walmart.
on, I knew it was wrong. Like I could feel like I'm entrapping myself. I felt like not like evil wrong or government wrong or politics wrong. I just felt like it was wrong.
It's
I
like,
just felt that it was wrong.
well, in my opinion, and everyone can disagree with me, if you wear a mask, you're scared of you're scared of the air. I have no idea why. I mean, that's on you. You can be scared of the air if you want to be, but I'm not scared of the air. If I have to go wear a mask to go buy some fucking bacon, fuck it. I'll put a mask on, go buy my fucking bacon, and walk out. It's like, and I don't want to fuck with you. But if I have to pump some gas or whatever, I can buy everything else I need. It's like, but you have to come in here, or I'm gonna fight with people that are wearing masks. They don't want to fight with me, and I don't want to fight with them, managers and shit at Walmart. Like, fuck you, I'll put a mask on, I'll go buy my fucking bacon, walk out. I'll do what the fuck I have to do. So, but that's not the case here now. I mean, the mask requirements here where I live, they're gone, so I never have to. I will say never, but right now I don't have to do it again. And I probably will never do it.
It's not like I think that the mask is the mark of the beast, but the implications are the same.
Sure, it's subjection.
You can't buy or sell without it. You can't participate in society. You can't take an airplane.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Well, and that's why I brought
everything
up.
is.
That's why I brought up. There's a club that opened up in Little Rock. There's a club that opened up in Little Rock yesterday. They put on their Facebook page, you can only enter our club if you show us your fucking COVID card.
They can suck it, man.
If you can't buy or sell without it, you better think about it. If you cannot buy or sell,
yeah, you'd be better off being out in the wild. Fuck, man.
Rich or poor, free or bond.
I hope it doesn't get to that way.
Can't buy or sell without it. You better
soon.
look at it.
And this is like rock metal. These are all the freaking. These are the weirdo freaking. They think this is weird, like the punky freaking like weirdo freaking tattoo shit. They're all this is the weirdest thing to me. All the like the tattoo freaking punk guys that are out there, just like, hey, get your tattoo, get your fucking COVID shot at the same time. Woo! Famous,
free beer,
and then you can go and fucking get your, and then you can go to a freaking rock show. It's like, What the entire fuck is wrong with you people?
That's what I'm saying, man. I like how you expressed it too.
I know.
What the fuck
That
is
was-
wrong with you?
That was priceless.
And they're going getting tattoos, and it's like fucking everything. It's just like
Dildo
all their
brain.
all these friggin' wearing their big beards and
Bring
fucking
up.
everything.
So
But,
bizarre.
they're just they're thinking Biden is a good president and all this shit, and they're like liberal freaking, but they don't even really understand politics, and they're just like, fuck,
Bring out
I
that
just
palette. Bring out that palette of dildo hats. We're gonna need a bunch of those.
might as
We're
well, might as well.
we're gonna use another
We're
half of storage
all in the
space for
same
those
restaurant.
dildo hats that are gonna be needed.
Fucking
If
weird,
we're all in
man.
the
These
same
guys
restaurant,
all.
right?
I mean, there are no genders anymore and everything. All the same shit, and they're all like, shots, or you can't see this fucking band. Okay, well, fuck you. I didn't want to see that band anyway. I can go somewhere else and see bands.
Well, we have some new people to the room. I don't know if I think being the man 36 has been sitting in here for a little bit since I've checked him in. So I don't know if you've spoke to him or not. But Injo is new, and Hyper Conservative is new. I just got finished speaking with him. He is pretty aware that the information that he.
Triple Veils, we're really nice people. Even though I was just expressing some frustration. We're really nice people.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Are you trying to convince me? Like,
I'm talking to the new people that you're trying
okay,
to introduce.
I knew that.
We
I
got
kind
a
of thought
silver
so.
mine.
Kind of thought so, but I mean, he did. It's like I saw him jump in right when you said "F you." It's like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
but
I'm a
yeah,
nice guy. It's like, ooh, should I actually talk to this guy?
Helio's got a good soul.
It's gonna be the same old shit every day and every week.
Same shit, different day, right?
Same old shit.
Yeah, I agree with you on that vaccine stuff because I don't know. It's just a little suspicious because I got the vaccine and I'm 15, and it's made by Pfizer, and Pfizer's like the biggest producer of insulin, and I don't know. This might be coincidence or something, but I got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes like 3 weeks after, and
Hey,
I
but
don't know if they're just trying to give the.
Pfizer is not the only company that makes one of those vaccines.
Hold on, let him finish, man. The guy's.
Well, I don't
Hey
know.
man,
This
I
might
thought
be
we
some
don't
crazy.
discuss it on the air, Helio. What's up, bro? You're
This
straight,
is
man.
like some crazy conspiracy, I think, or something. But
Hey,
I
maybe
don't know.
you guys should take this. Maybe you should take this down to one of the rooms that's down below.
Oh,
No, let him
Yeah.
finish, man.
yeah. All right.
No. We don't discuss it on live stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm not.
Yeah, you
I
can
just joined the
you can
server, so.
discuss it. It's cool, no problem, man. Hey, that topic in particular, we don't cover it like on the live stream, but you can
should
talk
I
about it anywhere else on
finish,
the server. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially him being a kid.
We'll just change.
What?
We'll just
Hey,
change the subject.
hey, to be honest,
Even Flat Earth does censorship, obviously.
yeah, but it's cool. We're not censoring talk about that.
It's just
But
censorship, man.
hey, but
You
you found your way to a Flat Earth server. So what do you feel? What do you think about the Flat Earth? Let's talk about that.
Well, everybody was just playing music and singing.
Well, no,
Well,
I was
I mean,
talking to the kid. I'm talking
let's
to
not
the
be
kid.
hypocrites.
I
I'm talking to the
first
kid.
was interested in like the whole Earth things, like the Hollow Earth conspiracy. You know that where it's like Gartha and there's like a whole underground civilization underneath Earth.
How did you come
Mhm,
across
mhm.
that information?
So I first was into that and I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. And then I seen some other Earth stuff and Flat Earth popped up. And I thought it was just like, bullshit. But once I like started doing some research on it, I was like, okay, this is actually kind of like factual stuff, not less like, you know, stuff they're pulling out of nowhere, you know. So yeah, I decided to join the server.
So, is there anything about Flat Earth that disagrees with what you were looking into about, Agartha and the Hollow Earth thing? Is there anything that contradicts it?
Well, I was just interested in the whole like concept because it's cool and stuff. So I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. But I just like I
Just the
just wanted to.
concept.
Now, wait a minute. It's not necessarily Flat Earth is an observation.
No, he didn't mean that, Helio. He meant the hollow Earth thing. Just a concept. There's no evidence for it. There's no evidence for the globe.
And it would depend on what you consider hollow Earth too, because we do know that there are like a lot of corridors and caverns and tunnels and a lot of things that are found beneath the Earth. So, I mean, is it like hollow corridors, hollow areas, a hollow center of the sphere, or like
hollow ball? That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not mutually
Is that a
exclusive.
belief or something that you know?
See, how many flat earthers here are familiar with the Hollow Earth idea besides me?
I am for sure. I read about it.
Yeah, I just
So
thought
are
it
we
was
talking
cool.
about the same thing? Because it sounds like someone that was talking.
Well, you see, Helio, what Truth was just illustrating is that there's two ways to think of the hollow Earth. There's the glober way or globe way, where they think that the centripetal force of the Earth's rotation, that hasn't been proven, that it would cause an effect that would make it so there's a cavernous space inside the Earth, and so that would be the space where it would be. But of course, as we know, there's no evidence, or at least as far as we can tell, there's no evidence that the Earth is rotating or even a sphere to begin with. So it's not really happening. But what Truth is saying is that that's one concept, and then the other concept would be that, as far as we can tell, the Earth is flat and stationary, but far beneath the Earth, there could be large cavernous areas. So it could still be hollow underneath.
Well,
But
if
we
you're
haven't
going to
verified it.
use
Thank
an
you, brother.
actual
Now,
experiment
thank you, brother. And
to determine if the Earth is moving, then you'll realize that it's not.
Sure. So the guy that was bringing up Hollow Earth, the kid, which one are you familiar with? Is there anything about what he said and what I said? Is there anything?
Well, at first I was familiar with the the globe one, and because I was just like I thought it was cool, underground civilization underneath the Earth's crust, and all this stuff. And I just thought it was cool, and then I was like, maybe there's a flat Earth one too, like the flat Earth, like stop. I don't know.
Well, if
But
there's
I just thought-
anything to it at all, it would have to be a flat Earth one, because the Earth measures flat, and until there's curvature measured, there's no reason to think that it would be curving in any direction.
It's measured flat and possibly used as flat.
But
I have
go
a
ahead,
question about
Ben.
that.
Go ahead.
Flat, there's got to be like an edge, right? Like somewhat of like an
Oh
edge.
boy.
So is it like I don't know. I'm pretty new to stuff.
It wouldn't be an edge. It would be an end. So an edge would be like a cliff, like the edge of your table, where something would drop off.
There's still land and water on like both sides, right?
Well, no. What I'm saying is the place where the Earth would run out would be a place where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground. So you see, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. So we are, by definition, inside a container. We can't tell you the dimensions of the container. We can't tell you what it's made out of or the size of it. This is all unverified. But we can tell you for sure that it does exist, because you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, he's a Nathan Oakley fan. Quantum Eraser.
Who is?
He's definitely listening to him.
I get it. I have a totally different approach, but if you want to go there, that's fine.
No, I'm just. It's
He's
not
the
like I'm
only
trying
the
to
only person that brought up the
disregard the guy.
container
He's
or
definitely heard him before.
the freaking dome was that whoever just told this kid about that shit. He wasn't even talking about it.
Yeah, he was.
No, he
He
wasn't.
was talking about
Well,
a
he was talking about
container.
the edge.
Yeah, he was talking about Hollow Earth.
A container.
Well, he was talking about the
gas
edge of the Earth.
He was talking about gas pressure in a container.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
So
he was.
okay,
He's talking about Orion. Yeah, so what? Yes, Orion was talking about gas pressure without a container. And
That's what the gentleman was talking about.
Yeah, I was just letting him know, that it wouldn't be an edge, because if there was an edge, it would be almost as if there was space. But there is no space.
Yeah, it's
by
not- it's
definition
like
inside a container. So it would be, a wall that you run into that extends up above your head and behind you, one way or another.
Well, it's like most globe earthers. They picture a flat disk in the heliocentric model, as opposed to the sun, moon, and stars are up there for the Earth. The Earth is not up there with them.
As opposed to the geocentric model, which would be what?
No, the Earth.
The
The sun,
geocentric
moon, and
model just
stars
says that the
are
Earth
up
is the
there
center.
for the Earth to bring light on the Earth, seasons, years, days. But the Earth is not up there with them. Globers like to picture a flat disk in their model. That's not what, I don't speak for all flat earthers, but for the most part, the sun, moon, and stars are up there for the Earth. The Earth is not up there with them.
Oh,
yeah, because we
Quit
don't
picturing-
observe or experience anything like
For
that.
for all
So
the
there's no-
globers out there that don't know flat Earth, quit picturing the flat Earth in your model.
I don't think
picturing
anyone brought that. No one mentioned that. I don't.
No, I was just saying in general. Because like the gentleman said, like the first thing I hear any glober, they just automatically assume you're gonna fall off the edge. The flat Earth model is up there with the sun, moon, and stars when it's not.
You know what, James? Let them say that first before you assume they're going to say that. That's why I ask certain questions the way that I asked him, just like certain questions that I just
stand
asked you.
corrected.
I baited you into the way that you answered your question the same way. I'm just saying, I mean, people just pay attention to what you're going to say. When people ask questions, you can tell right away what's in their mind. It's not about you trying to convince them of something. You're going to have to meet them where they are.
Yep.
Say, okay, here's what I understand about what I've seen so far, but here's where I was. I can see where you are, and at a certain point, I was there too. And then you can just answer their question. You don't have to try to teach them anything that they can't understand. You don't have to preach to them and show them something necessarily that's not true. And you definitely don't have to explain a claim that they haven't made. That would be ridiculous. If you start to make a claim, then they're going to have to ask you about your claim. Don't make any claims. Just get them to talk and let them make their own plan. Here's how I understand what I've heard about flat Earth. This, and this. Boom. Well, here's what here's a cool. I know
I
you
believe
may
that's
have
what I hit
spoken.
on, man.
No, you're cool. You're cool. you may have spoken to someone that has talked about flat Earth this way, but we don't know, or me or I mean, I can speak for a few flat earthers. We don't necessarily address flat Earth that way. But if this is what you've been introduced to, then we can talk about this. Because they might ask you about, the sun, moon, and stars. Or they might have asked you about seasons, and all that kind of shit. I mean, you don't have to have an answer for them.
Is there anything else, Ben, that you were curious about or that you've got a question about?
No, I'm just trying to, learn more about, the concept of flat Earth and, stuff like that.
So how much have you looked into it so far? Have you checked out the additional information with the laser tests?
I was just reading about that right now,
Okay, cool.
But my brother first introduced me to it, and I was like, okay, that's actually kind of sensible how, the sun and things,
Awesome. So you're looking through it right now? Yeah, there's a lot of information down there. If there were any way that you could do your own observation and just determine, like, take your height and take the distance of something that you're looking at, see how much curvature there should be, and see if you can do like an observation in real life, get a friend or whatever, and see if you can do that and do your own observation. That way you know within yourself, and it's not like you're not relying on someone else's information. Or if you find one of these tests that, or long distance observation or laser tests or whatever the measurements that someone does, if you can perhaps take that information and go test that thing or verify that to yourself, like it would be great if you could establish it to yourself.
yeah, I'll make sure to look into all that information and things.
Cool. If you've got any questions, just speak up. Feel free to reach out anytime.
Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to, if I have any questions, ask.
You got questions, man. Ask her.
Oh, he's got questions, of course. And it's like someone would say, a question would be like, well, how do the seasons work on a flat Earth, right? Hey, if I gave you the globe explanation, you'd be like, hey, I already know that, right? I can tell you it's due to the tilt of the angle of the globe due to its distance from the sun, and it's it's traveling around the sun, third rock from the sun, all that. That's an explanation. We all know that. I mean, is that not the right answer for the globe? It's right. I get a fucking A for that. I get an A. That's the explanation. 23.4 degree tilt, elliptical orbit, third rock from the sun, 193 million miles away, or 100 and freaking, what is it?
93.
193 miles away. Boom, boom.
No, just 93 million.
Oh, 93 million miles away. Boom, boom. Back, approximately 93 million miles away. Boom, boom. Back once a year. Boom. Explanations for seasons because of the tilt of the Earth. It's on the same angle, and it's 6 months apart. And boom, boom. Explanations for seasons. I win. And they'll say, hey, well, what's wrong with that? Like, it's because there's no curvature, bro. Oh, you dumbass flat earther! You don't see the curvature. You don't. Do you think we don't understand your explanation for seasons? I mean, give me a break. That's insane. We know that. We understand your explanations for seasons, eclipses, all of the solar solar
It's
event.
actually called Zetetic Astronomy.
Satanic or zetetic? No, zetetic.
Zetetic.
Well, zetetic astronomy is
Zetetic Astronomy.
not satanic.
It's been around since close to day one, not so much, but
Either
in
way,
terms of day
I was
one,
just trying to make a point that a lot of people say, well, flat earthers just don't understand, how the seasons work, and that's why they just are confused about this. And it's like, bro,
So you're saying they just hand wave it before they look into it?
I mean, it's like when I was in 5th grade, I freaking understood how the seasons work in the heliocentric model. I didn't. I totally was sold out to it. I freaking made the solar system out of styrofoam as a science project. So yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't understand it. Freaking retarded.
well, globe earthers are usually a fan of mathematics. So if globe earthers would study Zetetic Astronomy, the mathematics are within.
Yeah,
It's like
but they're
all
they're not
within
going
the
to. They're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to. It's not promoted that way.
Well, I don't have full understanding of Zetetic Astronomy.
I
I've
don't
been
either, but I'm
studying
just
it.
telling you. I'm
I've
just
been
telling you.
studying it, but I don't have like full.
I'm just telling you. It's not. They're just
It's
not
so
going to take a
easy.
look at it.
Do you remember Flat Earth Boxer?
Is that the guy that
vaguely
boxer? Didn't he do a shit? I can't.
I remember.
Just go ahead.
I remember watching. Like I remember his name, and I remember seeing him around. I remember the name Flat Earth Boxer from years ago, but I haven't seen anything of his in a long time. But that's how I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'll let him correct me if I'm wrong, or he can just share it with you himself. But that hyper conservative, that's how he came across the flat Earth. Was through
I
Flat Earth
remember
Box.
watching a couple of his videos, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I just can't remember exactly what he was talking.
I just dropped one of his videos in the voice text chat.
Oh, thanks, man.
But yeah, I was talking to her earlier, and then that's kind of how I came across the server. I saw he had live streamed like a Bible study session one day in here, so I just thought it was interesting in joining. So
Cool. I'm gonna check that video out. I appreciate you posting that.
yeah, it's definitely worth it's a definitely worth a deeper analysis. I mean, from everything I saw, it seemed pretty spot on. I don't have much of a background.
We're gonna play some D&D tonight or tomorrow.
Hey,
in 30 minutes.
Roderick, I think you're hot
Trigger, you're hot mic. I was just like, are you hot mic? But also, I want to say, hyper conservative. Your mic is a little low. Is there any way you can turn it up a little bit?
I'll mess with it. I don't know what's going on, but give me 1 minute.
Sure. What's he saying? Tough crowd in here. Sure, we've been friggin' just.
Oh, that was back when because well, he said that back when Ben was trying to ask the question, and then I think you and James were arguing over, and then or around me too. So it was okay. So it was just like I think he had a hard time asking the question because everyone was.
Me and James are gonna get into it every once in a while.
Yeah, well, we all do every now and then.
Yeah, me and you. Anyway, so you shared
All
the.
I was talking about was Zetetic astronomy.
Yeah, sure. Zetetic astronomy. And that is most globies won't even freaking take a look at it. They completely discount it. And so it's almost pointless to even bring it up with them.
The mathematics, Zetetic astronomy, right, is um, the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft. You'll see how it aligns with
That's a
Zetetic
NASA
astronomy.
document. I mean, that's a NASA document. It doesn't say anything about the Zetetics, I guess, in there. But I mean, it's the definition of the Zetetics. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just
It does
linear.
say about Zetetics.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's linear motion.
It absolutely
Right.
has everything.
Yeah, Zetetics is found. The word Zetetics is foundational. Has nothing to do with shape of Earth or anything. It's just a foundational principle. And so I agree with you on that one. And so yeah, I mean, when you read that NASA
It's not like
document,
I'm saying Zetetic astronomy.
well, you were saying something about satanic. Anyway, I'm not.
I think when he says, I think is he
Zetetic
saying
astronomy
is he saying
is a
Zetetic
linear.
or satanic?
No, we're talking about Zetetic.
Zetetic. Z. Zetetic. Astronomy
Zetetic
is the same thing as the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft. It's the same thing, Zetetic astronomy.
Yeah, I mean, show me a class where they teach pilots to fly over a globe. One freaking class.
Well, the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft assumes no assumptions on its takeoff. There's no but you just go to nasa.gov and look up
I know that. Yeah,
the
yeah, we know.
derivation and definition of a linear aircraft.
I mean, those documents are from 50 years ago. What about modern times when they're teaching people to fly over Earth?
See how those two things actually align.
Are they teaching people that are flying aircraft now? Are they teaching them how to fly over a globe?
The Earth is a sphere. Especially now.
One thing for sure that this heliocentric model is new, and all of the old, whichever kind that they used, all of the old ones depicted a flat, level, stationary Earth that is enclosed, and that the heliocentric one is new. It's the only one that stands out.
Experiment.
Like a big fat sore thumb.
Hey, Universal Pictures in the 20s actually had a globe on their motion pictures. It's like Universal, and they had the big globe with a little airplane flying around it.
Yeah, how'd they get that?
Remember that? I mean, how the fuck did they find that in the 20s?
Fighter jet.
I don't know.
You're doing it to fight.
Pardon my French. I'm a gentleman.
Use Italian next time.
Ooh, how do you say fucking Italian?
Hell if I
How
know.
do you say fucking Italian? I bet I can find out pretty quick. I'll shut up. I'll leave you guys to it.
That understands that the ground underneath him is not moving at all. And he's up against another pilot fighter jet that thinks the Earth is moving, the one that it has the truth, it will win the fight. The one that has the truth will win the fight.
Hey, Helioskeptic.
Yeah, what did I do now?
Bafangura Manaj, Manjas Dugats.
You, I don't speak in tongues. Well, I used to, but I don't anymore.
Oh, I thought that was Italian. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I don't think he
well,
was speaking in tongues.
I'm gonna have to ask the Holy Ghost for the interpretation.
Bafangu.
Never seen it with their own eyes.
Anyway,
Never
what
seen it
do you-
with their own eyes.
Exo, what do you got, man?
They
You
just
just asked the
believe
question.
the
I just
two
had to answer the
dimensions
question, Helio.
screen.
That's all.
Oh, you answered it in Italian. Yes, okay.
Yep, my work here is done. Thank you.
All right, so all the Italians, you
Tell
have
me
the
that doesn't sound sexy as hell. Like Italian just sounds sexy.
All right, Exo, do it again.
I'm not saying XO sounds sexy. I'm saying the Italian. Okay, just do it again.
Well, he left already. He just jumped
No, he
in.
didn't. Or did he? Oh,
I wish I'd have memorized because I could do the really sexy Italian. But I don't know the words. I don't even know what he said.
I don't know. I was, unless he was. I thought he was going to tell us what it said.
He may come back and re-enlighten.
Do you think it's sexy?
He probably just said, "Earth is flat, you dumbasses."
On my face.
Are you asking Helio if Helio thinks the XO is sexy? That's what it sounded like. That's what I heard.
Wow. Hey, who thinks I'm sexy? Just raise your hand.
No. He asked you if you thought the XO was sexy.
No, you're the one that brought up sexy about the Italian language. I'm not getting involved in the sexy stuff, but I will tell you that people have said that my voice sounds sexy sometimes, and especially when I get closer to my microphone. Does this sound sexy? Y'all is crazy as hell. Anyway, I have no idea what XO came in and said. He said he was speaking Italian, but I have no idea what he said. He spoke Italian and left, and he's just leaving us hanging. So, all right, bro. Pillbox, you can tell us what you said. Other than that, let's move on. I'm gonna get another beer. I'll be back.
So, what would Matthew do? I see server deafened and server muted.
Did somebody mute Matthew?
Well, if he's both, I figured it'd be for specific reasons. That's why I was asking. I think I know who probably done it.
And deafened.
Yeah, because there's
More
only
than
one.
likely at this time, he's probably sleeping.
There's only one person that I know of that does both. So, never mind. I just answered my own question. But it still doesn't.
Oh shit, Matthew.
I mean, I took care of it right now, but we'll see. We'll figure it out later. Hey, Matthew.
Oh,
Thanks, I appreciate that.
holy shit! I thought
Who-
Matthew
who,
was like
do you
sleeping.
know
It's
who-
pretty late, bro.
Who you got into it with? That way I know ahead of time.
Welcome back, Matthew.
I'll DM you and tell you who I know that does that and see if it's the same one.
No. We were all listening
tell me.
when all that shit happened. But anyway, Matthew,
okay.
let's just.
I wasn't here.
We're turning a new page. What's up, Matthew?
Cool. All right,
let's
then.
just move on.
No problem then.
Not much.
Well,
just
hey,
hanging
Helio,
out.
I was just asking so I don't step on anybody's toes. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get that, but
Cool.
I can step on people's toes, and that's okay. Because I was listening when all that shit went on with
All right.
Matthew earlier.
All
Doesn't matter.
All right then.
Which is the whole reason why I asked, because I didn't want to. I just
We're good. Were you
I got
listening
it.
too, right? Truth Prevails, were you
No.
listening?
No, I wasn't in here.
Well, I was listening anyway.
All
so,
right. Cool.
and I don't
I
think
trust your judgment.
anybody's
Yeah.
going to give a shit. So let's
Cool. Awesome.
let's go. Let's roll.
Can I talk to Matthew about the Earth?
Of course, man.
How you doing, Matthew?
I don't know if I want to say anything. I'll get server muted again.
Nah, I'll. Dude,
Hey Matt, you know I was listening. And I was like, I was chomping at the bit, with everybody else. But anyway, I think everything went fairly well for the most part.
Well, yeah,
And I saw
got a
you were
bit
like
heated.
server deaf and everything, but you were still hanging out. And
Matthew
so
has a
we're turning a new page. I mean, you're not banned from here, so it's like every time there's an issue with some people, you're still here. So
Matthew has a hard
roll
job
on.
on eggshells. That's not right.
roll on. It's like the next chapter of Matthew Doesn't Learn here from all of the.
Good one, man.
Like this came up in ladies' night. I don't think it was fully covered. Flight paths. Okay, so on the flat Earth, the globers say, "Hey, this flight path can't exist because the timing is wrong. It takes too long." Okay, or it takes it takes much less time on a globe, right? But do you agree with that? Do you think that the flight paths are off if it was flat?
According to certain maps, it would, but I think that most flat earthers don't have a model, so that's sort of a red herring.
Okay, so let me
No,
answer.
you saying flat earthers don't have a model is the red herring.
Oh no, I'm saying that that when globers say, "Oh, it doesn't work on a flat map," that's a red herring.
Okay, let me answer it differently. Look, let's say the flight is 40% short, 40% shorter than it should be, or longer. Just take your pick, right? It doesn't work on flat, right? So here's the problem, right? So a plane, those planes go like between 500 and 750 miles an hour, right? So
Yeah,
you
that's
can have
right.
a plane go 10% slower, and the next one go 10% faster, and that's 20% right there, is it not?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
that's a good
let's
that's a good
continue.
argument.
Now, understand these pilots cannot fly where they want. They have to stay on path. The control tower gives them the path. They have autopilot. They're gonna get a call if they're off path. They're gonna get a call saying, "Hey, Pan Am 747, you are off course. Please continue on course." They can't go wherever they want. Is my point. So you don't know. They could be a straightaway path. The distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's one path, and the second path that's longer. They could be doing a loop, so they deliberately go off path to take longer. So that's another problem that can change the time.
Yep, that's a good argument. But I think you're right.
And if this deception is true, guess what? They're trying to deceive people, so they don't tell you. In the southern hemisphere, we don't even have eyes on our planes. We have blind spots. Did you know that?
Yeah, because they don't have radar out in the middle of the ocean.
Right, that's the answer they give you, right? But aren't there like 1 million satellites out there that can track planes and tell us where they are?
I think most of the air traffic control stuff is ground based. I don't think they use
Good.
satellites.
Okay. Yeah. So that's something nothing. Okay, good. So the last reason why you can have an off time is because you can have a plane that gets there early and then one gets there late. I've been late a lot of times on my flights. They're like 20 minutes, you know. So you add up those three factors and you're gonna get, easily, 50% different time. So it can be manipulated that way to prove the deception, to present the deception as if it was legit, but it's not. That's what I'm saying.
I see what you're saying. That's a strong argument.
And that doesn't even include, wind currents, which could push you faster, or doesn't even include, like, if sometimes they'll stop. I've had a flight where it stopped. It wasn't supposed to. It stopped and then took way longer, So now, if you really want to prove that flights don't work, you'd have to actually be on that flight and time it, and then see where it's really going, and then somehow you'd have to know what path they took. Which I don't know if you can know that, if you know where you really are. So you can't just look online and say, "Hey, this time is wrong. Then it must not be flat." That doesn't work.
Yeah, I think most people using that would use like longer, like 12-hour, 14-hour flights where those percentages would be smaller. But you're right, especially for domestic flights, there's a huge variation.
Yes. Okay, so there's no argument that flights are going to improve anything, and that's not because of the model. That's not because you don't have a model. It's because you can have those variables, faster, slower, different path. So there's no argument at all.
Yeah, you'd have to look at a specific example. I don't know.
Actually,
Okay,
I would say that because there's not a massive variation in, the speeds at which you can travel from one place to another, is revealing that the Earth is not moving, it's not spinning, because there should be, shouldn't there? I mean, the Earth is spinning. But yeah, I'm not trying to get down into that. I'm just saying there should be.
Let me ask Matthew about that. Matthew, on your model, I'm sorry, in your mind, does the Earth spin onto the plane?
In my model, I don't mind calling it a model. The atmosphere moves on average about the same speed as the ground underneath it.
Does the world somehow tug it along? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's in my model. That's basically how it works.
When I spin a basketball and I blow my cigar smoke on it, it just kind of bounces off. It doesn't stay with it.
Yeah, but what if you get it wet? Will the water spin with it?
Some water would spin with it, but that's different. That's like a stickiness of the water to the ball. Not the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's not the same. But in our model, the thickness of the atmosphere is about as thick as water on a basketball. It's very thin layer.
Okay, thin layer, but not the same analogy. Because the water is sticking to the ball, but it's moving, it's sliding back as I spin it.
But it would only cling to it for so long, and then eventually it would all get flung off.
But hang on, Matthew, the water isn't staying in place at all. It's moving on the basketball, for example. In the world, it's not moving at all, not even an inch off where it should be. You see?
Yeah.
So the water sticking to the basketball, it peels away. It moves as the basketball. Yes, it sticks, but it glides off as you spin it.
Not if you spin it kind of slow.
By which mechanism?
Okay, so
does the air stick to the ball? What is that called?
Friction, probably. I mean, that's why
friction.
we have wind.
So it's viscosity. that keeps the air coupled to the sphere.
For the most
Yeah.
part, I mean, there's wind, so it's not exact.
Well, so the air moves, so it's not coupled if you have wind.
Yeah, it's not strongly coupled. I mean, it depends on the viscosity, and air is much less viscous than water, obviously.
Right. So how is it? Well, I heard you saying that it was coupled, man. I'm not sure now.
It's not
what you were
strongly coupled.
saying.
It's coupled, but not strongly coupled.
So it slips, so it's not coupled. Well, it is somewhat, huh?
When
Yeah,
we see
it's a sliding scale. It's
when we
somewhat.
see a volcano plume up smoke from the ground up in the air, do you see it tilting to the left?
No, not usually.
So it doesn't move at all.
Yeah, it depends on the winds.
Oh, the wind.
Well, hang
so
on,
it
hang
so
on.
it so it
It's the
is
wind.
free. So yeah, so it is free from the spin of the Earth because there's wind.
Well, there's a little bit of wind, yeah, but it can go in any direction.
No, but hang on. If the plume is going straight up and it doesn't seem to be going left or to the right, then how do you explain it?
In that case, then that would be what happens if there's zero wind.
So the earth spinning the earth spinning somehow tugs along that plume perfectly and doesn't drift away in any way.
Yeah.
So that's perfectly coupled.
Sometimes, yeah. Yep.
Sometimes.
Oh, you're so fucked, man.
Eliminate the wind. Sometimes or all the time.
Just sometimes. Sometimes there's wind. Sometimes there's not.
No, but eliminate the wind. That plume that's pushed up from the earth, a volcano plume, whatever, and then the earth is spinning. We know that, right? Is that earth perfectly tugging along that plume so it doesn't drift one way? Or
when there's no wind, that's what's happening. Yeah.
So it is perfectly coupled.
You're going into wind there, Matt. I keep telling you, eliminate the wind for a second. We have to do one thing at a time. With no wind, the plume appears to be, unless I'm wrong, completely connected to this non-moving Earth. But you're saying it's moving, but the plume is not moving.
Yeah, so I'm saying if we eliminate wind, there's zero wind, then the air above the ground is moving at the same speed as the ground below it.
Perfectly.
I mean, if there's no wind, then perfectly, yeah.
In which that speed would be the same speed as the Earth, which is 1,039 miles per hour at the equator.
Yeah, I mean, as you go higher, like up at 36,000 feet high, the radius is slightly bigger, so it'd be 1,042 instead of 1,040. But 2 miles.
Okay, stop right there.
Notice.
When you go higher, it's faster, right? So wouldn't it have to move faster being higher?
Yeah, that's what I just said. It'd have to move at 1,042 instead of 1,040.
But the plume is straight up and down.
I think a 2 mile an hour difference you might not notice on that scale.
2 mile an hour?
Yeah, that's right. The flight level of 36,000 where planes go, it'd be 2 miles an hour faster at the equator.
Is it possible for a stack of like a plume of smoke to move that much, that fast without?
How many feet is that a minute?
2 miles an hour is not very many feet per minute.
5,280 is a mile, right?
Well,
2 miles an
You're
hour.
right.
How many feet is that going to be in, let's say, a minute?
In a second, so 60 times 60 seconds to a minute. Yep. So 3,600, right? Wait. So 60 seconds in a minute times 60 minutes. 3,600 seconds. Godric.
1.46 feet a second. Wait. Yeah.
And how many feet?
88 feet a minute. Is that right? 88 feet a minute.
What was the speed?
2 miles an hour.
2 miles an hour. I want to know if you can see it. 2 mile
2
an hour
miles
difference.
an hour. So that's roughly 10,000 feet, right? 2 miles. Yeah, just give or take. Yeah. So
it was
10,000.
10,000. Well, hang on.
Divided by. Let's just do it feet per second. Yeah, that way you can kind of visualize. That would be 2.7 feet per second. Or 3 feet per second. That's pretty quick. You can easily
10,560 feet and divide by 60. I get 176 feet a minute. Is that right, Matthew?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And if you want it per second, you can divide
Okay,
it
so according
again.
to the globe model, these plumes, if it's 2 miles up, should be moving 176 feet a second, a minute off of straight up and down. So it can't be straight up and down. Divided by 60. So in 1 second, they're moving every second they move 3 feet if it's spinning.
Yeah, it depends on the winds, though, right?
Well,
But see, hang
Matthew,
on, Matthew. You keep putting the winds down. I'm telling you, the winds aren't going to blow it exactly straight into a straight plume, are they?
No, they're
has to lag
So
behind, Matthew. It can't
it
speed
has
up.
to lag. You're going to have a
Has
proof
to lag.
of lagging
If
because
it
it's going
doesn't lag,
higher.
you broke the first law of thermodynamics. If it doesn't lag. If it doesn't lag. Like what Godric is
I
saying.
thought we were saying
Do
if
you
there's
know?
no
Do
wind.
you understand
The
why?
top will lag.
Has to lag.
I got
Due to
176 feet in a minute.
Resistance, which is what you're claiming is what's gluing it together. Because of that resistance, which is called viscosity, between the molecular layers, and whatever fluid, because of that, they will be lost. Thus, it will lag. It is very simple. So if the stack is, when you said there's no wind straight up, then there's no lag. So now, because it's further up in the atmosphere, that layer is moving faster than the surface of the Earth, which is the prime mover. That's the energy transfer through that fluid to that imaginary boundary you said. So it has to lag. If it doesn't lag, well, you broke the first law. Good job.
If I can show you
Good
a
job.
plume, I can show you a plume that goes straight up and doesn't lag. It just goes straight up and it's not moving. It's not lagging. Shouldn't that prove a stationary Earth?
It would either
Well,
prove a
the counter
stationary
argument.
Earth or
Hang on.
or there's no wind all the way up.
No, you have to say there is opposite wind, Matthew.
No. Opposite one won't make it straight, Matthew.
Well,
you keep inserting wind. This is not wind. You're saying the Earth is spinning, an atmosphere is spinning with it. If so, the upper atmosphere, the top of the plume, would have to lag behind, according to you.
No, if it's moving faster, then it wouldn't. I'm saying it's moving faster.
How could it move? It can't move faster. Is what I'm
How
saying.
would the upper atmosphere move faster than the spinning Earth?
Yeah, if the Earth is the one that's moving it.
It all moves at the same rotation.
Oh, Matthew, I caught
you. I mean, laughing
told
doesn't
you.
help. It's not an
Okay,
argument.
laughing. You're breaking the first law. You're breaking the conservation, man, of momentum. There you go. How about that? Conservation of everything, energy, dude.
You just told us at a commercial flying height, whatever, 35,000, whatever you said, it would be 2 miles. It would be 2 miles faster. I'm sorry. It would be 2 miles. It'd be 2 miles slower. Is that what you said? An hour.
2 miles an hour faster up higher. Yeah.
You would see a drift up at the top of the plume if that was the case.
Yeah, about 2 miles an hour. And the picture that Truth Prevails posted, I think it'd be hard to tell if that cloud is moving 2 miles an hour or not, that distance.
What if we got a whole bunch of them and you looked at them and none of them were lagging, drifting? Don't insert wind. None of them are lagging behind the spin of the Earth.
You see how far away that picture is? I'd be hard for us to tell if there's a 2 mile an hour wind or not.
You can tell if it's curving to the left or to the right.
2 miles an hour?
Well, that's 176 feet a minute.
Yeah, 176 is like 2 pixels in that picture.
Let's think about that. That plume has been there for more than a minute, right? Or does it just pop up in a few seconds?
Oh, it's probably been there like many minutes, 10, 20, an hour.
Exactly, my point exactly. So you would see a lag towards the top of that plume because the Earth is spinning. Because it's higher, and it would have to move higher. It would have to move faster, but it can't. So it's lagging one way or the other. But if it's straight, that's a stationary proof.
If all of the wind, if all of the air above a certain spot on Earth is zero wind and is moving at exactly the same pace as the ground below it, then you wouldn't notice any lag. It's all.
But that's impossible. That's impossible, Matthew.
I don't know why you say it's impossible. Why
you told me
conservation.
You just said it would be 2 miles an hour difference.
Yeah, I'm saying, what if that's happening? What if there's The air is moving 2
Can't
miles
be.
an hour faster at the top.
Can't be, bro.
Are you saying that the wind is blowing the plume back straight? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that if all of the air above that spot is moving along with the ground, there's zero wind all the way from 0 up to 100,000 feet. If there's zero wind, then the smoke would just go straight up.
Cannot go straight up
Unless
is what we're trying to say.
if it was stationary, yes. If it was stationary, it would do that.
And
Yes.
if it were
But your claim it's
rotating and
moving.
all of the air was rotating at the same speed, then that would happen also.
How could
Correct,
that
and
rotate
that's-
this? Wait. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's in this.
You can't have the atmosphere rotate at the same speed of the Earth. Do you understand why?
No, I think you can.
It's scientifically impossible.
Yes. It's due to friction. The method that you are claiming that's making it stick to the Earth. So the viscous layers, right? The viscosity of the air, which you can't anyways, but it doesn't matter. We can crush it on viscosity, however. Let's assume that it's correct. Well, you see that the reason it would lag is because this air is not a solid. So it's not the transfer of energy will be lost through friction, and that's the lag of the layers. There'll be a phase shift in the layers between like that it's like the Earth is always going to be ahead of the higher layers of the atmosphere, assuming it's like a bungee sort of thing. And that's how fluid behaves, similar to that. So it would always appear that way. That's it. So okay,
Let me
because
say
of
a
the
different way.
speed.
Let me say a
Okay, go
different
ahead. Yeah.
Look, if the Earth is spinning at one speed, okay, further up in the atmosphere, if it were to keep with the Earth spin, it would have to be spinning at a faster speed. Isn't that right, Matthew?
Exactly. It's
Okay.
spinning
How
faster.
The Earth is tugging along the atmosphere with it at one speed on the surface. How would it be tugging the upper atmosphere faster? How would it be faster?
Over time, the frictional forces of the gas. I mean, it wouldn't happen immediately, but over time, it could be.
It would make it
Wouldn't happen
slower.
immediately.
It would have
Matthew,
loss.
there
not
would be
gain.
a lag, Matthew. If I put my hand through a cloud of smoke, right? It's going to cut through that smoke. The smoke's not going to be dragged by it's not going to lag behind my hand. It will move the smoke. It'll lag behind my hand. I'll cut through the smoke with my hand. So how is the upper atmosphere moving faster than the lower atmosphere and keeping a perfectly straight plume?
I don't know.
To me, that's a stationary proof. And
to me, it's just saying, hey, I think the globe should work this way, and it doesn't. Therefore, the globe is false. And I suspect it's probably just a misunderstanding of how atmospheric science works. I don't know
Atmospheric science. Oh my God! What's atmospheric science?
I don't know it
What
well,
is
so
that?
I don't know.
Okay, cool.
Here's another question. Let's say I went up, Matthew. Say I just went up in a drone or a balloon or a plane, or I jumped up and I kept going up. At what point would the Earth start spinning underneath my feet?
I don't think it ever would.
Because it doesn't spin?
No, because you have momentum due to where you started.
So I can make it to Saturn and the Earth is still not spinning?
We don't even need to go there. He said something about force of gases. Where did you get that, Matthew?
I don't remember what I said about the force of gases.
Yeah, because you just pulled it out of your ass.
No, I don't remember using.
I was listening. Yeah, you don't remember saying it, but you did. I was listening. There's no such thing as a force of gas.
Matthew, I start jumping going towards Saturn. At what point would the Earth spin under my feet?
I mean, if you just go straight up.
Yes.
It would take time, but I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
And what if I landed on Saturn? Now I'm landed on Saturn. I'm stuck to Saturn's gravity. The Earth isn't moving?
No, it must be
It
spinning.
doesn't spin in a
underneath
circle.
you. Yeah.
It will. So, right. So at some point it'll have to start spinning. My question is, when will that happen? Because I don't see that ever happening. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I see what you're
But
saying.
maybe
I think like if you start at the equator, you'd have a 1,040 mile an hour momentum, and if you just went straight up, you'd still have that same momentum. But if you get high enough, then that is small compared to the rotation underneath you.
Why do you keep making stuff up,
Because
Matthew?
this is how you do.
hang on. Let's
science.
say I
this
have
is
it. Hang on.
this is how
Hang
you
on.
do it when you just
Wait.
are pretending that the Earth is a globe. That's how you do it.
Matthew. Let's say I have a James Bond rocket pack. Okay. And I shoot up, right? Meanwhile, I go to the left and to the right on purpose. So doesn't that cancel the momentum?
You cancel some of it, yeah.
Cancel some of it. I think if I went up in a rocket pack, I would definitely see the Earth spin beneath my feet at some point. I know what you're saying. If I throw a ball while I'm moving on a car, that ball will have some momentum because I was on a car, right? Correct?
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
But you have a jetpack that has independent rockets. And if I go left and right, that's going to eliminate
it's still
the
within
momentum.
the atmosphere.
If you just fly a drone up and fly the drone backwards and then stop it.
Yeah,
And
that
hover.
would stop the momentum.
The gas around the drone, the atmosphere, is going to be a bigger effect than the ground once you leave the ground.
So you're saying the gas is moving me, even though I'm stopped?
Yeah, that's
What
right.
you're saying?
The gas would be moving you.
No, because the gas is not moving.
So you're saying you can't get away from the spin of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what he's saying.
So it's not
This
falsifiable.
whole freaking thing is ridiculous.
I'm so glad I don't have to defend this.
I can't believe that. I mean, Matthew, bro, you're double speaking like 1,000 times.
Is this live? Is this live? Because this is important.
He's acting like I'll tell you something about Matthew. He does understand certain gas laws, and he's just bullshitting his way around this. And this is weird, man. It's just totally weird.
God Rockin' is not letting him. Or I'm sorry, Godric, right? Who is it?
Yeah,
who's talking?
Godric.
Yeah.
Is this live, bro?
No,
yeah, it's live. It's live. Go ahead,
It is,
God,
man. It is. Yeah, it's his double speak is recorded, bro.
No, I'm happy to have it recorded. Everything that I'm saying is
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're happy to have it recorded too.
Point real fast. One, conservation of momentum, because you're breaking it by saying the atmosphere moves at the same rate or faster, or even at the same rate, right? Because you have losses. So whenever you throw something, you have losses due to its projected area, and its velocity through the atmosphere. So you always have losses.
What
so if
kind
you
of
have the
losses?
sphere,
You mean like the
no,
friction of
frictional,
the air?
frictional losses. The atmospheric frictional losses, and if you're going to neglect that, well, then airplanes can't fly. If you're going to neglect the friction of the drag of the atmosphere, drag friction is the same thing. So, and you're saying by drag of the from the viscous layers, that's what's keeping the atmosphere rotating at the same rate of Earth. But the truth is, you cannot, in order to conserve the first law, because there are losses between the the molecules, right? And that's what viscosity is. So there will be motion between molecules. So you'll have losses between the transfer of energy from the Earth.
There is no physical bond connection, stable bond.
There is none.
Exactly,
Right.
and
That's what a gas is.
That's what God was pointing out to him. Yeah, exactly.
My name
They
is
are
Bond.
free
Gas
one
Bond.
from another. Yeah.
If you're driving in a car and you have all the windows rolled up, do all the gases bouncing around inside the car slow down the car?
Oh, now you're
No, the
bringing
gas
up,
from inside the
you're
car
bringing
will
up
be
another
vented
scenario
out.
that nobody was
Hang
talking
on, are you
about.
saying we have a dome, Matthew?
Say that again?
Because there is
Are you
no.
saying we have a dome container firmament like in the car?
No, we don't have a dome. No.
Okay,
It's never
then
been
you
observed.
can't. You can't. Well, you
So
must
it's
use
open, it's
the
just
air on the outside of the car. Then.
Oh no, I mean we could use the reification fallacy and say the dome exists.
Oh,
Well,
well,
no,
would
because
that
we're not
what?
globies.
Hold
He's
on.
grasping for
If he
straws
want,
now.
all right. So
Yeah.
are we going to base our knowledge on a fallacy? Is this what you're trying to do?
No, I'm asking if you're going to use a reification fallacy and say that the dome exists.
No,
No, you
nobody
used
said
it in
that.
your.
You're the only person that said that. So
That's all we said. We're trying to point out that example of your car is non-analogous to what we're saying at all. Zero. Because you're inside the car. On Earth, we're outside the Earth, not inside the Earth.
Inside the car, the atmosphere is a closed
Okay,
system.
yeah, that's fair
and
enough.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Not an open
Yes,
moving system.
absolutely. So you can, if you want to use it, I'm
isn't
down.
that
Just let's
interesting
talk about
though?
the air
That
outside the car, on the surface
they'll
of the vehicle.
sometimes we'll point out reification fallacies. He brought up the reification fallacy and tried to use it in his defense, and we pointed out nobody said that. You're the one that brought it up. So anyway, continue.
Yeah. He's trying to defend the
Yeah. It's
He's doing a
retarded.
bad job because he's breaking the first law by saying the upper layer of the atmosphere would be moving faster. It's like, bro, okay, it's
Yeah.
very simple. Energy input. The energy input is coming from the Earth, the spinning device, right? And to that spinning device, you're coupling this fluid on the surface, okay? Phenomenal. So the transfer of energy is from the Earth to that gaseous medium that you have coupled. So there will always be, the equation will be that the energy out, whichever you have to measure it, that is, what plus losses would be, which would be in a negative direction. So that's it. And then, so the net output would always have loss. Always have loss. So it would always slow down on the globe Earth. It could never ever speed up. If it speeds up, it means it got energy from somewhere else, not the Earth, right?
Yeah, what if it's going a steady speed and is not slowing down or speeding up? Then there's no energy gain or loss, and that's what we're saying is happening.
No, you can't happen because there is loss of friction.
No, we're
That's
saying
why
it's
you can't.
It's this steady spin at the same rate.
No, it's not an adiabatic process, bro. It really isn't.
But Matthew, you agree it's going faster up higher, though.
No, I'm saying
faster.
the rate of spin is the same. It's not speeding up or slowing down the rotation.
The angular speed is the same. In order to maintain, that's it. In order to maintain, if you want to be scientific about it, in order to maintain the same angular velocity, the tangential velocity must increase with height or radius. Yeah. Boom.
Yeah, that's right. Uh-huh.
So
Yeah,
to maintain plume straight upwards.
Properly?
What?
Well, you
Anyways,
said to be scientific about it, but don't you mean specific?
No, scientific. Anyways.
But I mean, I thought scientific only had to do with,
Don't
experiments.
take off the fucking point, bro.
As far as hold on.
Hold on, man. You guys are fucking referencing me. Then I have to be quiet about it. Hold up. You guys shut the fuck up because I was talking.
Go ahead.
You know, Orion just jumped in for some reason. I don't know why.
No, it was.
Anyways, but so back to what Godric was saying. If the plume is straight up, then the atmospheric layers above are moving faster. So that's it. Like that's where you break that law. It has to lag behind. It can't be straight up. It must always lag behind. Rotation, always, because of frictional losses in atmospheric layers, that couples it. And if you neglect that, then there you go. You have no Coriolis because you're saying there's no coupling due to friction, because friction is what's coupling the atmosphere in what you're claiming. It's all friction based. That's it.
Wait, is the friction coupling? Is that something they claim?
Yes.
Due to globe Earth?
And then they run away from it at the same time because it doesn't work.
Of course it doesn't, but I'm just wondering. I mean, Matthew, are you familiar with this idea?
Not very familiar. I don't know much about atmospheric science, which I admitted 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
It's fluid mechanics. It's not really atmospheric science,
Hey, but check this out. So,
what kind of tests do they do? What
this
kind of experiments
actually
do they do?
doesn't prove globe or flat one way or the other. Even though, I mean, there's no such thing as slow birth in my mind. But in Matthew's mind, there might be something that is a globe, and but this freaking coupling thing, it's really not going to convince anyone one way or the other.
Yeah,
Does kind of it kind of does kind of prove that it's not spinning, but
No, I get
think
that. I get
I think
that. I get that part
I
of
think
it.
Cyrus was wanting to ask you if why the gases don't stay with the disc in that GIF.
Which
Oh,
GIF? Let me see.
because there's
Oh
other,
no, never.
other
Oh,
atmosphere.
that wasn't Cyrus that was asking. It was XO that was asking. But anyway, XO was asking.
Yeah, if there weren't any other gases and it was just those, then eventually it might start staying with the disk. But there's lots of other atmosphere in that picture, lots of other air, so it's kind of constantly accelerating.
Yeah, but you're very ambiguous with your explanation. You say there's
Get 'em.
various things about atmosphere, but you never explain what, like
did not just-
electricity. How do gases function according to electricity?
Gases
or to
have nothing to
electrostatics
do with
or to
electricity.
magnetism.
Curious
Do
about
gases have magnetic properties?
Gases
do they
do
have?
not have
curious.
magnetic properties.
Hold on. The last thing he said,
They do not have.
he was talking about
Why is
acceleration.
oxygen paramagnetic then? Oxygen gas is paramagnetic. Why? You
Don't-
said it doesn't have magnetic properties.
I don't know.
Why? You don't know. You just deny things that I'm saying, but you don't know. And you say that they do have some properties and all sort of stuff, but nothing. When I say it's magnetism, it's electricity, and it's electrostatics, you deny them all. That's not the way the gases function and work. But actually, this is what we experiment in laboratory, and we can prove that they do have these properties. We can, with electricity, we can bring gases into plasma state. We can change the state of gas.
I think you're talking if you have really large amounts of electricity or magnetism.
And I'll tell you what,
large or small.
Gibby Get.
Yeah.
He's right. Yes, you can use magnetism to coalesce, these things into a state. Now we're talking about what happens above our head, and now whether or not that is what we has anything to do with. Now, in my opinion, it most definitely does have something to do with sun, moon, and stars. What Matthew was talking about and what the other guy was talking about, I just feel like you're about to go into your
Godric.
magnetism thing. Yeah, Godric.
I'm Godric was reading the
I just feel like we're about to get into a freaking rabbit hole with a Jet, and I don't want
No, it's
to go
perfect,
that.
man. It's not a rabbit hole. It's very clear.
It's perfect. It's good. It's like I love you, Jet. I just feel like if you start talking and doing this, it's not. We were already somewhere, and
Yeah, I know, but I just wanted to point out that he was very ambiguous about the properties of gases. And it's not that mankind, us, we do not already know stuff about gases, like
oh, sure,
empirically.
yeah, that was
You
pointing
know,
that
yeah.
out too as well.
We know a lot about them. And he's coming here preaching some ambiguous forces, which, he summarized it like in very general, but not
No,
explicitly say which kind of
exactly.
force
I
you
mean,
want. Yeah,
I mean, who do you think you're talking to, bro? I mean, he's the
yeah.
ultimate ambiguous guy. He's like
Well, no,
the ambiguous
let's
gay
ask him.
duo. You remember that
Yo,
freaking? You remember
let's
that
ask him a
freaking?
question, man. Let's ask him a cool question. Like, I didn't hear his answer for that GIF.
Go ahead.
The XO, he posted a cool GIF, which I believe that would be a cool superconductor, but that's irrelevant to the question, right? So now you see that the gas, which would be nitrogen, from what I understand, see that gas that's flowing off of that. Why isn't it orbiting with the disk? Is the question.
Because the air in the room is stationary, and the air in the room isn't already moving with it.
Well,
Okay,
hey,
so
Matthew,
due to what? Friction.
Wait,
due
yeah?
to what? He's gonna have to say gravity. That's the only answer, right?
Oh no,
He's
I
gonna
don't
have
think
to
gravity
say.
has anything to do with this.
Okay.
Now, what did you say, Cyrus? I didn't even hear it.
The what? Because friction, yeah?
Does it really make sense to say that gas is stationary? Can you really say that logically?
There's no wind, is what I meant. But yeah, obviously gas is moving all the time, but yeah,
There is no wind.
There's no wind in
Thus,
that. Yeah, that's right.
the moving object, right, is experiencing friction through the stationary ball bearings that are suspended, right,
That's
which
right.
is the air.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Cool. Cool. So now, if you have a lot of these fucking ball bearings, a lot of them, and at the bottom, you grab that bottom layer of ball bearings and you pull it really fast, what happens? Now, if they're all bungeed together, like you're claiming, which air is not viscous. It's not viscous enough for it to be bungeed like that. But anyways, let's say it is viscous enough. Well, you'd be able to drag it along, but there'd be friction loss between each theoretical layer, which you can say between molecule on molecule, right? Because that's how viscosity.
Sure.
Yeah. So you would always have losses as you go up. If you pull the bottom layer, which is closest to Earth, as you go up, there will be friction layers between it. So that's where you would have your losses, and that's why you would have lag. That smoke would always lag behind due to that phenomena. The same exact phenomena that you saw with the rotating disk. Why the liquid nitrogen or the nitrogen smoke lags behind. Same concept. There's no difference.
Yeah.
Well, that smoke is actually water vapors from the air, from the room.
Okay, yeah, condensing because of how cold it is. Yeah.
Yes,
it's condensate.
it is.
Yeah, it's condensate. I'm not sure if they fill the inside with liquid. I've seen some where you can like fill it.
Yeah, the humidity from the air is attracted to the cold, so it condensates, and that's why we
Ultimately,
visualize.
it's a
give you a
chemical.
visualizer.
It's a chemical reaction due to due to the viscous layer and the temperature, right? Chemical reaction.
Get is right. It's the condensate from the air, from the dew point temperature, right?
Exactly. So, how simple is that?
Once the vapors are cold, but they are free in the air, then they start falling down, and it looks like
they're falling down.
cold
Where are they
ore,
falling down to? Where are the water vapor molecules falling down to?
to the table, but then they are exposed back again to warm medium, so they absorb they absorb heat.
Listen to Gibby good.
Yeah.
I'm really just.
So yeah, man.
And so we're talking about the water table, or whatever you were talking about. Yeah, that's fine. But Matthew, like, he's like, does any of what we just talked about have anything to do with gravity?
I don't think so. I think we were talking about the atmosphere on a globe and how could it spin. But
Funny, ain't it? When we talk about gases,
Oh,
there's no
spinning
gravity involved.
Earth. Well, I thought the spinning Earth was spinning, and everything on Earth was held toward Earth due to gravity. So I think all of this is related to gravity. So I mean, how can we not talk about chemistry and how gravity is related, right? I mean, we actually are kind of talking about gravity, bro.
sure, I suppose gravity would be the ultimate cause for why things stick to the Earth. But yeah. But as far as like the atmosphere spinning with the ground underneath it, I don't know much about atmospheric science, but there are sophisticated models that some people could tell you about how all the different layers at all the different latitudes interact with the spin of the Earth and how all the friction works and how the trade winds are made. And I just don't know much about any of that type of stuff. But I promise you that some globe believers have sophisticated models that work and are non-contradictory within their system.
I understand.
Well,
In their own
And
mind, not
that's absolutely true, Matthew. That's absolutely true. We all used to believe that exact model and the function of it completely. Like, Earth is a globe, third rock from the sun, trade winds, everything you just said. Boom.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't expect you to agree with it. I'm just saying that, yeah.
No, it's functional. It's functional.
Yeah, it works.
In that model, it's functional.
In the imagination.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably works out in the math, right?
Yeah, it works
That's
out
why
in
it's
the
real.
math.
It doesn't work out in math.
It doesn't.
Well, I mean,
It
it
doesn't.
sort of does in certain areas. I mean,
It doesn't.
shit. I
It
mean,
doesn't
most
even work
people.
out conceptually.
Hold on. In defense of Matthew, most people travel from one port to another, whether by plane or ship, and they think the Earth is a globe. Captains of these ships travel from one port to another, and they think the Earth is a globe, when it's obviously not. But they do travel from port to port, thinking Earth is a globe, which is a very confusing thing for me when I know that the Earth is obviously not a globe. So it's a very confusing thing for me, because they are more dedicated and some people would say smarter than me, right? But they're dedicated to their vocation, and they move forward. It's like,
Well,
hey, I'm loading this shit on this fucking big ass barge, and I'm gonna move it across the earth. I'm going from one port to another, and they don't necessarily navigate the earth as a globe, but they think they're navigating it over a globe, and they go from one port to another globe. Right.
Right. I
This
think that's
this is what they think is happening, but this is how confused. It's like, how could you fucking not think the Earth is a globe when all these smart motherfuckers are traveling across the globe and going from port to port? You know, airplanes and ships just moving everywhere, and they go from one port to another, navigating the quote unquote globe. So, hey, you flat earthers, tell me how they've been deceived. I have answers, but you flat earthers tell me how they've been
Great
deceived.
point, Helio. I'm completely convinced, Helio. Whatever you just
Yeah, so I agree with you, Helio, that just because something is mathematical doesn't mean
Me
it's
too.
real. Just because something mathematically works doesn't mean that it's actually in existence.
Yes,
Dude,
mathematically
I'm
we
ready to sit
can.
here for like 2 hours and listen to all of your answers for that question.
Yeah, Beget, you want to say something, man?
Yeah, mathematically we can calculate Superman's powers and everything. Yeah, and it's mathematically correct and logic, you know, but it doesn't make any sense or with reality. It doesn't mean it exists. And about what Helios said, like there are people smarter than him, or and I would say there are people much smarter than me myself. And when I'm looking to them, you know, for me, being smart means like waking up every day at the same hour, doing precise order things, you know. But also intelligent people, I consider those kind of people who learn the real physics of this world and they stick to that. And they have less speculative minds. They don't, because when a man is speculating, he's running away from reality and facts. He has to do that. So when I look to MIT professor of physics, which is a very intelligent man, you know, he's sticking to physics. I see that professor is not teaching his student gravity, you know, he's teaching incoherent electrostatic acceleration. And yeah, there we have he's talking about air currents, electricity, and all this real stuff which we can measure with instruments. We detect it, you know. Yeah.
Hey, are captains of ships and
Yeah.
airplanes traveling from one port to another over a globe Earth or over a flat Earth?
And
That was
Helio,
the main thing that I was talking about.
Yeah.
these captains on these ships are also doing it drunk. So do you think they could afford to make any mistakes?
Wait a minute. Are you taking the piss out of me, XO?
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that when you're on a boat, you really have nothing else to do, Helio Skeptic. Don't you think that I think I'd be getting drunk if I was sailing for a few weeks.
Well,
And I
I mean,
certainly would
they're
be in
mostly
big
on
trouble.
autopilot.
I'd be
Yeah.
in big trouble if I was out of reckoning on a bottle of vodka. Thanks.
Well, that's what happened to the Exxon Valdez in Alaska back in the 80s.
Yeah,
remember?
that was a
Guy got
story. That was a
drunk
Oh,
and
good
I'm
ran
story.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's exactly what happened. Yeah, they were drunk. Got out of
You
control.
saw it on the news, right?
I saw
No,
it on TV.
there's speculation that the Suez Canal thing, the captain was drunk also.
Hey, cool story.
Yeah.
But you saw it on the news, right? I mean, it's like everything you see on the news, that's the news. Now, I'm just talking about port to port. This is the way that people travel. Whether it's commercial aircraft or you know, passenger aircraft or you know, passenger ships or whatever, they travel from port. Would you ever get on an aircraft or a ship that wasn't going to land at another port? It's like, hey, jump on here. We'll see what we're gonna find out there.
If you
Like,
find any people that will go on that plane ride without a destination, Helio, I will fund their trip. So just let me know when you find those atheists and globers that will take a flight over the edge of the plane existence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Matthew, real quick, let me ask you this. In Isaiah 44:13, I'm going to read this to you real quick. I want you to tell me what you think this means. It says, "The carpenter stretcheth out his rule, he marketh it out with a line." What do you think that means, Matthew?
I think that means, yeah, I don't know. It means that the is stretched out in a straight line. But I'm not
Good.
sure
There you
what
go.
you're
So the
asking.
carpenter stretches out his rule. He marketh it out with a line. Then it says he fitted it with planes. Planes. What do you think that means?
That means a flat plane.
Right. So it's amazing because I read this in Isaiah, then I go to Job, and God asked Job, who laid the foundations of the earth, or who measured it, and who stretched the line upon it? It's the same word in Job 38 as it is in Isaiah 44. What do you think about that?
I think it's talking about a straight line.
So the earth is measured with a straight line,
Yeah.
and it's on foundations, Matthew. How do you account for that?
I think it's figurative. I don't think it's meant to be a specific.
Well, what part of the so is everything in the book of Job figurative?
No.
Okay, so is Isaiah 44 figurative when it says that the carpenter stretcheth out his rule and he marketh it out with a line, he fitteth it with planes? Is that also figurative?
It sounds like it. It sounds like it's making an analogy to how we build buildings.
Well, this is not figurative. This is talking about a carpenter stretching out his rule. He marketh it out with a line and he fitted it with planes. And then it even talks about at the very end of this, Isaiah 44, it says that the foundation has to be laid for the temple. Then I go back to Job 38 and it says the foundations of the earth. So the exact same words that are used in Isaiah are used in Job to describe God's earth under the heavens, again on foundations, measured with a line, just as the carpenter does it in Isaiah 44, 13, 24, 25, and 28. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I mean it's the same kind of wording for the description of the same kind of thing.
So he describes the earth as flat, and you admit that we always see it flat, but you're saying that our creation and the word of God are actually incorrect, and it's something other than what we experience and other than
Well, what I'm hearing Matthew
Helio, hold on.
say.
Helio, hold on 1 second. I'll get out of here. If you don't want me to be here, I'll leave. But
No,
Matthew,
my bad.
so I just want to finish this up real quick. So in both these passages, which are both Old Testament, it's describing carpentry. You know, this is very specific. God is very serious about this, and that's why it talks about this literal planar flat surfaces. When the carpenter's working with wood, it's very important that the carpenter has the precise understanding of a planar system. So when God is then describing himself, and I think you might know this, but Jesus was a carpenter. That might come into some play later, and he's the creator of all things. So then it says in Isaiah 44 that this is how a carpenter works. Then Job 38, it's the exact same verb, exact same wordage, exact same terminology when God is describing his creation. This is God talking to Job, questioning Job. So this is the most literal, serious, one of the most serious and literal parts of the Bible, not allegorical, as all of these things are true. God is describing his literal creation. And this is the funny thing is that we also experience this in reality. So you're saying that God didn't mean it in his word and he doesn't mean it in his creation. You're claiming God made this creation and we're really not seeing what we're supposed to be seeing. And the Bible, for some reason, also matches what we're incorrectly seeing. But both of those are wrong. And the men on television that work for the mass murderers are telling us the truth. Is that correct?
Close, but not quite. I like what you said about how we see the earth as flat and we experience it as stationary and flat.
And then and then on top of that, it reads as flat, talks about foundations, says it will never move, says it's measured with a line.
It reads as flat.
Over and over and over again. But that's the problem.
Let him answer you. He's trying to talk. Please,
but
please
it
let him
says
answer
this
you.
over and over again. And if you call it allegorical, that means you're taking away from the Bible.
Don't tell him what it tells you. You made a very good presentation, actually. Let him answer you.
Okay,
please.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, I like your explanation. I think you did a fantastic job of explaining the best explanation of why, a good explanation of why the Bible could be seen as flat earth. I would say